2 months ago, we closed an epic season of racing, but now we are reset to zero. With changes up and down the grid as new faces and returning names will battle it out for 3 prestigious titles. 5 arenas and 52 hours where questions will be asked and answered. Have the defending champs still got it? Can new competitors challenge for their crowns? And ultimately, who will come out on top? Welcome to Season 7 of the Platinum Endurance Championship. My name is Taylor Mills, alongside me is Olivia Hayward, and we will be live from Lights to Flag here on ABN. Round 1 brings us to a track of absolute motorsport royalty. The Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps will play host to 10 hours of combat to kick off our championship. It's a circuit that is steeped in history, and the teams will be hoping to add their names to the record books here today as they try to tackle Spa's 19 corners, 9 to the right and 10 to the left, whose names I don't need to mention, but I'm going to anyway. La Source, Les Combes, Fagnes, Brussels, Pouin, and the fearsome Eau Rouge Ragnon thread their way through the dense Ardennes forest with their stunning elevation change and hypnotizing flow. This is a circuit that demands compromise with 2 high-speed sections and another one that really leads into the high downforce natures of these cars. And the teams really need to make that choice whether they lean in one direction or the other. And with the threat of rain ever present here at Spa, it's going to be a question of who can adapt best as the conditions change. 21 GTPs and 35 GT3s signed up for this race means multi-class competence is a huge factor for success. Traffic management often cited as a favorite part of multi-class racing, and it always influences the result. You can be fast over the course of a lap, but if you can't get it through traffic, that one lap pace is completely irrelevant. And with a GT3 grid that big, traffic is going to be a constant issue for the prototype field. So, to help take us through the action today, who better than my long-suffering co-commentator, IndyCar talent, iRacing 6 Hours of the Glen winner, Olivia Hayward. Liv, we've got a lot to talk about before we get into qualifying today, so where do we even begin?
I think the main place I want to begin is by talking about some of the changes that have come through since the end of last season. The main one being the tyre model update that we saw at the end of the PPS season for the LMP2s, but that has had a huge impact on the way that these GTP cars drive. They are 3 seconds a lap faster than they were last season, and it's going to make that multi-class challenge even more difficult, I think. So be on the lookout for how that's going to play out during the season, and if that gets updated midway through. I'm sorry, I have hiccups. That's an awful time for that to happen.
Yeah, no, it's something that's definitely been on a lot of the team's minds. It's made the Acura ARX 06 a good chunk faster, and it's certainly the car of choice as we're looking at a field of 13 Acuras out of the 21 cars out there on track today. iRacing did introduce a mid-season bot for it earlier this week, but it was only on the IMSA series, and the Platinum Endurance Championship aren't implementing that bot. So it does mean, even if you're expecting the Acura to be a little bit slower, as we've seen in officials, that isn't going to be the case here today. But we are expecting a change to the tyres again coming up in the middle of the season. So after round 2, as we go into the 12 hours of Le Mans, theoretically it's going to be all change in the GTP class. So as Olivia would say, the Acuras really need to make hay whilst the sun shines, because there's a chance that almost halfway through the season, that pace just isn't going to be there anymore. A factor, though, that the PEC tried to use to try and rein in those Acuras a little bit is we have a brand new tyre limit. Now, this applies to both classes, but the Acura itself was a car that really chewed up its tyres with its much faster steering rack, and you can drive around it a little bit, but ultimately the teams with the Acura are going to struggle a little bit more with tyre wear, as we're just keeping an eye on this practice start to make sure that everyone can still handle those 2x2 starts after 2 months off. I should probably tell you what the tyre limits are, to be fair. So the GT3s are going to have 7 sets of tyres, and their stints are around an hour long, so it means they're going to have to carry a set of rubber for 2 whole hours a couple of times in this event, whereas the GTPs are going to get 10 sets, so it's going to be a similar story. So expect significant pace drop-off at some point in the race for each and every team. as they try to pick the perfect point to do those double stints. I expect it somewhere towards the end of the race once the track temps start to drop down a little bit. But yeah, it's going to be something that we're really going to be keeping an eye on for the duration of the season, but certainly in this first race.
Yeah, and as we watch the practice start here, we're watching it come down into Eau Rouge. We're starting, and we're running the endurance layout as there's a couple of incidents in the background.
Oh, it's big one. It's the big one.
Let's hope this is a one and done, and this doesn't repeat in the race. But yeah, so we're in the endurance layout. So we're starting coming down the hill. The finish line 10 hours later will be coming out of the chicane at the end of the lap, and the pit lane is, I think, over 1 kilometer long. So along with that tire stage, you might want to try and do some fuel save to go with it to save a pit stop, and to, maybe more importantly, stay out of the steward's butts and stay out of pit lane penalties as well.
Yeah, with that fuel save that we are expecting here today, of course, it's going to be a 44-second traversal time without the pit stops on the pit speed limiter. And so you want to do that fuel save to keep out of the pit lane, but that will affect tire wear as well, because you're going to be carrying less energy into the corner, less braking, same cornering speed, but significantly less temperature is going to be put into the tires, and it should help extend the life of that rubber a little bit. And we're going to say it a lot, but tire management is going to be a huge part of today's race, and I'm sure it's going to come up in commentary over the next 10 hours or so, because it's certainly something that intrigues me, because as someone who races these cars in officials, it's something that we've been asking after for quite a long time, because it's something that's present in real life racing, in IMSA, in the WEC, and teams really have to plan around that. And tire strategy is, I gotta say, it's something that we've really missed from LMP1. Even something as simple as you can only change tires when you're not refueling would completely change tire strategy. But tire limits is a good way to try and shake things up a little bit, and again, try and rein in the pace of those Acuras over the course of the race. So as I say, I'm really excited to see how it's going to unfold over the next 10 hours or so. But Liv, before we got into the start of this race, as we see one of the McLarens and Mustangs going for almost a big one through Blanchimont, we had a poke around to see what teams we were really keeping an eye on today, and some of them were our old champions. So do you want to touch on that a little bit and talk about where our defending champions are today?
Yeah, so first of all, our overall champions, the DLR by SimLab Orange team. That team has now brought 3 GTP machines. The 2 main drivers in that championship entry have actually split and separated into the red and orange cars. And they've also got the white car running 3 different manufacturers. So they're kind of really bringing the house to try and find some pace now. What happens with the bottom, what happens in terms of incidents. It's a really interesting strategy, but they really want to try and hold on to that title by any means necessary.
Yeah, it's something that Writer Engineering had a go at last season, a team that didn't really have the best of luck. Brought 2 cars into Season 6 to try and defend their crown, and it ultimately really didn't go their way. But they're another team that we're keeping an eye on, because they brought 2 Acuras. You can see them on screen right now, actually, as they're battling to get through some of that traffic during this practice session. So a bit of a recovery for them into Season 7. But to talk about the GT3 Pro winners, champions from last season, and XPD haven't actually entered a car in GT3 Pro, so we are going to get a new champion in the Pro class this season. And we sort of circled, I think it was where are they? The RPM Racing Red, or the RPM Racing PC crew, who were in that Lamborghini last season. They've made a switch to the Corvette Z06 GT3 for this one. So keep your eyes peeled for them, because I suspect they're going to be very, very strong in that class. And in terms of the AM class, we spoke to HWT at the end of last season, and they certainly had an interesting idea about what they were going to do this season, Liv.
Yeah, of course, we're expecting them to make a run at the Pro title, but instead they decided they wanted to move up all the way and take a GTP machine, which they have. They are now running in a Ferrari 499P and actually are pretty far at practice boards right now, so a great showing so far from them. But that does leave a void open in the GT3 AM class for someone to take that crown. The team that I've got circled, the 4th DLR SimLab car, that'll be the green entry. We know how quick they are in GTPs. We've got some obviously less experienced drivers here in the AM class, but with the support of that organization, I think they have a real chance at taking this title in the Ford Mustang.
Yeah, and it's going to be a shake-up everywhere, which is, I think, again, the thing that we always look forward to with the start of a new season. We saw that XBD Racing came really close to taking that crown in Fuji at the end of last season, especially after DLR by SimLab went a whole lap down when that rain came, and then they fought their way back through the fields, and that was really when it all went wrong for XBD. So they're going to be looking to recover coming into the season, currently only down in 15th in the standings, but we expect them to be really quick in quality and really quick in race trim. They are still in that Acura. It's a car they know well, and it's a car that's still going to have pace at the start of the season. As well as that, Project Valorous, that number 50 crew, for anyone who was following the Platinum Pilot Series last season, and was it the 8 Hours of the Glen in PEC?
I think it would have been 8 hours, yeah.
Yeah, Luke Smith was in that Project Valorous 50 car and absolutely stormed through the field in that Watkins Glen race. And not only that, completely dominated the Pilot Series. Didn't turn up for the last race and won the championship with 2 to go, winning all but 1 race that he entered. So keep your eye on the Project Valorous 50 car because they've got some pace in that driver lineup. And not only that, I want to have, we spoke about this before we went live as well, how I wanted to bring it up with grace and decorum. But TMR are going to be another team to keep an eye on this season because that lineup has got even stronger as one of their longest serving driver who's pretty much been in retirement for the last 3 years has finally poked his head back up above the water, entered an IMSA endurance race last weekend and won on his first time of asking. So Alex Salmon back in the number 41 for the second time in 3-4 years or so. And that team aren't in the BMW anymore, so they aren't giving themselves a handicap. They've stepped up into the brand new Ferrari 499P with that four-wheel drive, temporarily four-wheel drive hybrid system. So shockingly, I'm really excited to see what Neil, Alex, Dom, and Alex can do this season.
I will mention the Commentator's curse already going strong. They were top of the timing sheet going into the driver's briefing. As soon as you brought them up, they got jumped by Writer Engineering and then by NGC. So they're down to 3rd, just ahead of the second Writer Engineering car. And it was literally the moment you started the sentence about them, which I find quite funny.
Yeah, it's good to see NGC up there as well, a team who were, well, they had some pace in Fuji in that Porsche 963, have also made the switch over to the Acura. Again, a lot of teams choosing to make that choice, which is something we think might be a little bit short-sighted, but we can talk about that a little bit later on. So I'd be keeping an eye on NGC as well, to be honest. They're a team that showed flashes of pace throughout the entire season in Season 6, and they've already put themselves second on the timing screens. As Olivia, we are about to move into that open qualifying session where it will be the GT3s qualifying and then the GTPs.
Yeah, because we're going to have 35 cars all out on the track at once for GT3. We're not doing the new IMSA split qualifying thing. That is everyone running at the same time. They'll be racing at the same time in a combined start as well. So it's going to be a busy track. It's going to be, I think, all about draft as it tends to be in those cars, but especially around here. I mean, who can sort of get the right lap at the right time with the right people ahead of them to take that pole position.
Yeah, qualifying strategy, always something that can be very interesting depending on the track that you're on, especially at a circuit like Spa, where you've got those 2 big flat out sections at the start and the end of the lap. It's going to be a case of, do you want that slipstream for those 2 sectors, or do you want clean air as you try to wrestle the car through Les Combes, Brussels, Ix, Pouhon, Fagnes, and then back out into that flat out section at the end of the lap as the pit lane exit light is green, the green flag is in the air, and GT3 qualifying gets underway.
And one thing to remember about this as well, we've got to bear in mind, a lot of teams were going for the one-lap qualifying stints. They were pulling over immediately to tow. And one thing you got to watch out for that, it's a long out lap. You won't get too many attempts doing that. And so that is going to play a factor into how aggressive these drivers can be, especially in these first runs. They need to get that banter lap in to give them confidence to push later.
Yeah, we already got a couple of the groups starting to form out here on track. Big weaves down the Kemmel Straight as well. We're seeing a big field of McLarens, which is going to be the car of choice for this season, assuming they don't get some sort of bop in that March update, that mid-season March update. It wouldn't be the first time that PEC has been affected by one of those mid-season updates. Of course, that one come in after the second round of the championship. So just trying to get a bead on exactly who we're following in GT3 at the moment, with lots of new names and lots of new cars out there on track. It's going to take us a minute to get used to all these brand new liveries.
It's the Vulcan Motorsport Simlab Gold car.
Yep, that is another team that returns from last season, as Ignaz Vinchezevski's is going to bring that 720 GT3 around to start his first final lap. He does have company out there on the road with that big bruiser of a Ford Mustang GT3 just in front, and Joselu Artero just behind, breaking up that negative pressure behind the back of his car a little bit. So everyone starts to back up, trying to create a little bit of space for themselves. It's going to be a big old checkup at the end of this lap. Of course, the timing line being up here, as Analyst Esports is going to lead the way and be the first car to set a flying lap, but is very closely followed by what I think is going to be one of the Eagle Speed Academy cars.
I know that'd be Squadron Veloce.
By Eagle.
Oh!
Yeah.
My apologies, I can't read.
It's okay, yeah. I forgive you.
That's going to be a huge amount of draft.
Tell you what, that is a lovely livery on that Mustang GT3 as well. Big fan of the metallic blue, black and white, as we have a 5-car draft train coming down the Kemmel Straight as these cars are getting their first flying laps in. And here is that RPM Racing PEC car that we were talking about in practice. The team that we really expect to make a solid run at the Pro Championship this season. They showed big flashes of pace, especially at Le Mans, before they got into an incident that effectively ended their championship charge. And with the absence of XPD GT3 in that Pro class this season, we're expecting Mikola and co to make that big step forward and hopefully for them have the dominant season that they wanted to have last time out. Interestingly, though, switching from the Lamborghini to the Corvette, which again, it's teams making interesting choices on cars, as you'd expect them to switch to the McLaren, Liv.
Well, yeah, but it's always a factor about just what do those drivers want to run. Like, if you're more comfortable in a certain car, and especially knowing that because this spans over multiple iRacing seasons, there'll always be some change. Ever since I started in 2022 with endurance racing in Liege, it was always a fact. You'd pick a car and then it'd suddenly not be so powerful anymore. I think the Corvette is a decent enough car. It's obviously got that mid-engine that a lot of teams like to be going for right now. So I think it's a fine choice, and I think it could pay off later in the season if things fall their way.
Yeah, certainly something to keep an eye on. As one thing we have neglected to talk about so far, the McLaren is new to the championship. Yes, we've talked about that. But the Acura NSX GT3 makes its series debut in the Platinum Endurance Championship. It's not a popular car choice by any means, as the first lap times are starting to pour in, and it is an OCC Sports Simulate who got that lap time in first and are currently at the top of the standings, or have actually just been beaten by Valkyrie X-Type Green with Kevin Chartier on board. But yeah, the new NSX GT3, not a popular choice in the GT3 class, but it's so nice to see some variety out there on track.
Yeah, I count 4 of them, I think. We've got a couple of Eagle Speed cars, as well as the Project Veloris 151, and the 4th one, which I've lost now, unfortunately. Oh, the Go Esports car, the 188. So they're all running the brand new Acura to go along with the Cup car in GTP, and I'm going to see how they do in the GT3 class. So really annoying.
Another quick update on how the standings are looking so far then. NGC by Rubis Gas in GT3 currently at the top. And who's on board that one? None other than PPS GT3 champion Miguel Almeida. Now that is a driver that we know is really, really quick. We talked about Luke Smith, who had a dominant season in the Platinum Pilot Series. And Miguel Almeida was exactly the same in GT3. Pretty much took pole position at every single round that he entered. Had a couple of tricky races in the middle of the championship, but was able to recover towards the end to take the championship a race early and take the final win of the series. So if we're talking about people to keep an eye on, NGC by Rubis Gas in GT3, currently at the top of the timing screens with Miguel Almeida on board, is going to be one of those teams. As Lewis Kenyon comes around La Source, having just completed a lap for top tier motorsport, puts it 8th on the grid, which isn't a bad spot to be in, but maybe not quite what they were looking for. Of course, we've got a 10-hour race in front of us. Qualifying isn't something that really matters too much as we slowly tick through qualifying. 2 more cars, 3 more cars even started to start their lap as the Octopus Racing crew getting well in the way of the RPM Racing Corvette. They're not going to be happy about that one. Pull over to the inside straight away, and I think they might take a reset and try and get back out there with a fresh set of tires.
Remember, we're almost halfway through the GT3 qualifying now, and a lot of teams have only had that really one attempt at a lap. They're now sort of just starting, or just on their second attempt now. So you've really got to be as precise as possible, as the 282 negative delta car takes the GT3 AM pole provisionally. And now the Auto Racing blue car actually takes that and goes 6th fastest of all GT3s, wow, right behind their sister car in the pro class.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the more interesting things about how this qualifying is going to line up. Of course, we do have those 2 separate GT3 classes, but iRacing is going to treat them as exactly the same class, so there will be no grid splitting, again, like we see in IMSA. So if you're an AM car and you put it 6th on the grid, you are going to start 6th in GT3. So Orca Performance Racing Blue at the moment are going to have that huge breather to everyone else in their class, as the next closest car, Negative Delta by Madness, with Miroslav Sotorov on board at the moment, is 19th in GT3. Count those positions. There's going to be 13 cars between your AM class pole sitter, as it stands, and second in class.
Yeah, on the side of your screen, when we show the classes combined, it will be the cars that's in the 200s that will be your AM cars, and the cars in the 100s that will be your pro cars, aside from the 133, who has had a slight error on sign up here. But yeah, that is going to be the way to distinguish those cars. If they're in the 200s, they are our amateur category. They're racing for a separate championship, but they will be mixed in with everyone else, and yeah, you are going to be 5 seconds up the road by the end of lap 1, just based on traffic, if you can hold that position from the start for the 264.
Yeah, this is one of those times that I'd really love a telestrator so that I can circle the 264 up there in P6. You can see that Orca Performance Racing team. And then if you keep, well, now 7th place, but if you keep looking down the order, you'll be able to eventually see the 282 Negative Delta by Madness car down in 19th. So yeah, again, that automatic 5-second advantage is pretty much going to be baked in. As long as none of these GT3 AM cars improve, I'm actually quite surprised that the gap is so big as it stands, but also a little bit impressed that they've managed to extract that sort of pace out of the car.
Yeah, and I mentioned, when you have a team in pro, that is going to help you out a lot. They're going to be able to share setup opportunities. They're both running the McLaren. That can be benefit if you have sort of separate groups to sort of go separate ways, like we're going to see with DLR with the 3 different manufacturers. But if it's a pro and AM system, having that more experienced team to give help, to give setup advice and sort of telemetry advice to the AM team is going to play a huge factor, and I think that might be what we're seeing from the Auto Performance Racing cars.
Yeah, so with Sodorov starting a lap, let's see if we can get a little bit of onboard action, and I'll take you through a lap here at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. On board that negative delta by Madness Porsche 911 GT3. Out of the source, they come down the other side of the pit straight, flick it in through Eau Rouge Raidillon. That's going to be flat out in qualifying trim, maybe a little bit of a lift in the race, cutting at the top of Raidillon, trying not to go out too wide. There is an off track out there, and there's a slowdown on the inside of the corner as you clip that one. As Sodorov climbs up the Camel Straight, looking for that braking point on the left-hand side of the circuit. Move over to the left, get on those curbs on the outside, get over the curbs on the inside, cut the second part of Lake Coombe as aggressively as you can, keep it over to the left and flick it to the right for Malmedy, using all the curbs on the inside and outside of the curb as the track dives downhill into Brussels. Took that car in. There's a little bit of camber on the inside to help you, but if you go much wider than that, it goes off camber as he's going to blow past the bike layout of the track through No Name, X, Speaker's Corner, whatever you want to call it. Avoid the gravel on the outside of the track. Spot your braking point for Pouon, that double left-hander that's very high speed in any car. Oh, gets all sorts of out of shape. Can't quite get it back under control as Sodorov pushing to try and improve his position. It's going to come to a stop on the outside of Pouon, reset and try and squeeze another lap in as we tick past 12 minutes gone in this qualifying session.
And just seeing them pull out of pit lane, I'm realizing there's an important piece of strategy that will have happened about an hour and a half ago, which is how long this pit lane is here. I believe for qualifying and practice, the order in which you enter the server decides your pit box. And so if you were here from the very start of the race, you'll have an advantage in qualifying because you'll have a shorter run to get back out onto the track.
You know what? I didn't even think about that one, but yeah, that's certainly going to be...
I remember using it as a strategy in a league race once. I wanted to be the first pit box out. But I'm not sure how many teams will have realised that. Obviously, for some tracks, you'll end up at the front because they'll share boxes, but with such a long pit lane here, that won't be the case.
So, Liv, I think we're going to get another go at this onboard lap, but because apparently I'm cursed, I'm going to let you take this one as we stay on board with Boychev for the negative delta by Sim Gear with the Mercedes GT3.
You got to go hard on the brakes on the uphill into turn number 1. Get hooked in, you can use some of that curb, get close to the wall, and then back down the hill. Really be careful to not dip onto that sausage curb and that gravel because you will get slowed down by it. You'll get them settled. Again, coming through here, this should be flat out, but you've got to thread it through very carefully in these GT3 machines. They're heavier than you think. And then that run all the way down into, like, you're wondering how much wind these cars have on board. That is the main factor about this. It's the setup compromise, as now we're going to get into that high-speed corner section on the brakes when the curb starts. Again, flick it through. You can lot of the curb there. You can't cross over. You sort of dip across the edge of that there. Getting them set up the car, but you're coming back through. Maybe the trickiest braking zone in the lap here. Downhill, coming through this corner. Rivage, Bruxelles, whatever you want to call it. I think Brussels is probably the way to pronounce it. Then coming back through, and again, doing just a flick, a tap of the brake, maybe only dropping down one gear, and again, avoid that gravel on the exits. One of the places where the new scan is really playing a huge factor. Double gauche, Pouon. Try and hold it together this time. There's a little bit of unsettled, but I think that front engine of the Ford held it together. Get back on the power as soon as you dare to pull it in wide, and then through Piff Path here again. Start of the curbs, often a good reference for your braking point here. You want to try and stay off the curbs a little bit here if you can. Use the exit, of course, and then coming through into Stavelot. Careful, it's very tight on exit. You have to not run wide, get the off track, and then through Paul Frere, maybe flat, but you've got to be very careful to not run wide on the exit. And now coming through towards Blanchimont. Again, this is where having that low drag setup is going to be really... Apparently it was a 256 top speed for this car coming on the end of the Kemmel Straight. It's probably going to be similar here. And then one final braking point to nail, similar to turn 1, uphill, heavy as possible, but then you've got to thread the needle through here. Try and avoid the sausages a little bit. 1, 2, you can track out a little bit wide, but get the wheel straight, get the power down, and complete your lap of the 7-kilometer Spa circuit.
And it is going to be enough to improve for Boychev, but it's not actually going to... Sorry, no, I'm lying about it. It's not going to improve his position. He moves up to P8, P9 overall in GT3. So a great lap from a very funny looking Ford there, Liv. The Mercedes-AMG GT3 flies up through Eau Rouge Radion yet again.
I was right about the front engine, okay?
You were correct about that bit, and the sort of engine it's got in it, but not quite the manufacturer on that one. It's fine, it happens. They're both naturally aspirated V8s. What's the difference?
They do look quite... I was basing it off the picture in the bottom right, and they do look quite similar, actually.
So, do we need to bring up a picture of the Mustang GT3 and the Mercedes side by side? Because they are very much not similar looking cars.
I'd rather we didn't, to be honest.
It's like a brick. It's like a brick and a cheese wedge being put side by side with one another. At the top of the standings, then Miguel Almeida still holds on to that provisional pole position, as it's the Fast Repair Motorsport Ford Mustang GT3 that is challenging at the moment. The gap's very, very tight at the top of the standings. A 10th and a half around here is absolutely nothing. And then you look at that as well with the Valkyrie Excite green card that is only hundredths, a hundredth even, off the back of the Fast Repair Ford, as the cars are starting to come into their final qualifying laps of the session. Of course, the 2-minute 16 lap time, it doesn't leave a lot of time to get those laps in. So it's going to be all push, 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 go, go, go for every single driver in this session to get those last lap times. In that Orca Performance Racing blue car, though, still on their own up in 8th position, with Octopus Racing, now the car following them, down in P19. It's one of those, again, Liv, where perhaps the choice of class not really fair for how quick the car is.
Yeah, I mean, it's... And we do now have the AM cards marked as white on the overlays next to the black of the GT3 Pros. So if you don't want to line the numbers, that is your way to deal with that. But yeah, of course, the classifications based on driver I rating to put them into a sort of gold, silver, bronze category. But different drivers will all have different experience levels. You know, maybe they won't run as much in officials and mainly run endurance leads. I think we had last season where one of the drivers of HWT was actually more of an open wheel driver, and so had quite a high rating over on that side, but a lower rating in sports car. There's always a little bit of back and forth on that, but ultimately I wouldn't get too stressed out about it over sort of one qualifying lap. It's really about how consistent you and how just can all of your drivers be to keep the car in one piece and keep it at the top of that board.
So checkered flag is out for GT3. So these will be the final laps for the GT3 cars, as the DDK by Racing team comes over the start finish line but doesn't improve and will stay down in 25th overall, as the GTP start to make their way towards the pit exit. As I'm trying to see if there are any more cars on a lap at the moment. We've got Diogo Teodoro, who was in the Platinum Pilot Series last season, on track right now in the slipstream of one of the Ford Mustang GT3s. He's going to dive into pit lane as other cars are coming around to finish a lap looking for any sort of improvement. Andrew Fairley isn't going to improve. He pulls over early. Stefano Tonelli isn't going to improve either. We've got more cars pulling down pit lane. Locals Autosport come across the line as well, but no improvement of position for them either, as I think that is pretty much going to be your GT3 grid set. And it is going to be Miguel Almeida on that pole position with that Orca Performance Racing blue car on GT3 AM pole, a whole 13 places in front of the second place GT3 AM car.
It's really incredible, and it's only about a 0.4 of a second margin, but with how competitive the GT3 Pro field is, that is a huge amount for that team to find. As I think we just have the 174 and the maybe to cross line to maybe find an improvement here. Those esports are going to set another lap, but it's just a couple of hundredths below what they had before. So that will officially end the GT3 session, and now the pit exit is open for the GTPs. They all roll off and are almost fighting side by side on pit exit here. Again, this is maybe going to be a similar factor, but maybe that dirty air will play a little bit more of a part through those middle sectors, and actually having the clean air might be a little bit more advantageous here.
Yeah, Project Valorous and Writer Engineering, the first two cars out there on track, as it is an absolute line of Acura ARX-06s coming out of pit lane. We always say even, this is the creme de la creme of the series, the top of the pile, the fastest sports cars in iRacing that are still actively racing, especially with that tire update we had last season, improving the lap times by 3 seconds here at Spa, as Liv, you touched on in practice, as everyone's getting to weave to get those tire temperatures up, which is something that actually has an effect on the new tire model, which is a lot of fun to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, you will have seen it in the PPS finale. It's a huge factor for this model now. It got applied to the LMP2, and I think in that car, especially with the colder tire blanket temperature of 35 Celsius, it's really important to get the tires up to temperature for your qualifying laps, and it could be a situation where a 2-lap stint is actually preferable for those. Maybe for these cars, not so much with a 50 Celsius tire blanket, but clearly these drivers want to try and get those tires into the optimal window possible, as Mark Rosendahl is going to be the first across the line, and as our resident LMP1 driver, you probably know how to drive the track at this pace.
Well, it's certainly a circuit we've tackled quite a few times, the home of my first endurance racing win in the LMP1, as Mark Rosendahl comes across the start-finish line into turn 1 and last source to start his flying lap, clipping that curb on the inside of the circuit to try and get a little bit of extra rotation out of that Acura LMDH. Up the hill he comes. We are going to have a driver's eye shot for this one, and it is a car or a team that we said to keep an eye on. Mark Rosendahl doing the qualifying for this one. Flicks it up through the gears and across the curbs at Radion. Blends it over to the left-hand side of the track to set up for Lecum. Spotting that braking point is going to be really late. Watch how late these Acuras can brake. Down 3 gears, flick it over the curb on the inside, mount the curb on the inside of the second apex, still staying over to the left to get it through to the right, a little bit wide on the apex of Malmedy. As we come downhill into Ravage, it will be a nice late entry as you try and set up a little bit for the exit. Look at the steering lock he's having to put on to get that car through the corner. Just a quick downshift into third, flick it through to the apex, pick up the power as early as you dare, and don't touch that gravel on the outside of the circuit. Blend to the right, set up a P1, flick it in fifth, back on the throttle, hold that throttle flat through both the apexes of P1. You can see that Writer Engineering car getting closer and closer in the mirror as well as he sets himself up for the Fender chicane. It's going to be a little bit wide at the first apex, and maybe a little bit wide through the second one as well. Didn't quite see that one. A tricky corner on the track coming up now through Stavelot, as we're going to see the rest of the lap from the onboard of Aaron Full of Writer Engineering, who is in that slipstream and closed up a lot over the course of this lap. The 50 giving an extra speed boost to the Writer Engineering Acura behind it, but look at the speed. I think Full backing off as he's come around to start his second lap, letting the 50 car sort of go away a little bit towards the end as they both set up for another run at it. But these are going to be the first lap times that we see come in for GTP. And what is it going to be from the Project Valorous 50 car? It is a, where is it? Show me the lap time, I beg.
It's a 59.7, but that's a warm-up lap. An 0674 goes with a 56.7. An Old Firm Racing in the 97, Randy Martin Mateos with a 56.0 to really set the timing sheet up. But we're seeing that sort of double outlap strategy being a factor for these GTP machines. They want to get the tires into the perfect window here, as we're going to follow on board with one of the Ferraris in the field. Again, a new car for this season. They've been Neil Debacker in the Tailmores race number 41.
Yeah, it's a car that we talked about during the Le Mans broadcast last season, about how we were sort of worried that it might break the class if it came with a slightly busted hybrid system. It did come with that slightly busted hybrid system in the fact that this thing is four-wheel drive all the time when the hybrid is engaged and doesn't have the same hybrid deployment speed limit as the real-life car. It's been a big help for the car in wet weather conditions, but hasn't so much made it as quote-unquote overpowered as we expected it to be. This is a car that's very much built to go fast at Le Mans. It's why AF Corsa and Ferrari have won the 24 Hours of Le Mans back to back, and they're looking to do it a third time as the back are going very wide through Malmedy. That might be a 1x and be lap over, but it's good to see this car in iRacing. It's certainly something that we were very, very excited about, and I'm so glad that so many teams have picked it up for the championship despite the Acura being the better car. It's a discussion that the TMR crew were having before the season. It's like, do they want to choose the Acura when there might be a bop come in? Do they want to take the Cadillac, take the BMW, Porsche? What's the car that every single driver in the team can agree on is fun to drive and could actually get them decent results? So again, not handicapping themselves as much as they were last season, and they have in fact settled on the Ferrari 499P. And I think a big factor in that is not only the fact that it's the car that we've been racing this season so far in iRacing, but we're getting that hybrid noise back that we really enjoyed in the LMP1 days. We've got the regen noises, we've got the deployment noises, and when you get that little idle hybrid noise that the Ferrari makes as the backer is going to come around to start another one of his laps, maybe a little bit deep into that first apex. But of course, this is going to be a home race for Neil de Backer, our resident Belgian. That lap did actually count as he moves himself up to 5th place, less than 3/10 off provisional pole position so far, which, as you can probably guess, is currently held by an Acura.
Yeah, NGC by Rubus Gas taking that by about 2/10 from Old Firm Racing, and they're now rolling off pit lane to start another run. And again, we're seeing that sort of double outlap strategy. So in the sort of 20 minutes or so you have this session, you're probably only getting 3 true flying laps in for the class. So what you've set now is crucial for having the Tom to make that push later on. So the number 42 with the advantage going forward.
Yeah, just looking at the timing screens quickly, the number 31 of Max Delayden, Fury Simsport, returning for Season 7. It is personal best in Sector 1 as he's threading that Acura through Rivage, and he is actually going to pull over and abandons that lap. Maybe a mistake that he decided that lap wasn't worth continuing. Just trying to see if anyone is on a quick lap at the moment.
The number 7 Focus Racing car was on a very quick lap. They've now finished that and moved up to provisional pole at the hands of Thiago Rodriguez.
Yeah, Neil de
Now
Backer
55.7s for the pole position here.
Neil de Backer on a flyer as well. Not quite a personal best through that middle sector, but it was 2 PBs through Sector 1 and 2 as he's just come out of Curve of Paul Frere. Full throttle in that Ferrari, low drag into Blanchimont, trying to improve on his lap time that's currently in P6. And I have an overlay that shows me the manufacturers on the standings, and it is currently Acura, 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 Ferrari, Acura, 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 Acura for the top 11. So it has just been a little switch in position between Old Firm Racing by Halbert Sim and NGC by Rubis Gas, who have dropped down into 3rd as the other car moves up into 2nd. Still with just under 12 minutes to go in this session, I feel like, Liv, it's still anyone's game at the moment, as provisional pole position is only being held by Thiago Rodriguez by 600ths of a second.
Yeah, I mean, really, that entire top 7 are within half a second. They've all got the ability to take that lap time, you've got to say. And there's still a good few cars that haven't managed to get a flying lap in. We've got the Driven Performance Academy car and the DLR Sim Lab White cars, who have only got those sort of slow second out laps set right now. DLR Sim Lab Orange, our reigning champions, haven't got any timed lap on the board yet. So we're definitely expecting some heavy hitters still to jump up the timing boards and really put Academy's pigeons for that pole position.
Yeah, this is always one of the most exciting parts of a race weekend as well, as everyone is pushing these cars to the absolute limit. Here's Aaron Full trying to get some temperature into those tires for Writer Engineering to set up another go at a lap. Currently good enough for 5th place through the 2nd apex at the bus stop chicane. He comes and on to his next flying lap. Into turn 1 he comes. Is it going to be nice and neat and tidy? Certainly looks it, but it also doesn't quite look like he's pushing that car to its absolute limit yet. Maybe going for a couple of runs. And here, though, is your GT3 AM champion, from last season, Alex Pilbeam on board a Ferrari 499P. Like we talked about how they were going to take that step up into GTP, and they absolutely have. And they were topping the timing screens at one point during practice, but of course practice times don't matter, blah 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 blah. Currently sat down in 15th position with a 156.802, which is just over a second off pole as it stands. So again, another team that are looking for a little bit of improvement, as Andre Rosa for NGC by Rubis Gas is going to come across to start the timing line to start another flying lap. He's got some company in front and behind of Project Valorous and Writer Engineering, so maybe trying to pick up some of that slipstream, as I think the DLR by SimLab car just improved to 11th place, with Driven Performance Esports moving up to 16th before very quickly being beaten by the HWT Motorsport car of Alex Pilbeam. A couple of cars really starting to push for those final lap times now, as track temps I think have started to sneak up just a little bit, which in theory is going to slow these cars down a bit.
Yeah, but of course there's maybe a little more rubber on the track. That might be where your setup is sort of designed to handle, and you're just also getting that confidence. It's such a tight field. How tight is the field? The two Writer Engineering cars, both on a 156.121 right now. As Aaron Full comes across the line, can he find an improvement? Yes, gets a 55.815. Wow. That moving up into second place. Just 300ths behind the Focus Racing PEC car right now.
Yeah, Thiago Rodriguez, the driver that we know has a lot of pace. Those guys coming so close to taking a race win at Le Mans last season. Had a brilliant start to the race to pull a gap on the entire rest of the field, who were really scrapping for position in those earlier parts, but just weren't able to execute the fuel save that they needed to, and ended up dropping from first to third in that final stint. Liv, it's something you and me have talked about a lot in the off season, is how amazing that race at Le Mans was, and we hope every race can be like that. But well, as I say, Focus Racing doing really well to start this season. Old Firm Racing have jumped to the top of the timing screens at Randy Martin Mateos, setting a 55.773 and really putting a stamp. Even as DLR by SimLab Red have now jumped at them and gone to first place. That's right, it's the red crew, not the orange crew, not the champions from last season, who have gone to the top of the timing screens, as Jean-Paul Simon setting the 155.662. So a great effort from those guys. As well, speaking of your last season champions, here they are getting hunted down by one of the Acuras. Davy van der Wacker on board the Ferrari 499P for DLR SimLab Orange, just trying to get a lap time in as we are in the closing phases of this qualifying session. A little bit wide through Stavelot, kicking up a little bit of gravel and pushing that onto the track, which is, again, something we need to talk about at some point, Liv. Max Deleden coming across the line to start what should be his probably second to last flying lap in this session, but just trying to keep an eye on Davy van der Wacker on board that 499P to see what sort of lap time they're going to set. As actually, no, you know what? He's setting up for a lap deep into the second part of the bus stop chicane as the Writer Engineering car cut down to the inside to start their lap as well, as these two having a little bit of a scrap out there on track. But van der Wacker really needs to sort this out because they don't have a lap time set yet, Liv.
Yeah, remember, they're going to start on the 11th row of the grid if they can't get a lap in here. They've got, of course, their sister car up on pole position right now. And let me remind you, that is the car that Matthias Weitgen went to, that red car in the 18. He's not the one that set that qualified time. It was Jean-Paul Simon. So that is the strength in numbers that DLR have. They're not even using their championship-winning drivers in qualifying here. And for the 18 Acura, it's clearly working very well. For the number one car in the Ferrari 499P, they've got work to do.
Yeah, that's an improvement for Unlucky League Racing, who moved that car up to 7th place. And here's your Vulcan Motorsport car with Quinton Verdonk on board. Another Ferrari 499P, one of the 5 in the field into the bus stop chicane. He comes, obviously so called because the old chicane that used to be in this section of the circuit. Flies it through both apexes, misses the second one by just a touch. But it's a start of a lap. Is it an improvement? We are about to see across the timing line. He comes to start a flying lap. So with just under 5 minutes to go in this session, we have got drivers starting their second to last laps, or maybe even coming out on track to start their final runs of the session. Just trying to keep an eye on the timing screens to see if there are any improvements to come. I'm seeing a couple of personal bests in a couple of sectors, but no one looking like they're really challenging for that top spot yet. Here's Alberto Garcia Blasco for XPD Racing, who's going to come across the start finish line just as we're just watching a spin. I just saw a spin DLR by SimLab. Still stays sick, but this is going to be the start of a flying lap for the 33 crew, who are really looking to build on the championship they had last season. And if they want to make a mark, they've got to make it early.
I want to again go back to the number 1 crew. That lap not valid. They are still, with 4 minutes until the checkered flag falls, looking for any time to go onto the board to put themselves into the field here. It's just not the start you want to have for a defending championship season. We saw the bad luck to the right had last year in the number 1 car. Maybe a little bit of a curse starting to show because DLR still have orange, having exactly the same troubles before we even get to the green flag.
Old Firm Racing will reset their car to pit lane. It's going to be tight for them to get another lap in. They should have time, but again, we're still following DLR SimLab Orange, who haven't got that lap in yet. So yeah, Liv, perhaps there is a little bit of a curse that is starting to rear its head in the PEC, which, I don't know, I find that really interesting. I like I really like the fact that so many drivers and teams and crews, mechanics and everything are so superstitious about motorsport. I think I had my own little moment of superstition a little bit earlier this season when I switched to your lovely wife's TikTok spotter pack and had absolutely zero success for 7 straight races. Switched back to a normal spotter pack and then went out and won the IMSA endurance race around America. So we are quite a superstitious bunch. So I would be interested to hear if there are any little rituals or anything that these drivers do before the races to try and dispel any bad luck, bad karma before they come into the events.
It's the last chance now. They're coming to start what I think will be their final attempt at a lap. Here you see they're backing up really early, get that cut down to start the opening lap. And this is going to have to be the one. They're going to have to make sure, even if it's maybe a few tenths away from what they're capable of. Because actually that lap did end up giving them a time, but it's 15 seconds off the pace. They've got to find something here. They have to make sure that they can start at least in sort of the top 10 to try and defend this championship. We know that the team has the potential, of course. Maybe the Ferrari not going to be too kind to them with the current highest Ferrari in P9 here today.
Make that P10.
But from this team, you've got to expect a little bit of magic. Let's see if Davey can find it coming through. You see a little bit of the gravel kick up there. That won't be a problem for the lap time as they actually blink out of existence.
Oh no. Oh, this is a big one as well.
They're back in, coming through Brussels, but I'm not sure if that'll allow the lap to count. I always seem to be quite picky about that, and so potentially when it mattered most, a hardware issue didn't actually condemn them to that last starting position in class. We'll see what they're capable of. We'll keep one eye on the rest of the field as they start to streak through to finish off their laps. We've got Right Engineering and NGC by Rubens Gas right ahead of them on track here. Those are the other cars that are going to be looking for an improvement to try and get up into that pole position. All cars in front into the 55. I'm pretty sure that was an off-track as well, wide for the number 1. They're going to start from the back of the field. We'll focus our attention forwards here to Right Engineering and first of all NGC, who are coming through the 5K now, currently with a 55.8 on the board. Do they have anything at the hands of Andre Rosa to try and get toward pole position? As they come across the line, it will be an improvement, but it'll get them to second place. Not quite enough with the 55.7. Right Engineering respond, but can't find an improvement. Got a few more cars coming across the line as confirmation that DLR lap did not count, and they'll be starting from the back of our GTP field.
And that's going to be an absolute kicker for your defending champions, who will start 21st out of 21 cars. This is Randy Martin Mateos, who's trying to get that car onto provisional onto pole position for Old Firm Racing, a team that are looking to try and recover, well, not even recover, but improve on their previous season. Mateos over the line, currently 3rd place. Is it going to be an improvement? It is. It's going to be pole position in the dying seconds of qualifying for Randy Martino Mateos and Old Firm Racing by Helvet Sim. What a lap from Martino Mateos, as we got one or two more cars to finish a lap at Quinton Verdonk for Vulcan Motorsport by SimLab. Is it going to be any sort of improvement for your 17th place driver at the moment? Wide on exit of the bus stop chicane, that 4-wheel drive just dragging him wide. Across the timing line he comes, and it doesn't look like it's going to be any improvement for that number 32 car. But what a qualifying session there, Liv. High drama as we're following Alex Pilbeam towards the end of his lap. What does this mean for the start of this race?
I mean, I think we're going to see, I don't think we've seen fireworks on lap 1. I think we saw the practice start wasn't the cleanest affair as Pilbeam comes across the line. Can he find an improvement? Finds less than a 10th, it'll stay in the same position. We saw how aggressive that practice start was. We know how tight the field is. Everyone's going to be looking to try and make those positions back up. They've just got to be sort of sensible to not push too far over the limit and sort of throw the race away early, because there is 10 hours to go. Those tire limits are going to play a huge factor in what teams can rise to the top throughout the race. But it is Old Firm Racing who are going to have the advantageous position. They are going to have that launch off the start-finish line with DLR SimLab Red alongside.
Yeah, and talking about that tyre management, it's certainly something that you're used to, Liv, after this week's racing in IndyCar at Watkins Glen. So I'm sure that you might have a little bit of knowledge on how cars can go fast while still looking after that rubber.
And like you said, it comes down to fuel save and tyre save work together. There's also a fuel save race in that series right now, so you sort of tackle them both at the same time. I think with the length of the pit lane, that is going to be a factor. Teams going to be looking to cut that pit stop out, which of course decided the race at Le Mans just a few months ago. So that's going to be how it's tackled. But as we get into this race session, again, we're still just looking at a 19-degree air temp, 25 Celsius on the track, a 7 kilometers an hour wind coming from the southwest. And right now, no threat of rain for the next 4 hours. We could see some further back, but Taylor, take us to our GTP field.
Yes, it is going to be grid time. So Old Firm Racing will open the bank, put in their Acura on pole position for the 10 hours of Spa. DLR by SimLab Red will line up second on the grid, with NGC by Rubis Gas a brilliant 3rd place. It will be a slightly disappointing 4th place start for Tiago Rodriguez and Focus Racing, who were perhaps expecting a little bit more from this session, as your lead writer engineering car will line up 5th on the grid, with Alberto Garcia Blasco alongside for XBD Racing. Project Valorous, one of the cars to keep an eye on, will line up 7th, with Unlucky Luke Racing starting the race in P8. The sister writer engineering car starting down in 9th place alongside the Taylor Mills Racing Ferrari of Neil DeBacker in 10th. 11th place goes to Enosis Esports goodness gracious me, the lead Enosis Esports car alongside Max DeLayden for Fury SimSport. JJC Racing, a new face to the championship, will line up alongside the 2nd DLR SimLab car, with the MRRS Racing Sapphire team in 15th and Driven Performance Esports down in 16th. Another new face to the championship, Vulcan Motorsports, will line up 17th alongside your reigning GT3 AM champions of HWT Motorsport. Go Esports will line up 19th, with Connection Lost Racing in 20th. And then rounding out the final spot in GTP will be your reigning GTP champions of DLR by SimLab. So GT3 Sunlight, if you want to take us through that one?
Absolutely, it's Miguel Almeida in the McLaren 720S for NGC by Rubis Gas. They will start on pole position. Fast Pair GT3 and the Ford Mustang alongside. We've got some quite good variants in the manufacturers here. We've got another McLaren in P3, Roman UTL, formerly of Rolling Goat, now Valkyrie Type Green. But then a BMW of Virtual Drivers by Thrustmaster alongside, and a Chevrolet Corvette from RPM Racing. Very strong team last season, and maybe some of that real-life rivalry starting to play a factor. I noticed Esports Sim Ultimate GT3 in the McLaren will be P6 with Auto Performance Racing Black next to them, and then their sister car in the AM category, Auto Performance Racing Blue, started P8 in the GT3 group and on pole for the AMs. Then Pirates Native Delta by SimGear, Go Esports, Volta Motorsports by SimLab Gold, and DK Racing Team. That'll be Mercedes, Acura, McLaren, Ford. A few more McLarens of Top Tier Motorsports, Sonic Racing Team, IS Corsa, and Mass Devil Esports. Then the Project Valoris 151 Acura, SRP Racing Team, Eel Speed Academy in the Acura, and now the second AM car, the McLaren of Octopus Racing Team Ladbroke, to rush through the rest of this field. Notice Esports, Octopus Racing Team, Eel Speed Academy. Back to the AM cars, Native Delta, DDK, Locals Autosport, Squadron Veloce Alpha, Eel Speed Academy G, Carbono Esports, SP8 Motorsport, Pacemakers, DLR by Slab Green with a long way to go to try and replicate their sister team's success in GTP. MRRS, and this the final pro car, and then IS Corsa Red and 291 Smurf Racing Team. And I rushed that a little bit because I forgot that we paced through turn 1 here as well.
It is a very late start for this field, as we aren't going to go green into turn 1 this time. We will round La Source in 2x2 formation, as 21 prototypes will rush their way down to Eau Rouge Ranion. It is Old Firm Racing by Hellet Sim, who will start on the pole position with Randy Martino Matas, who set that pole time on board. The green flag is going to fly. Old Firm Racing will take the lead, and it was a decent launch, but we are going to get a field of prototypes going side by side up through Eau Rouge Ranion. We saw how poorly this went for the practice start, but everyone a lot better behaved this time around. Look at the start that Debacker's got in the background, though, as he's going to draw alongside, I think that's the Writer Engineering car of Hendrik Ibsen, as everyone jostling for position as the GT3s are about to go green too.
Oh, and that is a horrible jump start there from the Auto Performance Racing Black car. I'm not sure what signal they went on there, but I'm sure that'd be a penalty. That's causing a little bit of chaos behind, everyone shuffling for position. Are they going to be able to hold on and avoid any carnage through Eau Rouge Radion? Yes, they are. Having a little bit of problems with the broadcast cameras here, of course, but we're getting that run now down to the chicane at the end of the Camel Straight. Looking back at our GT field, it is going to be, I believe that's the Old Firm car in the lead of the race, but everyone making it through without an incident on lap 1 so far. That's the most important thing. You lose a few spots, but as long as you can keep the car in one piece, you can always fight them back going forward.
It looks like we do have a car down pit lane already, and it's the DLR by SimLab orange car. No front end on that Ferrari 499P after having a massive off at some point earlier in the lap. I think getting a little bit out of shape.
Oh, that
on the exit of Malmedy.
There was a big incident. There is a big incident here. I'm going to actually bring my feed up here to give a broadcast of what happened. But it was just further behind. We've not got the lead cars here, but this is that battle for the Taylor Mills Racing crew. They were just fighting side by side, coming through Lacombe as we cut away to watch the GT3 start. And a big spin, a big checkup that dealt damage to that number 1 car, reigning champions, of course. They've still got 2 bullets in the chamber for the team, but that's a really disappointing way for that season to start.
And again, it seems to be the curse of the number 1, as actually the Sonic Racing Team McLaren 720S GT3 is down pit lane as well, but it is still very, very tight at the front of the GTP fields. Old Firm Racing not able to break away as easily as Focus did in Le Mans last season, with Jean-Paul Seaman right under the rear wing of that Acura. It is an Acura 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as it stands, with really the only... They're all challenging each other, but a gap is starting to form between 4th and 5th place as XPD Racing really starting to feel the pressure of that Ferrari behind them, as everyone looks like they're behaving quite well so far. But we did talk about how this would be a bit of a fuel save race, so I wouldn't really expect anyone to start pulling off any egregious, ridiculous bits of racing, because that's going to burn a lot of energy, a lot of fuel, and leave you in a pretty dire position towards the end of this race. Most teams aiming for probably a 25, 26 lap stint. Maybe I expect the Acuras to go a little bit longer. As for the most part, the prototype field just trying to keep it clean before they get into that GT3 traffic, which if you look on a track map, Liv, you can see those cars are very nose to tail to nose to tail to nose to tail from front to end.
Yeah, we'll jump forward to the GT3, back to the GT3 field here, and you can see just how many there are coming through Poulan right now, Double Gauche, and just a massive train of cars to deal with. That will be what these GT3s will have to, or GTPs will have to fend with coming later on in this stint, just a few laps time. We'll cut back to our GTP field, and we're following on board with Writer Engineer right now, who we're down in P7 with the TMR 41 just ahead. We'll try and get another look back at that incident on lap number 1 that shuffled up a lot of the GTP field and broke up the pack a little bit. But, I mean, a great start for the 41 crew to jump up 4 spots from where they started now to P6 on the grid. They're able to try and hold as much of that as possible as the tyre strategy starts to become more of a factor.
Yeah, Neil de Backer, of course, a very fast driver in qualifying, but where he really comes alive is in that race pace. His ability to just hit those lap times, lap after lap after lap. Currently holder of the fastest lap in this race as well is, yeah, it's really his strong suit. But he's got a smart head on him. He's not overly aggressive where he doesn't need to be. And we've seen that so many times throughout Season 6, where he probably should have been more aggressive with the relatively poor pace of that BMW M hybrid V8 as he goes very wide through Stavelot. But he's just staying in the slipstream of the XPD Racing Acura, holding on, hitting that fuel save number, and again, trying to get the rest of the team in as good a spot as possible, as I think it looks like the Project Valorous number 50 car starting to absolutely plummet down the order as they've come down pit lane, I think, after an incident, Liv.
Yeah, I think that was that lap 1 incident again. I'll try and get it queued up here on the replay machine. But just a bit of a disaster, really, for that field further down. I think this might be the one we are looking for. If I can queue it up, and... No, we'll try and get that later, I think. But yeah, Project Valorous as... Oh, Lord. Oh,
goodness gracious me.
We are dealing with live production, Jan.
So de Backer then under the rear wing of XPD Racing of Alberto Garcia. Blasco maybe looking to try and challenge into Lecombe. Doesn't quite get close enough to go for a move, but Blasco a little bit wide and out of shape through Lecombe into Malmedy. Perhaps going to create an opportunity for de Backer as we look towards the front of the field. Old Firm Racing have actually ceded the lead to TLR by SimLab Red. So it might be pit lane with damage for the orange car, but this is the thing, when you've got 3 cars, we saw it happen in real life back in 2015, where each manufacturer brought 3 cars to 24 Hours on Le Mans to have 3 shots at winning the race, and that's what seems to be working for DLR by SimLab as it stands to move into first place. Rani Martin and Mateus happy to sit behind for now and perhaps save a little bit of fuel, as maybe the NGC by Rubis gas car looking to move forward as well, but gonna have to wait to be seen as we are actually getting close to the start of a little bit of lappery, Olivia.
Yeah, I think we'll really see this within the next lap or two. We're going to be catching the tail end of that GT3 field, and I think it really is extremely bunched up for now. More than 30 cars in that battle pack for GT3, so this is going to be really a nightmare for the these cars as actually the tail end of the field is just coming through the exit of turn number 1 right now. So that gives you an idea of how close we are to having that engagement to start that first run through traffic, which is always the most dangerous part of the race, I think, even more than the start. It's that first time where you get both classes interacting with each other to really see who can break away. And you'll see, I think, aggressiveness from DLR especially to try and, as you would say, use the GT3s as a bookmark and just get some distance from themselves and the old firm cars as they are going to battle into the chicane, but DLR defends the inside and holds on the lead for the time being.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit overly defensive for DLR SimLab in these early phases of the race as, oh no, that's a big move to the outside for Old Firm, who aren't going to quite get alongside in the middle of the corner, but it's certainly going to let the DLR crew know that Old Firm Racing are there and looking to make an impact on this race, as there they are, though, Liv. That's your GT3 field, the tail end of the GT3 field. It will be a Mercedes-AMG GT3 that they come across first. So now, let's see how our prototype field handle their first run through traffic in this season. To the outside for DLR by SimLab, most of the GTPs following them through on the left-hand side of the circuit as it's already turned into a massive gaggle. They're almost 3 wide in the background as everyone's just trying to find a way through cleanly. Cars getting checked up left, right, and center with, I think, one of the GT3s off a little bit wide in the background. Blanchimont, always a spot that's a little bit tricky for prototypes and GT3s to interact through. For the leaders, it should be a relatively clean run. But how does that Acura move over? It does not at all. Holds its line, which is exactly what the prototypes want, but a big squeeze from the McLaren. And it's going to be a move to the inside of one of the other McLarens for your race leader. And they're going to go 3 wide on the exit of the bus stop as the Old Firm Racing crew looking for any way to get past Jean-Paul Seaman on board that DLR by SimLab car.
And a lot of this comes down to how much are the GT3s really worried about your battle? Are they going to follow the car ahead of them in going wide, or are they going to see that as an opportunity for their race? Remember, everyone fighting for their own positions, their own points. Rubis Gas goes a little bit wide. I think they're going to just about hold on to it, but that's going to check them up. And my goodness, this is heart-in-mouth stuff right now.
Yeah, big checkup for Randy Martin and Matthias in that one as they're looking almost 4 wide in the background. I think it might have been the XPD racing car that was off Curva Paul Frez. Rubis Gas side by side with TMR through Lake Coombe. Neil DeBacca out very wide in the second part of the corner. Argy-bargy from both drivers there through traffic. DeBacca doing really well to hang on to that one there, but I'm sure he's going to feel a little bit slighted by that move from Andre Rosa as TMR looking to try and move up into 4th place after getting past the XPD Racing Acura.
Yeah, Neil actually set the fastest lap of the race in the draft right before we hit this traffic, but obviously now it's a very different matter indeed. It is very, very frantic stuff to deal with, and just seeing just that the attempt was made there, a little bit of contact, almost a little bit of contact again there with the Ford Mustang GT3. And we've got maybe a dozen more cars to deal with before we're really clear of this for the leaders. You see Rubis Gas able to tuck to the other side, coming through Curve Paul Frere. Neil DeBacca not able to follow. That'll give about a half-second gap. DLR by SimLab have actually pulled out a 1.5 seconds at the front of the field. They've managed this traffic really well, but it's always easier for that leader. They can really dictate what the rest of the field has to deal with, and they've really managed that well through that first run of traffic.
Traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. It's certainly given to the DLR by SimLab red car of Jean-Paul Seaman as we are watching 3 prototypes nose to tail down into turn 1. One of the BMW M4 GT3s almost challenging for position on the inside of the source there. It's going to put DeBacca all sorts of offline through turn 1. He's going to keep a hold of that slipstream on the NGT by Rubis Gas car, as perhaps the Focus Racing going to get a little bit checked up by the McLaren in front. We can't quite see. He is actually, and it's going to open the door for Andre Rosa to slot to the inside through the kink in the Camel Straight, as DeBacca's going to come through as well. It's almost going to be side by side into Lake Coombe, but Focus Racing crew just thinking better of fighting that one and slotting in behind the Ferrari 499P. He's going to try and find a way past this GT3. Both cars fighting for position are going to get checked up And again, it might open a door for Focus Racing to come back through. Big dive to the inside of Tabaka as the 7 has to check up and gets a little bit of a tap in the rear from that McLaren behind it as they try to avoid contact with the McLaren that was in front of it. So now the order changed up a little bit. NGC by Rubis Gas back up into 3rd. Focus Racing down into 5th. And Tabaka just following through, moving up into 4th.
And of course, as that lead group cuts through the GT3 field, let's not forget, these are our leaders. They got bunched back up by that little bit of traffic. This is NGC's GT3 entry, fighting to defend from Valkyrie at speed green. Roman UTL, who we saw so strong in the GTP machines, showing similar pace in the McLaren 720S and keeping that pressure on the 129, trying to find any opportunity for a mistake or any opening through the traffic. As these GTP machines really force their way by, there's a sense of urgency in every move that's been made. The top 3 with the 3-second gap in GT3 as we drop back to Virtual Best Dustmaster in the BMW, and the rest of our GT3 field still having to deal with the back half of our GTP traffic.
Yeah, we talked about in the intro to this race how the prototypes have got to deal with the GT3s, but the GT3s have to deal with the prototypes as well. There are decisions to be made out there on track that will affect how your race goes. I think that's the DLR by SimLab white car going very deep around the outside of one of the GT3s. Just look at this gaggle that we've still got going on coming out of the bus stop chicane as everyone is jostling for any amount of track position that they can find. It's the beauty of multi-class racing. It's what makes it so fun, so enjoyable, and so difficult to manage, because the pace difference between these two cars is, well, at this track, it's nearly 20 seconds per lap. Partially due to those big straight line speed chances, but actually we do have a bit of a fight for position as the 32 and the 77 Writer engineering car are going to be side by side coming down to Lake Coombe. The straight line speed of that Ferrari 499P really coming into advantage, and actually the Vulcan Motorsport car is going to make that position up on the Writer engineering Acura as they move themselves up into P11, and that Writer engineering car is one that has really dropped down the order from their starting position.
Yeah, I think I've seen down 3 positions, so that is the second entry, but I think the real big movers here, we've got a lot of big movement from the non-actors in the field. HWT up 8 positions, the TMR 41 up 6 positions to 4th, Vulcan Motorsports also up 6 spots. It seems like in that long run pace, the Ferraris might have quite a chance here, or at least they're really trying to use that right now and maybe dealing with the strategy offsets later. But I want to keep an eye on this GT3 battle for the lead, because we still got a little bit of traffic here. That is the wounded DLR Simlab orange car. That's 5 laps down from the leaders right now. But as that cuts through, it's the 177, the Valkyrie XP green car by Roman UTL, and the 129 NGC by Rubis Gas by Miguel Almeida, who started on the pole position in class, remember. But the gap is 3 seconds, and with the slipstream coming into the chicane, is there going to be an attempt at a move, or is this going to be a fuel save, tyre save opportunity for UTL to just settle in and let Almeida do all the hard work?
I don't think it's going to be quite close enough for UTL to look down the inside of the bus stop. He is going to stay just underneath the rear wing of the NGC by Rubis Gas car for now. And like you said, with it, it's an opportunity to save tyres, to save some fuel, get some more fuel mileage out of the car. These are 2 identical machines, bar setup and driver. And with the gap that these 2 have over the rest of the field right now, I don't really see a reason for Roman UTL to start fighting the Miguel Almeida, because it's just not really going to advantage either of them. If they start battling, they're going to start dropping backwards, and then that's when the BDC car can sort of move its way back up to the rear end of both of these cars. They have a pace advantage right now, and they have a chance to both save fuel and save tires, because again, it's going to be a big factor in this race, and it's going to be something the GT3s have to think about. It's really tricky to get 7 sets of tires through 10 hours of racing, especially with track temps as high as 22 Celsius as it stands. So
that's on a very high track temp, both instances.
But it really is for these tires, and the rubber on these GT3s, if they decide to double stint now, has to do 2 hours on the car, which is a very, very long time. and it's going to be
I think you're
really
looking
tricky.
to really make it happen in the night stints that we're going to have at the end of this race. It's where it'll be easiest to make that happen. But you might want to save a sticker set for that final stint. Maybe sprint it on to people to try and fight for the extra position. We'll see what teams decide to do with it. We'll sort of be flying blind a little bit in terms of what the calls they make, but I'm sure post-race we'll hear all about how they found this this tyre strategy as an addition to the race.
Yeah, I'm certainly looking forward to talking to the drivers about this one. We have had a change of position, though, as a slightly wounded, I think, XPD Racing Acura has just been passed for P7 by Fury Sim Sports Max Deladen, who is a car that's recovering just a little bit, now up to 7th in class. But with this damage, XPD Racing are going to have to carry that throughout the rest of this very, very long opening stint. Still over 20 minutes to go for the prototypes in this one, as we're just following on board with the RPM Racing Corvette of Jaakko Mikkola, who again looks like another driver just trying to save a little bit of fuel and not really worry about fighting for position just yet. It's a really long race, and that's something that I think the 50 crew and the 1 crew really need to keep in mind, because DLR Racing Love Orange are 5 laps down at the moment, but they're probably not going to get those 5 laps back. But realistically, anything can happen throughout the course of this race. So just keep an eye on them, see where they do end up, because eventually the fatigue and the tiredness is going to set in, and then that's when the mistakes are going to start to happen, and it could be what sort of saves their race towards the end of this one.
Yeah, that's what I want to see if we hear lift and coast here. That's a fair bit of lift and coast into the chicane. That's the sort of strategy that's being made right now. If you're in a pack, you can make things happen. We know RPM Racing have been very smart on strategy, and this is just them continuing on that.
Yeah, they're not too far off the lead in GT3 as well. It's only... You know what? I can't actually see it. I can only see the interval because it shows the gap to the overall leader. But again, it's
8 seconds, I think.
Yeah, it's not much time at all. And as traffic sort of does its thing, the gaps are going to chop and change and shift and sort of move all over the place. So I don't think Mikkola and crew are particularly worried as it stands, as they just let one of the Project Valorous cars. I think that is the 50 that's just blown past them again. Another car that's recovering. That's 2 teams to keep an eye on that we've cursed so far, by the way, Liv. So yeah, they're not really worried. It's just a case of save a little bit of fuel, save a little bit of tire, and set yourselves up for the end of the race, because these first 9 hours or so don't really matter that much. It's just about survival. Again, especially with a GT3 field this steep, just get the car to the end of the race, and then you can really start fighting.
Yeah, it's going to be about sort of setting yourself up for those final stints. You want to try and maximize what you can out of this phase of the race. Obviously, being further up the field can be helpful to make that happen, but you don't want to put anything at risk. I think that's the main thing, and you don't want to sacrifice your strategy just to gain positions now. You really have to treat it like you have all the time in the world, because you do. So that'll be something to watch out for. As we see that the Budge has got a bit of a breakaway here, and then it's P4 on back now in that. The Mercedes leading the Mustang, right, Taylor?
Yeah, the Mercedes leading the Mustang. That's the one, Liv. Same engines, but
Randy Mateos actually sets the fastest lap over in our GTP class. Trailing behind, I believe that is the JJC racing car that's a lap down. That draft giving the 97 a 1:57.7 lap time, as they're now going to have to cut around that GT3. Very tight stuff.
Oh, it's a big one!
For no! Even with them. And they drop into pit lane. Did the rest of the field make it through that one, Taylor? You'll have the better view of it here, I think.
I think it was just...
How was that GT car affected?
Oh, it was very, very close with, I think, the NGC by Rubis gas car having to cut to the inside, almost taking out, well, giving more damage to the JJC crew. Just trying to look at it, maybe a little bit of netcode contact. Debaka all the way to the inside of the circuit on the grass, keeps his foot in it, almost ruining the race for the 41 crew very early on. But fortunately, everyone got through that relatively cleanly, except for the JJC crew. So a little bit fortunate, but certainly something that if I'm that JJC crew, I'm a little bit annoyed about. But God, that was just a very unpredictable situation for everyone involved there.
Yeah, and again, we are getting to our second round of traffic for our leaders now. And hopefully we don't have so many of those issues, just especially coming through Rouge, and the speed difference is so difficult to handle in these cars. There's a car sideways in the chicane. That's going to be a big instant. That was the 226 DDK car. A bunch of the Anfield, I think, caught up in that, as some of the GTPs are going to have to try and slot through here.
Yeah, not a smart bit of
any
driving.
of those other cars picked up damage. The GTPs.
Yeah, a couple of McLarens.
A real disaster for the cars a bit further down the field.
Yeah, a couple of McLarens.
There's some wounded cars there.
Yeah, a couple of McLaren GT3s getting involved.
Straight into pit lane.
A couple of McLaren GT3s getting involved in that one. There's some very poor decision making from the DDK racing driver to start to move the car when there were cars on the way. Best decision to have made there would have been to either tow to pit lane or just sit there and wait until you've got the space to move. So just, again, not very heads up driving from Philipparts there, and I'm sure he's going to be regretting that one because he's ended up with the front end of his car being taken off.
Yeah, it's a really awkward position to be in there when you're sort of stricken on the chicane, but you've got to be super carefully aware of what's coming on behind you. And yeah, just catching out a couple of our AM cars ultimately, more than anything else. So that'll really shuffle up the order here. And again, it's Auto Performance Blue who are still leading the way and well ahead of that drama. Currently running P9 overall in the GT3 cars, and maybe 5-10 seconds ahead of their nearest competitor in the AM class.
Yeah, a couple of tricky moments in this race so far. Some clumsy incidents for the GT3 class, but everything's starting to settle into a bit of a rhythm now as the gap at the front of the GT3 field has started to open up just a little bit as UTL has dropped back to a 2.5 seconds behind Miguel Almeida on board the NGC by Rubis Gas McLaren. So Almeida, following up on his PPS season championship, opening up his go at PEC very, very strongly to be leading 25 minutes into the 10 hours of Spa and starting to pull a gap on the cars behind. Of course, it's going to make that fuel save a little bit more difficult for Valkyrie, Excite, Green, who they don't seem to have the pace outside that slipstream as they keep dropping further and further back on the Camel Straight. On the brakes for Almeida into Lake Coombe. There's just a little bit of traffic to deal with here, as I think that's going to be the DLR by SimLab. Yeah, it is the DLR by SimLab red car, just trying to thread its way through with a 4.6 second gap at the front of the field. So it's looking pretty comfortable for all of our class leaders as it stands. But a battle that might start to rear its head soon enough is the fight for P2 in GTP, as Andre Rosa has made its way onto the back of Randy Martin and Mateus, your pole sitter and previous overall race leader. So Rosa either going to take that opportunity to save some fuel or be a little bit aggressive and think about moving his way up into second place in this race with no pressure from behind, as the threading through traffic has dropped Debaka in that 499p 2 and a bit seconds off the rear end of that ARX06. So Rosa really taking the opportunity to focus forward and think about what he wants to do with the Old Firm Racing crew in front of him.
Yeah, again, this is where you've got to be thinking about the fuel save opportunities. and that especially the tire save they have to deal with in this race. If I'm Andre Rosa and I see in a 3-second gap behind and the rest of the field strung out by those first run through traffic, I am being the most patient here. Randy is my best friend at this point in the stint and this point in the race. See if we know the pace, obviously pole sister as well. See if he can pull us forward to the leader, but just not worrying about it too much, just letting the stint carry out here and extend as long as possible, because with how long that pit lane is that they're flying past right now, you want to try and stay at the stop if at all possible. You want to try and get to sort of 40, 45, I mean, even past 45 minutes to 50 minutes if possible. I'm not quite sure what's going to be possible for these GTP machines, but by the end of the race, that extra pit stop will cost you a lot of time if you have to take it.
Yeah, theoretically, it should only be a few stints at 25 laps or so to cut out that final pit stop. 10 hours is a really, really long way to go. So getting it all done early, if you can even save 26, depending on what sort of traffic you've got in front of you, it's probably going to be a really good bet, because then you're going to be able to spend another stint at absolutely full tilt if you're not thinking about the tires, of course, which I'm sure a lot of these folks are. And I think the biggest question on our mind in terms of strategy right now is, are any of these prototypes, any of these GT3s going to double stint this early on in the race? Again, with the track temps, it might be a little bit high to consider doing that, but if you do it now, you've got one of them out of the way really, really early on in the race, especially if you can get yourself out in a little bit of clean air and just let yourself gently drop off the back of those in front of you. You know that you're going to be able to get back up there eventually when they have to double stint their tires, and maybe it's going to be one of those things where if you double stint now, other teams are going to react in the second stint and double stint then to try and get one out of the way early.
It's definitely possible to try and pull it off. I think the main thing to keep an eye on is going to be you like to have that data gathering phase. You have that opening stint you can pull in, you commit to the tire change, but you get to look at the tread that's left on those cars.
What on earth happened there? That was a big bit of contact to one of the GTPs into the wall on the inside of Curva Paul Frere. It was a very tricky situation for all involved, as I think that was the not the pacemakers, it was the Go Esports Acura that got to the outside of your GT3 AM class leader very late on in the corner. The Mustang doing its absolute best to allow space for the Go Esports car, but Alvaro Gutierrez just moves the car over to the right when the gap isn't there, clips the front of the Mustang GT3 and sends himself into the wall on the inside of the circuit. I'm just waiting to see if he collected anyone else in that. And no, just about kept that a one-car incident, but a very clumsy move for the Go Esports Acura to take themselves out of competition very early on.
Yeah, and just checking in with that Ford Mustang, that would be the Fast Pair Motorsport GT3. Of course, not having one of those in this race, but luckily not needing it. They're going to be unscathed. They're currently in, I think, P5 now, maybe getting checked up a little bit, but in a pretty decent spot for this race. And yeah, just I think expecting the GT3 to do more than they were really able to there. You want to try and get back off the sort of the edge of the gravel there, obviously, but there's only so much that you can be expected to do sort of in that sort of situation with how heavy that Mustang is coming through traffic. I think really just an unforced error from the 23 car, and they will have a long time on pit lane to think about how they could have handled that one differently.
Yeah, again, this is one of those tricky things about traffic management. You can't forget about the cars that you've just passed, because unfortunately they don't just disappear. As convenient as that would be, you basically have to have eyes in the back of your head. It's something we're quite fortunate that we almost have that in sim racing, because we've got spotters that can tell us when cars are alongside. They can be a little bit cautious sometimes, as that's a big off for Andre Rosa in the NGC by Rubis gas car at the top of Eau Rouge Radion, as he went side by side with the Smurf Racing McLaren. into the second part of the corner. And Andre, that move is never, ever going to work. That McLaren is way committed to its line before you even get there, into the wall on the inside of the circuit. Breaks the front and rear end of that car off. Rosa toes to pit lane, and that's going to be that car pretty much out of contention very early on in this event, as it's going to just allow Old Firm Racing to move off into the distance now.
Yeah, just an unnecessary risk, I think, at this stage of the race. We'll get the replay up in just a second. And you can see just coming down the hill here, there's that McLaren. See the Old Firm car, I think, gets ahead of it. And then there's just not the gap there. He's already sort of off track trying to make that move happen. The GT3 car can't just go nowhere. And that is going to bring that car to a halt, as we will get back to our live pictures here. But a huge shake-up in the field there after an incident for one of our front runners, one of our sort of strongest cars in qualifying as well.
Yeah, a team that had a lot of promise last season and showing a lot of promise really early on in this event as well, throwing it away so early in the race. It's almost surprising to see, I don't want to say it, but such poor decision making from so many drivers so far in this race that have taken mostly themselves out of competition. But it's going to be a lot for NGC by Rubus Gas to look at and go, what went wrong there? Why was that move made in that particular spot? Because it's just one of those that can't happen. These cars aren't as quick through there as they used to be back in the day in LMP1. You could go for things like that, but even then, you sort of still wouldn't, as actually Orca Performance Racing Black have been given a black flag by race control. So need to look into that one and see exactly what's happened.
That'll be from the race start that they had. I think they've already had an incident to bring them down the order, but that was for the jump start that we saw in the GT3 start. They launched super early compared to the leaders and went sort of off-roading to get the lead into Eau Rouge, but race control, of course, not looking too kindly on that one. They'll be brought all the way back down the order here. Well, they already did, but they'll have some insult to injury, I guess.
So a couple of things to keep an eye on then as this race starts to develop. We've still got a lot of the GT3 cars just sat, saving fuel off each other. The gap at the front of GT3 Pro, of course, closed itself back up to within 9/10 of a second, so UTR back on that fuel save. But a rivalry present in officials is about to rear its head on track, as the gap between Thiago Rodriguez and Neil DeBacker has just brought itself under 2.5 seconds. These guys really do not get on. The amount of times that Neil's loaded into a session and gone, oh my god, Thiago's in this, is if I got paid £1 for every time that happened, I wouldn't have to work a day in my life. So keep an eye on that one. There is history between TMR and Thiago Rodriguez. Like, you've seen that clip of me and him battling at Mosport. So when these two get close together, that's certainly something I'm excited to see on track.
Yeah, of course, it's a fresh season, but we've got a load of the old names. We have, of course, actually Jan Kurbs hopped in for the race start of the Ride to Engineering 76 after Arenfold put the qualifying time in for that car. That's another name that's sort of well known and almost well feared in the PEC paddock for just how consistent he is and sort of how quickly he can sort of cut through a field when he needs to. They're currently P5 where they started. Of course, Alex Pilby might quickly between one of those names, or 10 spots to P8 in the 549P. All the GT3 AM cars will know him, but of course, a fresh face in GTP. But Focus Engineering and Writer are going to be in a bit of a battle here, it seems like, as well, as the 76 is not too far behind Neil DeBacker and Thiago Rodriguez. And again, we're not too far from the pit cycle. It could be a situation where one of these cars decides to settle in and focus on that fuel save, keep the tyres underneath them, but with how they're driving and how they're extending the track there, I'm not sure either of them is backing down an inch right now.
Yeah, Rodriguez giving it absolutely everything. I thought it'd be a little bit longer before this gap started to close up, but here we are within a second. Rodriguez within the slipstream of that number 41 Ferrari 499P. Of course, that Acura with the pace advantage as it stands. JJC Racing picking up a black flag as well. That's going to be for that incident at the top of, onto the Camel Straight, but the better braking performance, better speed through the corners from that ARX 06 is going to bring the gap even closer on the exit of the bus stop. But that Ferrari is going to be a very difficult car for Rodriguez to pass because it is built for straight line speed. Maybe a little bit of tripping up to come through traffic down here, as the backer is definitely got to get himself past that Porsche, between the Acura and that Porsche that he's just gone through. Rodriguez is going to have to check up on the entry of Eau Rouge Ranier, as that is going to affect his run up the Camel Straight and perhaps open up an opportunity for Jan Kurbs and the Reiter Engineering Acura behind in that slipstream, trying to pick their way through traffic as the GT3s are all over the place. Tabaka can breathe a little bit as the gap has reopened to 1.7 seconds. But the big thing to have a look at now is how is Kurbs going to deal with this? Not very well, trying to go around the outside of the wounded Eagle Speed Academy Corvette there. All sorts of out of shape on that gravel. Drag some gravel onto the racing surface as well, and that is something that everyone's going to have to deal with for a few laps to come.
Yeah, a little bit of contact with the Octopus Racing Team black car as well, trying to cut back through the field. This is just a now making a second attempt at this, gets through a bit cleaner this time, but it has put some damage onto the front end of that Reiter Engineering car. That right front bodywork is a bit bent out of shape. They'll be down pit lane soon, and I'm sure hoping that it's just cosmetic damage that can be fixed nice and quickly. And maybe if you're Reiter Engineering and you're confident on your tyre wear, this could be the time to take the double stint, because while you're not taking tyres, you can get some repairs done while the fuel's going in. Maybe a bit of a pivot that team could take here as a sort of pseudo fast repair almost.
I feel like all I'm doing is insulting drivers at this point, but I'm surprised that Jan went for a move like that at all. Like, I
think he saw the 7 dropping back through traffic and wanted to try and get the move done quickly.
Which is
ended
fair.
Up with a worse fate.
But you can get through at Malmedy. It is a move that is completely doable, but it's just not around the outside. Like, Jan has been racing at Spa for years at this point, done thousands of laps, gone through traffic hundreds and hundreds of times, and I don't think he's ever gone for a move around the outside of Malmedy before. It's just not the done thing. Through Lake Coombe Malmedy, you go wide through the second part of Lake Coombe and go down the inside of Malmedy, because the GT3s in front are never, ever, ever going to not go to the left on the exit of Lake Coombe to set up for Malmedy. It's way too important a corner for their overall pace to sacrifice to run through Malmedy. So I don't really see what Kurbs was going for there, and maybe it did look like a little bit of desperation.
Yeah, I think it's difficult to make the right decision every time for 300 laps. There's always going to be a situation you might misjudge a little bit, and you've just got to be as on it as possible. I think just a bit of a miscalculation there ultimately did a good job to back out of it and to not end both their races. He's still running. He caught the car from going into the wall, and the damage does seem to be probably fairly cosmetic for that car. But it's going to drop them off that pack, and Fury Simsport now are going to be starting to threaten them now within a couple of seconds in the number 31 Acura. And this could end up costing Reiter that sort of gap they had to the cars outside the top 5.
Yeah, good run from Max Verstappen and Fury Simsport to be all the way up in 6th place. A lot has happened in this race to help get them up there, but just hitting their marks lap after lap after lap after lap to get themselves in this position. So yeah, credit where it's due. They're doing a fantastic job and really looking to try and maximize this first stint, and they definitely are. A chance at P5 might present itself towards the end of this one, as Kurbs is starting to drop back just a little bit, as I'm trying to look at their previous lap times to see what the sort of interval is dropping to between them. It's about 1.6 seconds as it stands. Traffic going to play a part down into Eau Rouge, Radion, delayed and going to get through, but a wounded, injured Curbs just trying to hold on to that 5th place as it stands. As well, we talked about traffic getting involved. It's certainly getting itself involved in the fight for P3 right now, as Tobacco getting checked up by, shockingly, a McLaren through Leicu Malmedy. Just slots it through to the inside of Brussels, as Rio Rodriguez looking to go the long way around and is going to make it work and stay within 6/10 of a second even of that Ferrari 499P, as a battle that came to a rest 3 laps or so ago might start to reignite itself again.
Yeah, we always say it, traffic getter, traffic taker. That was what we see their focused racing. They had that sort of awkward run through like that dropped them a couple of seconds back from the TMR car, but a couple of later, same spot, same situation for the 41, and now it's back within about a second again. Now they're back up and running, but further back here, XPD Racing, Alberto de Blasco being hounded by the Ferrari of HWT Motorsport. Again, Alex Pilbeam looking to make a name for himself in the GTP class, and so far doing a great job of that. Up 10 positions in that Ferrari 499P. We know that it's been a strong car in race compared to what it could do in qualifying, but really an impressive showing from him. The next, the first Cadillac as well as mentioned, is P12 for Connection Loss. They're up 8 spots from the start of their race, but obviously attrition playing a little bit more of a factor back there in the field. But Alex Pilbeam, there's going to be a GT3 ahead. This could be potentially an opportunity at a move here. If he can set up the corner, he's so close to the rear end of that Acura, and if this Ferrari is sort of straight line speed, it could be the move here into Leclerc at the end of the Camel Straight. It's about a 2-kilometer flat out run, I think, if not, maybe a little bit less than that. But a really impressive run for Pilbeam, and is going to be lucky next to complete this into P7.
Yeah, let's see if he can impress us even more. The 499P building speed. He isn't going to go for it this time by, but that wounded XPD racing car is eventually going to create an opportunity for the 24 crew to squeeze on by, but Pilbeam just applying that pressure lap after lap after lap, not really giving Alberto Garcia Blasco the opportunity to breathe. Of course, the 33 car is a little bit wounded after picking up some damage earlier on in this race, and it's probably what's letting Pilbeam be so close. Who's making his debut in GTP and doing an absolutely brilliant job of it. He said up 10 places already. Just the Ferraris really starting to show their hand in race trim, as they're looking really, really quick compared to the Acuras, as you say, on those long runs. But with a bit of clear air for Blasco, he has started to extend that gap a little bit as we do enter that final flat out section of the lap. Is it going to be a chance for Pilbeam to close on up as we just switch focus to a 3-way fight that's going on for P5 in GT3 as it stands, led by Top Tier Motorsport with Lewis Kenyon on board, with Vincenzewski's holding on for now, as I think I'm just spotting a little bit of shuffling at the front of the field. Actually, Randy Martin Mateus for DLR by Silverhab has come down pit lane. Sorry, Old Firm Racing. Focus and Fury Simsport.
Old Firm Racing, Focus down. Racing.
Yeah, so not quite able to even get 24 laps out of the stint. So that's definitely a little bit interesting on strategy there.
Yeah, 23 laps. We're talking just over 45. I think you're going to be looking for 50 if you can get there, because that'll be, for 600 minutes, it'll be 11 stops, 12 full stints. They're not going to quite make that number for this stint. We'll see whether other teams can do that. Of course, everyone currently out on track is on their 24th lap, but stretching to 25 might be a little bit more difficult. It's such a long lap here that even going 1 lap longer can sometimes take a hell of a lot of effort and be dependent on what sort of draft you have, what sort of traffic is ahead of you. I find it interesting that Vito Engineering, with that wounded car, decided, no, we're going to stick to our strategy, go all the way until the pit stop, and then deal with the damage then. I like the decision, but it's interesting that they've gone for that as their sister car, actually. It's one of the cars that's come down pit lane as well.
Well, it's a long race, as you say, Liv, so decisions now are going to affect everything down the line. But not only that, you've got a long way to go to recover any lost time. And again, Ryzer are a team that we know can be quick in race trim and have been quick in race trim, and are showing that off today as well. Up there in third place, even with that little bit of lingering damage, as DLR by SimLab Red are going to come down pit lane as well. Taylor Mills Racing are going to follow them in, and Jan Curbs comes down pit lane as well. Every single car that's pitted so far has taken a fresh set of tires. So I think that's one of the Ford Mustangs off in the background, going very, very deep. John Paul Seaman just entering that second part of the pit lane now with a 12-second gap on the 41 crew behind. And I'll keep an eye on this one as well to see exactly if anyone's going to deviate on that tire strategy, because that is certainly something I want to try and keep an eye on throughout this one.
Yeah, and it looks like 25 is going to be a bit too much to ask. All of the running cars coming in at the end of 24, the exception of DLR SimLab White, who are just coming into the final chicane now. They are going to also make that hard right turn. So 24 laps might be the limit here for these GTP machines, sort of, unless they need to make a miracle happen. That will make it very close on whether it can be an 11 stop. They might end up having to take that splash and dash regardless. And maybe that's the strategy there from Old Firm Racing, Focus, Fury. Just take the full push since we need to. What are you seeing down in terms of tire decisions here, Taylor?
Everyone that's come down pit lane so far, I think, has taken tires. HWT, I know, definitely have, but actually, saying that, Vulcan Motorsport have come down, and I don't see them going up on the jacks at all. So maybe a decision being made early on to double stint tires. So keep an eye on Vulcan Motorsport by SimLab Orange, because they are going to drop very far down the order. In fact, though, I think it was probably easier to take a note of who didn't take tires than what I'm doing right now, which is taking a note of those who did.
Yeah, we're expecting 12 stints plus a splash and dash. And there's 10 sets, so it's going to be up to 2 double stints for the GTP machines. They honestly have the easier task compared to the GT3s have to manage 3 double stints in their 10-hour run with 7 tires. As we're just looking at this battle for, I believe this is P5 in GT3. That is your TMR number 41 car, your lead Ferrari, putting through this battle and letting them get back onto it as they are getting their final few laps of the first for GT3. And it is quite a big breakaway for NGC by Rubus Gas, and behind them Valkyrie at Site Green. The rest of the field still a little bit bunched up, but that's about 20 seconds back when you get to this battle pack and the cars that are trailing behind them. So already we're starting to see a lot of separation in GT3. I will mention that Orca Performance Racing have fallen to 10th overall in GT3, but of course are your leaders of the AM class. 4 spots ahead of their AM rival in about 8 seconds, the gap there. So honestly, the rest of the AM field doing a good job of keeping them within striking distance, but it's just a little bit too far right now.
Yeah, but Orca Performance, of course, taking advantage of being so far up the field that, as you say, naturally built in 5 or so second advantage that they had from being that far up. And it just gives them a little bit of breathing room, especially when they have the pace over everyone else around them. It's Stefano Tonelli in the IS Corsa McLaren that's really putting them under pressure at the moment. Of course, another team that has made the switch to the McLaren. If you weren't questioning whether that was the car of choice, it definitely is. But everyone, again, just settled into that rhythm, doing everything they need to, keeping it clean, mostly trying to keep it clean for a lot of the field. Of course, a couple of drivers getting involved in some incidents so far. But yeah, just getting a little push along is Maximilian Fischer from IS Corsa behind, who, again, are another team that are happy to just sit in the position they're in, save fuel, save tires, and really start to think about where that strategy is going to go later on in this race.
Yeah, of course, the magic number for GT3, a lot easier to keep an eye on in all of these races, it's an hour. If you can make it to an hour, then you're going to save a stop on the people that can't. And tries like this, that's going to be easier said than done. So it'd be a question of who's able to make that happen. And for those that don't, can they build the gap to make that splash and dash work? As that's a bit of a corner cutting for Writer Engineering. Is that the second car?
Number 2 car, yeah.
For them, Henry Gibson, having a little bit of trouble through the chicane and having to drop back a little bit from the 37 MRRS car is ahead of them.
Yeah, just put into a really awkward position coming into Leicu. Malmedy there chooses to go off the track rather than nailing the rear end of the Ferrari in front of him. Ibsen getting all in the marbles on the outside of that corner and having to deal with that for a few corners before they finally clear. But I think, Liv, that gives us a really good opportunity to talk about another one of the big iRacing updates that came between the last race and this one, is that debris refresh.
Yeah, it's been a huge factor, maybe more so than we were expecting, honestly, for a lot of these cars. No sort of punching mechanics implemented yet. That may be coming in the future, but for now it's just anytime a car goes off, and with a multi-class race, you're going to see cars get forced off fairly often through those sort of chains where the car backwards in the final chicane. They're still trying, they're going to pull it just off the road ahead of a group of cars coming through, but they've lost the front end. A little bit of contact already in that incident, so they're going to be coming straight down pit lane, taking their first pit stop early. And if we can get a replay of this, I think there may have been a little bit of help on that one.
Yeah, that was the McLaren that was at the front of that three-way battle pack that we were keeping an eye on early on. Here is that replay. So RPM Racing did manage to make their way through, as it was side by side with one of the Mustangs into the bus stop, blends back across to retake the racing line. Oh, and just loses it at the rear at the first apex. We know it's a spot where the rear end can step out, and it's one where it did for Lewis Kenyon. Front end of that car drops off after a little bit of contact with one of the Acura NSX GT3s. As he comes down pit lane, it's going to take, I assume, a full pit stop and tires, get that damage repaired and get back out there on track.
Yeah, just again, it's such a tight battle there, and the slightest bit of drama. I thought that the Mustang had given them a little bit of help, but just following so close that after that loose movement, there's nowhere for them to go. They're going to end up sort of completing the spin, and then, yeah, nowhere for the Go Sports car to react to in time. The 188 of that car is going to stay in one piece, although they're going to actually get a little bit of a helping hand from a GTP machine there. So maybe just trying to get back into a rhythm even more so now. But especially in that incident, they are going to be not the ones that come off worst stuff. Of course, it is going to be that car that lost the front end. It's now down on pit lane.
Yeah, credit where it's due. Efforts made by both cars to actually not have any contact there. The Go Esports Acura moving all the way to the right, and the top tier McLaren actually reversing to try and open up the space to where the Acura was going, but unfortunately wasn't quite enough, and did mean the top tier motorsport car had to come down pit lane and take some repairs. Like you said, it looks like the Acura is relatively clean in terms of damage, but it's just one of those clumsy little moments at a part of the track that has always been a little bit tricky for the rear end of the car. I don't know how many races you've done here, Liv, and I don't know how the IndyCar handles that corner, but it is a weird one where the rear end just very easily comes around.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to have the issues more so in that sort of second part of the corner where you're having to go from loading one side cost loading the other, but it's still definitely easy to do it in the first section, especially for trying to open up that second apex as much as possible. And yeah, just again, it could be a factor of low fuel. These cars can sometimes start handling differently. The Porsche, notorious being incredibly difficult to handle on low fuel. There's just, I believe, one of those in the field, the MRRS Amethyst car. Oh no, another one dealt by Madness. So those are cars to watch out for near the end of the stint, see how they can handle that low fuel. But every car's going to go a little bit differently, and every setup's going to adjust for that slightly differently. So maybe for that team just not quite having that low fuel handling quite right there. And it's going to send them down pit lane, although they are now back. No, they're not, so they're still taking some damage repair.
Speaking of MRRS racing, they are starting to come under a little bit of pressure from the Writer Engineering 2 esports car. Gap less than 4/10 of a second as they make their way down towards the bus stop. There's a GT3 that's just going to get out of the way on the exit of Blanchimont, looking for an opportunity to get through. Is that Acura? Can't find one into the first part of the bus stop. He's going to set himself up really nicely on the rundown, the start-finish straight, to perhaps look for a way through into Les Combes. Again, it's something we talked about earlier on in this race. That Ferrari has tremendous straight line speed compared to the Acuras. Both cars are going to get a little bit separated by your GT3 overall leader, and it's going to be a case of the slipstream is still there for Ipsen on the run up through Eau Rouge Raidillon, as it looks like we do have our first takers down pit lane for GT3.
And once again, we're a little bit early there. Those cars are going to be just short of the 1 hour mark. Maybe at 1 hour by the time they end up crossing the line on pit exit. But of course, that's going to put them maybe on the wrong side of that 9-stop window. Maybe they try to do that fuel save on the double stints later in the race. But as we get towards nighttime, the track should speed up and your fuel usage actually is likely to go up rather than down. So those teams will, I think, make a fuel save in a little bit, but for now, just go for that undercut and trying to get the most out of the first stint as possible. Remember, multiple drivers as well. Some drivers might be their fuel save experts, and so the start drivers might not have to be the ones to worry about it too much.
Ipsen's starting to get a little bit desperate to pass Ron Boots on board the MRRS Ferrari, just looking for any opportunity to get alongside. Almost did it into Stavelot, but the 499P just about hanging on. Both cars getting a very even exit from Stavelot, as it is going to be a drag race down towards the bus stop. They're going to be side by side into Blanchimont. Almost, no, actually, Ipsen backs out of that one, maybe looking for a way to get by into the bus stop. Big defense to the inside, goes back towards the racing line for the Ferrari 499P, as they're both going to get stuck behind a little bit of GT3 traffic. That's the Smurf Racing McLaren, both looking for, again, for a good exit through here. It's that middle sector where Hendrik Ipsen's Acura is much stronger than the Ferrari, so maybe a little bit of patience to be exercised by the Writer Engineering esports driver as they make the run down to Les Combes yet again. That Ferrari has been able to hold on really, really well each time they've made their way down there, and Hendrik Ipsen just hasn't really had an answer for it as he drops back even further on the way up Eau Rouge Raidillon. Maybe a little bit of attack mode being used that he now has to recover.
And there was so much aggression there coming through Blanchimont that I feel like maybe that was the case for Ipsen. He was trying to force the move any way possible, and in a race like this, I think part of the reason you do that is because you've got some resources expended on the move, and you want to try and not waste that. It's a big factor when you get to push to pass, of course, in the IndyCar, but you've got the hybrid in these cars that plays a sort of similar role in the midst of a battle. You really don't want to have to drop back in after. And that's we've had an incident for one of our GT3 AM machines. The 246 has ended up getting shuffled into the wall through Malmedy, and is currently running with no rear end at all as they bring that round to pit lane. I think some wheel damage on a rear corner as well.
And just as we cut away from that, Hendrik Ipsen did end up making the move on, goodness gracious me, on Ron Boots in the Ferrari 499P. It was a dive down the inside of Les Combes, I think, as we are going to get a replay of the incident. That is the DLR by Sienna White Cadillac that just squeezed its way through, and it was a touch from the Acura behind that put that McLaren of Stefan Le Guin into the wall on the outside of Malmedy. Just another clumsy move with GTPs and GT3s there. Here's going to be a replay of the overtake, I think. Maybe not quite, no, because we're not getting there yet, but I can just about talk about it. We talked about how the Acura is much better in that middle sector. It was some good speed through Pouin that put Ipsen in the position to send one. Actually, it was round the outside of Les Combes, and then a little bit of argy-bargy late on in the Fagnes chicane why did I call that Lekum? Around the outside of Fanya to the inside of the second part, and then a bit of argy-bargy that put the Ferrari 499P on the gravel on the outside of the corner to make that move stick. So race control may have a look at that one, because it was a very, very rude move at that second apex, but ultimately it's moved Ipsen up into 10th place, and he's now hunting down the Vulcan Motorsport by SimLab orange car of Quentin Verdonk.
And we're looking a little bit further back. It was that battle for P13, the GLTM white car, and the Driven Performance Esports Academy car, Sim Van Ruler, that was the one that sent that GT3 car wide. Maybe a little bit of netcode help out. We'll see what the stewards side of that. But the 47 checked up by that, but unwounded, and is now trying to chase back down the DLR SimLab white car in that Cadillac. The trailing of two Cadillacs in the field, currently running 12th and 13th. Over a minute down on the lead at this point. We've seen a big field spread in the GTP so far.
Yeah, pit stop cycle then well underway for the GT3s as the last cars in the field start to trundle their way down pit lane. Orca Performance Racing, one of the last cars to come down pit lane, as well as the SRP Racing Team 133 of Salvataras that we haven't talked about at all in this race. So both of these drivers managing to do very, very good work early on in this race to save fuel and pit well after the 1 hour mark. Interestingly as well, Maximilian Fischer choosing not to take tires at this pit stop. So we've had a couple of cars that have deviated from the expected strategy. Of course, the Vulcan Motorsport team, another one of those cars who are holding on really nicely, actually, relative to the rest of the field. Currently with about 15 seconds to the car behind them, and holding on to about a 2.4 second gap to HWT Motorsport in front. So maybe a good call to get a double stint done this early, and we'll see exactly how that affects the Orca Performance Racing team, who have had that really stable gap over the rest of the AM field so far. So maybe taking that opportunity to use their pace and have an early double stint. But Liv, we do have a battle going on track right now.
Yeah, this is for 4th place in GT3. We've got that Mercedes Native Delta by Simgear, but Vulcan Motorsports around the outside of Lekum, making it stick and getting to the apex for the left-hander, and then slotting through into Malmedy. Does Ivalia Bushev have anything to fight back with into Brussels? No. Isn't able to make this one work, and what a fantastic move there from the Vulcan Motorsports driver. That was Ignas Vinceviskis with a fantastic overtake, brave around the outside, and its defense of that Mercedes behind.
Yeah, not really much the negative delta by Simgear car could do on the way into Lekum there. Pinched to the inside of the corner, even with the superior braking performance of the Mercedes. The McLaren's balance mid-corner, that mid-engined weight distribution really helping it out there to keep the grip and keep the balance around the outside and get to the second apex of Lekum much easier than the Mercedes. Just left it absolutely nothing on the table to try and make any sort of fight back, and now it's going to be a chance for the Vulcan Motorsports car to try and pull away, as this little bit of fighting has actually brought the RPM racing crew of Tom Cicchetto back into the fight for position just a little bit. So keep an eye on this one. This is a fight that isn't going to go away anytime soon, because that Mercedes is still just about there.
Yeah, I remember Cicchetto went the extra lap in that first stint, so that makes their job a little bit easier for the rest of the race. I want to mention though, again, Mats Fischer went another lap again through in terms of the first stint. So a great job, and again, I think as we saw last season, maybe the GT3 AM battles being defined not just by good pace, but by really good fuel saving and good strategy. This time it'll be the 264 who are leading that charge right now and slide in right under the wing of the Go Esports car to just continue that fuel save again.
So with an hour and 7 minutes completed of this race, we are going to take a quick breather, top up our drinks, maybe get a little bit of a snack, keep the energy levels high for the rest of this race. You are watching the Platinum Endurance Championship Season 7 kickoff live with the 10 Hours of Spa. Welcome back to ABN's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship 10 Hours of Spa. Whilst we've been away, we have seen a couple of changes of position. One we'll have just caught the end of with Jan Curbs on Focus Racing's Thiago Rodriguez. So that's a fight that's been brewing for a few laps. Jan really trying to recover after picking up damage in that first stint, doing a great job to get around Thiago Rodriguez, and now gives himself a chance to really push on to hunt down that number 41 Ferrari of Taylor Mills Racing. Again, another old rivalry set to be ignited in about 5 seconds of track time. Otherwise, Driven Performance Esports just got past DLR by SimLab White, which we did actually manage to see on the broadcast as well. Good dive down the inside on the brakes into bus stop, taking advantage of the Acura's superior braking performance, and just about managing to stay ahead in a straight line, as well as the GT3s are really stumbling to get out of the way there. Just as we came through the bus stop, oh no, big contact between Focus and I think that's one of the DDK racing team Mustangs. I think Rodriguez pushed into the wall on the outside of the bus stop there and picking up damage. Yeah, that front right corner does not look straight. So Curbs now has a big breather, and Focus Racing are going to have to do something about that damage, Liv.
Yeah, I mean that was, I know we saw it as a bit of a stumble through the bus stop. That was contact on the entry with the two GT3 machines, and it looks like that Swift are probably a bit more broken than they expected, not able to hold it tight on the exit there. And let's roll it back here to see what happened to this Focus Racing. It was the DDK car, the 126, it looks like. Oh no, it's still after my green, my apologies. Into the chicane. They're going to be side by side. So down at the inside, and then a checkup as the lead car parts the apex. And then just tracking out wide and shepherding both cars off, and that Focus Racing car into the wall with a little bit of damage, basically very similar to what Jan Curbs had last stint, although a lot longer to go before he can pull that into pit lane and get that pit stop.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the pace of that car, but they are already 8 seconds off the back of Jan Curbs for Writer Engineering. So yeah, that damage is not helping them any at all. They may consider coming down pit lane a little bit early to get that repaired, but it's just going to be an annoying one for Focus Racing and a very tricky situation for everyone involved there. I think the Mustang just picking up the marbles, and there are a lot of marbles laid down at the bus stop right now.
Yeah, and I think if you're committed to the 12 stop, you do come in now, you take just the repairs, just fuel, get a double stint out the way, and see what you can make on the off cycle. But if they are trying to make that fuel save happen for 11 stops, they don't really have that flexibility, unfortunately, so they might have to stay committed. They are going to stay out for this lap, so they're going to feel like the damage is a little bit longer at least. And they're only about 8 laps from a pit stop, to be fair, so maybe going to be able to carry it forward, but it's going to hurt their performance a fair bit, I think, before they get into pit lane, not to mention the time they lost recovering from the incident itself.
One thing that we talked about during the break was, Vulcan Motorsports called to double stint the tyres after this first stint. They're the only GTP that chose to, and it was almost a little bit of a question mark for us because we weren't sure if they were going to be able to make it work, but we can try and jump to them quickly. They are just off the back of HWT Motorsports' Alex Pilbeam, and it's going to be Ferrari versus Ferrari as they come down towards Lake Hume. And yeah, we haven't seen much of a pace drop off of the Donk, who's doing a really, really good job to get the most out of those tires. That is a lap down Acura involved in this one, but credit where it's due, it seems like it was a really, really good call for the 32 crew to stay out on that old rubber.
Yeah, I think the track maybe won't change too much in this race, so it'll be all dependent on what cars are around you. Obviously, the first week of traffic can be a time for aggression, but you can also use it to really back off and do a lot of saving through the pack if you want to. Traffic's always an opportunity for that, to just not force the move to settle in behind them for the corner. Maybe that's the way Vulcan decided to run this race, and to start slow, finish fast almost, where some other teams wanting to try and get some moves done early and then worry about the double stints a little bit later on. But if he can just hang on to the back of Pilbeam, so he realizes there's, I think contact there with the Innisfree Academy car. This has been, I think it might be the same car that had that incident last lap. There's a missing front end to that car, for sure. So I'm wondering if they were involved in that incident. Yeah, no, that's a lingering piece of damage for them. They've had that for a while, and they're still limping that around at maybe reduced speed.
Do you think it was the car that was involved in the incident with the Mustang only a lap or so ago, and perhaps the front end damage was part of the reason for that? But
I think it might have been the AM car, though.
Possibly, but even then, the Eagle Speed Academy crew, both teams not having an excellent run of it so far in the first hour or so of this race. A lot of recovery drives already starting to go up and down the field, but the Donk really hasn't given up on getting that position back. Only a second and a half back on HWT Motorsports' Alex Pilbeam. We do have a couple of other fights closing in as well. I'm just watching the interval tick down between the 41 and the 97 for P2. As Curbs, actually, we sort of expected him to start closing the gap to P3, but that hasn't really happened. It's opened up to 5.7 seconds. And Dabaka seems like he's really started to open the taps on that Ferrari. Tom Stretto looking to the outside of the Mercedes into the bus stop. Sorry, Olivia had something to say there.
I was going to say, this is a very tight battle. GT3 still in these battle packs. I think the fuel save strategy much more viable for the GT3 class, and so they're all trying to sit together and make that happen, but there's going to be those shuffles of position within those battles, because if you're Tom Tichetto here, there's no benefit to being third in this pack. You may as well try and get the move done to get second, and then see what you can do from there. Maybe make a breakaway towards the end of the stint and try and catch up to Virtualized by Thrustmaster in the BMW up in P3 in class. That's sort of how you have to make moves in a situation like this. You want to try and focus on leapfrogging from one pack to another while still giving yourself enough time to make your strategy work. And this could be the way this forms. There's a pack about 12 seconds then to the next pack, but again, 3 or 4 cars all just bunched up together. I think all working towards the same aim once again. And who's at the tail end of that? Orca Performance Racing Blue, who went the longest in that first stint, along with SRP Racing Team, and they're going to try and do that again.
Yeah, Orca Performance as well, keeping a hold of the tyres that they had on at the start of this race, and again, doesn't look like they're losing much pace, so not an unintelligent decision from either of the teams that took tyres this early on. It was something that we were concerned might be challenging to do this early, but was certainly a viable idea to try and do something a little bit different at the start of the race to set up for something a little bit different at the end of the race, because again, 10 hours, long way, lots can happen. You have time to recover all of that time, but it's a bit of a toss-up, and you've got to decide which end of the spectrum you prefer to be on. Do you like to be the car that's doing the chasing, or do you like to be the car that's being hunted down? Which is a better high pressure situation for you to be in? Do you perform better when you've got someone to chase? Do you perform better when someone is chasing you? Like, I don't know, what's your take on that one, Liv?
I think it depends on the track. So obviously, having the work done early takes some pressure off your shoulders, but you've got to make sure you can get the overtakes done. And if you can't do it on the pit lane, which might be the way to do it for some strategy here, you don't have to find the opportunity. And I think if this was sort of maybe a race at a more twisty track, maybe sort of a Hungary or especially a Long Beach, you're going to want to try and get everything done as early as possible to have that track position at the end. This track, you can definitely make some moves. There's a lot of chances for overtakes, especially with traffic sort of intermingling in these fights. So in this situation, I think I'd want to be the car getting the hard work done now, getting onto the strategy so that you can put in whoever your ace is at the end of the race and just say, go for it, get every spot you can. You have to leave anything on the table at this point.
more gaps starting to close up and down the field as well. Max Delayden still on board the number 31 Fury Sim Sport car at 1.4 seconds behind the ailing Thiago Rodriguez for Focus Racing right now. As well as that gap between Vulcan Motorsport and HWT Motorsport just hasn't really shifted much at all, sat at 1.5 seconds, but the one to really keep an eye on now is this fight for P5 in class. Rodriguez carrying that damage after contact with the Mustang down at the bus stop, but still going quickly at 57.8 on the last lap. It's only really been on this lap that gap has started to come down again, as it just drops under at 7/6 of a second, as Rodriguez having to make his way around some GT3 traffic. It's a big dive to the inside for Max Delayden, who's can't quite get past the Vulcan McLaren there, and it's going to give Rodriguez just a little bit more breathing room, but certainly not enough to break the slipstream. Still less than a second, and the 31 crew are going to stick under the rear wing. Well, say under the rear wing, they've still got a second until they're there, but Rodriguez again ailing from that damage, traffic to deal with up in front. It might create an opportunity for Delayden onto the next lap. Rodriguez has to check up through Blanchimont. This is that battle pack that we've been keeping an eye on the entire time as well, with virtual drivers by Thrustmaster involved, as these cars both now nose to tail. Focus trying to find a way through on, it's the Venosis car, but Max Delayden goes wide, picks up some marbles, loses all the grip on the rear of the car, and around the ARX-06 goes. And just like that, Rodriguez can breathe a sigh of relief, as all of a sudden that pressure's gone.
Yeah, and that was completely unaided as well. That was just from the debris on the outside of that track getting towards pit entry. So difficult on the right rear tire especially. I think that the real trouble was that the right front actually stayed on the clean part of the track. The right rear lost all grip and the car just went around.
Yeah, such is life with the debris refresh. Those marbles have gotten so much more brutal. It's genuinely terrifying to go for those moves on the outside of GT3s now, and often isn't as possible as it used to be. And you'd think these drivers would have figured that out by now, but I think there's still a lot of learning to go with how those marbles work. I think one thing that I'm sure you're interested in, Liv, was conversation around at the Indianapolis Oval as well, where it really turns that track into a 1.5 lane circuit if we really want to have a good example of how the marbles are really affecting racing.
Yeah, and it's for a multi-class sort of race like this, the thing to remember is that this is all dynamic. This isn't pre-baked. This isn't one racing line and the rest has marbles. This is dependent on where cars are going. So, of course, in the Daytona 24, for these prototype machines, they'd like to take that really wide line in turn number 1, but it's dependent on who you had in your split, whether the other cars were also using that to keep that line clean for you. In this situation, it's more about what corners are people going for overtakes in. If people are making multi-class moves, say through Malmedy, that keeps the line clean and lets you continue to make those moves. But somewhere like the final chicane, if it's a road less traveled, there's not going to be the grip there to make a move if it's needed. You have to really take it easy, as, Alex Pilbeam is in a world of hurt here in this very tight GT3 pack. They're going to be 3 wide into the chicane. That's RPM Racing PEC. 3 wide into the chicane. They're going to have to get this sorted out. And a little bit of help, almost, for the 110 from, I believe that's the laps car of MRRS Analyst. Amethyst, sorry. They all get it just about handled, but a nightmare scenario for Alex Pilbeam coming up to that pack through Blanchimont and just having really nowhere to go, having to really pick out and having a 2-minute last lap time because of that. But of course, a couple seconds lost is much better than having the car in pit lane. So a great heads up driving for Pilbeam, who again has the experience being on the other side of that coin through all of last season, has already been sort of making apologies for moves that has been made that maybe weren't as clean as he'd like. He's trying to take the mindset of knowing both sides and keeping it as clean as possible into the GTP season.
From a nightmare scenario for Verdonk to a dream scenario for Neil de Backer, the pace of the 41 has really started to just shift and knock up a gear at the start of this last stint. The gap between Neil de Backer and Randy Martin and Mateus has dropped from about 5 seconds all the way down to 7/10 as we're about to hit the first sector of the track, which is really advantageous for the Ferrari 499P, a car that has excellent straight line speed. He's going to be trying his best to get under the rear wing of the 97 and get that Ferrari up into second place in this race. It's a spot that a TMR car hasn't been in since the race at Algarve last season, and I'm sure this crew are going to be looking to try and match, if not improve on that at the start of the season. Of course, the lead driver for that team is Neil de Backer, and he is giving it absolutely everything to get that car into position. Of course, things can chop and change as the race goes on and as drivers swap in and swap out. The 97 managing to almost put Mark Neal behind one of the Acura GT3, so a little bit of manufacturer work together going on there. But it's a good dive down the inside of Malmedy for the 41 to get himself right with Randy Martin and Mateus. But this is the sector where the ARX 06 very much has an advantage on the 499P, so a little bit of patience for de Backer through here to wait for the sector where his car is stronger. As you can already see, Randy Martin and Mateus starting to pull away just a little bit and open the gap between Old Firm Racing and Taylor Mills Racing before they get to that final sector, because that's when his car does start to get a little bit vulnerable.
Yeah, it's, again, the example I always like using for this is Renault back in the sort of late 2010s in the old spec of F1 cars before they became Alpine. Loved running here with super low downforce. They'd walk away in qualifying with purple sectors in 1 and 3, but then a car like the Mercedes W11 would just have so much more grip through the middle sector with all the downforce they had on that car. They'd be taking Pouin flat and gaining like 2 seconds just in those couple of kilometers and taking the pole position anyway. It's not quite to that extent, but the Ferrari we know is the straight line car, the Acura more powerful in the corners. And so if Neil wants to move, he's going to have to try and find it really through those middle set. No, he's going to try and find it here, and then Mateus has to try and pull the gap through the middle sectors to defend that position and have enough of a buffer coming through into the room here.
Red versus blue in the first sector as de Backer looking to try and make that move work, making that Ferrari very wide and filling the mirrors of the Acura. I think that's a lap down car, a little bit getting involved, but could be an opportunity for de Backer here. Pulls to the inside, gets hard on the brakes, and actually it doesn't look like Mateus is going to fight that one that hard at all, as just like that, Neil de Backer will move that Ferrari 499P up into second place, gets checked up behind the GT3 class leader. Mateus maybe looking for a way back through down the inside of Brussels. De Backer's going to leave him the space, but the Old Firm Racing driver doesn't take it. But again, this is where that Acura is a lot stronger, but Randy Mateus has to deal with the dirty air for the first time in a long time. So if he can get that thing hooked up through here, he might have an opportunity down into Fania. It looks like it might happen as de Backer had to check up for one of the, I think that was the Carbano Esports McLaren there. It doesn't create an opportunity for Mateus, but we are entering that third sector. Big bit of slipstream with some GT3 traffic to deal with. How is de Backer going to deal with this? It's going to have to be patience, patience, patience. As it's, yeah, he's going to separate himself from Randy Mateus and give himself a bit of breathing room where that 499P can really start to stretch its legs and hopefully give him some breathing room to the car behind and just let him crack on with the rest of this one.
Yeah, I mean, de Backer kept getting checked up sort of mid to late corner after making the move happen, but the problem is in that situation that if you're sort of side by side both corners, actually, maybe that's why Old Firm wasn't fighting it too much. They're going to pull down pit lane after 23 laps in this stint and try and get the undercut to work on Neil de Backer instead, but it's that sort of situation where there's nowhere to go. Like, coming out of Pouin, that was the problem. De Backer went to the inside, had to wait to get onto the power, but Mateus was just tucked under the rear wing and had to follow in turn to make that happen. But yeah, pitting this time, taking a shorter stint here, de Backer will continue on, and we'll keep an eye on where those cars come out their pit stops, but that could be 5 minutes down the line with how long the pit cycle and the pit lane takes in this car and this track. So
well, we talked about, Liv, how it is so difficult to do that fuel save later on in this race, and we know that the cars are going to have to do some sort of fuel save later on in this event. And I think it's almost surprising that we see Old Firm Racing, Fury Simsport not taking the chance to do that really early on, so they can push harder when the track's cold, when the track is rubbered in, when there's more downforce because of the thicker air. I feel like they're just making their lives a lot more difficult than it needs to be, whereas the likes of DLR, TMR, Writer Engineering, XPD, HWT are just making things a lot easier for themselves further down the line. So we will see how that changes as the race goes on, because at some point, again, these guys are going to have to do double stints, and that's really going to start to affect their pace. Just an update on tires, though. It looks like Fury Simsport have taken a set as Julien Harmand has actually jumped on board the Old Firm Racing car, as they have also taken a fresh set of tires. That lap 24 of the stint for DLR, for TMR, for Writer, for XPD expects them to be looking towards pit lane this time by, or maybe because they haven't had to do a formation lap, they might be able to take it for 25. Note Tabaka is going to dive down pit lane as he brings the number 41 Ferrari 499P into the pits for some tires and probably some fuel.
Other way around, surely.
Yes.
I think the fuel is what you use the most here. But that is kind of remarkable for Tabaka to be able to pull in that gap and make the overtake on Old Firm Racing while going the extra lap in the stint. So that's put them in a really strong position here. One thing to mention is, of course, if you're going to take the double stint, Tabaka nearly loses it coming through the hairpin of the pit lane. It's a very tricky sequence to get through, and a heart-in-mouth moment. But if you're going to make a driver swap, as Old Firm Racing did, that should not be your double stint. You should get fresh tyres for your new driver, make sure they're as comfortable as possible on that outlap to just not risk anything. Neil Tabaka is going to stay in the car, and...
No, he's not. It's a driver change. I think that's going to be Dom Engelix that's going to get on board. I have to give a lot of credit to Neil, though, just to speak from the team owner and friend perspective, though. Apparently, back in the day, Neil did get a couple of offers from a couple of really big teams. I think there was some money involved in it as well. And to give you some idea of what sort of a person Neil is, he turned those down because he wants racing to remain fun, which personally I really appreciate, because I like having him around because he is a great person. And it's also wonderful to have expertise like that, a driving talent like that on the team that everyone else can look at and go, how do we get to where he is? How do we do what he does? Because the team is better for it. And Neil does add to what I think is quite a nice environment within the team. And it's certainly one that has been really difficult to nurture over the years. And we've had some tough times trying to nurture that environment. And Neil's stuck around through all of it and just gone, whatever. I'm still having fun. I'm not too fussed about anything that's going on in the background. So, yeah, but thanks for being a great person, Neil. I really appreciate you.
And as he hands car off to Tom Endlet, the gap stays about a second. They come out at pit lane ahead of Julian Harmond, who has obviously got on board that car for Old Firm Racing. A shorter pit stop for Old Firm, with not quite having that space in the tank to fill up, but still a good job on the in-lap to bring that 41 car out ahead, and Harmon is now going to have to try and remake the stacking again. Two fresh faces. It ends up like this. You can have those battles where one driver only really faces another one driver for the entire race. This time it could be Dom versus Julian. Julian has closed back in as Dom looks to get heat into those tires. Because that is again a fact. We saw it in qualifying, team go for double outlaps. Julian Harmon is right on the back of Dom Engelbrecht coming into Blanchimont now, but I wouldn't be surprised if Dom waves him by. He doesn't want to fight too much and slots back in for fuel save. There's always that strategy, and also first lapping the car, you don't want to be too aggressive if you need that to settle back in. But we know that Dom is an experienced driver. He's not let Harmon through just yet, and now with the tyres up temperature, he might be able to fend off coming through the middle sector this time and start to pull a gap again.
Yeah, of course, both of these drivers just starting to settle in. Dom Engelbrecht, a new face to the championship as well, coming off the back of an extended break from sim racing, but it is good to see him back and already well back up to pace, as it is now going to be a fight between Englicht and Julien Harmond, hopefully for the rest of the stint. I'd love to see this one develop. Aaron Full has got on board the Reiter Engineering esports car, and Alberto Garcia Blasco has stepped aside in XBD Racing to allow Pablo Alvarez to jump on board. A lot of teams choosing to go for that double stint for their drivers, with Miguel Bento on board for Focus now. But Max Deladen doing the triple stint for Fury Simsport. Again, this is something we saw TMR do last season quite often and was very much their preferred strategy. But it looks like they've sort of given it a pass for Season 7 and are going for those double stints. But Fury Simsport apparently really liking the triple driver stints and will keep Deladen on board, as it looks like Englicht has just got past the P2 by Julien Harmond after getting very much checked up by one of the McLaren GT3s.
And again, I think just settle in at this point to the fuel save. It was looking tricky for Dom to defend that with the pressure from Harmon behind. We know how quick Julien Harmon is as a driver. But one thing I want to shout out is XBD Racing GTP. We've mentioned it. We mentioned it all throughout last season. They were the team that was going for those strategy gambles on the fuel saves. They're doing it again. Alberto Garcia Blasco went 25 laps last stint. They were the last car into pit lane, and they just about made it to that 100-minute mark, which means they might be a car that's trying to cut out that splash and dash at the end of the race. It's clearly possible to go 25, at least for the Acuras. We'll see whether the Cadillacs and the Ferraris can follow, and if they choose to follow. But that fuel save to 25 is a factor, and XPG Racing, as always, are the ones to lead that charge.
Well, here's a really exciting little bit of racing there. Julien Harmond leads the way in the fight for P2. Dom Englicht sandwiched between him and Reiter Engineering. Again, it's another new face of the championship of Aaron Full, who's got to really try and make a name for himself here. Does he have the speed to get himself up into P2 whilst also saving the fuel? It's going to be interesting to see how this fight develops over the next 22 laps or so, as all three of these drivers try to settle into their car, try and settle into their rhythms, and really try to get the pace going. Gap between Reiter and TMR only 0.4 of a second as it stands, so Full doing a great job to close that gap up, as there is a GT3 that's going to get involved and just check Harmond up. It's the reverse of what we saw happen a couple of laps ago for Englicht, and it was into Pouon that Harmond managed to get by. Englicht isn't going to have quite the same run, but he is going to be there in that slipstream of the Old Firm Racing car, so could there be an opportunity down into the bus stop?
All right, and this is where Aaron Full actually got a little bit checked up as well. So he's now been broken a little bit off the back of this train. Only about a second or so, and gap's about 0.4 here. I don't think the Ferrari's quite that powerful on the straights here, but there's going to be a little bit of traffic through Blanchimont. This could be the primary factor. Is Harmon to be able to clear this car through? Yes, yeah. He is. They're going to just weave between this traffic and now into the final chicane, I think, to slot in behind this Eagle Speed car. This is going to be a little bit of an opportunity for Dom, but maybe just get close and then try and make the move down the Camel Straight instead.
Well, there's going to be a lot more traffic to get involved in this one, as I think that number 282 Porsche going into turn one there is going to cause some issues up Eau Rouge Radion. So can all three of these cars get past that Porsche cleanly and keep this fight for P2 going? It looks like Harmon's going to make it. Is it going to make a gap for Englicht as well? Actually, you know what? No drivers are going to go for that, and everyone's going to have to check up. So the big run here is going to come from Aaron Full up the inside, who moves to the right-hand side. They're almost three wide, but Full, with the momentum up the hill, is going to make up 2 places on one straight. Englicht's trying to make his way through on Harmon and maintain that 3rd place. He is going to do it, but move at the moment there. Aaron Full, take a bow.
There was contact there between the 41 and the 97 on the left side of the track, trying to get the movement as early as possible coming out of Radion. But Aaron Full did not have to wait at all. Now has a little bit of traffic to deal with, but it's not going to be quite the same opportunity that we saw coming at the top of Radion, and it's going to be Aaron Full from Reiter Engineering making a statement early. Remember, this is the driver that qualified the car 5th, before handing it off to Jan Kurbs, and it seems like they've got a second 8 in the hole now. Aaron Full pulling away and up into second place with that fantastic move on lap 52.
We talk about it all the time, how important traffic management is in a really long race like this. You need to take and make every single opportunity that you can in the traffic. Full just absolutely nailed that, backing off, I think, the exit of La Source, giving himself that 2, 3, 4 car length gap to the rear end of the 41, knowing that he can then just keep it flat up the hill and really make that move on both cars to take P2, as he's coming under a lot of pressure from Englix almost straight away, as again more traffic is going to get itself involved. And Liv, if I can read the track map properly, there's going to be the same sort of situation yet again into Eau Rouge Raniel.
They might just about get away with it this time. They cut through that traffic so aggressively to try and make it so it wasn't a factor. I think Aaron Full might be able to keep the throttle pinned here and is going to have quite an easy time for it. Not true of Julian Harmon, who's going to have to weave through that pack. Again, the gap's now towards 2 seconds. The 97's behind, the big loser out of that battle. But Aaron Full, of course, the big winner, able to hold on so far, but more traffic now through the chicane. He gets the inside and Malmedy doing what Jan Kurbs decided not to do in that first stint of the race, and it goes a lot cleaner. Going to put the bookmark there, coming through Brussels of the DK Racing Team car. Dom has to go around the outside on the exit, and that is going to build a 1.3 second gap right now. And I think Aaron Full might have the legs to try and pull this one away now.
Well, speaking of gaps, with all the scrapping, it has allowed the gap to the leader to open up to 16.6 seconds as it stands, 17.4 on the standings. Not sure which one's true. We'll figure it out at some point. So DLR by SimLab having with Matthias Whiten on board, having a bit of an anonymous race at the moment, which isn't a bad thing because they're keeping it clean. They are staying out of the steward's rooms, keeping the car out of pit lane, getting their heads down, and just doing exactly what they need to do. But a big question mark now is, what can Aaron Full do with all of this clean air? He doesn't have a car in front of him on track for another few corners, so he's not worried about it yet. But what sort of pace does that Reiter Engineering Acura have, on board of it? What sort of lap times can Full pull out? He put the car, you said 5th on the grid for this one. It's dropped down the order a little bit, but has made its way back up to 2nd place. How fast is Aaron Full?
I think based on qualifying, we should already know the answer. The question is more about what the traffic management was going to be like, but I think that question has well and truly answered as well. It's just about the consistency now. Can he manage the fuel, the tires, make the lower risk moves when necessary, and take the time loss to put this out? And we won't really have an answer to that until this race is over and we see the proof in the pudding. But for now, a great gap opened up for Reiter Engineering, close to 2 seconds out. It could be more with this traffic coming through like him in the chicane. And actually, Vulcan Motorsports going wide. This is the battle. I think we can drop back to this now for P4 in GT3. Vulcan all over the place. Gets a bit of a nudge from Dom as well. And RPM Racing, Tom Cicchetto decides that enough is enough and uses that to make the move. And then up to P4 in GT3, as we'll keep our eyes focused on this for now, because that was a hell of a fight there.
God, I just love the aggression from Dom to dive down the inside of Malmedy on both of them. A little bit of door banging between the McLaren and the Ferrari at the apex there. It's going to be enough to get Englix through, but it's also enough to get Cicchetto through in that one as well. And like we've been saying all race so far, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away, and in this case it giveth to Tom Cicchetto, who moves that car up into 4th place, really taking advantage of that GTP traffic that just decided to move the Vulcan Motorsport McLaren out of the way at Malmedy and give Cicchetto the perfect opportunity to speed.
To be fair, and to try and defend your team from a penalty, but to be fair, Ignis was already a little bit unsettled, hopping the edge of that curb through Lacombe, so I don't know whether we'd have to run into Brussels anyway. He was sort of a little bit flat-footed to begin with, and then, yeah, of course, obviously Dom going for that move, it was, a little bit risky, but ended up being clean. But it ends up
It's pure racing incident. Like, nothing...
bringing. Of course, you'd say that.
It was.
I'm not saying I disagree, but of course you would say that. But ultimately, it was just the culmination of sort of the awkward sequence that Ignis had, and it lets Cheto through. I do want to mention, though, if we can hop back out, actually, Dom has got a back to the rear end of Aaron Full here.
And there's traffic. Okay, it is the Orca car at the lead of GT3 Am who...
no, that's the pro car for them.
Sorry, it's the pro car. Dom choosing not to go down the inside that time, even though I feel like he was a lot closer to
He was not close enough.
He's a lot closer. He could have. It would have been aggressive, but he could have. But choosing to be a lot more patient this time around, I think maybe recalibrating the amount of risk he was willing to take after the little bit of a door bang with the other McLaren a lap earlier. It has just given Full a little bit more breathing room coming down into Fania, as that is your GT3 overall leader, who is going to get a little bit in the way of the number 41 Ferrari. He just has to make an adjustment to his line to squeeze his way on through as that gap opens back up to 1.4 seconds.
I also want to give a shout out. SBD Racing and 33 were within about half a second of focus there before, and just a little bit of traffic spread them back out. But I did just go on board with Pablo Alvarez to see what the plan was for XBD and whether he was continuing that fuel save that Alberto Blasco started, and big lift and coast into room at the end of the Kemmel Straight. That's really the best place to do it. I think that and the final chicane, of course. But SPD Racing are full on the fuel save here. I'm sure they want to try and get back to Focus Racing just to help assist that a little bit more. But I think we're going to see the 11 stop from them, and I think the rest of the field might struggle to match because we know how good they are at that save, and they're being quite aggressive on it with that lift and coast to make it happen.
Hour and 52 minutes gone then, just shy of the 2-hour mark. Let's have a quick rundown of the order in each class as it stands. Currently leading the way in GTP, we have DLR by SimLab Red. Matthias Whiten currently on board that car, 17 seconds clear of Writer Engineering Esports Aaron Full. In third place, just behind, is the Taylor Mills Racing Ferrari with Dominic Englicht currently on board that one. Fourth place is Old Firm Racing by Helvet Sim, Julian Hammond piloting that machine right now. And the recovering Fury Sim Sport car in fifth in GTP. In GT3 Pro, you have NGC by Rubis Gas, who are leading that class by about 10 seconds or so, with Valkyrie Excite Green currently in second. Roman UTL struggling to match the pace of Almeida. Virtual Drivers by Thrustmaster currently sitting in third place, with the RPM Racing PC car of Tom Cicetto in fourth. Vulcan Motorsports by SimLab Gold have just lost fourth place in class and have dropped down to fifth, but are only 8/10 off the back of that Corvette. I almost called it a Lamborghini for a second there. In GT3 AM, you have the Orca Performance Racing car that are on that double stint really, really early on. Currently 10 seconds or so in front of second place SPHE Motorsport. Third place in AM is Negative Delta by Madness, with Octopus Racing currently in fourth place, and IS Corta Red rounding out fifth in GT3 AM. So plenty of fights still going on track at the moment. Pablo Alvarez only half a second behind Focus Racing, car number 7, with Miguel Bento on board. Vulcan Motorsport having a bit of a fight with RPM Racing and Tom Cicetto at the moment. Octopus Racing really close to Negative Delta by Madness, and Locals Autosport trying to get up into that top 5 in GT3M. So even with nearly 2 hours gone, the race is still well and truly alive.
I've just heard an update from the garage of the 97 Old Firm Racing crew. That incident at the top of Radion did give them a little bit of damage on the rear end. I don't see anything on the bodywork, so I'm wondering whether it's a bit of light wheel damage that's been applied to that car. And actually it might be a little bit off to one side, I can't quite tell. But apparently the car not very fun to drive. That's maybe why they've fallen back by about 5-10 seconds from that battle pack that they were in. They don't have a long way left to go in this stint to have the chance to get that fixed, but they've got 17 seconds behind the Fury Sim Sport car, so they might have a good chance of holding on to P4 and recovering through the rest of this race, and I'm sure the stewards will be having a quick look at that incident as well.
So big focus on this battle then between Focus Racing and XPD Racing. Pablo Alvarez still doing a great job to hang on to the back of that car, but it looks like the Focus Racing car has had that damage repaired now, and Bento doing a good job to hold on to that 6th place. They've got a bit of a recovery to do, because that 7 crew we know are really, really fast. Again, these are the guys that nearly won the 12 Hours in Le Mans last season, but didn't quite get the strategy right. But XPD Racing really applying that pressure right now in the middle sector, setting themselves up for a move maybe in the next lap or so. Bento has to be really smart about where he places that car to try and hold on to the position. Bit of GT traffic just in front of them that they've got to contend with. And as long as he can get through that cleanly, he's going to have at least a shot, 0.4 of a second between both of these cars. Pablo Alvarez in the slipstream looking for any sort of advantage he can glean, as there is going to be a little bit of traffic through Blanchimont that's going to check Bento up just a little bit. It's not quite going to give Alvarez the overspeed that he needs into the bus stop, but there is another GT3 mid-corner that they are going to have to contest with, and Alvarez will be right under the rear wing of Bento as they exit La Source. What does Alvarez have in that tank to try and get past the Focus Racing car? Can he put it up into attack mode and really save in that middle sector? We are about to find out.
I want to go on board with XPD if we can, to hear what happens with the fuel savers. Right Engineer have actually had a bit of a slow lap there. Tailmos Racing is back on within a second of them, so we have to keep an eye on both of these. Going, I will be the one top on board here and just let you know. And no, Alvarez does go for the move. He thinks he can leapfrog. He just pulls the inside. There's no fight for Focus Racing. They can't really contend at all. But
deep.
Ooh, it ends up cutting the course a little bit. I don't think has been given a slowdown, but I'm sure maybe getting a flash of the headlights there from Focus Racing going, hey, that can't be a legal move. You got to give that one back.
I'm not sure how stewards handle moves like that, or if they do at all, but maybe there'll be a protest being sent towards them against XPD Racing for that
on
one.
The curb. He's still technically on track, so
I think so too.
Not the way he would have wanted to make that happen, especially because I think part of that move is to now try and close in on Fury Swimsport and fuel save off them instead. I know it's that leapfrog when you're on this sort of strategy. I think the clumsiness of that move is going to make that harder than if he might get that cleaner around Miguel Bento. But the move is done. He's now into P6 and has 7 seconds the gap ahead to close to Max Delaney in the 31 car.
So still having a look at this fight for P2 in GTP overall. It's going to be another Carbano Esports car that gets in the way of, I almost said Neil the back of Dom Englicht on the way up Eau Rouge and Radion. And besides that, Aaron Full is going to have a big bit of draft down the straight as well, as he's flashing the headlights, trying to get that other Acura out of the way so we can get a clear run through Lacoon Malmedy. It isn't quite going to happen, as Romain Dubert is going to keep that car well in the way for much longer than he needs to. Stays to the left-hand side of the circuit, lets Full down the inside, but yeah, the Go Esports making that a lot more difficult than they had to.
Yeah, and I think now it's going to be for Aaron to say, okay, now do the same to TMR, do the same to Dom. I want to see this being fair. If you're going to defend like that, you need to make sure it's to both of us so we can just pull away again. Also, he's got a bit of a gap here. Focus Racing, actually.
I think they just gave that back.
No.
They didn't fight it very hard at all.
Focus Racing picked up some damage, I think, from a spin at last source, and very much got checked up by it. There's a car ahead of them that was the IS Corsa red car, who just looped it with the steering angle on the marble.
It's XPD that got the damage, yeah.
XPD got the damage, and it's let Focus Racing back through. I'm not sure how significant. It's the same sort of chunk that we saw on
them earlier in the race.
On a couple of cars, on Right Engineering as well. So they might be able to hold on here and make it to the pit stop. But they're not going to have the pace. They don't have the additional drag as well. So this might have to be a 24 stint and not a 25 for Pablo Alvarez. We'll see what they're able to do in that car and whether they can find some traffic to close back in to Focus Racing because the traffic really took away from them in that situation, a really unfortunate incident with that GT3.
They must be lamenting this race so far for XPD Racing to pick up the exact same damage in two completely different ways in 2 of the 3 stints that they've clocked so far. Must be absolutely heartbreaking because it's going to ruin their pace for the next, goodness, 20 minutes or so. They're only halfway through this stint. So they've got a lot of work to do if they want to stay on that fuel save as well, because they're going to be slower through the corners, slower on the straights, and slower into the corners. If they can get onto the back of the 7 again, it's going to be helpful to try and bring them back onto the strategy that they want to be on. But it's just going to make the job of the 33 crew so much harder as they drop 1.3 seconds behind Miguel Bento and Focus Racing, again, just ailing from even more damage.
Yeah, and it feels like this is, even in the lead battle, the sort of the story of the race for GTP is just picking up those incidental contacts we've had. Maybe 4 or 5 of the cars in the top 10 pick up sort of that we've had to link to a pit stop. Not to mention, of course, that massive incident early on that took NGC Ruiz Gas now 27 laps down. After getting back out of pit lane, they're trying to get just trying to feel the car out and get some data for next time out. But it's really been a battle of attrition in GTP, even in those small ways that you maybe don't realize too much. And TMR, I think, just about avoiding contact, trying to set up a move on a GT3 out of the chicane, who then made the call to pit lane, and so they had to really back out of it there. But they're gonna manage it okay, and it's the GT3 pit cycle now, and we are well past the 2-hour mark. So I think for the most part these GT3s are going to be pretty solid on that 9-stop strategy. They might have to keep doing the work they have. But yeah, RPM Racing get in. We have SRP still out, Orca Performance Racing out as well, and NGC
out on track.
Out on track, yeah. And NGC Ruiz Gas leaving the pit lane now. So they are the first car sort of a lap earlier in the cycle, but really not far behind SRP, who have had to give up some time to make that fuel save happen.
Yeah, just looking at another new face in the championship as well. Is that Writer Engineering Esports 2 car, Jack James, on the rear bumper, well, almost on the rear bumper of HWT Motorsport. That second Writer car just not having a great race at all, and seemingly really struggling to make their way back up through the order, as they're just dropping off the back of Adeli Akbulut, sorry, in that Ferrari 499P. Again, it's that lack of straight line speed that the Acura has really disadvantaging it in the first and final sector. And James just seems to be struggling to make the most of the Acura's speed in the middle sector at the moment. Lap times currently roughly matching the car in front right now, but just through traffic, it seems like the HWT car has the advantage, as it's going to look to the outside of Brussels on the RPM Racing Corvette. Very clean move from both cars to make sure they leave enough space for each other. I'm going to get checked up a little bit on exit of the VDC car, but it's going to be the HWT Motorsport car in front that's got even more checked up by the traffic in front, as that gap has now come under 0.4 of a second.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if HWT let this move happen, because they have been on that fuel safe strategy as well. Not quite as aggressively as XBD ahead of them, but they've been trying to launder in their stints, trying to play that strategy game just like they did back in GT3 AM last season. And Jack James just seemed to be trying to put the hammer down in the Writer Engineering car. So it could potentially be a swap for position here coming up in the next few laps, but for now it is still Dililad Bullet in the lead and having to deal with this GT3 traffic as Jack James goes late.
Big dive from the Writer Engineering driver, who's going to try and keep it around the outside for the second part of the corner. just about manages to keep a nose on side. It's going to be the McLaren that switches sides of the track to make sure both of these cars can get through. The 24 opening up the track, trying to get around the outside yet again. We know the Ferrari is quick on the straight. It's going to get one heck of a launch off La Source, but that might be to its disadvantage on the way down to Eau Rouge Radion. There is no way that car is getting down the inside of Eau Rouge. They're going to stay nose to tail all the way up the hill. But it is now that the 499P can unleash the 770 horsepower of that V6 turbocharged powertrain as they're going to be side by side on the way down to Lacombe. But the Ferrari can't quite get there. James moves back over to the left-hand side of the circuit, retakes the racing line, and that move is going to be a done deal. It is P8 for Writer Engineering Esports 2.
And that was a lift from DeLille there. That was letting Writer get back in line. I think maybe being a little bit frustrated by the, how much time that cost them through that fast chain in that first corner. And I think happy to say to have this finale, not take the risks now and just settle into a bit of a fuel save here for the 24, because they are still in about 6/10. There's maybe traffic and more opportunities for them. So I had a very level-headed driving, I think, is what we're going to see from HWT. And we'll see how that pays off for them as the season progresses.
2 hours and 6 minutes down in this race. You are watching the Platinum Endurance Championship. 10 hours of Spa to kick off season 7 of the championship. We are going to take another quick 5-minute break and be right back with you to carry you through the next 8 hours of this event. Welcome back to the Platinum Endurance Championship Season 7, 10 hours of Spa. We have just come back from our quick 5-minute break to a little bit of a passive position. RPM Racing have just managed to get past the virtual drivers by Thrustmaster car for P3 in class. Costa is managing to stick with that Corvette for now. But there is a little bit of GTP traffic coming to get involved in this fight. And Chichetto has been showing absolutely fantastic speed in the later phases, or the early phases of this stint, I should say. But Liv, why don't you take us through exactly what happened on track there?
Yeah, so it was, first of all, Vital Costa's fresh into that car, taking over from Maxime Chessé. Tom Chichetto came after the first stint and stayed in for a second in that car. And it was just a fantastic move into the bus stop. It was, late on the break, committing to the inside, and ultimately Mikel Costa just could slot him back in through the first part of that sequence to try and fight it back on another lap, and he's been staying pretty close since then. I also want to quickly mention, I did bring it up in the YouTube chat as it happened, but right as we went to break, that Writer Engineering number 77 car, the second car for them, piloted by Jack James, had a solo spin, just locking the rears into the fire chicane after making the move on HWT, and has fallen back behind them and is now having to close back in that 5-second gap that's formed.
Yes, this is very much your closest fight on track at the moment, as more GTP traffic just separating this BMW and Corvette on track, as it's going to give Chichetto the opportunity to open that gap up and just run away a little bit and take advantage of the early stint pace of that GT3. Here's Aaron Fall for you, though, who is still about 18 seconds off the back of your race leader of Matthias Whiten, still on board that DLR by Sinnoh car. Not that they've had a pit stop at any point in the last 5 minutes or so, but yeah, here is your race leader for the first time in quite a while. I think it's the first time we've actually looked at him directly instead of as they're coming through traffic. Credit where it's due, though. These guys are doing a fantastic job to hold on to that position. And as we said, an anonymous race, but just getting their head down and doing exactly what they need to do. And that's pretty much your keys to this sort of race, Liv.
Yeah, stay out of pit lane. So that obviously the fuel and tyres come into that, but avoiding penalties, avoiding repairs, that's the crucial thing, just because this pit lane is so long. And if you can get ahead of the field, take some of the pressure off your shoulders and off your rear bumper, then you're going to have a decent time to just hold on to that, especially when you've got the pace that this crew has. Again, we knew what Matthias Whiteman was capable of, part of that championship winning crew in the orange car last season, sort of forming a new entry in the number 18 red machine, and partnered with Jan-Paul Seaman, who had fantastic pace through qualifying and the opening stint, really showing that the LR has a lot of strength deep in their lineup they can call on, and DLR Red is looking like they could be one of the forces to beat in this championship.
And I think that is one of the tricky things about having multiple cars that you are taking into a championship. It's something that that we've had to think about before when we've entered the multiple cars in like a single race, like the race for Course 24 last year. You kind of have to consider, do you want to stack one lineup and make that give that your best chance at going fast, taking the win, whatever, or do you take your entire lineup as a whole and give both cars sort of, or all three cars in this case, a sort of equal chance at being quick? Do you take those fast three drivers and spread them across all three of the cars? It seems like DLR have chosen that approach where they have spread the fast drivers across the three cars, but it's clearly working for them so far. They've picked up a lot of drivers in the off season to bring them all in and really strengthen their lineup, and it's given them the chance to have these three cars in the race, give them three bullets in the chamber, as you'd say, Liv, to go fast, to win the race and do exactly what they can. And again, even more credit where it's due, they've made the smart choice, which again is something we can get into in a second. They've made the really smart choice of having an Acura team, having a Cadillac team, and having a Ferrari team, because we still have that March update coming in 2 races time where things could be completely different. And the only way that they can get really screwed over is if suddenly the Porsche or BMW are the fastest car in the class.
But no one's driving those. There's no one to take advantage of that in this series. It's just those 3 that are represented right now, and they have a car placed to take advantage of all of them. And again, with how strong their lineup is, I don't really think that any of these drivers have too much doubt. I mean, David van der Wacker, of course, had those troubles in qualifying, couldn't get a clean lap in. But the pace since getting into that number 1 car that is unfortunately down in 16th place, the pace has been solid over the course of the stint so far. He's found some good laps. It's just maybe some sort of jitters for being put in the first qualifying session. Part of me does wonder why Albert Preem, as the experienced head, didn't take charge of that qualifying session to try and put that car further up the field.
It's a good question. Perhaps they thought, oh goodness me, Mateus going 3 wide with GT3s, and perhaps he wanted van der Wacker to take the lead on that, or maybe van der Wacker is the fastest driver out of those 3. Like you do testing, you do practice, you figure out who your qualifying driver is, and you sort of make a choice based on who can go fastest or who can get the fastest lap more consistently. It's a tricky balance to find. Personally, we always just chuck Neil in the car because he's the fastest out of all of us in quali and in race stream, so that makes life a lot easier. But yeah, perhaps that was the call made by DLR by Simla to just chuck the fastest driver in and see what happens. Obviously didn't work out quite that well on this occasion, but there's still 4 more races after this where a lot of teams can falter and slip up. We know how tricky it is to succeed in this championship because, again, you've got 30-odd GT3s on track, and that makes it really, really difficult. But something I am curious for your take on, Olivia. How much experience do you have with running a multi-car race team?
Very little.
So, my question then, you have 9 drivers, you've got 3 really quick drivers, you've got 3 cars. Where do you put those drivers? Do you put them together? Do you spread the load? Like, I want to hear your thought process on what you do in DLR's situation.
I think as the team owner, obviously, you have to take the charge of what you want the team to be doing. But ultimately, I think a lot of it also comes down to what do each of the drivers want to get out of the season. I think a lot of it does come down to mindset and making sure your goals are aligned so that you can stay focused on your race and not get sort of distracted by, differing views on how you should run this thing. So
Speaking from experience there.
Maybe a little bit.
Nürburgring 24 from last year is coming to mind.
and then Petit Le Mans as well.
Yeah.
A little bit. But it's always a factor. Like, you have to make sure that the mental side of things, and you always love bringing up, that stays focused. And I think in terms of team composition, that's what you focus on. Driver speed, of course, is a factor if you can get them, depending on what you want to use, balanced or stat, but it's down to what you want to cultivate and what the drivers want to get out of the championship. Maybe you have a car that you have as more of a rookie car to gain experience from. I guess that is what they have with the green car in GT3 Yam here. But I think it comes down to whether, if you have 3 people that are going, we are going to spend, 50 hours per race, sort of in practice in total, trying to get that championship. You want to have those 3 together, because if someone can't match that energy, and it's understandable if they can't match that sort of energy, if it is to that level, but if they can't, then it's going to tear the team apart. One thing I did just want to mention, current cycling back to van der Wacker in the qualifying session, though. So I did just have this sort of thought, maybe they did test it and they found that David was very quick in qualifying trim, and maybe got tripped up by the group qualifying. It's not the most common thing in iRacing. It's just endurance leads really that tend to have that. Although of course Champ Car will be starting back up, that does run that on road courses, which I always find very fun. But it's different. Officials don't run it like that, and so maybe just got a little bit caught up in the sort of track position fights. Maybe should have try to get as clean of a pocket of track as possible and make that work. But of course, lessons learned, it's a long championship. It's still a long race. They are unfortunately 5 laps down after an incident near the start, but they've got 4 more rounds to try and build on that. Again, the last 3 they could have an advantage if the bot falls in the way of the Ferrari, and you carry those lessons forward. Ultimately, that's the important thing about endurance racing, especially. You have 50+ hours over the course of a season. If you're not learning, then you're falling behind.
On the point of open qualifying and the difficulties of an open qualifying and how a driver might not be used to that, I actually have a take on that, to be honest. I don't think that's a driver issue. I think that comes down to the team. Like they had 2 people essentially sat on the pit wall, probably looking at a track map, probably looking at relatives, and they should be able to take that time and find the driver a gap on track to come out in. And it looks like, I don't want to be so dramatic and say it was a failure of the team to not do that, but perhaps it was a limitation on their part that they hadn't really thought about that they needed to do, because literally every time that one car went out on track, it went out in traffic. It was getting passed and overtaken by other cars on hot laps, and I feel like it would have been a much smarter idea to try and find that gap for Van der Wacker to just be in his own little pocket of air, take his time to get his tires up to temperature, get that second outlap done to get all of the heat and the pressures right, and then be able to go full push. Like, I know there were 21 cars out there, but at the end of the day, this is a 7-kilometer and 4-meter circuit. There's gonna be space. Like, you divide that by 21 cars, you've still got.
I mean, you've got about 5-6 seconds per car.
Yeah.
Spread out. It's definitely. I don't want to put it just on the shoulders of the driver, but it's one of those things where you need all the gears to be turning to really have things work out. And it could be a situation where you know me. I'm often, when I'm in a qualifying session in officials, I will be in a voice call, but I'll hit deafen on Discord. I'll be fully locked in. It could be a situation where that's maybe the process for Davey, and obviously it doesn't quite work with an open session. It could be anything, and I'm sure the team will have a much better of what it was that they could improve on, and they are gonna. Yeah. We know how good DLR are. They're not gonna let that sort of thing fester and continue on throughout their season. I think we'll come into next round, and that will be a big focus on making sure that number 1 car can get a qualifying at the top of the field.
Yeah, I get what you're saying about, you gotta lock in, you gotta focus to go fast, but you don't have to be. If it was the case of the driver was deafened, you don't have to be deafened the entire time. Like, when you're on your out lap, on your warm up lap, whilst you're on pit lane, you could be on deafened and be talking about this sort of thing. So I don't know. It's a tricky one. I'm sure, like you say, I'm sure they'll figure it out for the next race. But I think there were just a lot of cogs that weren't meshing in that one, and it's what really hampered their performance in qualifying. And perhaps the start of the races, they were maybe a little bit desperate to try and make up for what happened at the start there. But again, the only time we're ever going to know is if we get the chance to talk to them at any point.
We are hearing from the chat that there were some connections. We did see that, of course, on the final lap. So I'm wondering how much that might have been for the other laps that ended up invalidated. Maybe it was more of a connection tie racing problem. So maybe all this theorizing was it's a little bit silly. But...
Oh, it's the team. Oh, it's the driver. No, it's just hardware.
It is a factor that overqualified is one of those things we don't have time to really go into it in the moment because everything's all go. But as the race settles in, we're obviously in the midst of our 3rd pit cycle for this GTP field. All firm racing have come in and I assume gotten some damage fixed on the rear of that car, so it's driving good again. There's these sort of things that you've got to. All aspects of a race are important, and you need to have that experience in a league and to know the field and all these things, know the inches of the rule book. Even if you're an extremely fast driver, you'll still make those mistakes if you're in an unfamiliar environment. I mean, it was the VCO IndyCar Challenge last year.
The one you finished top 16 in that one race? In one race,
yeah.
Yeah.
But in some of the road course races that were run at the start of the season, they'd have a group qualifying process to keep the drivers would pull to end of pit lane. And some drivers who were 9, 10 KI rating would get to the pit lane and go, okay, let's keep the engine cool, turn the car off.
Oh.
It's the IndyCar, you can't turn it back on. You can't tow in qualifying unless your session over. And that caused massive problems for some of those group qualifying sessions in races 1 and 2. There's always going to be something that you can't really prepare for. Or apparently that might have also been the issue that brought them lapped out at the start of the race was part of the connection. Just hopping back to DLR Orange for a second.
That first lap incident is exactly what that looks like, because it seemed like they were sort of in and out of existence on that one. Like I have all the cars loaded. I can see them all at the same time. Not all drawn, obviously. That's like, I'm not going to put my GPU through that one. I'm just commentating. But not even I could see any of that incident at all, as XPD Racing have actually made their way down pit lane as well, a lap earlier perhaps than we might have expected them to, only doing 24 laps, 23 laps even in that stint. So that damage again hampering them.
No, I think that was 24.
It might update when they cross the pit exit line, to be fair.
Remember the first stints, the number got off cycle because they started at further back, but
True.
When they're going from bots to bots, I think the overlay will show it correctly over here in ATVO land.
This is Race Lab.
Oh, Race Lab, okay.
Fighting Race Lab.
Okay. I've got capturing the overlays on stream and SDK. Got at least 4 different pieces of software running. They're all interpreted data different ways. It's quite fun. But yeah, I think they went 24. They've done 73 laps, now on to lap 74. So that's 2 24s and 25. And they've not quite gotten all of that damage fixed, in fact. Which is interesting due to 2 reasons. First of all, it says that there was maybe more damage than they expected. But it also says that they weren't feeling too hurt by the damage. Because if they were, they think they would have taken the extra time for, just bodywork damage to fix up, really. They seem to think the car is performing well enough that they can do that net stop. Obviously, Alvarez is still in the car, so he knows how it drives for the second stint. And they are going to just trap straight back on and go back after Focus GT, Focus PEC, who are right now 10 seconds up the road, but 4 laps worse on the fuel tank.
Well, speaking of racing, there is a gap starting to close up in GTP. We said how Max de Leyden was really making his way through the field in his 4th stint in the car, by the way. He's now only 0.8 of a second off the back of Dominic Englix, having a very, very slow outlap. It was a 3 minute and I think 3 minute and where is it? I had it up for a second. 3 minute and 18 second outlap, which is a little bit, I think that's a little bit unusual.
I'm going to investigate.
Oh no, it's only a second slower. Never mind. But Dom just kind of not having the best time of it in the last 5 laps or so, and really having to put up with a bit of pressure from Max de Leyden behind. 36 seconds off the lead, 2.5 seconds off the back of Julien Harmond, who, after getting all that damage repaired, really seems to have got the hammer down and started to find a little bit of extra pace. But yeah, there is a battle that looks like it's brewing here for 3rd place in GTP between TMR, Fury Sim Sport, and Old Firm Racing. That is the 97 of Julien Harmond, just off the back of a lap down MRRS Motorsport Ferrari there, I believe. I'm just trying to see if I can remember the liveries and colours this early on in the championship. Very much getting held up by some of the GT3 traffic through No Name, X, Speaker's Corner, whatever you want to call it. Dom is going to have the same issues, and that is going to let Max de Leyden close the gap into Pouin. Let's see how it ends up. No, actually, Dom just managing to sneak to the inside of the McLaren, and it's going to be de Leyden that has to deal with that 720S GT3 through Piff Path, through Fania, through, there's probably a 3rd name for that section of track as well.
Oh, we've reached that part of the broadcast.
Oh yeah, it's happening. No, we're not there yet. We'll save that for the last hour of the race. But yeah, Julian Harmon just doing everything he needs to at the moment to hold on to that third place. But got to give a lot of credit to Aaron Thor. He is absolutely blown in these last this last stint or so, to get himself 15 seconds clear of everyone else behind him. He's not closed the gap on DLR by Simlab Red as of yet. That gap's actually opened up to 20.7 seconds, but that's only a 2-second increase of gap. So there's still plenty to fight for in this race as drivers cycle in, cycle out of the car. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that gap, that fight develops over the course of the next 7.5 hours. Because we don't know who is next in that car for DLR by Simlab. Maybe they'll go back to their race starting driver and try and pull out a little bit more of a gap. Maybe there's a third driver in that one that's going to get in. We don't know. We can only speculate on who's going to be driving the cars and what sort of pace they have until they actually get in it. But that gap between TMR and Fury has actually opened itself up a little bit more. I think Delayden just either starting to struggle a little bit now or getting the worst end of the traffic. It's certainly what it looks like now, as he's having to squeeze by GT3 through Lake Kuma Malmedy. Not one of the best places you want to do it, as Harmond is struggling with the traffic too, and it's allowed Englitz to close back up within 1.5 seconds, Liv.
Yeah, and again, it's this lapped car who's just going to get out of the way coming into Puma and give the open door, as Owen had to deal with a little bit of GT3 traffic. Again, it's good to see that they're flying again after they picked up that little bit of damage in the incident at the top of Radion. Of course, they might get ahead with a... I think I might have spotted what the issue might have been. They had a same pit stop stationary time, but TMR were 3 seconds or 2.5 seconds longer in the pit lane. So maybe had a little bit of an incident at the top of the hairpin.
Or exercise caution.
I mean, losing 2.5 seconds either way, and that might have given Julian Harmon the gap to make the overtake happen and back into P3. Though, of course, Dom did a hand close. We saw how tight that battle was in the previous stint, and I'm sure he wants to try and get the move done once again.
Yeah, it seems like Dom has the pace to make that move work. He's just had a little bit of... He's the sort of driver that struggles to get warmed up in these sorts of races, and he's within the window now, and as you know, Liv, he can go fast when he's ready to go fast, and he is getting to that stage now, I think, as Harmond is going to have to check up a little bit for that BMW M4 GT3 in the middle of Eau Rouge Radion, which again is going to give Englitz another opportunity to get that gap closed down and start to close in. As you look ahead again, and you've got a Corvette Z06.R GT3 in front of the Acura.
It's a Corvette, you should probably say Z06.
Z06 GT3.R, there you go. That is going to hamper Harmon's run into Brussels. He has to go all the way around the outside. Englitz isn't going to have the same opportunity through No Name, but he might squeeze his way down the inside. Yes, he does, just to try and stick with Julian Harmon through this middle sector. Again, it's a part of the track where we know the Acura is really, really strong, but if he can just keep it within 1 second, he's going to be well within the slipstream on the run down to the bus stop, which could give him an opportunity on the way into Lake Coombe.
Yeah, I mean, he's within about 0.5 of a second now. Just doing a great job holding on. I think he might either need the traffic to make the move happen or need Harmon to not fight it. So I think even around the outside of Lake Coombe, I think Harmon is gonna have some bravery and have the grip to try and hold that move true. So I think he's gonna need a little bit of a helping hand from someone, but he's going to be close coming into the chicane, and there's a little bit of traffic ahead that could play havoc, as we've seen quite a few times now at the bottom of Eau Rouge and coming back up the hill towards Radion. Might just about get away with it this time, but
it's going to be close.
It could be a matter of time here. Dom is doing a great job holding on here.
So I can't quite see the gap between the 285 and the 97 on the way down to Eau Rouge Radion. It should be a relatively simple job for Julian Harmon to get through this section of track. Might be a late move at the top of the hill, but no, that GT3 is going to be well out of the way by the time both of these prototypes get there. The only issue for them is going to be the 177 just ahead on track which is your second place car in GT3 Pro. It's where these two are going to get all sorts of checked up behind, I think that's, yeah, it's a McLaren. Behind that McLaren just up front, is Harmon going to find his way through into Brussels? Is Dom going to follow him through? He kind of needs to, but that opportunity is taken away by Roman UTL rather quickly. So Dom's going to have to look for another way through. Is UTL using all of the track on exit of Brussels, making that job really difficult as Englicht has to go down the inside of another GT3 at Speaker's Corner, and he's going to have to wait at least another lap before he gets an opportunity again.
Do you mean X? Do you mean no name?
No.
Well, I think we are at that part of the podcast, actually. I'm feeling it.
Well, the delusion is starting to settle in as there is a Mercedes GT3 that is just going to get in the way of Harmon. And again, it's that opportunity that Englicht has been looking for. And Julian just looking a little bit unsettled behind some of this traffic. Englicht having a really easy time of that GT3 as the gap comes back down underneath a second. So we've got slipstream and superior top end speed for the 499P. I almost said GT3, I'm not sure why there. As they start to come up onto the back of the NGC by Rubis Gas GT3 Pro leader with Federico Faria on board that one. Is this car going to cause any issues on the way down to Eau Rouge Raidillon? I think these two cars are close enough to the McLaren to be clear of it by the time they get there. Harmon may have to check up the corner a little bit and has to compromise his exit. That brings the gap down to only 0.8 of a second. But I'll tell you what, it was a good exit from the corner from Harmon, who extended the gap by just a car length or two on the way in as Englicht struggled to get through La Source.
And it means nearly nibbled the ball, in fact.
Yeah, and Harmon is going to remain safe on the way down to Les Combes. But there is, again, some more traffic to contend with for the 97. He's had sort of here or there luck with it so far this race, but Englicht will be looking for any way to get past that Acura and get that car back up onto the podium and get it in a position for Alex Salmon and Debacca to really start chasing down for the higher places in this race. We don't expect to see Salmon in the car for at least a couple of hours or so. He's currently out working on actual race cars because that guy hill climbs and has had the opportunity this year to race with, well, hill climb with a proper single-seater hill climb car, and the thought of that genuinely terrifies me.
It's interesting. So we had a conversation about sort of that sort of sports psychology side of things, and it came up through drifting. I mentioned a certain drift driver who sort of had sessions to sort of focus on what is quite a short burst of energy.
We had that conversation with Alex. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. And I say it's quite interesting. And I think the closest analog to having this is that sort of qualifying run. You have to be locked in for that sort of 1 or 2 minutes at most. But Dom is going to actually he's going to lift and coast out of that one. Couldn't find the angle through his chain and hopped the curb a little bit. Coming through the final chicane, but now has a good opportunity very close and under the rear wing into La Source. Is it going to be the move, or is he going to fake it out once again? Fakes it one more time, but he's going to try and now set up all the way down the hill. He is right there, might be too close. Coming through Rouge Red, I might have to give that little bit of a gap, and does now rebuild the momentum. Coming through up the hill and toward Hakoum. Surely this is the move. He's been patient so far. He's going to get defended. Julian Harmon knew that move was going to come, that attempt was coming.
Look at the speed.
But I think Dom's going to be clear. There's going to have to be a lunge from Harmon to try and fight this back, and he's not going to go for it. Great run down the high-speed sections there, and Dom does move the TMR Ferrari back into third place.
Yeah, and that's it. That's the beauty of the differences that we see between these two cars. We know how fast the Acura is in the middle sector, but the only thing that holds that car back at a track like Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps is its lack of top-end speed. And that really showed itself on the run down to Les Combes there, where Harmon just had absolutely nothing to fight against the Ferrari with. Again, the Ferrari with the lower downforce, not downforce drag ratio, but the lower downforce, lower drag sort of setup that's built for Le Mans. It works at Spa as well. This is a track that all the LMP1 teams used to bring their Le Mans aero kits to give them a proper test run before they got to the Circuit de la Sarthe. So when Ferrari built a car for Le Mans, you've got to think that it's going to work at Spa as well, as Dom's going to take advantage of a GT3 to try and give himself a little bit of breathing room to that Acura. The one thing I did note about Dom's attack is it looks very similar to how Neil got past, I think it was the old firm car earlier on in this race, where it was that little fake to the inside to fill the mirrors. It was the red versus blue. Moved to the inside to fill the mirrors, got back in line for the run through the corner, and then got the move done at the top of the hill down into Lake Kuma. It's really fun to watch how different, as much as all the drivers within the team will drive differently, they're all going to pick little bits up off each other and apply them to their own races. And that just little peaks for the mirrors is one of those things that I think Dom has picked up off Neil in recent months.
And I think it's, again, that sort of psychology of racing that it is so interesting. He knew the move wasn't going to happen, and he could have just sat behind and, waited for what he knew the opportunity was. But to make that little deke to the inside, to basically put the idea in Hayward's head, it makes it more difficult for 97 to attack the corner, especially if it involves backing up the entry. It makes it so that he's got to sort of consider the possibility of that early move, and it makes it hard to get that exit, which is the only way that Acura had to defend that move from that close. It's to focus and get a really good launch out of La Source to try and pull a gap that can't be closed in. So I'm just trying to get into his head, and I'm not sure whether that was the deciding factor, because obviously the straight line speed is so powerful.
Oh, yeah.
But it never hurts to try and play that game. It never hurts. As the traffic's going a little bit awkward here, I think Dom gets away with it without Commentator, at least that damage, and can hold on, but it gives Harmon a little bit of a chance here.
I think it's something that's a little bit interesting to talk about there. Like, what's the better approach? Is it better to just sit behind, drive your line, stay there on the rear bumper, let them get used to the idea of you being there? Or is it better to just be a little bit all over the place and a little bit unpredictable to try and unsettle them a little bit? What makes the move easier? Is it better to surprise someone with a move, or sort of set it up and let them know that it's happening? As someone who does a lot more racing than me, Liv, where do you stand on that front?
Was a bit of a lunge there, an attempt at just to clear the traffic more than anything. Dom Harmon gets it stopped and slots him back behind. I think it depends who you're fighting. I think it depends how you need to make the attack. I think in that situation, Dom wasn't too worried about getting Harmon prepared for the move, because it was about the airspeed. It was about trying to do it on the straight rather than sort of a late dive into the corner. And so he could afford to sort of try and play those mind games to give himself the advantage. I think I talk about it quite often in IndyCar on the ovals, especially, of trying to set that move up by sticking with one pattern and then changing it. But that's because it really relies on going opposite the car ahead and trying to make the move in the clean air. If you're going for a dive bomb into a certain corner where it's like maybe the only opportunity in a lap, I think in that sort of situation, that's when you want to try and play your cards close to your chest and catch them with the element of surprise. I think it's driver dependent, but it's also very much track dependent and situation dependent. And I think in this situation, there's not really any harm for Dom to do that. It's very much a battle of the machines in that sort of context, rather than it being a not an unexpected move. It always depends what you want to try and do. There's more than a way to spin a cat. You can always race differently and make your speed in different ways.
Keep your hands off my cat.
Same.
You leave Luna alone. You ain't going to be skinning my cat.
Listen, I didn't say
you're not allowed to meet her if that's what you're doing.
I said a cat.
18 seconds is the story of the day then when it comes to the gaps between the top three. A comfortable 18-second gap for DLR by Sienna. A gap that is coming down just a little bit, but only by a couple of seconds in the last 10 laps or so. Writer Engineering's Aaron Full currently on board that number 76 Acura with 18 seconds over the number 41 Ferrari 499P behind, who is doing a great job to hold off Julien Harmond, who again did a great job to get in front of that Ferrari. But it's as the stint's gone on, you've seen just a little bit of a lack of pace out of the Acura really start to come into effect because he can't get onto the back of the Ferrari as it stands. Someone who was making a bit of a charge up the field but has stalled out just a little bit is Fury Sim Sports Max Delayden. Down there in 5th place, 4 and a bit seconds off the back of Julien Harmon. So I'm thinking a little bit of fatigue has started to set in for Delayden as there's some gravel down at Leicum, catching both Englicht and Harmond out as they both go wide at Malmedy. I don't know why Delayden's been on board that car for so long, but he's been there for a very long time.
I have a very different theory that I've just noticed.
I love theories.
They only had a 29-second stationary time for their pit stop just now.
Who did?
Fury Simsport.
Yeah.
They short-fueled the tank.
Interesting choice.
So I'm thinking that was a fuel-only stop. They're gonna do it on 12 stops, but they're gonna stretch some of the stints out and not have to do a full double stint on any set of tires. They're gonna do sort of a few stints that are 1 3/4 maybe to try and avoid that very end of the double stint tire life. And so the lack of pace, I think, is just managing this.
It's
this
tires,
set.
yeah.
What
You're
I
right, it's
think
tires.
Is the second of the stint.
Yeah, they've double stinted. Good spot, Loaf. Good spot. Thank you for that. There you go. That explains that one then. So Fury Sim Sports Max Delayden on a second stint on this set of tires, which is a very early time to do it, but with that shorter stop as well, it's something that actually, you know what? Here's something that it's just reminded me of. 2020, 24 Hours of Daytona, DHR's strategy was, Doug Henson Racing, of course, was their strategy was to short fuel for every single stint, but take the tires 5 stints. So it wasn't 5 full stints, but it was still long enough that they were getting the absolute maximum out of how far the tire could go, keeping their fuel stints a little bit shorter, maybe taking an extra stop. But because of how little time they, how few times they had to take a fresh set of tires, it's what would have worked for them in the end. But of course, DHR had cursed at Daytona.
And how light the car would have been.
Exactly.
For those.
Yeah,
I know
exactly.
the reason that they didn't fill the tank now and then stop early when they
we're pulling a little bit of a hind half. Fast Repair, Motorsport, and Negative Delta going a little bit side by side. Federico Romano getting involved in that one as well, as the Negative Delta Mercedes getting all sorts of out of shape through Leicum, letting both the Mustang and the McLaren squeeze through on it, as the Fast Repair Motorsport car will move up into 6th, the IS Corsa up into 7th, and Negative Delta losing 2 spots in one corner.
Yeah, and just an awkward sequence there that really ended up coming back to bite them. This is the kind of thing of sometimes it's about trying to, even if you're being overtaken, to try and let it happen and sort of facilitate it as quickly as possible so that you don't get swallowed up from cars behind as well. I think obviously they weren't too much in control of that there, but with the way they were sort of forced offline at Leicum, it really invited the IS Corsa car to follow straight back through.
And that's the thing, with the amount of rubber that's been built up on the outside of the circuit by now as well, getting forced out there, it's going to make it a little bit difficult to hold on to the position. And again, that's what IS Corsa took advantage of, because they were able to stay on the racing line and then squeeze around the outside to the inside of Malmedy on the Mercedes, and they're looking like they're on a bit of a charge right now because they are sticking with this Ford Mustang GT3 into the final sector. We know how good that McLaren is, so can they really make another step forward and even overtake the Mustang in the next lap or so?
I think the worst thing for IS Corsa is the lap car of Smurf Racing Team ahead. They're 4 laps down. Of course, I'm not saying that they're holding up, but they are currently giving a lot of draft to that Ford Mustang. All the way down the hill, all the way back up. Even if they move aside on the Kemmel here, that's going to give them a good defense from the move from the McLaren and just help them hold on for a little bit longer. And we're just going to have to wait for another opportunity potentially here.
Well, I guess it all depends on how much straight line speed that Ford Mustang has as a rule. As you see the Focus Racing car of Miguel Bento squeezing his way through some of the traffic. Might have a dive down the inside of Malmedy on the ice course car. Yes, he does. So that's going to separate that battle out a little bit. And again, it's one of those things we talked about, that not only the GT3s that, the GTPs that have to deal with the GT3s have to deal with the GTPs as well. Just to confuse things, because the class names sound so similar.
And that was really awkward as the lap car did get out of the way, and there's actually been a passive position for P3 overall. As we were watching this, Dom got really checked up through Curve Paul Frere by a GT3 car. Traffic just really playing a bad factor for Dom on this lap, and getting back ahead is the old firm race car of Julian Harmond, who, by the way, is on old tyres. They double stinted in the most recent stint as well, I'm hearing from the YouTube chat. I'm not sure if this was the reason, but if it was to give the crew more time to fix the rear damage, I really liked that. But great move from Julian Harmon that throws back now onto this battle with the IS Corsa car, because we've got two things at once right now. It's going to be very difficult to keep up with them.
Oh! No. That's a big hit for Englicht on the way into Eau Rouge Radion. It really looks like the McLaren was leaving that door open for both of the GTPs to go through, but they slammed the door shut so late into the corner. I'm not quite sure how much damage that 499P is going to have on it, and I can't quite tell. If we could jump on board in a bit, we might be able to see. But here comes the replay. We're following the number 41 Ferrari of Englicht on the run down the hill. You see there's about a car length or so between the Acura and the Ferrari. The Acura gets down to the apex, both cars signaling to go to the inside, and by the time the McLaren moves over, Dom's already committed to the move, and there's absolutely nothing that Englicht can do. And it's that secondary contact that's what really sent both cars into a spin, but just a clumsy little bit of driving from both cars down there to, well, take both of them out of, well, not out of contention, but it's certainly going to hamper their runs.
And I think the 41 might have gotten away without too much damage from that one, potentially. The 288 not so lucky. They are without a rear bumper, and after a spin at the end of the straight, I had to tow back to pit lane to get that fixed. I'm not too sure what to think about that one. I think the door was open, but I think it was clear why it was open. It was open for Old Firm Racing there. They had to let that one car make the move. They weren't expecting Dom to try and slot back through as well. The 41 is going to stay out, so can't have too much damage, but another close moment with the GT3 car there. And they continue on during this fourth stint, and I really don't know. I think ultimately Dom was the one who had the ability to not take that risk for both cars. So it's tough. It's a tough one, and we are both going to be a little bit biased on this ultimately. So maybe we leave that one up to the stewards and see what comes of that in a little bit.
Yes, I'm making a very conscious effort to keep my mouth shut on this one, because obviously I have opinions. It's just such a... Just to talk about the situation in general, though, it's so tricky, I think, to manage on both parts, because you had this fight for position between the two GTPs. Just to take everything out of it, you had this really close fight for position between the two GTPs with about a car length between both of them. And the McLaren, or the GT3 in this instance, was like, okay, I'm going to leave the door open for one of these cars. But then the problem is, by the time he turns back across to go to the apex, this other GTP that was a tenth of a second behind the one that it was fighting for position has already well committed to the corner. And it's one of those situations where, as the car that's trying to chase the other one, you're like, oh, okay, I'm close enough that the traffic is going to let me through there as well. And I think it was a very late closing of the door by the GT3 in that instance. it was close, really close for both of them getting through on that one. And I think the actual contact that the stewards need to have a closer look at is the one that happened at the apex of Radion. That second apex where the contact happened there, I think was the main issue. Because after that first touch, both cars were... one was damaged, but both cars were still going in a straight line.
That first contact.
It did, yeah. The rear damage came from that first bit of contact, but both cars were still pointing in the right direction before that little bit of secondary contact in the middle of Radion. So I do feel like that's the one that actually needs looking at, because that first one was a lot more of a racing incident. I don't agree with what the GT3 did there, obviously, because that is a very, very late place to close the door when the cars coming up behind you are doing 300 odd kilometers an hour and can't react to that quickly. But that secondary contact, I think, is what needs to be looked at more.
At the same time, though, it's really not easy for a GT3 to... It's easier for GT3 to hand wide before the corner and then come in. It's a lot more difficult for them to hold that line all the way through that sort of first apex. It's... I don't know. I think it's not an instant that's massively against one driver over the other. But I also think with an hour 3 of a 10-hour race, and as important as that battle is, I think if I'm in that situation, and granted I'm not at the level that some of these drivers are, but if I'm in that situation in a prototype, I'm cracking the throttle. I am slotted in behind and making the move on the exit. I think I have to.
The way I'm looking at it is, would you fail a driving test for doing what the McLaren did? Because part of me thinks that GT3 moved in a way that forced another car to do something else. Like it's a very last second thing that was a very last second.
The corner's not going anywhere though.
No, you're not wrong on that front. But as much as the Ferrari could have lifted out the throttle, could the GT3 not have as well?
I don't think so. I think at that point, you've got to make that decision halfway down the hill if you want to back out of it, to try and let the car slot in completely. And it's at that point, it is just you have to try and, well, sometimes you sort of have in your head certain numbers saying, okay, if the GTP is 4 seconds back from me right now, they're going to catch me here in one of these two corners or on this straight, and that's how the move gets done. You have this calculus going on in your head to predict what's going to happen 30 seconds before it does, so that you can avoid any difficult situations. But it's always rough. It's always dependent on how those next 30 seconds go, and if you get caught up, if a car behind ahead has a bobble. And that was, margins of a tenth, if not hundredths, in terms of the car being clear versus the car being there. And I think once you get into that moment at the very bottom of the hill, I don't think the GT3, I think that bed's already made. If anyone's going to make that call to back, it has to be from the GTP.
So another hour has ticked by in the Platinum Endurance Championship, 10 hours of Spa. The GT3 pit cycle is well underway. We're going to step away for another 5 minutes, top up the beverage, just get a snack, give ourselves the energy to get through the next 7 hours or so. You are watching 10 hours of Spa on ABN. I'm Taylor Mills, alongside me, Olivia Hayward, and we will be back very shortly. Welcome back to ABN's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship, 10 hours of Spa. We are deep within a pit cycle for both classes at the moment, just at the end of the fourth stint of the race for the GTPs and at the start of the fourth for the GT3s. It does mean that we got a couple of the cars really close together on track, but actually speaking, none of them are for position. You're currently watching DLR by Simlab White with Yannick Gerards on board being chased down by the Focus Racing PEC Acura. But again, it's literally a case of pit stop cycles. So the 7 crew aren't trying very hard to actually close that gap down because they're still trying to get their tires warmed up. But of course, the biggest talking point in the last 10 minutes or so is that incident between the number 41 Ferrari and one of the GT3s down at Eau Rouge Radion.
The 288 pace mission.
Yeah, realistically, we've had another look at that one, and that one was a lot more on the 41 than it was the 288. Just to correct myself on that one and throw out any bias.
I'm gonna be honest, it was a little bit of I wanted to tell you more directly, but I didn't want that conversation to happen on broadcast because that was more of a two teammates discussing something rather than two commentators.
It's fine. I got there in the end on my own. So that's the important bit. See, I can be impartial. But yeah, it's very much a case of it was just a clumsy move from Dom, who was really trying to stay under the rear wing of Julien Hamon. You can see why he went for it. I think we said Liv. There are a lot of us that would have gone for the same move, but just Dom had time to react to that, and he very specifically chose not to. But even after the initial contact, that was an issue, but it was really that second bit of contact up the hill that is the main issue, because that's when both cars actually went for a spin. Before that, they were both, one was damaged, but they were both on the straight and narrow and could have drove away from that incident, but it was just a bit of clumsy driving followed by a bit of clumsy driving that is really what ended the incident there.
They almost came down with a third time at the top of the hill as well.
They did,
in mid-spin. I think they just about avoided that one.
And I think that Dom got really lucky that he was broadside to the track, and no one managed to hit them. But it does put the TMR crew about 11 or so seconds off the back of Julien Hamon, who has just come down pit lane. So the TMR crew going a lap or so longer than the 97, who are choosing to get off that double stinted set of tyres very, very early. We are thinking there is a penalty to come the way of the 41, so we need to try and keep an eye on the steward's decisions to see that one. I have got the bars up on iRacing, so if a black flag does get handed down to TMR, I'll be able to see it and then pass that one on.
Those black flags tend to come a lot later than the sheet, though, because the steward and crew credit to them, they do give all the teams a chance to look at the sheet, to think if they want to try and appeal the decision, and then they'll apply it after it's been sort of confirmed. There was actually an incident earlier on in the race, I can't remember who it involved. I think it was the JJC car, who is now unfortunately retired from the race, who saw their black flag on the sheet, was like, hey, there's not been applied an Irison yet. The steward said, it's so you can appeal it, and they went, no, it was on us, you can apply it. I do kind of respect that.
I mean, that incident was very, very clearly on them. That was to remind the viewers at home exactly what that incident was. It was the one where the JJC car got a little bit checked up behind a Merc at the top of the hill, overcommitted to it a little bit, and then just turned across the nose of the GT3.
So that was they were 3 wide with another GTP at that point.
And they were trying to leave a little bit more space than was absolutely necessary, and it pretty much went wrong for them on that occasion. So let's have a quick look at how. Actually, no, we'll wait until the pit cycle has filtered itself out. Oh, actually, was that the Go Esports car just off on the side of the road?
Yeah, they were in for a solo spin through Paul Frere. They were actually, despite being 9 laps down, were basically under the rear wing of the University Esports 74 ahead of them and trying to fight for a position back, but wasn't to be just yet, as a little bit of rally crossing there through Lecombe and Malmedy. But that, of course, is our 262. They are actually only a second away. This is a battle for the lead in GT3 AM now. We know that Auto Performance has been doing magic on the fuel save, so
And the tyres.
at the very least, they're going to have a shorter stop to the end. But this has brought the 2-2 back in, and we could see a change for position in GT3. And for, I guess, must be the first time this race, because they wouldn't have lost it in pit cycle with their extended stints.
Now in GTP, we have had the pit cycle kick off. DLR by Simlab exit the pit lane, still in the lead. Writer Engineering have put Jan Kurbs back on board that car, so perhaps trying to go a little bit speedy now to see if they can start to claw the gap back to the now Jean-Paul Seaman piloted DLR by Simlab Commentators. Whiten doing a great job to get that car going fast in the last couple of stints or so, as we go back to the starting race drivers, who are going to try and give it their absolute all to try and close down some of these gaps. Neil de Backer also back on board that number 41 Ferrari, so he's got a little bit of work to do if he wants to get back onto the podium. But it's one of those things where if there's anyone who can do it in that driver lineup, it's going to be Neil.
Yeah, and I think something to bear in mind as well, since we have spent so long talking about this incident, we may as well sort of go into some more depth about what happens in the aftermath of that sort of thing. I think even if Dom was scheduled for a third stint going into that, I think it's a smart move to make that pivot and to go on back to Neil de Backer, just because it had been a couple of stints that were a little bit sketchy. Obviously, he made some great moves, but also that can be a knock to the confidence when you have something like that happen, especially near the end of a stint. You don't really have much time to get settled back in. And so taking that opportunity to swap back in to try and make some moves back through the field, I think
put Neil de Backer in the car.
Goal. I'm going to tell him you said that. I'm going to tell him you made that pun.
That's fine, you can do. I thought it was a good pun, to be honest. But yeah, so now that we have the pit stop cycle, actually, this is a very long stop for the 41. Hold on. That is a very long stop. Are they taking? They must be taking repairs. They have to be. Or serving a very long penalty.
They have a meatball.
Oh, it is a meatball.
That wasn't there. They've had an incident. Don't tell me it's been on the way through pit lane.
Was it on pit lane?
That's what I'm wondering. I'm just rolling back through. I'll give an update in a second, but that
doesn't look like it unless it happened on the actual way in. I can't see anything. I'm trying to see if there was a little bit of contact at any point on the lap. When do you have to serve a meatball, I guess is the question.
It wasn't on the entry list. I remember checking. So it's more recent. Oh no!
Do you see it?
It was on the... It's a completely unforced error. I'm going to say it was after the hairpin just wasn't far enough over to the right and clips the attenuator coming back down the hill towards the classic pit lane. I don't know how else to say it. That's a really... It's completely unforced from Dom, unfortunately, and at the very last moment has given...
I don't see that.
A couple laps of damage.
I don't... Oh, I see it. Yeah. Oh, that's silly. That's very silly. I mean, well, we talk about driver mentality a lot when we're doing these broadcasts. I think that's a culmination of everything that's happened in the last 10 minutes or so. The incident,
I was going
with some damage.
I was going on the ramble about why you would swap Neil in at this moment in time.
The same principle. Yeah.
It's just a few seconds too late, really.
Yeah, it's a shame to see, because that's such an easy thing to avoid. Like, you're sat on the left-hand side of the car, so unless perhaps he was distracted by something or just lost focus for a moment, but that's a very, very costly error this late on into a 10-hour race, because yes, there's 6.5 hours left to go, but after a mistake like that, you're putting your team 5 laps down or so. They've already dropped 2 laps to the leader, and it's 3 laps down. It's a 60-minute repair. You put them 3 laps down, and then there's not really the opportunity to get that back unless you are seconds a lap faster than everyone else. And that's a hard pill to swallow. That is a really hard pill to swallow, I think, for everyone involved in that one.
The reason I just can't imagine what that conversation is like. I'm honestly kind of glad that I don't have to be in I've been in the call for instance before that have been that very sort of somber feeling, and that's going to be a tough one. But let's focus our attention back to the battle in GT3 Pro, because it's a very close fight on track right now. A second between the Vulcan Motorsports McLaren and the virtual drives by Thrustmaster in the BMW. Just following on board with that right now as a GTP machine cuts through. That was the Fury SimSport car that went off strategy and is now sort of doing some interesting stuff. Speaking of strategy, XBD down on pit lane after another 25 stint for them, so they are really making the strategy happen. And we'll keep you informed on that as to where they come out of pit lane and who they end up battling with. But right now it's the BMW trying to get this move done.
That's a multi-car incident. Oh, and it's almost a third car involved in that one as well. The Project Valor is number 51 car, I think that is. I'm trying to get or is it the 50? Yeah, no, it is the 50. I'm trying to get a view on that one and try and figure out exactly what happened. It looks like it's on the run between Curva Paul Frere and Blanchimont. We're going to get a look at it here. The McLaren just moves. Oh, goodness me.
Oh.
The McLaren just moves across and keeps
That's the Pacemaker's car. So, as we tried to move away from one incident after around about 20 minutes, that G2 ends up in another one. And I've got to say, as much as we were, and especially I was being quite kind to them about the first one, I can't find too many excuses for the move there. That wasn't.
It's a complete lack
much
of
less
attention.
duress. There's just.
It's the thing is, it's one of them where the GTP is already
he's
there.
2 on the grass even when the contact's made. Need any more room for them.
It's like it's one of those situations. Speaking from the perspective of someone who drives the faster class, when you're in a situation like that, you have to pick a side. You have to pick a side. It doesn't matter where the GT3 is. You have to either predict that they're going to move over or drive towards the gap that is already there. And it's one of those where you have to try and force the GT3 to do what you want it to do. And that was just one of those where it looks like the driver of the 288 just wasn't paying attention to what was going on around there. Maybe a little bit distracted by the other prototype that was in front of it, but it moved across and kept moving across and kept moving across. It's why we have relatives. It's why we have mirrors on the exit of a corner. In the slower class, you should be checking your relative, and you should be checking your mirror to see if anyone's coming. And the unwritten rule, the one that prototype drivers always shout and scream about, is choose your line and stick to it. What that means is you don't choose the racing line or not choose the racing line. You choose the inside or the outside, and you stay there. And that's just not what happened with the 288 McLaren there. They exited the corner on the left-hand side of the circuit, and then with another car behind them, pointlessly drifted back over to the right and caused what looks like it's going to be essentially a race-ending incident for the Project Valor 50 car.
Yeah, no, it wasn't that good from them, to be honest. I'm dubious about that. What I will say, because I can't have too much of this Taylor being nice about prototype decision making, because the Valor car did then pull across the track and very nearly collect the 44 connection loss car. They had to go into the grass to avoid on the rejoin. So in the studio room, about to get very busy indeed, because there's been a number of major incidents as the sun starts to set here, or as we at least get towards dusk, that I think I've got to say it must be the fatigue starting to set in, but I have no other explanation as to why things would be quite like this right now.
At 5:30 in the evening in Europe, if people are getting tired, they need to get on them espresso.
No, I'm not talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
a double stint is always a play, I don't know what time of day it is.
That was almost another incident between a McLaren and a prototype, though, down into Eau Rouge Radial. This time, both cars managing to leave each other just enough room to squeeze through on that one. But Falcon Motorsport clearly not happy about that one at all. So credit to both of them for getting through that cleanly, because getting a move done down there is certainly one of the trickier things to do in multi-class racing.
I'll bring it up here for a second.
Federico Colello is still going on and hunting down that P4 against VDC.
While my microphone is live, someone needs to, clip that, because we're going to come back to Spa and have the same issue again in 2 seasons. If not next season. That, yes, passes into Eau Rouge. Can happen. But also, right now, there's currently a deliberation going on. They are currently speaking, or currently getting ready to speak 2 different team owners right now regarding appeals, 2 penalties. So there's currently a backlog of incidents that have just not been investigated yet.
Everyone's starting to lose their heads.
A little bit. It really does feel like we were having an okay run for a while, and there's ebbs and flows to it. I guess it could be just that the traffic cycle has happened to line up in a certain way. Of course, we had both pit cycles line back up, so maybe something to do with that. I don't know. Sometimes things just happen, you know.
I wouldn't read too deeply into it.
Oh, we have had another multi-car incident, in fact.
Oh, goodness gracious me.
Oh, no.
And it's XPD Racing GTP. On the exit of Brussels, they and a Mercedes had an incident. And they're now running slow. They have damage. And, my God. It continued on for multiple corners. That is.
I think I have a replay of
No, that's not.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind. This is Narbonne and Trent pits. Hold on.
But even then, we've had another incident as well. We're about to see it. Hugo Preto being sent around, sending himself around on the nose of. On the nose. I don't know. Saying that, why is the Acura going in there that aggressively? It was already well behind the ARX-06, and then just drives into the rear corner of Hugo Preto. I can't even criticize Preto for that one. I don't think he did anything wrong at all.
I guess it's sort of mindset of I'm gonna bring up this incident quickly because everything has happened here.
Oh dear.
But it's like to still talk about that incident with the 7 for a second. It's the GT3 knew that there was another car in front of it. It was fighting that car for a little bit there. So how was it so unaware of the facts that the GTP would have to slow up that it drove into the rear corner of it? It just, again, it seems like another bit of lack of awareness from another GT3 driver as to, you know, driving safely. Like you don't need to be that aggressive around other traffic. But we're going to see if we can get a replay of that incident, Liv. You've got one up for us.
I've got it queued up here. Yeah, let me just. There's a lot going on here.
All right, so
we're gonna have to really unpick this.
Yeah, give me 1 second to get this all switched over. So bear with me for 1 second. There we go.
Okay.
That's me. I see me. Hello, me.
Oh, that's because.
There we go.
Breeze in Discord. All right, there you go.
So. Oh, see nothing.
Take us through it, Liv.
So, you see, coming through Brussels, goes around the outside, tries to make the outside line work. And then you see on the edge, it just gets loose, comes across, takes the nose off that car, then spins again, and that car going around is
Lost
your
the race leader. Was that any damage on the DLR by Simlab car?
It's not a meatball, I can tell you that for sure, but I'll have to go and investigate whether there is any sniffing damage. But you just see, really ultra spot SG Racing. A lot of fuel save work. I think they're meatballed as well, so that is a big loss for them.
XPD's meatball, they have not come in yet. They are still on track because the overlay that we have right now on the screen is live, and they're still in a battle with V44 at the moment. So this is all live, and we'll actually go back to live picture now. Yeah, they're still on track. So if they've been meatballed, they have not served it, and they have to serve it this lap.
They are not. So my mistake. I think the GT3 might have been in that. Oh, it might be someone else. There's been a lot going on.
Everything has just absolutely kicked off in the last 10 minutes or so. And even Jan Curbs has just had Jan Curbs just had an incident as well, losing the back end on the second apex of Leiku Malmedy.
I think
almost spinning into the wall on the inside. You might be able to get a replay of that one for you as well. Here it comes. He's behind his teammate, obviously a lap or so up on him. It just gets on the curve on the inside. It hooks the car in and almost going for a spin. So again, another near crash for another prototype, as I think the Carbono Esports GT3 has actually had a crash. It certainly pops up on the event list, but I might also be lying. Yeah, I think it's because they were just off the track at the top of Eau Rouge.
Yeah,
here is your race leader.
We get some on pit exits sometimes.
So here's your race leader then. I believe rolling around. I'm trying to spot if there's any damage on that car at all.
The bodywork looks pristine, so if it is, it'd be minor wheel at most.
It's clipped on the right rear corner. It looked like a pretty square on here. I'm trying to see if I can see the tire on the outside of that bodywork at all.
The side pod's not looking too great.
Yeah, the gap has dropped to Reiter by about 3 seconds after that incident. But
I mean, they were spun around. That might be why.
Yeah, so fair play to them for still managing to maintain that gap. But I certainly hope they're not on a second stint on those tires, because they're going to be ruined for the rest of this one.
Well, I think they just put Jan Paul in, so
yeah, that'll be fresh tires then. Has to be.
Not how you want to start your stint, but of course there's not really much that he could do about that situation at all.
Well, I think certainly for the headspace of the driver, he knows at least it wasn't his fault, so he can just crack on and drive car fast like he has been doing so far in this race. But of course he is being put again head to head with Jan Curbs, who has clean air in front of him and no one else to fight, because Old Firm Racing by Helmut Sim are 41 seconds off the rear end of the Reiter engineering car. So it is just Jan Curbs, the racetrack, the car, and trying to catch Jean-Paul Seaman. Jean-Paul doing exactly what he needs to right now to stay in the lead. Jan isn't closing fast enough at all, but we all know what can happen the second Curbs decides to turn up the wick. But keep an eye on that gap, folks, because those 16.1 seconds may collapse soon enough.
And I am seeing one more incident come through on the track if Carmen might have access to it.
Is it this one?
No, it's one for involving the number 41 car, which has had a little bit of a spin at.
Okay, I think I found that one too. We'll go back.
This was many laps ago. We don't need to go back to that.
It was less than 5.
It was within the last minute.
I'm actually not seeing that. I'm seeing it happen on lap 101.
Okay, so so here we go.
Yeah, it's lap 101.
Oh, lap 101.
They're on lap 101.
And whoops.
Yeah, the backer at the moment is trying very, very hard to recover anything he can from this race. That's his second spin in a similar fashion. He had one a few laps prior down at X. So again, just trying a little bit too hard. Both of the TMR drivers that have been in the 41 so far, they need to just take a breath and crack on, as we see Hugo Prato having the same incident as Jan Curbs. I think there's some marbles starting to build up down at that.
I feel like it's
second apex and sending cars into a spin.
Not so much just marbles, but like marbles accumulating faster than they can be cleared off the racetrack. Because that is back-to-back laps that we're seeing cars now go off at Les Combes because there's just no grip there. Because it's not like, so obviously this is a refaced track. This is remodeled, repaved. There's a strip of asphalt to the inside of the curbing. It's very grippy. That's why a lot of people are abusing it. If this was the old version of the racetrack, it'd just be grass beyond the curbing. That's not the case. That's why that black asphalt's there, and the GT3s are just fine. I wonder if the GTPs are, obviously they're a lot more sensitive to grip anyway. I wonder if there's enough dirt on the racetrack right now that it's just affecting them so much. Oh dear, that's the 104 going for a loop. Oh, nose contact.
Yeah, Mikhail Costa, who was doing such a good job on board that M4 GT3, just going for a little bit of a spin down there
Got
at
hit
Brussels, and just a bit of contact with one of the Acuras that he was fighting. I think that's the Project Valorous 151 Acura into Brussels, and then it's a secondary contact
with the
with
102.
just trying to get the car, the Fast Repair Motorsport GT3 that was up. It is now up in 5th place after that one. And here's a replay for you. The Acura down the inside is what makes the initial contact with the 104. And I think the Mustang almost, because the M4 spins back to the inside and just, he can't get it stopped. And that's where the contact with the Mustang comes. And the Mustang now running around with no front end on it. It's a hard enough hit that the splitter and the front bodywork has just come completely off that car, and we might see the 102 down pit lane sometime soon.
The 102's got a meatball. They'll have to come down pit lane. I've got to say that there's damage on the 104.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where they thought the gap was turning. I think they were just maybe too distracted by the first car. Didn't realize there was a second one.
And a third one behind that because of the GTP right there too. Yeah,
and they didn't have to pull down pit lane. And it's the 102, unfortunately, that's going to come off worse from that incident.
So down pit lane they come then. No fast repairs for them to take advantage of in this one. We've already made that joke once this race, but we're going to rehash it. But actually looking at some positive things happening on track, there is a fight for position. We're focusing on the one between Yaroslav Roth for Connection Lost Racing on board that Cadillac V-Series.R and the recovering XBD Racing Acura. I think still rolling around with a little bit of damage on that front end. Yeah, you can see the little wing on the front of that Acura just bent in a little bit, the fender itself as well. So reduced downforce, increased drag is really going to be limiting the pace of Rafael Munoz, who, looking at the gap, to be fair, has likely just been overtaken by the Connection Lost Racing team, who again are another team that's having a rather anonymous race and making the best of it. Up in 9th place, up quite a few positions, I think, from where they started. I'm waiting for my ticker to tick through so that I can tell you exactly how many places up they are. Fastest lap of the 57.9 as it stands, which is only half a second off the fastest lap of the race, last lap 202.3. So
they actually lost you up 12. They started on the 10th row of the grid.
Yeah, there it is. I just saw it. It just cycled through. Thank you, Olivia. I was also reading out the wrong lap time as well, because I'm still focused on XBD.
Yeah, they're fast as a 58.7.
Yes, they are being hounded a little bit by the number 47 car, which is a lap down on them, I believe. But again, that just shows the extent of the damage on the number 33. A team that have just been hit by so much poor luck in this race. They're the team that finished second in the championship last season, and of course we mentioned in the preamble that they really wanted to come into this championship with a chance to try and win it all. But the first race of the season, there's only 5 races, so every single race result matters. It's not a good start for them at all, and there's not going to be many opportunities for them to sort of recover from this.
Yeah, I mean, that ultimately they are still running inside the top 10. They are still on a strategy that could gain them some spots at the end of the race, so it's not over for them. But obviously this stint has very much been a knock against them that they're going to have to try and recover from as we get into the back half of this race, as the sun is going to set, and we're going to have quite a lot of this race run under the cover of darkness here as we get, I think, a checkered flag scheduled for just after midnight local time in Sim.
Here's a little bit of, this almost looks like a bit of a battle on track, and in fact it is. It's the IS Corsa car that has just been handed a penalty as they are closing in on the back of the virtual driver's BMW that's rolling around with, we assume, a little bit of front end damage, but it doesn't seem to be affecting them too much at the moment. Liv, I'm wondering if you have the information for us on exactly what IS Corsa picked up a penalty for, but even if they do manage to get past the 104, it's all going to be a little bit pointless as they do have a trip down pit lane scheduled for them.
It was for blocking against the DLR number 1 car. So I'm not sure if we got a view of that because it would probably have been a non-contact incident. But clearly something that the stewards saw as significant enough to give a drive-through penalty for, which
Strange.
but between two classes is one that I don't see very often.
No, and it's strange to hear of a McLaren doing the blocking. Usually that's all the BMWs.
We're going to be making those jokes all season, aren't we?
Oh, yeah, we are. Virtual drivers by Thrustmaster are managing to keep their noses, I mean, apart from the incident they just had, relatively clean so far. And I haven't seen any inter-manufacturer tomfoolery yet, but they are the only BMW representative in the entire field. So I doubt there's going to be much they can do.
Actually, I'm going to have a quick look back because DLR by SimLab is deep on pit lane. They've been there for half an hour, I think. And so I'm going to go back and see what incident caused that damage and if it was related to this blocking. So just give me a moment, just build some time for me.
Back at the front of the field then, DLR by SimLab Red, the sister car to the orange crew down pit lane, are still 15 seconds ahead of Jan Kurbs for Reiter Engineering. So Seaman doing a great job to hang on to that position as it stands, hitting his fuel number, hitting his pace number, and just really doing a good job to hang on. Old Firm Racing are now only 29 seconds behind Jan Kurbs. It looks like they're losing time to DLR by SimLab, but still just holding on to that sort of gap to Reiter Engineering. In P4 in GTP, we've got Fury Simsport. William Foyle jumping on board that car for the first time. So Max Delayden finally getting some sort of rest. Vocus Racing have had a little bit of a messy race so far, but find themselves up in P5. And here's HWT Motorsport Watch. After making that step up to GTP, after winning the GT3 AM Championship last season, Alex Pilbeam up there in 6th place, which is really, really cool to see.
I have found the incident and I now understand.
So hopefully
it was marked as blocking, but there was definitely contact involved.
So hopefully we are going to get a quick look at that incident for you so that you can understand exactly what's happened to cause the IS Corsa car to get a penalty after a little bit of contact with the, I say a little bit, after some contact with the one that brings them down pit lane. And it's brought IS Corsa down pit lane for a very long time as well, as Paolo Tagliolini has jumped on board that car whilst they're serving that black flag. They roll back onto the track, well, through the hairpin, slowly making their way down towards the end of pit lane. Perhaps must have been a stop and hold. They've been on pit lane for
no, I think that was separate to their penalty. I think that was their pit stop and they're taking some repairs.
Interesting
because
that
I think it was towards the drive-through, not as a time penalty.
It looks like it's going to end up being converted to a time penalty because they are spending a lot more time on pit lane than they would otherwise. A 1:43 traversal time. So could have been repairs. They could still have that black flag hanging over them. And in fact, we do have ways that we can have a look at that. Yep, no, they've still got that black flag. So that penalty for the 169 crew is still waiting to be served after an incident of blocking with one of the GTP class cars. Yeah.
I'm not sure if this was the incident that brought the one down pit lane. They might have had a separate thing after this. But this definitely wouldn't have helped. Let's put it that way.
Hello, the night map's just popped in.
Oh, hello.
Good evening. Hello, night map.
Good evening. Welcome back. Welcome to PC.
The night map that was so heavily featured last season as all the races were run at winter time.
Yeah. I've got this replay ready to go if we can. Our fancy little screen wipe in.
See if we can have again before you. Provide you a little bit of context as to how this penalty happened, because it's certainly always interesting to see what's been going on throughout the race, the things that we've missed. As here we are, that is the number one, your championship winners from last time out, the number one sim racing DLR by SimLab Orange team. Oh, that is, wow, goodness me, that is a late move over to the left-hand side of the track from IS Corsa, and I think a fairly deserved penalty on that one.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue that one. I think that one makes sense.
You're not going to jump to the GT3's defense?
No, because they can just hold the inside through that corner. It's not, they're braking.
Interesting.
It's a more normal corner.
I mean, you're not wrong. It's another one of those incidents where there's just were they gathering up from a mistake there? Could they at least argue that?
I don't think so.
No, it's just everyone's losing the plot. It's we're 3 hours and 45 minutes deep into this race, and it's that time where everyone's sort of running on their own and not really taking much chance to really have a look around and see what's going on. But yeah, it's going to be a costly penalty for IS Corsa, who has to drive down the entire pit lane, all a kilometer and a bit of it, before they can get back up to racing speed. So any hope that they had of a decent result has kind of been dashed by this point.
Yeah, it's I mean, there's still a long time left during the race, and they are still in the top 10 ultimately of GT3 Pro. That field is spread out a little bit to give them more of a chance of sort of hold on to positions. And then with about 6 hours left, there's gonna be more incidents that happen to more cars. So at this point, I mean, for quite a few cars, honestly, but especially for IS Corsa here, it's going to be about trying to preserve what they can out of this race. Yeah. And what I will say is that I feel like that. I'm trying to work out how. I'm still on the board. But it's going to be interesting to see how some of these teams prove drives do go, because there are quite a few teams that are sort of backs against the wall right now, and ultimately the GT3 feels still tight enough that it's viable to maybe even race a lap back if you have that much pace. But everyone's so well matched in the class that seems pretty unlikely ultimately.
Your closest battle on track at the moment then is actually for the GT3 AM lead. Orca Performance, who have done a brilliant job of maintaining their really strong position in GT3 overall, still up there in 6th overall, are starting to come under a little bit of pressure from SPH eMotorsport. That's what you're looking at on the broadcast at the moment. We're following your GT3 AM class leader. So maybe we're at a point for them now where the AM drivers are getting on board, and it's where they're starting to bleed a little bit of time to the other cars around them, as the driver of that car perhaps struggling to extract the pace from it as well as they otherwise wanted to, but they're dealing with the pressure brilliantly so far. They've got 1.3 seconds and it's staying relatively stable. It's only really been when there's traffic involved that the gap started to come down. So Pappenhagen doing a great job just to hang on and keep doing his thing.
Yeah, and obviously this is a 7-lap difference. That is a huge amount of time in terms of pit stop. I mean, that a third of a stop is just 15 seconds in the actual pit lane taking the fuel on, even if you don't cut the stop out. But we think it is. We know that the 264 can do it. The question is whether the 262 is in the position to do it as well. But I'm really impressed by the pace that they've shown now to bring themselves back into this fight, because it's not necessarily that the 264 had the ultimate pace the whole way through, but they had that qualifying position that did give them that buffer at the very start of the race, and they were kind of just defending that very well throughout the first 2 or 3 hours. But it's nice to see that battle has now kicked back into gear, and that SPH is really putting pressure on them to try and make that move happen, and to keep them moist and maybe try and force a bit more fuel burn out with the 264 to try and knock them off that strategy if they're able to.
It's nice to see a fight at the top of GT3 AM as well, because of course we had HWT, who were absolutely dominant throughout the championship last season, winning 4 out of the 5 races. Only DDK by Eagle Speed able to pick up another win in that class. Whereas across the other classes, like in GT3 Pro, it was 2 wins for one team, 3 teams to 1 win for 3 others. A little bit less tighter spread in GTP, which was 2 and 2 and 1 for the top 3 in that order. But it just gives you a pretty strong idea as to how well HWT ran and how much they actually probably deserve to have made that step up to GTP. Because again, up there running really cleanly in 5th place, just mostly because they've kept their nose clean, because everyone else behind them, besides the pit stop cycle, Fury, Simsport, XPD, DLR by SimLab White, TMR, Vulcan, Project Valorous, and Osis have all gotten themselves involved in incidents earlier on in the race and are now laps down on a driver lineup that was a GT3 AM entry only 2 months ago. So that takes a lot of commitment, dedication, time to get yourselves up to the sort of pace to be ready for these sort of situations, because being that faster car after being in the AM category is, I'd say it's so much more difficult, because there's it's such a different place to be, because the cars are so much faster, and it's almost like there's so much more expected of you as a prototype driver. Like you almost have to drive perfectly when you're in a prototype, because a lot of the people around you are also going to drive nigh on perfectly. Like, this is a very tough GTP field. Like, as we say, you've got Matthias Whiten, you've got Neil DeBacker, you've got William Foyle.
We've got a battle for position actually right now. Fury Simsport.
It's on pit cycle, I'm afraid.
Oh, it is on pit cycle.
It is on pit cycle. It's the only reason I wasn't talking about it.
It was a good overtake from William Foyle, though.
It was a great move. But yeah, you've got a really, really strong lineup of drivers. We're talking 4K plus drivers at the top end of this one. Like more than that, even like 5K as well, just casually hanging around. And for that HWT crew, again, to go from GT3 AM up into GTP is a huge step, and credit to them, they've done it brilliantly.
Yeah, and I do genuinely think something that, I mean, I've already stated it, so maybe it's not understated, but I'll say that again. Having that experience on both sides of the coin, I think, is giving them a level of knowledge that maybe few teams have in the GTP class. They might have experience driving GT3s or slower class cars in some like officials or whatever, but having it in this specific series, knowing the ebbs and flows of how things tend to go, I think that's really valuable for everyone involved. And yeah, I really think that they're showing their strength in consistency, which is exactly how they did it last season. And having to be the one to make the decisions instead of sort of reacting to them, as it often is in multi-class racing, it seems to be settling into them quite well.
We're still following this this battle that isn't for position on track. Fury Simsport having come up against a couple of issues earlier on in this race. Writer in sort of the similar position. That second Writer engineering car just hasn't quite had the pace or consistency of the sister crew, as actually another car has managed to insert itself between Negative Delta and, in fact, no, hang on. Where are they? SPH have pitted, haven't they? SPH have pitted. They're going to be a little bit down the order now, so they have started their next pit stop cycle at the 3 hours and 50 minute mark. Eagle Speed Academy have been handed a black flag, by the way, as have XPD Racing 33 and Project Valorous 50, which is interesting. I'm trying to see if there was another. Yeah, there was the
rejoin after the previous incident.
The Pacemakers car that's been black flagged for the contact with the 50, and then I think it's the rejoin from the 50 they've managed to get themselves a black flag for as well. I think an interesting thing is that I haven't actually seen a black flag for TMR and their incident with the 288.
It's not been reported.
Interesting. Okay. Maybe it'll come in a little bit, because the 104 has been handed a penalty as well. I assume the steward's judging that they turned down on that Acura GT3 at Brussels. I'm not sure what XPD's penalty is for, though. So, Liv, I'm wondering if you have that to hand at all, to pass on.
What's that, sorry?
The number 33 has been handed a black flag.
I know that there's a message in the Discord from recently that's quite interesting, so I will go and find that real quick. But before I go quiet for another couple of minutes, I will mention that Fastest lap of the race has just been set, a 1:57.198. Guess who it was?
It's Jan Curbs on board the right hand car, because I can see it as well, Olivia.
Well, yeah, but even if you couldn't, I think you could have made a very solid guess that it'd be Jan Curbs.
Yeah, Curbs then is starting to turn the wick up. We know what he's capable of. Now only 8.5 seconds, 9 seconds behind the DLR by similar car. So that's Jean-Paul Siemens' pace starting to falter just a little bit towards the end of the stint. Both cars about 20 laps into this particular run. So wait and see how that one develops over the next stint or so. But that gap has really just been coming down over the last 2 laps. Like, as you say, Jan Curbs setting the fastest lap of the race. His teammates starting to get back on the rear of Fury Simsport as well, perhaps finding a little bit more pace too as they're in the slipstream of that number 31 car. And again, we are in another phase of that race where everything has just sort of settled down for a second. Everyone's doing their thing in their own little space as we wait for another pit stop cycle to phase itself through, more driver swaps, different matchups to really bring everything close together. But this is why we enjoy endurance racing so much. It's one of those where you have these moments of just pure excitement where everything's happening all at once and it's so hard to follow, but you know that you're absolutely loving everything that's going on out there on track. But then you also have those moments where everything sort of settles into a lull, but it gives you time to breathe and really absorb all the racing that's going on and enjoy what's happening in front of you as we wait for all of the strategies and pace differences to shake themselves out, to see exactly where everyone's lining up. And that's one of the things we're seeing right now. We're seeing those gaps start to come down for different positions. We're seeing the gap for the lead start to come down. We've seen Orca Performance come under a little bit of pressure in the last 5 laps or so. NGC by Rubis Gas is still dominating the GT3 Pro class, 14 seconds ahead of the Valkyrie X-Lite green car. But even then, that gap's starting to come down a little bit as well. And as much as you could say there's nothing going on right now, there is still so much happening out there on track. But that's when you need the timing screen to tell you exactly what's going on.
Yeah, these are definitely the underappreciated hours of any race. Obviously, in a 24, a lot of the times you'll fall asleep, you'll wake back up in the morning, and you'll go, how did that driver end up there? But when did that gap close up? And this is when it happens. This is sort of a lot of it happens in the back. It can happen through pit cycles. Everyone starts to go onto different strategies. Of course, we saw Fury Simsport, one of the cars, to make a call to go off cycle very suddenly. But you have teams like Orca Performance who are slowly drifting off cycle, and we don't know where they're gonna come out as they finish that sort of fuel save run. But this is where the magic happens. This is where the races are won and lost ultimately. You've got a good 150, 180 laps between you and the end of this race, and every single one of them matters exactly the same as lap number 1 does.
But yeah, that's it at the end of the day. Like the job is to get in the car, drive it clean, and do exactly what you can. Admittedly, we haven't seen that from everyone out there on track today, but that's part of racing. These are those just things that happen over the course of a race. As Fury Simsport going for a dive down the inside, I think that was SPH Motorsport as well. It was. So the car that was challenging for the lead in GT3 AM has now been involved in a collision with one of the GTP cars, rear wing off the back of that car. It's not going to be driving comfortably, and they're going to have to come down pit lane for repairs, and it's going to give Orca Performance a really big lead that they're hanging on to now. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away.
Oh, and I think the 22 ended up in the wall there on the way into pit lane as well. Sort of it's I don't know. It's that was the car that was gonna inherit P2, I think, from Orca Performance. But yeah, just a bit of an awkward incident there. And yeah, that car is not looking.
I'm very surprised they haven't pitted to get that repaired, to be honest with you. Unless it's netcode damage that we're all seeing, I doubt it. But
they might not if they're the only driver in the car right now, potentially, they might not know. They might just have a spot call saying there's damage on the back end. I don't know if these cars have the rear wing all available.
I mean,
just for open wheels.
It looks fine. The speed still seems to be there. Maybe it is a bit of netcode damage that we can all see. I'm trying to...
I mean, we'll find out in a second, won't we?
Well, I'll just wait and see their top end speed, to be honest, because that should be a factor. They were doing 265 in quali and have hit 250 on the way into Lake Coombs, so...
I think they'd have spun at this point if that was...
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you? Old Firm Racing coming down pit lane.
They did have a wiggle, to be fair.
Pit cycle open for the GTPs, by the way. Old Firm Racing, the first to blink on a little bit shorter of a cycle than anyone else at the moment. DLR by Sim Brighter Engineering, all still out there on track. HWT Motorsport now up to 4th as everyone else has taken on, as everyone else is starting to take on their pit cycle, which is where we are going to step aside and take another short little break, but this time it won't be Olivia coming back with me alongside in the booth. It will be Dan Pepels, a previous racer in this championship. It'll be really interesting to get his viewpoints and hear from him as the rest of this race develops. My name is Taylor Mills, as always alongside me, apart from next, as always alongside me, Olivia Hayward. We will be back very shortly for the Platinum Endurance Championship 10 Hours of Spa.
I'll see you later.
Welcome back to ABN's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship, 10 hours of Spa. We are back this time without Olivia Hayward alongside me. It is ex-PEC driver for SimRace Sweden Esports, Daan Pepels. Daan, welcome to the booth.
A very good, well, what is for me afternoon. I think for you still morning, just about, or just about afternoon too?
It's 5:15 in the evening.
Oh, Jesus. well, there we go then. A very good afternoon. A voice that might be familiar to some of these PEC racers. Of course, did commentary for PEC, as we called it back then. And maybe still now too, in seasons 1, 2, and 3. So a long-time member of the PEC community, and lovely to be in the booth again. Enjoyed a couple of seasons of racing, but I've decided I've had enough of it. Enough of being bullied by GTPs. I'm in the booth again.
I can't say that I don't understand that perspective at all. I would absolutely hate racing in this championship, but it is wonderful to commentate on. But to focus on the racing itself, now that we've done introductions, we were talking about how that gap had closed up between DLR by SimLab and Writer Engineering down to about 5 seconds. However, in the last 5 minutes or so, we are now under 2 seconds. So the gap for your race lead is now 1.2 seconds. A little bit of traffic, and Jan Curbs is going to be right on the tail of your race leader. John Paul Seaman still on board that car, and it does seem like Curbs absolutely has his number at the moment. And this is it. This is how it works in endurance racing. You have those moments where you're faster, and you have those moments when you're slower. And Dan, I'm sure you've been in situations like this before with SimRace Sweden Esports. So how does it feel to be that lead driver, knowing that you might be about to be overtaken?
Knowing that you've got 6 hours to go, it feels a little better. As soon as you get closer to the end, you become more and more nervous. But one thing's for sure, it's never nice really to see that lead that you had. I think the last I saw of it was 16 seconds. Now it's down to 1.7. It's never nice to see that being eaten into. And especially, let's be honest, if you've got Jan Curbs behind you, you know that it's either going to stay the same or it's going to be eaten into. I mean, the German, extremely fast. He's shown that in previous seasons too. What I'm wondering though, Taylor, is the DLR SimLab Red had a incident, I think a little while ago, about half an hour now, with the XPD GTP2, another, I think, AMG that was involved. There's maybe some damage that is, slowing Jean-Paul Seaman, who's driving that DLR SimLab Red car, maybe slowing him down a bit.
You could perhaps read into that one as well, but it could also be a slightly longer stop. In fact, it was 4 seconds longer for the DLR by SimLab crew. So if they were carrying a little bit of damage, it's all repaired by now, you'd assume. We were hyping up how that gap has closed down. It has opened up a little bit to 2.1 seconds again now. But you were talking about Jan Curbs and how fast he is. He is a driver with an absolute wealth of experience. I've already talked about him plenty on a PEC broadcast. Me and him go right the way back. Him and I have been racing against each other since the very, very early LMP1 days. In fact, having a bit of a rivalry when TMR first formed. So it was us, TMR versus him at RLR, and I would be lying if I said it didn't get a little bit heated on occasion between our two teams, as it very much does when you're doing sim racing. I'm glad to say that we're on much nicer terms nowadays, don't quite hate each other as much as we used to, but it's still great to see that he's out there competing, being quick, and just doing his thing, because he's a very, very good, very talented, very skilled, very head-on straight sort of driver, and that's what he really gets the chance to show off here in the PEC. He didn't have such a great season last season when Writer were defending their championship. Apparently that's turning into a little bit of a curse now, with last season's champions all the way down there in, goodness, I can't even see them anymore, way off the order. But now that they're into their first season not defending a championship again, it does seem like there's a little bit more of a spark, a little bit more of a flare, ready to go for the Writer Engineering squad in that Acura. And right now it's working. Again, gap's still at 2.2, but Curbs has the pace to get that closed down.
Yeah, for sure. And I also think that, coming to that curse a little, it's the pressure's on you when you're a champion. You've proven that you can do it. People are literally here to beat you. So that It just adds a little bit of extra pressure. All of a sudden, you're expected to perform something that before maybe wasn't the case. It was obviously yourself that was putting pressure, if there was even any. You were putting it on yourself to perform. So I think that might add to it as well. I think this season it might be a little easier in terms of pressure for the Writer Engineering squad. They've proven they're winners as Aaron holds the inside. It's tricky. I hate it when drivers do that and you're in a GTP car. Obviously, we know what they do it for. It isn't nice being overtaken. But at that point, just take the pain. You're slowing both down and you're just being unpredictable. And in that way also dangerous. Because if you're unpredictable, the driver behind you is not going to know what you're going to do.
Yeah, especially with the short run between the Fanny Chicane and Stavelot. There isn't really much time for much maneuvering to happen. So there's a GTP coming up behind the GT3. You have to make that decision about where you want to go. It's what we were talking about earlier on in the race as well, with that incident between Project Valorous and the Pacemakers crew when they had a similar issue. That was out of Curve of Port Frere, or down towards Curve of Port Frere, where the 288 car just didn't really pay attention to what was around it. But the GTP had to stay committed to that line, because when you don't, you risk the GT3 deciding to move over the other way when you also decide to move over the way, which could cause an even bigger collision. So it's one of those where you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Curve's put in exactly the same position down there at Stavelot, where if you moved over to the left, there was a chance that that Acura would have also moved over to the left, and it would have been an even bigger, well, it wasn't a crash, but there could have been a big one.
Yeah, it's not something you want to see very often. I think I haven't seen it happen more than the instance we've just seen. Down to pit lane comes the AMG. We're looking at the Connection Lost Racing. Jaroslav Roth in the Caddy. 7th at the moment. Caddies seem to be running quick. I did a race earlier on today at Monza myself. Caddies were quite quick there, but that's obviously with the BOP in case. We've touched on it plenty of times already, but it's interesting to me that a BOP change like that, I think they've given it 1% less power, a bit more weight, the Acura, that I'm talking about, can make such a big difference, because, to be honest, the Acura has been mighty again here today.
Yeah, well, that's, again, because the Acura hasn't had the BOP that iRacing applied to it. It was a series-based BOP that iRacing put on the IMSA iRacing series, and of course that means that championships like the PEC have the option to not put that BOP on. They argue that because it was so close to the start of the season and how it completely ruined how the Acura felt, they felt it wasn't worth putting that on the 13 Acura teams in the fields. I don't have much of an opinion on it that I want to share right now. I think we've done all the discussion around that one that needs to be done, but we know that we have that March build coming after the second round of the championship, and we know that when it comes to balance of performance and the built-in balance of performance, iRacing often overreacts to what the current meta is. So I think a lot of us behind the scenes, I think within TMR, I know for a fact, and me and Liv as well, are fully expecting that the Acura is going to get taken down a fair few pegs. Like, as we see it right now, it's an Acura 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. So 5 of the top 6 positions are taken up by one car, and we want to see a little bit more variety in that. We want to see some more Porsches, some more Cadillacs. There's 5 Ferraris in the grid, but we want to see BMW up there as well. We know it's the oldest GTP in the field, and we know everyone's probably tired of it now, having had it for 2 years at this point. But we want this class to be in a spot where you can pick any car and still be competitive. Sadly, it feels like the only way that that's ever going to happen is if you do what the V8 supercars have done and just give every single car the same physics and then give them a different body shell. But we don't want that, because the beauty of sports car racing is every single car is different. We've got the big naturally aspirated V8 in the back of the Caddy, the V6 twin turbo in the back of the Acura, 2 twin turbo V8s in the BMW and the Porsche, and then of course the front mounted hybrid Ferrari 499P. Doesn't work properly like it's supposed to, but we've still got that cool little bit of technology that would be lost if we did it the supercars way.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the charm of like you said, sports car racing. Not only sports car racing, GT racing too. Obviously, the best case scenario would be that all cars would be similar everywhere. But then, in my opinion, racing would get kind of boring too, because in the end of the day, it doesn't really matter which car you're in anymore. I think the beauty also is that different cars are quicker at different parts of a circuit. And that's, I think, the best case scenario. What we've seen here, what we've been seeing here today, is that the Acura is very quick in a straight line. Arguably, the Ferrari has been quickest if we look at the speed traps.
100%.
But the Acura is quick in a straight line, and then also extremely quick in that downforce-dependent middle sector. So I think what the Acura does best is making that compromise between not taking too much straight line speed out, but still being quick in that middle sector, having enough downforce on the car so you can throw it in and be aggressive with it. I think that's where the Acura really shines. I don't think, though, that drivers driving the Acura have to be too worried about the March update. We've seen ever since, let's be honest, the Acura has been introduced to iRacing, people have been driving it, and it has been extremely fast. Even through Bob updates that are in immediate effect to just the physics of the simulator. Was almost about to say game there. I would have been, would have been taken down forever by
game. iRacing's a game. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. But no, you make a good point. But I think the weird thing about the Acura is that when it was first introduced, it wasn't the fastest GTP. It was very much situation dependent. Like the first race of that season was Indy GP, and Indy GP, as you know, very, very long pit lane, 60 kilometers an hour. So me and my teammate Alex Gerber did some mathematical calculations the day before, did a little bit of testing. We were going to race the Cadillac in that race, actually. But I remember I was sat there doing some practice in the Cadillac, and he comes into the voice call and he goes, "Taylor," I'm like, "What's up?" And he's like, "I think the fuel save in the Acura is viable." What do you mean, Alex? He's like, "Yeah, I think we can save a stop completely if we take the Acura." How easy is it to save fuel? He goes, "Well, I set the same lap time as I did in the Cadillac whilst burning 0.3 litres less of fuel a lap." It's like, "Oh, for God's sake. Oh, does that mean we're going to have to drive the Acura?" He goes, "Yeah, we're going to have to drive the Acura." We finished that race in second, mostly because we had a couple of spins because we weren't used to driving the car. But the Acura was always used to be situational if you needed a fuel save sort of strategy. So it worked at Indy and it worked at Fuji, but everywhere else, the Cadillac, the BMW, the Porsche, were all just that little bit stronger. But then as the BOP has changed and developed over the last year and a half or so, it's when it's really started to come up there in terms of favorability. Like we ran, as a team, we ran 2 Acuras in IMSA Endurance and the GT for a couple of seasons. Managed to get a 1-2 with it at Mugello, which is still one of our proudest moments. We did that on a tyre strategy, actually. That was pretty cool, because that doesn't happen very often. And then Neil Tabaka in the 41 right now, and his brother Jim managed to take home the GT championship a season later. So that was a really, really cool thing that we've achieved in the last 12 months. But a lot of that was just due to the fact that the Acura was so good. Fast in the corners, a bit bad on tyres, but so easy to save fuel that it just kind of lends itself to every single strategy you throw at it.
Yeah, and I think that's the good thing of it. I'm still sad about the fact that they've taken out the fact that driver or that tires and fuel is done separately. Of course, this is the case in IMSA that tires and fuel are done at the same time, as we do see young cops waiting this time round. We saw an incident earlier on in the race go.
I don't know what you're talking about. Don't know what you're talking about. Never happened.
We'll move on from that one. We'll move on from that one, but yeah, I mean, it was a strategy aspect that just added a little extra spiciness to endurance races, and especially 24-hour races, where you want to see strategy play out. Now it's just fuel up the car, take new tires, and off you go. The only really temptation there is to not take tires is the fact that, well, warming up the tires takes about a lap or two to really get them into proper working temperatures, and you lose about a second or 3 with that, but you really quickly gain that back with the fresher tires after about a lap or 5. So also there isn't really any option for you to, or any viable option to not take tires at the stop. So I'm still sad they took that out. However, it does make the strategy life of a strategist during a 24-hour race a lot easier, so they were happy with it.
Yeah, I remember every single time we come up to Daytona or Le Mans, it's something that, because of how often the tires change, I test it every single time we go there, see how viable it is to keep that same set of tires on overnight when the track temperatures are super, super low. It hasn't yet become viable. The only really place where keeping the tires on makes sense is when you're doing the wet weather driving, because it takes so long to get the tires up to temperature, and it's so sketchy on fresh wet tires. It's just safer and faster to keep a used set of wets on the car that are already up to temperature, so that as soon as you back out on the track, you can go quote unquote full push again. Of course, you never really full push in the wet, because that is way too dangerous, but it just gives you that extra little safety net that you don't need to worry about getting tires back up to temperature. Because as you said, it's a really tricky thing to do, and I think eventually, once the tire model is exactly where it needs to be, I think that's something that's going to surprise a lot of drivers in iRacing, because these tires are going to start so cold. They're going to be absolutely bone cold, and I'm sure you've seen, Dan, there's been a few incidents with the LMP2s this season. I think the funniest one being, I don't know if you ever saw the clip when they went to the Glen in IMSA for the first time. It was week 1, and the LMP2s went green into the exit from the boot, and half the field ended up in the wall on the outside of the corner because their tires were absolutely bone cold.
Yeah, I have seen that one, and I have experienced it myself too. We drove the LMP2 for the 24 of Daytona, and I got into the GTP, just practicing some different cars, deciding which class we wanted to go with. And I was like, geez, cold tires are bad on this car. And then I got into the LMP2 and I was like, the GTP was nothing compared to this. But even then, I'm great friends with Mirko Bortolotti, a certain Italian driver who drives for the best car in the IMSA Championship, in my opinion. Made it the furthest in the Daytona 24, the Lamborghini. But he says that it is still even worse than iRacing has it at the moment. So, boy, if that comes in, I'm scared. I'm scared to just go into any official, because I have a feeling that people just won't make it past turn 1.
I think there's an element of they won't make it past turn 1 the first time, but I think especially in the top 2 splits is when everyone's going to be absolutely fine. They'll figure it out really, really, really quickly. But just having a look at what's going on track right now, that gap has been up and down, ebbing and flowing for the lead of this race for the last 5 laps or so, but Curbs is actually about to get separated from the DLR by Simlab red car yet again. So all that hype that I was about to build up is completely gone. But yeah, I think it'll happen once, and then everyone will figure it out. It's going to be really interesting to see and an experience for the first time, because LMU do a really good job of simulating the cold tires, and they do a really good job of simulating these 2 classes of cars, the rule sets, even the LMH and the LMDH. And I think like everyone else, I just want that in iRacing, because this is still the best sim out there for multi-class. Yeah, 100%. Give me the cold tires. Give me the proper hybrid system. Give me cars that are realistic in terms of their speed. I want to experience what they do in real life on a much cheaper cost, because I'm never going to be there, but I can run my own team. I can run my own races and actually enjoy a fraction of what they get to in real life. It's as much as these cars are really fun in the state that they're in, it's impossible to ignore the fact that we're 10 seconds a lap faster in race trim at Le Mans than they are in quali trim in real life.
Does make life a bit easier, but I agree. However, now I might sound a bit controversial here, given that we are racing on what is most people's preferred platform for, and is mine preferred platform for online racing. But if we go and look at GT racing, if we go and look at hypercar racing, in my opinion, this is not the best simulator or game, whatever you want to call it, to do it in. And I would agree, LMU does it better. So yes, I would say I would love to see a hybrid system update because it is just way too simple. However, yeah, but will it be perfect? I have a feeling after talking to Mirko about it that it is so extremely complicated. Even the teams themselves at WEC, IMSA, the manufacturers themselves struggled at the beginning to get the grip of their own system. So can it really be implemented in iRacing? That is the big question that he asked himself. I hope it can. It will be so amazing to have the proper hybrid systems. But then again, do all teams and manufacturers want to play open cards?
The lead, I think Jan Curbs just having a peek down the inside of Brussels on the DLR by SimLab car. He sent him a little bit wide, spooked him off the racing line as Jean-Paul Seaman gets all in the marbles. And just like that, the gap reverses. Curbs takes the lead at the 10 hours of Spa, and he didn't even have to do anything. I'm hoping we can get a replay of that because that was a really, really good bit of heads-up driving from Curbs there.
Now my interesting question is, will he be able to open up that gap? Because what we've been seeing is that traffic has been throwing the DLR SimLab car back into Jan Curbs' hands. However, I have a feeling that might just be down to be in the lead car in traffic. It's also close through every little pack of traffic they go to. But, well, they have to. It's such tight racing. The lap times have been so similar between these two and Jean-Paul Seaman. Well, it looks like he isn't quite done with this battle yet. Through Blanchimont, held up is the Ryder Engineering Acura. The outside very late for Jean-Paul Seaman. Makes his move to the outside eventually. Closes back up to the gearbox of the Ryder Engineering Esports Acura once again. But this is what we've been seeing. Also, when Jean-Paul was ahead, that gap just fluctuating just in between packs of traffic, really.
Yeah, well, we've seen how many GT3 cars there are on track. We said that it was going to be an issue all race long as the two Acuras are going to make their way down towards Eau Rouge Raidillon yet again. 0.4 of a second for the lead of the race after 4.5 hours. It looks like the DLR by SimLab car running out of a little bit of steam, but the speed slowly building in the slipstream. Is he going to have a dive down into Lake Coombe? Is he going to have a go to Brussels? He looks to the inside, but doesn't go for it. This time he is showing the nose to Curbs wherever he can, but as we've said, Curbs is a very heads-up racer, and he has done this many times before. You are going to have to get up pretty early on a Sunday to spook him like that.
You touched on it earlier. Where do you want to be as the car? Do you want to be in the lead or do you want to be chasing? I have a feeling Jan Curbs is quite fine with being in the lead and being chased down. He's done this plenty of time. Just some information on the race. There's a drive-through penalty for the Enosis Esports E-Mix. That is their GT3 car. Well, on a pit lane like this, a drive-through is going to cost you about a minute, so quite a harsh penalty. Yeah, not ideal.
Oh, McLaren off on the outside there. I think that is going to be one of the Orca racing cars as they're just diving out of the way of this battle for position. Curbs very wide through Stavelot. That gravel is going to slow him down just a touch. That gap just under 0.2 of a second as they make their way down towards Blanchimont. Yet again, it is flat out and left in these cars the entire run down towards the bus stop as Seaman's got some overlap. They're side by side through one of the fastest corners on the circuit. Curbs has actually conceded the position. Seaman will retake the lead through Blanchimont, but I think that's one of the DDK getting all sorts of out of shape for the 234 there. Curbs still underneath the rear wing of Seaman, and this fight's not over yet.
Well, what a move and what a way to do it. The inside for Blanchimont, not quite the outside, but boy, that is a corner to do it in. From the body language of that car, Taylor, it looks to me like Jean-Paul Seaman at the moment just has a little bit more pace in that Acura. Jan Curbs needs to just use more of the track to get the pace out of that car. Just seems to be having to ask that car to do what he wants it to do a bit more than what Jean-Paul Seaman seems to have to do. It just seems like whatever Jean-Paul tells the car to do, it's doing it. Can just drive a little tighter line. So I have a feeling, for the moment, at least in these conditions, the 18 with a bit more pace.
The 76 with another look down the inside of Brussels. Jean-Paul Seaman knows better than to fall for it this time. That is how he lost the lead first time around, but looking a little bit further up the track, see those red lights in the distance? Yep, that's GT3s. We know they've been getting involved in this fight the entire time so far. Both Acuras diving up the inside of one of the bits of traffic and swinging it to the outside on the exit of Pouin. There's going to be more to deal with through the Fagnes chicane. I don't know if you've got a track map, Dan, but we've got 7 GT3s within about 5 or 6 seconds of each other. So these two are going to have to be perfect.
I have big news. I have big news regarding this battle. There is a drive-through penalty for our leader in the race. The DLR SimLab Red has had an incident with the Focus Racing PEC car. That's the number 7. That might be quite a while ago, but there's a drive-through penalty for that car. So we'll see that car come through pit lane. It's going to lose a minute to the Ryder Engineering Esports car. That might be one of the reasons, Taylor, why Jan Curbs was just conceding that position. He knew that there was a penalty coming for the 18. And well, that's going to throw a spanner in the works for the battle we're seeing at the front of the field here.
But we're still waiting to see if that black flag does actually get applied. Maybe the DLR crew are going to have a chance to appeal this one if it's just appeared on the spreadsheet. But they're going to be carving through traffic yet again to the inside. Oh, it's going to be a really late move from Curbs to try and get past that GT3. He is going to make it work as both cars work together to get through that one safely. But with that really late bit of traffic, it's going to be a 1.7 second gap back at the front of the field. So after being in the lead only a lap ago, Curbs now has to close that gap back down and try and get back past. Again, 4.5 hours into the race, and it is still anyone's game depending on the outcome of that appeal.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the colors mean in the sheet. It's orange for me at the minute. I have a feeling that might be an indicator that it has been applied and that they just need to serve it still. It is quite a long lap, so they have quite some time to appeal it. But yeah, I mean, I haven't seen the incident. I don't know if you've caught it on the broadcast, but well, this is something that is going to play with their strategy too. It's like we like to say at SimRace Sweden, balls to the wall now, and it's just full push. There's nothing holding you back now. It's a minute you have to make up for a trip through pit lane. You've got about 5.5 hours to do it. If that penalty does come through, once again, they still haven't served it. And until they serve it, they can appeal. So we'll just wait before we go through with counting our eggs before they've hatched. But, I mean, this is, well, not ideal for the 18 if that penalty does come through. The gap is down once again to half a second at the front of the field. But for Ryder Engineering, you have to think now that it's just no-nonsense driving now. Minimize the risk, of course. Keep taking risks, because what you're going to get if you don't take risks at all anymore is that you're going to become unpredictable to yourself. And you're just going to put yourself into tricky situations. But minimize the risk you're taking and just make sure you get to the end of this race.
Someone who I know who loves to take risks is the driver of that 76 car, Jan Curbs, who is now just under 0.3 of a second behind the DLR by SimLab car yet again. There's a Ford Mustang a little bit up the road as they come into Lake Coons that both drivers are going to have to check up for. So how are they going to get past this one? It's going to be Seaman to the inside of Malmedy. Curbs is going to follow him through on the inside this time, learning from that incident in the first stint where he managed to pick up damage. He's going to have a look to the inside. Brussels again as they have to navigate through traffic. They are 3 wide off the track. Seaman is going to put 2 battling cars between him and Jan Curbs. And again, after all that work that Curbs did to close the gap, it's going to open right back up again as we're keeping an eye on this fight between Paolo Tagliolini, who is fighting for 7th overall eighth overall in GT3 against the virtual drivers by Thrustmaster car. Nicholas Bison on board that car at the moment. That BMW involved in an incident earlier on in this race and picking up a penalty for turning across the nose of one of the Acura NSX GT3s, as that's the TMR number 41 Ferrari, I think, squeezing its way through on that one, but just building, well, helping to extend the gap for the virtual driver's car as the Ice Corsa team in that McLaren sat about 1.5 seconds behind.
Yeah, I'm just having a look on my timing sheet. Where has the Focus Racing car gone? Is that also regarding that incident? Was there
11th in
damage that
class.
they had to repair?
Yeah.
They're 8th, I think, in the GTPs. That's a fan favorite car. It's Miguel Bento in that car, a streamer from Portugal. Multiple streamers, I think, even on that car. So that's a fan favorite. Here it is. It's Thiago Rodriguez driving that car at the minute, overtaking about a handful of GT3 cars on the main straight. It's always nice to clear them on the straight, have a clean run up through Eau Rouge Radion and clear the other two. Coming on to the Camel Straight, as I think the cars ahead of him are going to go side by side through Eau Rouge Radion. No, they managed to figure themselves out before they went through there. But that car into 10th in class at the minute.
Yeah, Focus haven't really had the best of races so far in this one, getting involved in very many incidents and even getting turned by one of the Acura GT3s only about an hour or so ago. So very much a bit of a recovery drive for the Focus Racing squad. It's another team that haven't really had fantastic luck in PEC. We always talk about the 12 Hours of Le Mans last season, where they were leading up until the final stint, when they realized with about 5 laps to go in that stint that it needed to be extended by a whole extra lap, and they ended up dropping all the way down to, well, I'll say all the way down, dropping down to 3rd in classes. A couple of black flags that have been handed out now, one for NGC by Rubis Gas, that's their GTP class car, and Fury Simsport 31, which is an incident we saw on the broadcast where they tried to go up the inside of the second apex of Fania on the SVH Motorsport Mercedes, but made contact with the rear corner of that car and spun it off into the barrier. It's where it lost its rear wing, but that car's still out there on track, but having a bit of a recovery drive as well.
The front of the field, the gap is down to less than half a second again. Right, so Engineering Esports, the 67, or the 76, excuse me. Oh, as that's a Porsche on the outside of Blanchimont off the track. But closing up to the back of that DLR SimLab red car. Gap 0.3 of a second. It looks like Curbs is going for a move here soon. Here is that battle onto the Camel Straight soon. Is he gonna try and time his run up through Eau Rouge Radion? No traffic to play into parts for Young Corps ahead. Draws alongside the DLR SimLab red Acura. Does he have the overspeed? The DLR SimLab red boxes him in behind the Mustang. Jesus, he goes the long way round and he gets him on the grass. Well,
and saying that move doesn't matter because the black flag has been applied to DLR by SimLab Red. They're going to give it everything they can to try and do a little bit of something to the outside of Brussels on Curbs. Curbs on the preferred inside line through there, just about manages to hold on. But John Paul Seaman placing the car brilliantly to try and make that move work. Unfortunately, as much as we're loving this battle, he is going to have to come down pit lane to serve that drive-through. We haven't seen what the incident was for yet, but it's such a shame because this battle looks like it could go on forever. Lots and lots of penalties coming in.
Yeah, it's, I mean, there was quite a busy period in the race where quite a lot of incidents were happening. I think all of those penalties are just about now coming through. All drive-throughs that I was talking about have been given. So a couple of drivers won't quite be happy. Now, I know one thing that's quite annoying, and that is that if you are not the offending driver and you're in that car and your teammate has made the mistake, as we look at this battle still, as the Writer Engineering Esports car might now just pull into pit lane. We'll see him keep to the right-hand side and pull into pit lane. It's going to lose about a minute to the Writer Engineering Esports car, but if you're not the offending driver, boy, is it ever frustrating to have to take such a penalty, and especially here at Spa, you're going to be on that pit limiter, well, for a good minute.
It's a whole kilometer, yeah. It's something we talked about before the race, is how different racing this layout of Spa is. Of course, the track itself is still exactly the same. However, instead of an 80km/h Grand Prix pit lane, where you can afford to take that extra stop, it is a 77 kilometer. I know it doesn't sound like a lot of difference, but it's a 77km/h pit speed limit for the endurance pit lane, the full thing end to end that they run for the 24 hours of Spa, which is, as I say, over a kilometer under pit lane speed. So you have a minute 33 pit lane traversal time with a pit stop, 44 seconds just on the pit lane speed limiter, as DLR by SimLab are going to rejoin the track, and it is actually going to be in front of Old Firm Racing by Helvet Sim, Randy Martin and Mateus on board that car still. The gap between those two, about 7 and a bit seconds. We have got a replay for you, though, of the number 288 Pacemakers car that we've seen involved in quite a few incidents in this race. Have they been involved in another one? I think that's going to be the second. It is the second Writer Engineering car, just getting wide at the apex of the bus stop, almost braking as if there wasn't a car on the outside of them, and just tagging the rear end of the number 77 Writer Engineering Esports 2 car, sending both into a spin.
Yeah, that was a tricky one, to be fair. I'm gonna put that one, like you said, on the GTP, but that could have ended very well the other way for the GTP. If you go around the outside, you put yourself on the penalty spot there. In any corner, really. As a GTP, though, you can't afford to lose time. As we see the McLaren make a move on the BMW. And he gets past. But you put yourself on the penalty spot there, and it's never a nice feeling to get tagged on the rear end while you're on the outside, especially in that corner. You're all loaded up on your left-hand side tires. So it could have very well ended up differently there, but luckily for the GTP, it didn't. Continues his way, and also, luckily, no one that tagged the spinning car. And for a moment, it looked a lot different. But yeah, no one else getting involved in that incident, so that's good. All cars kept clean. I don't think there's any damage on the spinning car either. So all cars hopefully being able to just continue on their merry way. Not having to come into this extremely long pit lane to repair their damage.
Yeah, as battles continue up and down the track, the number 44 Connection Lost car comes down pit lane after just getting on the back of Jonas Weber of the Writer Engineering Esports 2 car that just went for that spin not too long ago. But the one we're really focusing on right now is a reignition of that fight between Paolo Tagliolini for IS Corsa and the virtual drivers by Thrustmaster BMW. Again, another car that's been in the wars a little bit today. Not only coming down pit lane for repairs, but getting given that drive-through penalty as well. It just seems like Tagliolini doesn't quite have the pace to get onto the back of the 104 and get by as it stands. It only really seems like it's the traffic that's bringing them back together, as the 169 is going to come down pit lane and kick off the next GT3 pit cycle.
And this is where we'll see different strategies come into place. Some people will, like all stints, try and extend their stint by about a lap. If you can get 2 laps at this track, well, you've done a really good job. Because a trip down pit lane with a pit stop, I think is about a minute and a half that you lose in actual track time. So this, of all tracks that we go to, might be one of the tracks where just saving a pit stop is one of your viable options. I know that with the pace that we run in these races, it's usually very difficult to do so. At least for us it was. You never can really fuel save a whole pit stop, just purely because the pace at the front of the field is that relentless. And if you do, you're just going to lose too much time. And you just lose less time by making that pit stop, that extra pit stop at the end of the race. But from all tracks, this might be one of the tracks where you benefit most from that.
Yeah. As soon as the TMR crew saw that it was the endurance pits, it was literally a case of, gang, it's a fuel save race, because you don't want to spend that extra time on pit lane. Alex Gerber ran the numbers, and you only really need to save a lap over 4 stints or so. So that's why so many teams have been targeting 24 laps, because after you've done that a few times, you've cut out that splash and dash, because it was only a splash and dash for that extra little bit of pit stop. But again, it's one of those things that we're missing from what they do in real life. We've seen how much they save fuel, save energy, of course, over the course of an endurance race. Again, it's because they have so few sets of tires. Combine that with how powerful the fuel save is in these cars. We just don't have that in iRacing, and it is literally in this case, a 10-hour sprint to the end of the race that doesn't give you those opportunities to do the fuel save. I think that's why it's so enjoyable to go to tracks like Indy GP, to go to the endurance pit lane version of Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps where we are today. Anything with a long pit lane, with a slow pit lane speed limiter, I think just opens up the chances to do something a little bit different on strategy. I know it's only a fuel save, but I just think it makes those races so much more engaging because you're doing something other than just going full push the entire way. And as fun as that is, it can get a little bit stale after 2 years of doing it.
Yeah, for sure. That brings me to another quite a fun topic while we're into a bit of a more quiet part of the race, except for the battle that we're seeing on our screens. A safety car. Do you think that would be a fun addition to a simulator like iRacing? Just to add an extra bit of realism as the 499P decides to force its way up the inside of the AMG. But do you think that's... Oh, it does the same to the Porsche though. Traffic gives, traffic takes. At this time it takes, and the AMG goes through up into 11th in class.
Yeah, that was just, again, another one of those little bits of traffic moments. I think the 499P probably very aggressive down the inside of Brussels on the Porsche, forcing it very wide out into the marbles, and is probably the reason why it lost, well, is the reason why it lost the position there. But like we keep saying, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away, and in that situation, traffic certainly taketh away. But to answer your question, I don't think iRacers can be trusted to have safety cars in road racing. I dabble in oval a little bit, only really in the IndyCar. I'm not really a stock car kind of girl, but there is so many cautions that happen just in those races. As that's, I think, another Porsche off. No, it wasn't another Porsche off in the background. It's just another car.
Left.
Yeah, I think maybe an oversteer moment through Stavelot saved it by going into the gravel. But yeah, I don't think iRacers can be trusted with a safety car on the road side, because the oval side is bad enough with the amount of cautions that you get at times. So you know how aggressive traffic is with each other, and it's not just the GTPs and the LMP2s. The GT3s are just as aggressive with the prototypes as the prototypes are with them. Everyone can leave each other a lot more margin than they actually do. It's because we don't really care that much about other people's races. So I think there'd be too many incidents. There have already been too many incidents in a race like this where a safety car would have been brought out, and we'd end up seeing one every hour, maybe even sooner than one every hour in an endurance race like this. Because we saw the practice start in this, for this race, where there was a massive pile up at the top of Eau Rouge. Do we really want to see that every hour or so? Because we'd end up with safety cars just happening constantly on the roadside. Like, yes, it would be an interesting strategy element to work around it, and it'd get mine and Alex's brains working overtime to try and figure out what the optimal way to get to the end of the race is. As, ooh, that's one of the GTPs going for a spin there. It's, I think it might have been, no, it wasn't Julien Harmand. It was the Driven Performance Esports Academy car of Sem van Roola going for a spin through Lake Coombe. But yeah, as fun as the strategy side would be, the fact that it would happen so often would kind of completely dull out any of the racing, and that just doesn't sound fun to me.
Yeah, I could see that aspect of it too. I was just thinking, you know, if you have safety cars, the pushing aspect of the race automatically becomes a little less, because you don't need to necessarily be right behind the leader to really have a chance. At the end of the day, the only thing you need to do is just stay within the lead lap and you'll be fine. Now, picking up on what you said, wouldn't that be IMSA's dream to have about a safety car every hour? So you keep the field at least close for some action towards the end of the race. How often, let's be honest, have we seen a Daytona 24 be decided in the last 40 minutes, just due to the fact that there's always a safety car in at least the last 3 hours of the race? So yeah, to some degree I would agree with that, but I would just feel that it would ease the driving up a little bit. I feel like a lot of incidents, especially multi-class incidents, happen just because you need to push. There is no in between because you need to stay as close as possible, and you can't afford to lose 2 seconds, 3 seconds here and there, because those 2-3 seconds, you're going to have to work so extremely hard to get them back. So I feel like that would lighten up the pressure on the drivers, and the way especially top split drivers have to drive these days, to keep in touch with the leading car. So maybe it would work both ways.
I mean, possibly, but the thing is, over the course of a 10, 12, 24-hour race, even if you are losing a couple of seconds from being a bit gentle with traffic, it is eventually going to come back to you under normal circumstances. The only way that you permanently lose that time is if it's like some sort of big spin and you have to get, damage repairs. But I don't think that we would see a reduction in aggression of driving, because I feel like the element of aggression doesn't come from the fact that you have to push. I think it more comes from the fact that sim racers want to push. They want to drive aggressively because they don't, again, have that fear of injury, that fear of losing their life in some sort of massive crash on track. That fear, I think, is what keeps real life driving relatively a lot tamer, and that strategy element that we don't have helps with that as well, where you're trying to hit your energy number, you're trying to hit your fuel number, you're trying to save tires, and again, because we don't have that, it just means it's push all the time, and I don't think that's something a safety car could fix. Writer engineering then coming down pit lane for the kickoff of the GTP pit cycle. They'll be all on their own for this one. DLR by SimLab, plenty of time behind them on track after taking that drive-through. No real variation on strategy in GTP now that XPD Racing have essentially been taken out of this race after so many incidents and so many penalties, and that's going to be really, really difficult for them.
The only thing they can really do now, let's be honest, is try and minimize the damage they've taken throughout this race. Not only on
Writer engineering then back out on track. Nicholas Gesner on board that car for the first time. Last season, he was one of their fastest drivers throughout every single race. So it's really go time for Writer now. They've gone from Jan to Nicholas on back-to-back double stints, but Jan's job for now is done. He can rest. He got that car to the lead of this race, and now it's just Gesner's job to be in the car and tick off those laps, tick off those 2 stints that we assume he's going to be in the car for. And with how the track temperatures have dropped over the last hour or so, I fully expect that the 76 crew are going to be double stinting double stinting that set of tires down to 19 Celsius on track. Wind speed only up at 10 kilometers an hour as well, so we're not going to see many little spins and incidents in this one due to the wind. But yep, job to do now. Look after that rubber, get it through that double stint, because again, that tire limit is still active as... Oh, goodness me. Gesner has a McLaren GT3 in front of him that gets all sorts of out of shape on the exit of Stavelot 2 and almost ended their race. I think he had a half incident coming out of pit lane as well, because it looks like that car was bumping all over the place.
Well, there's some exciting information for you guys at home as well. We do now have a link pinned at our YouTube chat that will lead you directly to live timing. If you want to check out where your team is, instead of having to wait for us to answer, even though we answer within like 5 seconds, you can now look yourself where your team is. Of course, still feel free to ask us questions that we do answer if we do get the time in what is a bit more of a busy period in the race at the moment, but still feel free to shoot over some questions if you do have any. But there is now live timing that you can take a look at if you want to, and if you want to check where your favorite team or what they're up to and where they're at. Right then, almost 5 hours completed in this race, Taylor. It's been a race of attrition so far. It's been a race of just staying alive, and you'll pick up the positions. However, it's been a race of some interesting pace too. If I look back to the pace that we had last season in this race, we're on course for breaking that lap record, if you would call it that.
Yeah, we're certainly going to cover a heck of a bunch of distance here today. And of course, that is going to mostly be down to the big tire update that we had on these cars back in December that we touched on already, that made the cars 3 seconds a lap faster here at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, which just means we're covering so much more distance, especially over the course of an hour. Usually I have a prediction as to how many laps we're going to do, but I haven't actually got my relative open today because I've been looking at, well, I've been more looking at the weather and trying to track all the incidents and black flags that have been coming through as well, because that's something I'm not typically that good at keeping an eye on. So something I've been trying to get a little bit better at, reporting on those black flags as they come in. But yeah, halfway through the race, we've already covered, 146 laps. So make it 147 and then double that. And that's where we're at. 294 laps, looking like the predicted race distance. But of course, we'd have a couple of pit stops in there that might shorten the race distance just a little bit. But again, something to keep an eye on. We do get to enjoy these stupid fast GTP machines around this wonderful circuit, setting lap times similar to that of the LMP1 era around there. And of course, they were here with a similar sort of low downforce setup, but very, very different cars. Scrap your 770 combined horsepower. As always, a big wiggle for Nicholas Gesner through the second apex of Lake It's a place where we've seen so many cars go off the track in this race, and he almost ends up in the barrier. Effectively would have ended Writer Engineering's race and hit them with another bout of bad luck, as we're just going to quickly switch over and have a look at a bit of a battle we've got going on track at the moment. It's the sister Writer Engineering car just tucked under the rear wing of the XPD Racing Acura. Rafael Munoz currently on board that car as they make their way down towards Eau Rouge and up towards Lake Comme.
This is a battle for position, a battle that isn't quite for position yet, but might be soon. Is the battle for the lead, Taylor. It's gone roles reversed. The 76 at the minute has a drive-through waiting for them. Hasn't been applied yet. There is still time to appeal, but at the moment there is a pending drive-through penalty hanging over the heads of Nicholas Gesner, who's in that 76 Writer Engineering Acura. Well, it seems like the racing gods are nice to us today. They're going to bring them back together, and they're going to let us enjoy more of their fighting.
Well, it's going to completely change the dynamic and expectations of Gesner's stint as he moves from just having to take the laps off to having to hold back series defending champion Matthias Whiten, who has got on board that DLR by SimLab red car. The gap already down to 28.6 seconds. So you tack a drive-through onto that. I think that Writer Engineering Esports car is going to come out behind the DLR by SimLab Acura, and it's going to make Gesner's job a lot harder, because Matthias Whiten is a driver that we know is really, really quick. He was part of that crew that came back from a lap down at Fuji Speedway to eventually take the win and take the championship after it looks like it was completely over for them, as XPD is just going very deep into the bus stop, and it's going to let Hendrik Ibsen by for Writer Engineering 77. So keep your eyes peeled then. The gap drops just below 28.5 seconds, because that drive-through is going to flip this race on its head.
Yeah, and I think by that point it might be the DLR car coming out ahead once again. One thing's for sure, the two are once again going to have to battle for the same piece of tarmac later on in this race. Here's the Old Firm Racing car, a car that just has been keeping their noses clean, and because of that, they're going to get close to the battle for the lead here. Now, I don't know if they still have to make their pit stop. We're getting close to, once again, a pit stop window for these cars. However, like I said, just keeping their noses clean, and they're going to be in with a shot to have a battle for the lead here. 4.6 seconds is the gap to the 18 DLR SimLab car. But yeah, like I said, it's just keeping your noses clean that has been giving them the position they're in at the minute.
Yeah, 3 laps offset for Old Firm Racing in terms of pit stop strategy at the moment. 3 laps deeper into their stint than DLR by SimLab and Writer Engineering. So running a little bit lighter on fuel, but also a touch more wear on the tyres at this stage. Again, this is the part of the race where we are expecting those first double stints from the cars further up the grid. So keep an eye out for that one in the next round of pit stops. But Old Firm Racing have got a lot of talent and a lot of pace in that car. And Julian Hernandez is someone that we know on plenty of occasions can get the pace out of his Acura, and now is going to be the time that he really wants to start making that happen. He's got a 35-second gap to Nicholas Gesner and only 4.5 to Matthias Whiten. Whiten going to be a lot harder to hunt down, I think, so keep an eye on that gap and how that develops over the course of the next stint or so. But you know, we know that Reiter are coming back to DLR by SimLab with that drive-through that is on their way to them. So maybe once those two start fighting again, if they do start fighting, that's when we're going to see Old Firm Racing have that chance to move up into one of the top 2 places and really get involved in that fight. This team fielded a car that finished 3rd in the championship last time out, and they managed to take home 1 of the 5 potential wins, and they're looking to back that up again this season. But currently they're in exactly the same spot as they were last season, and they don't want to repeat that. You know, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. They're going to want to be up there fighting for this race. They've had a little bit of poor luck so far that's put them a touch down the order, but like you said, Dan, they've kept their noses relatively clean for the last 4 hours or so, and it's what's put them in this position that they are going to have that shot if both of those cars come back to them.
Yeah, and that's been the key to this race so far. Of course, in terms of penalties, we do sometimes, depending on the championships, even championships that run in real life, if they come to this track, be a little bit less likely to give drivers and teams a drive-through penalty. That's something that, well, I have a feeling we can't do, because you cannot give 5 or 10 second time penalties in iRacing, which in my opinion would be a lovely addition for things like this, leagues that are run. Of course, iRacing, in my opinion, also very dependent on leagues that are run. Of course, not only, but a big part of iRacers, which I was a part of myself for quite a long time, does only run championships and leagues and doesn't really run officials. So it's a big part of iRacing too. It would be lovely for us to see if race control or people that have admin rights in a server like this would just be able to give 5 or 10 second stop and holds extra over your pit stop. So at least we would have something if we come to a track like this to not penalize everything the same way. Because let's be honest, if you make a mistake that gets penalized on all other races with a drive-through, that would usually lose you about 20-25 seconds. To have it lose you about 45 here, well, it is just extra harsh. However, you could also say it is just how it is. Other teams, if they get a drive-through, will have the exact same issue. And at the end of the day, just don't get a drive-through.
Well, good news for all you race control nerds. As confirmed in the last season's dev update blog post thing, we do know that there is a race control overhaul coming. I don't think we know when it is yet, but they at the very least talked about separate multi-class starts, so we're not going to have this thing that we've had for years now where GT3s and LMP2s are going green halfway through the formation lap. But they did say they were going to expand the powers of those with admin rights, race control rights in a server. So there is a chance that we could see those very highly specific 5, 10, 15, 20-second time penalties that we see in real life finally applied to iRacing, because you're right, everything does get punished in exactly the same way in iRacing, but there's some things that honestly I think a drive-through penalty is probably fair for. I think we're a little bit light on incidents in races that involve causing a collision where we're giving only 5 seconds for pushing someone off the track. That's absolutely nothing, and that's something that is very easily overhaulable over the course of the race. If someone does something like that where you think you can penalize to someone as harsh as causing a collision, pushing another driver off the track, blah, 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 they should be a lot harsher, because you don't want the penalty to be truly overhaulable. You want to realistically screw over the car that screwed someone else over.
Yeah, is that really, at the end of the day, I would say what penalties are there for? Somewhat, yes. You want to kind of penalize the car because it's in their own way penalized the car that was involved in it with them. But I don't think it's necessarily there to just completely screw someone's race over. At the end of the day, if you're making someone's race or if you're crashing someone on purpose, I don't think you should be racing at all. So at the end of the day, most of the times, 99.9% of the time, it's just a genuine mistake or misjudgment made. And sadly, that's resolved in a car losing its race, losing the complete race, losing 2-3 laps. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, that's how it is. I don't think that's how we should penalize. At that point, that's another thing that I love to talk about if it is about race control. We're penalizing the outcome of the incident. And if you start doing that, it starts to become inconsistent for the same type of incident really quickly.
I think that's the tricky bit. It's
right.
As much as, yes, it is a misjudgment, there is part of it where people might think it's worth that misjudgment, so they don't think about things as hard because it's just a 5-second penalty, it's a 10-second penalty.
I'm
we
going to
can
make
that
this
back
comment
up over
now.
the course of the race.
I'm
You've
going to
make it not worth it.
I do not want to be race control or any type of steward.
Neither.
Everyone appreciates the work they're doing. I don't think they want to be steward at some points in this race themselves. You never want to screw someone's race over by giving them a penalty, but that's what they're there for. And what they have to do is apply the rules. And at the end of the day, if the rules say you get a drive-through for that, you get a drive-through. And if the rules say you get a stop and hold 30, you get a stop and hold 30, even if it's harsh and you didn't mean to do whatever happened. That's what they're there for. And let's be honest, if a steward gives a penalty like that, they're not in the steward's box or talking to the other stewards like, oh, look at what I did. I have to screw their race over. That's not how they are either, right? They're human too. They don't want to do it either, but that's what they have to do. That's their job, and that's what they are there for. So let's be clear about that. We're not criticizing them in any way because we love the work they do. And of course, they are human, so they can make mistakes too sometimes. It's just that when they do make a mistake, it usually just there's no consequence for them on their side, which might just be a bit annoying for a driver point of view. But also you have to, of course, realize that they're there to do their thing, and they're human too.
5 hours and 10 minutes gone. We are over halfway through this 10-hour event here at Spa. So let's have a quick look at how your classes stack up as it stands. Writer Engineering currently leading the way by 26.9 seconds over the second place DLR by SimLab car. We are expecting a penalty coming their way at some point soon, so keep an eye out on that battle. Old Firm Racing having a relatively anonymous time of it at the moment in third place in GTP, with Fury SimSport on one heck of a recovery drive to be up there in P4. Your previous GT3 AM champions in fifth at the moment in GTP, having stepped up to that class at the end, the start of this season. Alex Pilbeam still on board that one, doing an excellent job. In GT3 Pro, you've got NGC by Rubisgas, who have been leading the way the entire race distance so far. Miguel Almeida back on board that car, 22.7 seconds clear of Kevin Chartier on board the Valkyrie Excite Green McLaren. SRP Racing Team only 1.2 seconds behind second place at the moment, trying to get that position from Valkyrie Excite. With RPM Racing sort of waiting in the wings on that one. Tom Chichetto looking at that 8-second gap in front of him and wondering how he can get that one closed. Falcon Motorsports by SimLab Gold round out the top 5 in GT3 Pro, but they are a little bit of a ways off RPM Racing. Orca Performance Racing Blue still lead the way in GT3 AM. It's a big gap over the locals auto sport car that we saw down pit lane about an hour or so ago. And Octopus Racing Team Black are third in that class, with DDK Racing Team S currently in fourth, being followed very closely by the Eagle Speed Academy esports car. Only 0.8 of a second behind them. It's the battle I'm keeping an eye on at the moment, as those two come out of La Source and make their way down towards Eau Rouge.
I have to say, if you look towards the leads of the GT3 class, it's the NGC car. My God, they've been so consistent and they're deserving of that lead. They got it at the start of the race, and I don't think they've ever looked back. The gap, however, is not as big as they might have liked. The gap to the Valkyrie X-Type car is only about 25 seconds. And for the pace that they've been setting, that's not a lot. The Valkyrie X-Type car matching their lap times on most laps. It's really when they have been getting lapped, that's where the NGC car has been making their efforts work, and that's where they've been making their time.
And as annoying as it can be when you are exactly matching the car that you're trying to hunt down, sometimes that's all your job is. At the end of the day, it's so important to not lose time to the cars you're in a fight with. And you sometimes you just have to let someone else do the work, because you can't always do that hunting down yourself. And that's when it can get a little bit tricky, though. It can get a little bit grating and grinding, knowing that there is someone out there who is exactly matching you. You can't do the job you want to do, but endurance racing is all about being in the correct mindset at exactly the right time. And as much as you might want to be doing the hard work of hunting down, sometimes the not losing time is the important bit of the job you've got to do. And right now, that's exactly what Kevin Chartier is doing, just maintaining the gap to Miguel Almeida, and just you're sort of waiting for a chance to bring that gap down. NGC by Rubis Gas and Miguel Almeida aren't giving them the opportunity to close that gap at the moment, because they have been absolutely flawless for the entire race so far, which is to be expected from a driver that was so dominant in the Platinum Pilot Series. And it doesn't surprise me that he's been as consistent as he has, and has a team that is as consistent as he is. And at the end of the day, as long as they keep doing this and keep their nose clean, it's going to be what wins them the race. Commentator's curse.
For it. I was waiting for it there. Yeah, completely agree there, Taylor. However, we do have some information to pit lane. The drive-through that was hanging over the heads of the 76 car had been appealed. They did appeal it, and that appeal has gone through. It has been reduced to a warning. It was Young Corps who was the offending driver, so it wasn't the driver in the car at the moment, but apparently it was netcode, and they say it should have never led to the catastrophic damage that was done to the car involved. So there you go. The drive-through has been reduced to a warning. That is the first warning for that 76 car. So they've still got about 2 before they get a drive-through in terms of warnings. However, that's 1 strike gone.
It's one of those things I really love to see that incident to properly have a look at it, because there are so many occasions, especially in officials, where there is a bit of netcode between 2 cars, and you'll look at it, and the person who, like, you know, was the egregious party in that will look at that and go, oh, it was just netcode. No, it's fine, it was just netcode, and just completely absolve themselves of any sort of blame. Don't get me wrong, I trust the steward's decision on this, that it's one of those that wasn't actually going to be a collision. But there are so many times where people are so willing to just completely absolve themselves of blame when there's even an ounce of netcode involved in a collision, because at the end of the day, even if it is netcode, there are so many occasions where the crash would have happened anyway without it. And I don't know, I think it just makes people a little bit too lenient when it comes to collisions, that they're just too willing to let things go, and it gives the offending party an excuse to not take responsibility for something. Again, I'm not saying that's what's happened here. It's just a thought that's come to mind that I think is something that plagues a lot of people on the service.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And it's also good to see that, you know, that's taken into account. Of course, if I would go and T-bone someone and then say, oh, there was an inch of netcode in there, that's not my fault. Of course, everyone will look at me and say, well, you're going crazy. But if there was something which we had about a car's width of space between the cars, and there is then contact, that's not something you can do anything about, except not signing up for the session. But at that point, we're getting completely ridiculous. But no, let's be honest, it's good that that is taken into account, and I like to see that taking it by a case-to-case basis as well. Not every incident is the same, even though on paper the penalty is the same for it. sometimes there is a bit of leniency in those rules. And if it was a crazy amount of net code in there and Yarn Corps couldn't have done anything and was clearly going to avoid the car, then I think this is the right decision by the stewards, mate.
So then, gang, keep an eye on that gap at the front of the field, because as much as they don't have that drive-through hanging over their heads anymore, that gap is coming down. It has just dipped a little bit under 26 seconds, 22 on my timing screen for a second there. So Whiten is putting the work in to bring that gap down to the number 76 car. Gesner is still doing everything he needs to, as that is Eagle Speed Academy Esports Acura off on the side of the circuit, I think on the exit of Pouan, yeah, as they just go into Piff Paff, into the Fania chicane. But yeah, Whiten driving the wheels off that car to try and get that gap closed down. And that's another car off on the side of the track. I think that is the DDK Racing Ferrari off at the side of the track. So sometimes when we're watching racing, I like to do a little game called Did He Fall or Was He Pushed? It is the DDK Racing Ferrari, so let's have a quick gander and see if he fell or he was pushed. I don't know if Carmen can
cue the way he ended up
replay for that one, so that we can game.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, here we go. Here comes the replay. It's a different replay of a different incident with the SRP Racing team at McLaren. I think this is one that's being discussed in the stewards booth at the moment.
No. Is that taking a drive-through, or is this going to be an incident on pit lane?
Possibly. Not quite sure what we're looking at there, to be honest.
That to me looked pretty fast in pit lane.
Here's the negative delta by Madness, Porsche 911 coming down pit lane. Either way, I'm just having a look at the incident for the number 226 Ferrari coming down into Stavelot. You know, when we were looking at that almost incident between Jan Kurbs and another one of I think it was the McLaren, into the corner where he had to make a decision. This time it didn't go so well. The DDK Racing Ferrari was pushed. So that should be a penalty coming the way of, I think that's going to be the DLR by someone.
Here we have it. Oh my God.
There it is. That's Matthias Whiten. That is your second place car.
What? Well,
so it's going to be a penalty. It's got to be. That's relatively slam dunk. He practically drives into the back of the car. So that gap has been coming down and coming down and coming down, and now sits at 18 seconds. But
here we go. This is the view I wanted to see on board with Matthias Whiten. Oh yeah.
Ooh, actually.
This is what I wanted to see. That Ferrari did not agree with Matthias coming up the inside, tried to cover it up, which in my I touched on this, I think 2 minutes into my stint of broadcasting it. This is not what you want to see. He did it. And well, in my opinion, he paid a fair price for it.
Yeah, that is a car that was moving towards the left-hand side of the circuit and then decided to stop moving in that direction. Yeah, no, upon revisiting that one, especially with the on-pause, Matthias Whiten, completely the innocent party there, as the DDK car wasn't pushed. The DDK car fell.
Yes.
Yeah, but fortunately for Matthias Whiten, it doesn't look like there's much damage on that car, as he does seem to still be setting decent lap times and closing the gap to Nicholas Gesner. So as much as that was an unfortunate incident, it looks like the Acura has actually tanked that one.
Well, that gap at the front of the field in the GTP class has come down quite considerably. The last couple of laps is now about 19 seconds. That's 6 seconds in the time of, what, about 5 laps? That's a lot. That might be some bad traffic for the Ryder Engineering Acura, but yeah, I mean, Matthias Whiten in that car having the hammer down.
Well, like we say, he's the defending series champion. He's going to be quick. He did such a good job, again, at Fuji, to come back from a lap down with him and the rest of the crew. So even though it does look like that car is carrying a little bit of damage on the front left corner, it doesn't seem to be affecting him too much, as you said it yourself. He just seems to be making those better decisions through traffic that Nicholas Gesner is struggling with just a little bit, and it's partially why that gap is coming down. Although, actually, saying that, it is starting to extend just a little bit. I'm seeing it at about 20 seconds. I think it's a bit of a lie that it's 10.0 seconds right now, as it was 18.3 when they came across the line last time around. I'll keep an eye on it because you just got Matthias Whiting coming through.
That 10-second gap is to the Old Firm Racing GTP behind that. So that is accurate. It's just for me that the Writer Engineering has disappeared from the top.
That is, oh goodness, yeah. They are showing us in third place.
Maybe a pit stop because since they're distant.
Yeah, they've still got about 10 laps to go in their stint, but
I was gonna say that would be early.
It's fine. The timing screen will sort itself out eventually. Gap at the front of the field currently sat at 20.6 seconds. So Gesner's starting to pull it out a little bit now as DLR by SimLab now carrying that little bit of front end damage after a collision with the Ferrari GT3. I think it does mean they're going to start to come under a bit of pressure from Julien Harmond, who is driving an Acura that isn't ailing from any sort of damage. So we're keeping an eye on gaps. That's the one that you're going to want to keep an eye on. 10.7 seconds on the timing screen and a pace difference of, goodness, only about 0.2 of a second per lap right now.
That's a lot. Even if you're in different classes, that's a lot. 10 seconds. Well, Kevin Ford at the moment. Let's see what his last lap time is. He's 13th in class. His last lap time, 2:20.6. That is almost a second faster than the car in P12. That's the Locals Autosport. So eaten into that gap quite considerably. Here we have the Locals Autosport car. The gap, however, though, is quite big. So it would have to keep slowly but surely taking down that time. Not if the Local Autosports AMG gets taken out by the Cadillac. Luckily that didn't happen. But boy, was that ever too close for comfort. Jeez.
Brussels, again, one of those really tricky corners for getting any sort of lappery done because of the amount of marbles that are built up on the outside of that corner now. Anytime a prototype goes out there, it's going to be like jumping on a slip and slide, and all of a sudden you're just going to have absolutely no grip underneath the rubber of those tires, because I'm sure most of us understand exactly why, but when you go over those marbles, it's going to pick up all of those discarded little bits of rubber that have come off the tires over the course of the race. And what that does is it sort of raises some of the it reduces the contact patch on the ground, and when you suddenly have less of the tire touching the ground, you lose all of that grip, and that's when the cars start to understeer, oversteer. It's why we saw one of the prototypes spinning when they came through the bus stop, because they only touched their right rear tire onto the marbles, and the fronts were still completely clean. So they had a loss of grip on the loaded rear tire as they were on throttle coming out of the corner, and because they lost the grip there, rear end spins round, and just like that you're recovering from an incident.
Well, there's also a gap. Oh no, that's the Writer Engineering Sports car again on the time. I was like, oh my god, there's a gap, it's red. That means it's close. It isn't. It's the Furious Sim Sport car, however, touching on that does now take a trip down pit lane. Here it is. So that's gonna stop for, I think it's 9 stop of the race.
Including drive-throughs. They've been down pit lane a couple of times. I think this should be their 7th actual pit stop. These guys really haven't had a good time of it, but because of the amount of attrition that we've had in this race so far, it has put them in that 4th place. This is a scheduled pit stop. They are at the end of a 23-lap stint. William Foyle, I expect, will be getting out of that car this time and handing over to one of the other Fury Simsport drivers, perhaps Max Delayden getting back on board. Up on the jacks that car goes, and unless they're taking their time to do the drive change, it looks like William Foyle will actually be staying on board for another run in the car as we get deep into the night here at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah, these are lovely hours. Always like doing these endurance race commentaries in the night. Less so in the real world, because the cameras are never tuned right and the only thing you can see is the glare of the headlights. So identifying cars becomes a little more tricky. None less so though in the sim. It still isn't easy. if a car is lit up like our Acura GTP from the Writer Engineering Esports guys did just about with the GT3 there, it's quite easy to pick them out. However, if this car is now on its own, like you see, taking it from a livery, if we wouldn't have our lovely producer to thank, to have the bottom right as our indicator of who we're watching, we would have absolutely no clue at this point.
Something, something, yo, this race is fire, something, something.
I would agree.
0.4 of a second then is the gap between Hendrik Ibsen and William Foyle out there on track. Ibsen owns a pit stop at about 7 laps or so. We've seen these two teams come together on track for fights earlier on in this race, as Ibsen having a look to the outside of Brussels with the 31 crew still getting those tires up to temperature after just coming out pit lane. So the 77 wants to get by. This is going to be one of the opportunities to do it. Tucks right under his rear wing on the run down to Pouon. Isn't going to be an opportunity to get by there, but it should create one a little bit later in the lap as they make their way down towards Fanny Chicane. What is the 31 going to do here? Moves over to the racing line. The 77 doesn't look for a move down the inside, perhaps wanting to make a nice, easier, more comfortable one down into the bus stop. We've seen cars get by through Blanchimont as well, especially when the Fury Simsport car is still going to be on that cold rubber, goes very wide, back end kicks out, and he moves straight over to the inside defensively. But the 77 car is going to have the run, gets a nose along to the outside as they come through cover Paul Frere down towards Blanchimont. They're going to stay side by side. There's a GT that's going to involve itself in this fight. 31 is still alongside, but gets completely boxed in behind the Mercedes, backs out and moves aggressively back to the outside. And just like that, it is move done for Hendrik Ibsen and a great bit of overtaking.
For a second thought they were going to go either side of that GT3. Luckily for the GT3, they did not. Yeah, that's a great pass by the Writer Engineering Esports 2 car. Hendrik Ibsen in that car at the moment has made the pass. Next up on his list, it's the HWT Motorsport car. That car about 15 seconds up the road, and with the pace that Hendrik Ibsen has got at the moment, I think it's going to be a matter of time before he's going to be able to close that gap.
Yeah, especially with how much lighter that car is running at the moment. He's 18 laps deep into his stint. So 14-second gap over the course of the next 6 laps or so, I think is going to be a little bit of an ask. But these two cars are only 4 laps separated in terms of pit strategy. It's only really been a bit of poor luck on Ibsen and Writer Engineering 2's side that has put them so far down the order. Again, the HWT Motorsport crew doing a brilliant job to keep that car clean and get it all the way up the order. The lead non-Acura up there in 4th, and in a position where if anything happens to those top 3, that car is in the podium places. But I think it's just going to be a case of patience for Ibsen and the 77 guys to just, again, it's another Writer Engineering car that is in a position of tick the laps off, get yourself in the position you need to be, and don't rush it. Just corner by corner, lap by lap. There is no need to push right now because you have the pace advantage over every single car around you. 20.5 for them last lap, but they were in a fight, whereas the HWT Motorsport car of Alex Pilbeam were 2-minute.5 just in completely clean air. I think probably a little bit of traffic to deal with, but it's a car that is going a little bit slower at the moment as Ibsen is getting everything he needs to out of that car right now. And that's, again, one of those mindset things in endurance racing. It's not about how fast you can go. It's about how consistent you can be. And I think, again, that's one of the advantages that TMR, because it's the only team I can speak about in depth realistically. It's one of the advantages that we always bring to the table in a race that we do as the Connection Lost Racing team come down pit lane, is that all of us are so similar on pace relative to a lot of other teams in the field that Neil can start a race and just be quick, go zoom. But then I can get in the car and I'm not much slower than him. But then Alex Gerber gets in the car and him and I are on exactly the same pace. So even when other teams are taking that step down in pace with their second driver, you'll find that we're still up there in terms of pace, and we still all have that consistency over the course of the race, which is why we can get into the positions that we do. It's why we won the race for a cause last year, because we didn't have 10 drivers in a clown car that just had so many cars with so many different, so many drivers with such different ability that we were just banging in those lap times, stint after stint after stint after stint, and just brought the gap down, and then just held it.
At the end of the day, that's what you need to do. It isn't that fast, like you said. You can go over one lap. You've got qualifying for that. And how often don't you hear endurance commentators say qualifying doesn't matter? It really doesn't. You can start absolutely lost behind the GT3s on the grid, and you can still win this race. I mean, you've got 10 hours to make up what would effectively be about a 35-40 second gap. So that's enough time to make up that time if you're just consistent and keep rocking in those lap times. You don't even need to be fastest or have the fastest lap in the race either. As long as you can stay close to your ultimate pace, you're gonna pull through towards the end.
I think realistically, the only part about qualifying that matters is where you start in the field. Because if you have a crash that happens in front of you because you qualified last, you have more of a chance of getting involved in that crash. Whereas if you're much further up, if something happens, it's likely to happen behind you. And so, again, you don't get involved in that incident, and you can have that better chance of getting a cleaner race. But apart from that, doesn't matter. Like, if everyone started single file off every race start and we binned off 2x2 starts, qualifying truly wouldn't matter, because everyone would be getting a relatively even start, and then it's just a case of how quick you can be over the course of a race rather than incident avoidance.
Are you really trusting us iRacers that much that even if we start single file, we won't crash? That's
yeah, I realized as soon as I said it that I've been plenty of IndyCar races and commentated on plenty of Champ Car races where it's literally just been a case of, goodness gracious me, can you not survive? As that's one of the Ford Mustangs off at the side of the track at Rivage. I'll try and get a beat on exactly who that was. It was the TLR SimLab green car. Kevin Versandvoort on board that car right now, almost causing big issues for the sister Writer Engineering car. That's the wrong Writer Engineering car you want to be running interference on there, Kevin. That one's a little bit further up the road, mate.
Yeah, it's, well, at the end of the day, it was just a spin, I think, and they're able to continue. No damage done on that car, at least no visible damage. From what I can see, so they're able to continue. Just a little spin, and that's about it. On their merry way they go back into the race. Writer Engineering and DLR SimLab red at the front of the field. Gap still about 20 seconds, so that has stabilized quite a bit between those two. Seems like the German in the Writer Engineering esports car has gotten the hammer down, and Matthijs still trying to hunt him down. What is quite interesting, in my opinion, is that they've split their drivers up. I mean, they had a winning team, and they've split those drivers up, maybe to try and give the experience to all three teams they have.
Well, yeah, that's the thing we were talking about earlier on in the race with Olivia, is what would you do in that situation? Because the thing is, you can load all of your fast drivers into one car, but if you get an unfortunate incident where that car gets taken out of the race, what are you going to do? I mean, theoretically, it might not happen as that's a car off on the side of the road. Goodness gracious me, that looked like it was extraordinarily close. But you can have all those fast drivers in the car that then get taken out, which apparently wasn't a problem for Porsche in 2015, when the car that was never meant to win the race won the race anyway. But you give yourself sort of a better chance at more points, you know, taking points off other teams by having a good even spread of drivers across three cars. I mean, again, it's a choice to be made. Do you want one car to go super fast and have two cars in backup? Or do you want three cars to go at a relatively even pace and try and keep them relatively close together on track so they can all help each other out? It's a balance to be struck, and it's a decision to be made. And like Olivia said, it could come down to driver attitudes and what they want out of the race, because you might have someone who's really quick but doesn't really want to try hard, but then you might have someone who's a little bit slower that might want to literally throw everything at it, find all those improvements, be really quick, put in all that practice that isn't, again, quite up there on pace, that could eventually get up there. And then you'd want to put them with someone who is already quick and has exactly the same mindset, because that's what's going to give you the better opportunity at the win.
Yeah, being a team manager, these things crack my brain sometimes. It's really difficult, especially if you have, in what is the case for DLR SimLab and for Writer Engineering, multiple cars in the same championship racing in the same race. Because of course, you know, you have your drivers that, you know, okay, if I put these drivers in the car, they'll perform and they'll be up there. There's not many drivers that can beat them, and they'll be up there doing the pace they can and consistently. And then there are those drivers that you know of, well, they're quick, but sometimes here and there they do have a mistake or two in them. And then you have those drivers that you know, okay, they aren't quite the quickest, but they are consistent and they're willing to learn. And then you also, you pointed it out, you have those drivers that you know of, they're quick, but they don't really want to put in the practice they need to put in to be up there. They just want to have a fun event for once.
Exactly.
So there's so many different factors you have to take into account now. One factor I think that will kind of exit the possibilities is you not taking it seriously. Because if you're not taking it seriously, I don't think there's any point really entering a championship-based race. At the end of the day, everyone who's here today is here to win. And if you're not, I wouldn't say, oh, that's very tight, 400 Gibson, he makes it work. The AMG gives him the space. That's just one of those moments that you have to get through. That's one of those moments that his teammates will either have closed their eyes or will be looking away. But eventually, the AMG was kind of forced to give him the space, and he got through. Is he going to make it too wide through Blanchimont too? No, decides to wait. At least takes one car. But coming back to what I was saying is, I don't think you're in the wrong place. But yeah, signing up for a championship like this, I don't think anyone does that really, because it's such a big commitment. I think you guys said it earlier about, well, it's 50 plus hours of commitment that you make on.
That's just the race.
Yeah, exactly.
Racing even.
On 5 Saturdays of the year already, and there will probably be more with how PEC has been running in the previous years. So I don't think not taking it seriously is something that any of these drivers that are taking part here today will do. However, you still have drivers with different skill levels. It is difficult to match, and some drivers learn better in a different way than others do, and you kind of want to match those up. You have drivers that are good at teaching other drivers what they do and kind of teach them how to get quicker. And then you have the drivers that just say, oh, well, which gear are you going through that corner? I don't know, I just do it.
Yeah.
And they're just 5 seconds quicker than you are for some reason. You have those drivers too. So yeah, it's a lot of factors that you have to take into account. And as a team manager or as a team itself, even if you can decide it yourself, it's difficult. So I don't think there's one right way to do it. And I also think that is the beauty of it. You have these so different teams. I think DLR SimLab Red have chosen this season, at least after becoming champions last season, to kind of spread their eggs in different baskets to see if they can maybe take a 1-2 or maybe a 1-2-3, or maybe just have a backup car there to help the other car in if they do get into a championship situation. For Writer Engineering, it very much still feels like with Jan Kurbs, and I don't know who's driving that car at the minute, but
Nicholas Gesner.
Yeah, exactly. It still feels like they've got their eggs all in that one basket, and they're going with it for that car.
Yeah, and like we say, that's the tricky bit. You want to match up the mindsets in the car, because you might find that if you don't, as the 77 crew come down pit lane, it can cause a little bit of friction. But even if you don't have a matchup of mindsets, there are still ways to manage that. We entered a car in Petit Le Mans, the iRacing Petit Le Mans this year, and we did eventually end up winning. But there was a bit of a mindset matchup between all the drivers in the car. I'm talking as if it wasn't me that had the mindset mismatch with everyone else. The 3 other drivers in the car were there for fun. They wanted to have fun and just go out there, drive the car fast. Whereas I really wanted to win the race. We were fortunate enough in that we had Olivia to essentially be race engineer. So I didn't actually have to do anything when I wasn't in the car, because I'm not a very good teammate sometimes. It's really difficult for me to let incidents go. at times, but having lived there as the race engineer meant she could look after everyone else, look after the other three and work with them, and then manage me when I was out of the car, because the entire time I was sending her messages on Discord like, oh my god, Liv, oh my god, Liv, oh my god, Jesus Christ, Liv. And she was really good at managing me at the time and being like, listen, calm down, shut the hell up, everything's going to be fine. Whilst then working with the other three to be like, right, come on, let's do this thing, let's crack on. So there are ways to work around it, but when you don't have someone that can sit and be a dedicated race engineer, that's when you need to have everyone on exactly the same page in terms of mindset, because you need the guys that can let things go to be with the people who can also let things go, because that's how you create a team that can mesh and work properly together. And again, I think that's the sort of thing that we're seeing up and down the field in the entire PEC field, because all teams seem to mesh together really well and all seem to complement each other on their strengths and weaknesses, and they know exactly when to put each driver in the car to get exactly the most out of them. That's why writers start Jan and then hand over to the likes of Nicholas Gesner, because they know that Jan is the workhorse that will get in there and just punch away lap after lap after lap after lap after lap and close any gap that you need him to do. Whereas, Gesner is a really safe pair of hands and can set those consistent lap times, lap after lap after lap, and just crack on with it. And you don't have to worry that he's going to make many or any mistakes. And he's still got that pace as well. He's still a really, really fast driver, and someone who is an absolute pleasure to watch absolutely smash it out of the park week on week on week. It's why I enjoy commentating on this championship so much, because we have such a depth of drivers from end to end that all of them are just really, really fun to watch.
It is an absolute pleasure to watch them, but boy, is it ever frustrating, because you go out there yourself, you put a lap down and you're like, oh geez, I'm 5 seconds off. And you're like, oh, now I'm 2 seconds off, but I feel like if I go a tenth faster, I'm going to die in every corner. And then they just do it lap after lap. It's, the sheer skill that these drivers have and the quality of this field, it's been growing every year, and that's also great to see. Of course, being a part of this since season 1, seeing the skill of this field grow every season. Of course, big props to everyone behind the scenes for the Platinum Endurance Championship. It's really been fun to see this championship grow, and I'm hoping we're gonna go even further in the next seasons and all seasons to come. However, back to the race, the DLR SimLab red car and the Writer Engineering Esports car have both been into pit lane. So has the Old Firm Racing GTP been into pit lane too. So the top 3 have made their pit stops again. They're all out on their stints. It's the Old Firm Racing car that I think is on lap number 7, if I'm correct, of their stint. So they're a little bit further into their stint. They'll be running a little bit lighter. However, the gap between Old Firm and DLR, 47 seconds. So a bit bigger than, or 12 seconds, excuse me. So a bit bigger than it was before that pit stop.
Yeah, just not a great start to the stint by Old Firm Racing. I think Harman's struggling to get back up to pace after coming down pit lane. Sorry, it's just something I was keeping an eye on that made me stumble over my words a little bit there. But the big thing to keep an eye on now is the fact that DLR by SimLab have repaired the damage that they had. So that car is going to be back up to full pace for the next stint or so. And we saw Matthias Whiten was closing that gap down in just relative to Nicholas Gesner, who was just a touch slower than Whiten. So now, even though the gap's now back up to 25 seconds, because the DLR by SimLab car was so delayed due to that damage and due to having to get it repaired, it should start to come down again. As a reminder, that drive-through that was hanging over the heads of the 76 has been turned into a warning after a steward's appeal. So these are 2 teams that we said keep an eye on them throughout the duration of the race. And in a stint or so, I bet you they're going to be nose to tail back on track again.
Yeah, we've still got a little over 4 hours to go. So let's be honest, and this sounds a bit harsh, maybe, but it doesn't really actually matter where you are at the minute. It only matters where you are once Barney, as we call him, hangs his right hand out of the tower on the left-hand side on the start-finish straight and flags you down with the checkered flag. That's really when it matters. For the rest, it doesn't really matter. However, what you can do is adjust your strategy to where you are compared to the rest. And that's what strategists are amazing for. So, Olivia, you are very much loved by Taylor too. You did great work, I heard. So maybe there's a job out or out there for you for one of these teams. But I mean, that's what strategists are there for. They keep you updated about where everyone else is, where you are compared to them on strategy. And that's the thing that I love about endurance racing, is that it just keeps changing throughout the entire race. And then towards the end of the race, all of a sudden, for some magical reason, all cars start to compress again.
It's great. I love it. That's like my favorite part of endurance racing. I never understand how it happens, but just everyone's magically back together again, even when it's like a proper, this is what Alex Gerber will call a pure endurance race, because it is, here is your 10-hour time window. You are going to start driving at 0 and you are going to stop driving at 10, and whoever covers the most distance in that time wins. And for some reason, even when you have everyone spread out in the middle, towards the end, all the different strategies start to converge and all the paces of the drivers start to come back together. And you get those really close fights on track in the last hour or so. And I just never, ever understand how that happens, but I'm always so grateful that it does, because it means even though we're sat here with 4 hours left to go in the race, we still have something to look forward to. There's going to be all these little battles and fights that are happening out on track in front of us now. Like we've got XVD Racing of Pablo Alvarez still under a second behind Hendrik Ibsen. And we can have that entertains us for a good chunk of the race as we just wait to see what happens. Ooh, big dive down the inside of Malmedy for Ibsen, who's going to sandwich himself between two GT3s. And with Alvarez just taking a little bit more time to get through that, has actually managed to close the gap up even more. And this is great, because this will keep us entertained for hours. But then when we get to the end and all of the race lead fights start to close up again, yeah, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, and I think that has become more and more of a thing as of late too, of course, in the real world too. And in iRacing, there isn't no such thing as well, your car doesn't wear. There is no mechanical failure unless you decide to double downshift and absolutely ruin your gearbox. Is that again the same McLaren not holding its brakes either?
So that almost looked like it was a huge hit for the number 77 car. I think they're going to get away.
Again, the pacemaker's
McLaren. Get away with it. Yeah, we're talking about Falco
van Rijsselt
and crew yet again. It just doesn't look like he held the brakes at all in that one. We are going to get an off-board replay of that one focused on the pacemaker's McLaren, a car that has been absolutely in the wars today. Way too wide on the exit.
But that was slow already. That car was slow already. Something happened before that. It was already down on speed. That was not a normal speed for a GT3 through there.
I think the speed through the corner itself is fine, but he knows he's understeering. You can hear it if you're following the onboard. You can hear him check up on exit because he knows he's going off into the gravel. But you've got cars behind him that are committing to the exit of the corner as if that McLaren is going to be going full speed. Listen, you can hear it here. To the apex, gets back on the throttle, but then starts to check up on exit because the car is just absolutely plowing. And again, it's one of those things that...
Oh, Falco.
That is, apart from not holding his brakes, that is a racing incident if I ever did see one, because the 77 is prepared for that car to be going absolutely full throttle on exit, and it just checks up to not get in the gravel, which is completely fair because you don't want to be out there, but they just... there's no way that Ibsen can predict that, and he tries to dive to the right, but by that point it's way too late, and it's a big chunk of netcode that takes over on that one. And I think the stewards will probably have a relatively lenient look at that one. I can see a protest coming the 77's way, but I don't see it actually being followed through on.
Yeah, it's a difficult one though. At the end of the day, he did just drive into the back of him. the fact that he couldn't expect that, I would agree with. But then again, he just drives into the back of him. So it's a difficult one. Like I said, I don't want to be a steward. This is one of those cases. However, the fact that he wasn't holding his brakes, I think there is and there should be a penalty coming for that. Just roll back across the track. Something that I also noticed on board with Falco was the fact that he was being so aggressive with the steer. I don't know if we can get a second look at that on board with Falco, but he was being so aggressive with that steering wheel. He just yanked it to the left, and I think that's where that understeer came from too. Then they decided just to try and power through, really. Didn't work. Maybe was trying to warm up the tires on the beginning stages of a stint there, maybe. That might have caused the aggression with the steering wheel, but yeah, just looked like it was a little bit too aggressive for the front tires, really, to catch on here. We're going to have a look at it. So the first of the corners was, it's just a bit too aggressive, and then he just tries to power through, keeps the lock on. Yeah, keeps the lock. Here he realizes, I'm not going to make it, then straightens it up. And then when he straightened it up, for some reason, slows down. It's a strange one, I would say. And I would agree with you. As a GTP, yeah, you can't expect that. Usually you look at the body language of a car, and then that second hit was so hard.
It's the 104 virtual drivers by Thrustmaster BMW that was collected by that one as well. So again, another car that's already been in the wars and been down pit lane for a drive-through penalty will have to come down pit lane yet again, and this time through no fault of its own. But in terms of how Van Rysel was driving that car, I don't know how much I trust the steering lock in iRacing. I feel like it's one of those things that isn't quite one-to-one in real life. I think, again, he might have just picked up a bit of understeer. It might be the second stint on those tires. We don't really know where most people are at in terms of tires. And he's right at the end of a stint as well.
No.
So he might have just been at the end of that second stint, and the fronts just go, you know what? I don't want to be rubber anymore, and turn to stone. And by that point, there's absolutely nothing you can do. Why'd you go? You've got to check the car up so you don't get the off track, because again, incident points are something that drivers are trying to avoid. And as much as he avoided a 1x to pick up a 4x, you're still going to make the effort to avoid that 1x, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, I mean, at the end of the day, a 1x means you've gone off track. You're off the racing surface, and that's not where you want to be. That's not where you should be. So that's why drivers try and avoid that. We've all done it. So yeah, I think that's completely valid. And at the end of the day, to me, it just looked like a strange one. And leaning more and more towards what you said in the beginning, might just be a racing incident, that one. It's just so difficult to judge for the GTP, really, what is happening, what's going on there, just purely because the body language of that car was so extremely unpredictable, and neither did the McLaren mean to be that slow. Just a funny note, I think that Falco had about the same steering lock on the aftermath of that incident than he did coming out of the corner.
It's one of them. I think he probably let go of the wheel at the end of that incident.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, he got it back to pit lane, I think, so the team will give him props for that, because that looked like a really tricky car to drive back to pit lane. Back on track, though, we're looking at a battle between the IS Corsa and the Enosis Esports MX car. This is between a Corvette and a McLaren. Or no, both McLarens, excuse me.
McLaren. It's a GT3 car. You've got probably a 50-50 chance that it's a McLaren in this series.
Yeah, there are a lot of them here. McLaren, a great car championship-wise. Might not be the fastest everywhere, but that's not what, like you said, teams take into account. And even over a championship, it's consistency with the car even that gets taken into account. We can't emphasize it more. Consistency is key, not how quick you are over one lap. And it's also a pretty easy car to drive. Doesn't do that many unpredictable things. It's quite easy to set up too. So for a championship, and especially for an endurance championship, the McLaren is such a great car to go with. And I think that's why we're seeing so many of them.
And so as we tick towards the end of the 6-hour mark, bringing us to 4 hours to go, we are going to take another quick, well, I say quick, this one's going to be a little bit longer because some of us have to eat at some point. You are watching ABN's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship 10 Hours of Spa. My name is Taylor Mills. Alongside me in the booth, as it stands, is Daan Pepels, and we'll be back in a little while.
Welcome back to ABN's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship, 10 hours of Spa. We come back to you having had a drive-through penalty for the number 76 Writer Engineering Esports car. However, the team chose to take a service in that time just to put themselves more than a little bit offset from the DLR by SimLab car. And since the DLR team have taken their pit stop now, it has put them back behind the Writer car. So this gives Aaron Full a really good opportunity to try and build some sort of gap on that DLR SimLab team and just give him and his team a little bit of breathing room. I did have a little bit of a chat with Jan Curbs over the break about exactly what happened there. The team got a second warning for a netcode incident, and yeah, because of that second warning, it's an automatic straight drive-through. So it's now a case of they're going to put Aaron in for 2 stints and then close out the race with Jan, which I think realistically is what we expected, because you need your closer in at the end of the race to try and bring home the best result possible.
Yeah, and we've got about the best part of 3.5 hours to go here still. So I think soon, I think as soon as I end my commentary shift, you'll see those drivers that will be bringing these cars to the end get in. The hot shots, as I like to call them, the drivers that usually do the qualifying and the starts of the races too, the drivers that these teams consider their fastest and their best driver to put in to try and get the maximum out of this car, even this far into the race. The gap at the front of the field, 1.3 seconds only. It's closed up a lot. I'm all here for it.
I mean, this is exactly what we want with 3 hours and 20 minutes to go in an endurance race, is a fight for the lead, just to keep everything a little bit spicy. It is, of course, because we're sort of off sequence with the pit cycle now. Writer are 15 laps deep into their stint, pitting in about 10 laps time. And DLR by SimLab only 3 laps in. But what this is giving the chance for Writer to do is just build that gap a little bit. Like, the gap's only a second, sure, and DLR SimLab are in the slipstream, but they're also running a lot heavier right now. They've still got at least 70 liters of fuel on board, whereas Writer are down to their last 30 or so. So again, it's a chance for Full to build that gap, and they do want to be off sequence from DLR. Like, they obviously had a really good scrap with the other car earlier on in this race, but that isn't really, realistically, it's not statistically the best way to win a race. You want to get it all done in as clean air as possible, because if you start fighting someone else, you're going to lose lap time. And at the end of the day, these guys still have to worry about Old Firm Racing, who are only 16.7 seconds behind this lead fight. So if you can do something a little bit different on strategy, it's always going to be the way to do it, and it's always a really interesting way to win a race.
I usually say that endurance racing isn't one on track, it's one in the pit lane. That's where you do not want to be. So the less time you spend in pit lane, is we're just going to navigate this GT3. Both drivers do that successfully, but you can see it's compressed the two quite heavily. Only 3/10 between the two drivers now. But like I usually say, you win it in the pit lane. You want to be there for the least amount of time, and it is usually the case. If you look at the amount of time spent in pit lane, the winner usually has the least.
So here we are then. It's going to be John Paul Seaman back on board that DLR SimLab car, right under the rear wing of Aaron Full as they come around to start lap 197 of this race. Full very wide on the exit of the bus stop chicane, running all over those curbs. Traction control won't have been happy with him through there at all. Hard on the brakes into turn 1. These two cars, you can see, are still absolutely nose to tail. With the GT3 traffic, they're going to have to navigate down the Camel Straight. But the DLR by SimLab team are going to be taking advantage of that slipstream, trying to build a little bit of speed coming into Lacoum. They didn't have a great exit from La Source, and that's just allowed Aaron Full just a little bit of space coming down towards the next big braking zone as they try to decide how they're going to get past that McLaren. To the inside goes the 76 car, then it's going to be hard on the brakes for Lacoum itself. No opportunity presented to Jean-Paul Seaman through Lacoum, through Malmedy, and again, it's a really solid bit of car placement from Aaron Full just to keep that DLR SimLab car behind. And this is the absolute bare minimum that he needs to do, because you are delaying the DLR car every single time you spend a corner in front of it. And again, Spa is a track that presents a lot of opportunities to overtake, but these two cars are practically identical. The only difference between them right now is going to be the driver on board, and it's about who can go faster. And I think realistically, Full and Seaman have been relatively close on pace the entire way, choosing two different ways to get around the traffic, and it wasn't the correct choice for Seaman to try and go around the outside of both of those GT3s. It's going to bring that gap back up to 1.2 seconds. And I feel like I'm saying this for the 10th time this race: traffic giveth, traffic taketh away.
Yeah, this is, I mean, if a battle is this close, this is what you'll be seeing. I wouldn't be surprised if the DLR Simla, that's very close on the entry of Blanchimont. Excuse me for the sounds that I just made, but I thought he was going to send it, and I was not ready for what was going to happen if he did. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets thrown back into the gearbox of the Writer Engineering Esports Acura about a lap or two from now. I mean, that's what we've been seeing the whole time now. I also wouldn't be surprised if this gap opens up to about 3 seconds and it takes a bit longer. This is what endurance racing is, and this is why I personally love it. You can't predict what's going to happen next. It's not only pace that matters, it's managing the traffic. Also a bit of luck coming into play, but managing that traffic, well, it's one of the beauties that you don't get in sprint racing.
Well, we talked about it in the intro about how traffic management is such a key to success, especially in these long races. For the most part, it does tend to even itself out over the course of a 10-hour event as Full just squeezes his way down the inside of Malmedy and leaves Seaman very trapped behind that McLaren 720S GT3. But it's really the best drivers. They aren't necessarily the fastest over the course of the lap. They're the ones that can squeeze past the traffic in the most time-effective way, as Full didn't necessarily do that at Rivage, and off he goes at No Name, and it allows Seaman to squeeze through. And Seaman, who looks like the faster driver out of the two so far, could now have his chance to start to pull away and run into the distance. There's a couple more GT3s that these two need to navigate, and I'm sure Aaron Full is going to be looking for another way through on that DLR SimLab Acura. He's going to try and set up the exit of the Fania chicane and gets right up under the rear wing of Seaman, but Seaman just moving over back to the racing line. Full thinking better of going for a move down there, but here's a spot where we've seen a lot of overtaking so far today. We've seen plenty of moves into Blanchimont. Is Full gonna have the momentum he needs to try and get a nose alongside? It's usually set up a lot earlier than this. Going to peek out to the outside, just make sure Seaman knows he's there, and he's going to cut back to the left-hand side of the circuit. They're side by side on the run down to the bus stop chicane. Full keeping a nose alongside will let Seaman enter the corner ahead of him. Seaman a little bit deep. Full sets up for the exit better, stays all the way to the right, looking for a dive down the inside of Last Source. Seaman opening the door for him, but Full peeks to the inside. He's not going to take it. We've seen this one before as well. The 76 car then right under the rear wing of the DLR SimLab car as they blast back down to Eau Rouge Radion again. Could there be an overtaking opportunity coming up?
Well, we've seen this one before, you said it. This is prime overtaking opportunity down the Camel Straight, getting that one through Eau Rouge Radion. This is for the lead of the race with 3 hours and 15 minutes to go. Full pulls alongside to the outside of the DLR car, and he gets past. That's quite a routine overtake, that one.
Yeah, it certainly seems like it. Again, another one that we've seen so many times already today, and the 18 car just not fighting that one perhaps as hard as he could have. Defended the inside in exactly the way that he needed to, but the Writer Engineering car just looks like it's set up a little bit better on the straights and basically just drove around the outside of the other Acura, as there is going to be another GT3 that gets itself involved. It is another Acura. Full deep to the inside, will just about get past it and reopen up the corner for himself, but very, very wide and easily a 1x for Jean-Paul Seaman there, as he's going to drop back a little bit from going way too wide on the exit of Pouan as well, and might have to be a little bit more patient if he's looking for another way through on Aaron Full. It's strange though, because Writer don't want to be fighting DLR SimLab Red right now. They want to be in their own bubble, in their own space, taking off their own laps, hitting their own lap times, but unfortunately for them, the way everything's cycled out, it has put them right in front, 0.7 of a second, in fact, in front of their main rival in this race, the team that they have been basically scrapping with the entire race distance so far. Despite getting that drive-through penalty, they are still in a position to try and pull something off here. We're going to have to see how this develops over the next 3 hours and 10 minutes, but right now, this is the battle of the race so far.
And one thing is very apparent from the body language of both of these cars, and that's that they're not holding back a tenth at this stage of the race. They are absolutely pushing. And I love to see that. Not holding back anything through traffic either. We've seen that go wrong before. Please, not the AMG's going to do it. That's, well, at least he got there before the AMG had to turn in for the apex. The other Acura got past too. That's something I did not expect to see coming up Eau Rouge Radillon. Now the Corvette is next on their list. There's an AMG up ahead of the Reiter engineering car. Can the DLR car follow? Well, he can. It's so tight and it's so quick through traffic, and you just hold your breath every time it happens.
Yeah, very, very close to 200 miles an hour coming up to the braking zone for Leicum. Ball just a little bit wide on the entry to Brussels there, but of course not a gap down the inside for Seaman to put his car into. So they both thread their way through X, through Speaker's Corner, no name yet again. And if you look up the track, there is a group of 3 GT3s that these two cars now need to navigate, whilst again having the scrap of the race. Which driver is going to pick their way through better? We saw Seaman really struggle last time they had GTs through here, but I think this time it's Full that's going to be checked up, and Seaman's going to have all of the momentum on the exit of the corner. Both cars pinned to the left-hand side of the circuit by that McLaren. The McLaren smartly backs out of it, gives them both a gap to drive through, as the Mustang also dutifully stays over to the left-hand side of the circuit and lets those 2 Acura GTPs in front of him just run off into the distance, determined to continue their on-track battle.
While these two are fighting, keep an eye on the 97 behind that, the Old Firm Racing by Helvet Sim car. It's 17.5 seconds back at the minute. Meanwhile, it is the DLR car looking around the outside of the bus stop. He can't get him. It's Full defending that so far perfectly. However, setting up for the exits is the DLR car. Can he try and do something into Lost Source, or try and set him up like we've seen so often for the Camel Straight? Doesn't have a look to the inside. Closes the gap under braking though, but like I said, keep an eye on that Old Firm Racing car. That's a dark horse for me. While these two are fighting, they're able to close up the gap to 16.9.
Yeah, that gap's staying relatively stable around that 16-second mark, but here it is once again, just the DLR SimLab car not quite having the legs on the run down towards Leicum. The gap is 4/10 and closing pretty rapidly, but it just looks like the 76 crew have trimmed a little bit of rear wing out of their Acura to give themselves a touch more top-end speed, and it makes it so much easier for them to defend against anyone that's trying to attack them as they extend the gap back out to half a second through Leicum and Malmedy. Of course, that means they're suffering a little bit more in this middle sector, scrubbing the tires, struggling with mid-corner speed, but with the amount of traffic that's out here on track, sometimes you don't need all of that downforce in the corners. You can trim a little bit of it off just to make overtaking and defending a little bit easier. It's going to make that fuel save a little bit easier as well. So there's plenty of options for teams out here on track in terms of what sort of setup compromises they want to make. And just looking at the way that Reiter engineering car is getting around this track, it does look like it is sort of leaning and built more towards that top end speed, because DLR by SimLab Red just do not have any answer for it at the end of the Camel Straight.
My question is though, it's Reiter engineering, right, that are going a lap longer every time, right? If I'm correct.
24 lap stints at the moment, yeah.
Yeah, if they are just able to go a lap longer, why not just settle in behind the DLR car and see if you can make that too? At the end of the day, they're going to have a shorter pit stop at the end of the race, so they'll get him anyways. I don't think there's a need really to fight it. These two are so similar on pace. Yeah, why not just stick behind, save some more fuel, and see if you can maybe just completely ditch that last stop.
Well, it might be a case of trying to force an error from the car that they're racing, because Jean-Paul Siemens clearly feels like he needs to be in front of that 76 car right now, and is really throwing everything but the kitchen sink at this fight. So if you can make him go for a silly dive on a bit of traffic, pick up some damage, that's going to alleviate any and all pressure at the end of this race, as that McLaren's going to be a little bit marginal for both of them. They will both squeeze through, as that's one of the other Acuras in class in front of them. I think it's going to be the Driven Performance Esports Academy car, a car that's very much been in the wars throughout the first 7 hours of this race so far. Shouldn't be too difficult for these guys to get by. I expect that blue Acura to dive out the way relatively quickly because this is a very
you
fast
go.
pair of drivers. Dutifully moves over to the left-hand side of the track, lifts off, and lets this battle continue. I am surprised it hasn't spread out any more in the last 5 laps or so, because these two have been nose to tail since lap 197. They have been going at it for 10 straight minutes so far. We are 5 laps later on in this stint and they're still going.
And at what point do we say, okay, it's going to stay like this? Well, you might ask yourself that, but we don't know. These two seem so intrigued, both of them, to just be at the front of the field. No one really wants to stick behind, save fuel, not take any risks. They both want to be leading this race. So I have a feeling, for the first time in a long while that I've been doing endurance commentary, we're actually having a genuine fight for the lead, where someone isn't just giving it up and just sticking behind to save fuel. And that's also great to see.
One thing I just wanted to highlight there from when they were coming through Stavelot is the fact that both of them had synchronized slides on exit of that corner. Shades of Oscar Piastri and Charles Leclerc at Baku earlier this season, both of them giving it absolutely everything. And remember those slow-mo shots of both of them having an awesome, huge slide out of turn 16. Well, exactly the same principle for these two, except it was out of turn 14. As it's going to be another run down towards Lake Coombe. DLR by Simlive looking like they had a better run out of Eau Rouge Radion this time, as the gap just tucks under 2.5 tenths of a second. It's a defense to the inside for Aaron Full, and Seaman doesn't have a look this time and looks like he's content to just stay exactly where he is right now. It is 1 or 2 laps left in this stint for the Reiter engineering car, and their plan of pulling away a little bit doesn't seem to have come to fruition. There's going to be even more traffic just in front of them to check them up. That's going to be one of the Eagle Speeds or teams by Eagle Speed cars up there on the road, and another DLR by Simlive Mustang, the one that nearly took out the 77 earlier on in this race at Brussels. Through Poulan they both come. More traffic to deal with. That's the number 288 that's been involved in so many incidents so far this race, and that's a big moment over the curbs on the exit of Poulan. A little bit deep into Fania for Aaron Full, and it's going to allow Jean-Paul Seaman to just get a little bit closer to the rear end of that Acura. Both of them a little bit wide through Stavelot yet again, but Jean-Paul Seaman is a lot closer than he has been, tucked under that rear wing, letting the speed build in the slipstream. Is he going to have a look into Blanchimont? Full sticks to the outside. Will he defend to the inside? They are going to be side by side on entry to Blanchimont though. Seaman with the overlap over the curves for Seaman as they continue door to door on the brakes into the bus stop chicane. This time Seaman has the preferred inside line all over the curves and getting all out of shape, and down pit lane Aaron Full comes.
That explains a lot. I was going to say, they might just be saving a little more than they usually did. They seem to be, well, losing some speed at the end of quite some hard braking zones a little bit earlier than they did usually. So I was going to say maybe they're pitting this lap, and then I looked at my stint plan. I was like, that might be a lap early. Have they done 23 laps, or is my timing?
That is 23 laps now.
Yeah, they have been doing 24 laps before. So that's a bit of a strange one for Reiter, maybe indicating that they are not fuel saving anymore. They think they are where they need to be for the end of this race. And what they're going to do now is just try and open up as big of a gap as they can.
Well, this is going to create the chance for them because they won't have to worry about battling Jean-Paul Seaman on board that DLR SimLab car. As I'm trying to remember, if I was listening to Jan correctly, it should be another stint from Full, and then Curbs will get on board to the end of this race. They do look like they're up on the jacks for a fresh set of tires, which is to be expected at this point in the race. I'm not sure if they've done all of the double stinting that they need to do. I expect as much, if not they'll do one when Jan gets in the car, but we'll have to talk to everyone after the race to get their opinions on the tire limits and see how they've had to adapt and drive around that one, because I think that's been one of the biggest points of intrigue, especially for me in this race so far. So I think it's been quite surprising to see that not many teams have actually had much of a drop-off in terms of that second stint. I think it's something we alluded to earlier on in this race, where I think we've both done some testing on double stinting tires in endurance races like the D24, like the 24 Hours on Le Mans, and it just hasn't really turned up to be worth it. It feels like you need a setup that is specifically dialed in to do those double stints and really look after the tires, but it's just, I don't know, it's not quite viable when you have to run the style of setup that you do here.
I think what it comes down to is the fact that the tires are not necessarily slower. They just give up a little earlier. You have a bit more leniency with the newer tires. You can make a little bit of a mistake and the tires will catch you. As soon as those tires start to wear out, the bigger or the smaller that mistake window, if I might call it so, on the tire becomes. At least that's what it feels like for me. The tire just won't catch you anymore. You need to drive it, and the way you drive it is how it is being driven. The tire won't manage those micro mistakes that you are making anymore. So if you are a picture-perfect driver, you would have no drop-off at all. And I think what we've been seeing here today is that drivers have just been, well, taking it safe. Not to say that they're not driving quick, but maybe on their second stint, it's just you're braking a little earlier, but you're just trying to take a little bit more speed through the corner, as we're seeing the Jean-Paul car being held up in this battle. Another Mustang up ahead. The lapping is always so tricky. We are looking at the battle for 6th place in class, as we've seen Marvin Papenhagen and Maurizio Scotti, the Italian. These two are nose to tail, and they have been for quite a while too. The Acura behind the McLaren, I have a feeling, might either be saving fuel or just happy with sitting behind and, for now, taking advantage of that slipstream.
Well, the thing is, it's the fight, well, I say fight, between Raz Harper and Papenhagen that we really need to be focusing on. There is a 1 minute 27 gap between Papenhagen and Maurizio Scotti di Uccio. But the DDK Racing team and Orca Performance aren't really in the same race. This is basically a fight for track position, because Orca Performance is your lead GT3 AM car, and they've been there for the last 7 hours or so. And DDK Racing Team is your 6th place car in GT3 Pro. So I imagine that the Orca Performance team are more than happy to just sit behind that big Bruiser Mustang and save fuel, because that thing is creating a brick-sized hole in the air that a car as slimmed down and slender as the McLaren 720S is just going to slice through. It gives you the chance to lift off on the straight and then have even bigger lifts into the corners. I bet you that Marvin Papenhagen isn't even at full throttle behind that car, because he just doesn't need to be to keep the same pace up.
I mean, this is a tactic that I myself and you probably have used multiple times in oval racing especially. If you are doing a super speedway, 9 out of 10 drivers won't be full throttle, especially at the start of the race. You can't really bump. You're just trying to create that bubble, and as soon as you do, you just lift off, keep the same percentage of throttle, and you just keep driving your race. At that point, it's way too early to bump, and you're just saving fuel to try and get yourself some extra mileage. That's something that these drivers do during a straight as well, because if they are in that slipstream, they just reach the same speeds with the engine having to do less work.
Yeah, it's not just on super speedways as well. It's any time that any of these sorts of cars go to a track like Le Mans, Daytona, even though I just said no super speedways, Le Mans, Daytona, Spa, even Silverstone, any track with any big amount of straight, if you're in the slipstream of another car, it's going to be a fantastic opportunity to try and save some fuel. Just from anecdotal evidence, I say evidence, it does sometimes feel like you don't really feel the slipstream in these cars until you get over 300 kilometers an hour. It's certainly something we felt in LMP1 back in the day, but at the time they were relatively simple aero maps, so there is every chance that slipstream just wasn't really a thing under those speeds, and it was particularly felt at Silverstone, where you could be tucked right under the rear wing of someone coming out of Chapel, and the only difference in straight line speed wouldn't be the slipstream. It would just end up being the amount of deploy that you used coming out of that corner, and it made battling at those sort of high downforce tracks just so much more difficult. Whereas when you're at Le Mans, when you're at Spa, when you're at Daytona, you can get away with using like 10% less deploy and still be as fast as you were and really build up that charge to just send it at some other point on the lap. Actually, it's something that one of Jan Kurb's old teammates, Lennart Raht used to be really good at. There was an ARL prototype challenge race at Le Mans a few years back that I was race engineering Alex Salmon, one of the drivers in the 41 cars for. And the Porsche, its specialty was the fact that it had a lot of boost that it could use over the course of a lap. However, the offset was that it wasn't really good at building that hybrid energy. So what would end up happening was a Porsche would tuck in behind you for the majority of, or for the first few laps or so, and build that charge slowly. And then at one point, bang, gets on the boost, dumps all the battery, and just gets this massive straight line speed advantage. And I remember it well because so vividly, because it was such a shock. Lennart Raht was about 5 car lengths back on Alex coming out of Arnage, turned on the afterburners and was alongside before they even got to the turning point for Porsche 1. It was one of the scariest things that I've ever seen on track in my entire life. But that's just, again, it's something that, I don't know, it's just something that Lennart and even Jan at the end of the LMP1 days just got really good at, because it was the only way that you could win a race in the Porsche. But we sort of use the same principle in these cars now, except we use it as a way to save fuel over the course of a stint. So if you have a bit of slipstream at Daytona, you could just lift off the throttle. I just think there's a bit of netcode damage there. You can lift off the throttle coming down into turn 1, sit at about 95% throttle and still have and maintain that same speed. And your fuel usage can drop from 3.2 liters per lap under 2.8 if you get it like absolutely dead on. So same principle, but still serves a similar purpose. Like, you can go a lap longer or you can push harder in those final laps of the stint. And it's something that you could do with the battery, but again, the way the hybrid works here, it's way too big a factor in terms of performance. You can't really get away with it in the same way you used to do in LMP1, because you don't have that fine control over it. So you don't really see people playing with the hybrid maps in this car, because it is fastest to just stick it in balanced and go zoom.
The only point of a race where you might see a driver change that is towards the last 2 laps. Go attack, dump all the 50% you have, and there you go. That's the only time you really see a driver touch that. Anyways, Max Dalleide into the pits. That was a battle with Aaron Full. And that was the battle for the last position on the podium. Now, that battle was between Writer Engineering Esports 2 and Fury Simsport. Keep an eye on that Fury Simsport Acura. The car we're following into pits now. The Writer Engineering Esports car is going to have to make it. Oh no, that has made a pit stop already. Okay, I was hyping up that way too much. I was like, oh, that's the other Writer Engineering Esports car, but that's just behind that now. It might exit the pits though, just ahead of the second Writer Engineering Esports car. So keep an eye on that. Could still be a fight.
Yeah, as we just tick past 7 hours gone, we are under 3 hours to go. That's right, the clock says 2 hours and 54 minutes. It's all gone by so quickly at this point in the race. Even as the night falls down and it becomes a little bit more difficult to see, these cars are still putting on a show for us, as the out of sync DLR SimLab and Writer Engineering 76 crew are still ended up on track with each other. But there's still 10 laps to go in the DLR by SimLab stint, roughly. But after they've made that pit stop with the pit time delta, they are going to be door to door with the 76 squad yet again. And that is a fight that we've been enjoying for so long in this race. And it's one that I'm looking forward to continuing to watch as it does develop over the next 2 hours and 54 minutes. As we're just having a look at Papenhagen for Orca Performance, still sat underneath that rear wing of the DDK Racing Team car. And again, this crew are the ones that have been going so long on fuel compared to the rest of the field and have been so dominant in the GT3 AM category. It's the same thing that we saw with HWT Motorsport last season. And again, they're just doing a great job of taking advantage of their really quick drivers and still maximizing their pace when even their slower drivers are on board the car. That's sort of what they're doing now. I don't think Papenhagen is their absolute anchor but he's doing everything he needs to do, hitting his fuel numbers, hitting his pace, staying in the slipstream of that Mustang ahead, and they are just about on pace with each other so that the McLaren can keep doing this. It's always so helpful for strategy when you have a car that you can just follow for a full stint, as Pappenhagen is having a bit of a wiggle on the way down into Rivage there, and a corner that is, again, it's a very tricky braking zone. Downhill and off camber once you get down there, but just about manages to keep it all in line. ABS and TC, I'm sure, helping out on that one, but it's going to just open up the gap to the Mustang in front by a few tenths of a second. And if Pappenhagen can't get back there, he's going to lose his slipstream for the rest of the stint, and that fuel save number might become a little bit more difficult to hit.
Well, Pappenhagen is not only first in the GT3 AM class, he's also sixth in his class at the moment. Seventh, sorry, in his class at the moment. Overlay shows that it's sixth, but it is seventh. So that's not a bad position in terms of overall GT3 position either. Under the right circumstances, they could pick up what is a top 5 here overall.
Yeah, and I think that's always the interesting thing about having a Pro and an AM class in a set of cars that is essentially identical. It's the thing that we see in IMSA. Of course, they are now gridded. They qualify, are gridded, and are class splitted separately. They never used to be. It always used to be all GTD cars were gridded as one, and it would sort of screw things up a little bit over the course of the race, because you'd get the pro cars on pro drivers even on board the AM cars, which are going to be as fast as the pro drivers on board the GTD Pro cars. So it would mean you'd have the likes of the factory Corvettes and the pro lineup AO Racing team, or Rexy, but separated by some dentist's team. So we could be having this epic fight on track like we saw during the Daytona 24. But just because of how everything, like the pit stop, cycled out, it's meant some car that isn't even fighting for position in the class that the two cars around it are in is involved in the fight for absolutely no reason. Actually, we saw it at Petit Le Mans last year, where there was a chance that I think it was the Aston Martin crew could take the Pro Championship at the end of the season, but there was a GTD, an AM car between them and what was it? Would it have been the Iron Lynx car that was leading the race? Iron Lynx won overall. But they needed to be behind that Iron Lynx car so that they could have go at it and try and take the overall win, because that's what they needed to take the championship. But because that GTD class car was in the way, it meant the GTD Pro title was decided by the AM car, and that just doesn't feel right.
In some ways I would say yes, and in some ways I would say no. Of course, I'm a big fan still of what IMSA has done now, and that is just separate the classes, but still make them race for the same overall GT3 podium. However, if there is a safety car now, they'll at least group them up. And I think that's the right way to do it, because if you separate the championships, why wouldn't you separate them and let them fight it out within their championship, like you would with any other class if the cars were different?
And that's what it comes down to. Like, if there was a GTD championship, and then which every single, if the GTD Pro was the big championship and every single GTD was entered into it, including the AM cars, I think then you could justify having them gridded together. But because they specifically separate them into two separate classes with two separate championships, there's absolutely no reason that they should be gridded in groups together.
No, I agree. And I can see why they do it with maybe different class cars too. I mean, speeds are different and the speeds are the same in the AM class and the Pro class. But then again, you don't know at what time the AM driver is in. And an AM driver, even though it's only about 2.5 seconds a lap that he's slower, the most AM drivers brake considerably earlier than the pros do. And this could create hairy situations too. So yeah, I'm a fan of what they've done now. Although I could see that too, at the end of the day, it is the same car and they are fighting for an overall podium. So why not give them an equal chance for the overall podium too? But then again, you should have just entered into the pro class if you think you can make it there.
Yeah, they're not scored like that though. So it's like in the GT. Sorry, that sounded like really arsey. That wasn't my intention. But it's like in GT World Challenge, it makes sense because you have that overall championship that everybody is entered into, like the silvers, the golds, the pro-am cars, the am cars, the bronzes are all entered into the big overall championship, which is why it is perfectly fine when a bronze car wins the Monza race overall, because it still counts towards overall points. So yeah, let them fight for that overall race win, let grid everyone together and then let them fight it out for the classes in between the rest of it, because there's still that overall title to decide that technically a silver pro-am or bronze car can fight for.
Yeah, and that's what I'm a big fan of in that particular championship too. And yeah, I think that's how it should be done. But like I said at the beginning, I'm still a big fan of how they've done it now. Yeah. And I think this is the right way to do it at the end of the day. You class them in a different championship, so that's how you should class them at a restart or at the start of a race. Still, we could see pro drivers take the overall pole in a GTD car, but they'll just be put behind the GTD pro cars, but still class pole. And I think, like I said, that's how it should be done, because you're in a different class. Even though the cars are similar and you might take an overall pole, that's how you should do it. And I think there was talk at the beginning, right, that if a GTD car would take overall pole, the GTDs would be put ahead of the GTD pros. But I think they really quickly realized that this wasn't their smartest idea they came up with.
There is a very good reason that the bronzes qualify the GTD cars and the pros qualify the pro cars. But the thing is, without that class split, I know it's literally pure speculation at that point. There is... what's it? Oh, goodness me, I've lost my train of thought. Cars gridded separately. Yeah, I don't think if the classes were gridded separately this year, we'd have had that epic fight that we had between BMW, Mustang, Corvette towards the end of the race, because there would have been a GTD car entered into the middle of that. However, a little bit of an update on the race. I've just received a message from Jan Curbs. I believe the 76 Writer Engineering car has picked up more than a little bit of damage. That front left corner looking a little bit bent inwards. I'm trying to see if I can figure out exactly when it happened. Quite early on in the lap, and it looks like, yeah, it was with the Eagle Speed Academy Esports S car. It just had a bit of a wiggle down at Les Combes and sort of recovered itself to the outside of the circuit, which is exactly where Aaron Full was. And by that point, there was nothing either driver could do, as another Writer Engineering car gets caught up by a mistake from a GT3 class car.
This is multi-class racing at its best, what we've seen here today. We are coming up to a pit stop for DLR2. Writer did make an early pit stop though, so that's an interesting one. All that fuel mileage that they'd built up to go a couple of laps longer than DLR, as we see Marvin Papenhagen go round. This is live pictures, so it's the curse of the producer. There you go, Carmen has had her one. It's not only the commentators that do it, the producers have one too. I believe in it.
Oh, the producer curse I don't believe in at all. That one doesn't exist. It's almost getting caught up with one of the Acuras there, but just as I was talking about the Eagle Speed Academy Esports S car that had a moment all on its own and caught out the 76 Writer Engineering crew. They have actually gone ahead and had another crash. I don't know if you can get that one up, Carmen. It only happened 30 seconds or so ago. Just coming up the hill at Eau Rouge Radion. I think we're about to see it. Nope, never mind. It's not that one. I'm just looking at it now on my end. They turn it in for Radion, flick it, touch the curb on the inside of the corner, and then there is a massive spin. Yep, here it is. You're going to see it is a huge crash. Like, this is one of those that is it's one of those that would be a safety car. No contact. No contact from the GTP behind, but it was bloody close. Straight into the barrier goes Lander van der Brande. That is a fantastic name. Goodness gracious me, can I say that again? takes off the front end of that car. No suspension damage thanks to the fact that it was straight into a tire wall. They are going to get to continue, but that was a scary crash.
Yeah, and that would be a crash that in the race would probably be a safety car for a substantial period of time. I can still remember it was 2020, the race that was so hampered by COVID. I was there. I was one of the lucky few to get a ticket for that race. Only limited amount of tickets available. And this was the race, I think, that Jack Aitken drove for the Emil Frey Racing Lamborghini. He spun on top of Eau Rouge. This was before, of course, the changes were made to the circuit. It was thrown back on the apex, literally on top of the hill. No one could see him until you arrived there, and then you had like half a second to react, so nothing basically. No one could do anything. Got absolutely T-boned, then bumped off the wall on the other side, got hit again, and the only thing that was left of the car, well, was the roll cage. And I can still remember to this day just the sheer shock that went through the crowd when they saw the first accident, but especially when they saw the second and third hit, and then that car coming to a stop with basically what was only the roll cage and all the rest of the car being thrown off it. Yeah, it was a crash that is firmly planted in my mind, and I don't think it will ever leave it. But those are moments that you are so incredibly happy that, well, how far we've come in terms of safety with any racing cars these days. The only cars and people that I'm scared for still is the people that do historic racing, because those cars still don't have the safety. Luckily, we have Hans device and everything like that to protect at least the drivers somewhat, but historic racing is still as dangerous as ever.
Well, that's the thing. I still, just to touch on that Aitken crash again, I remember seeing the footage from that one. I think there was a Formula One race going on at the same time, and this crash sort of happened during the F1 race, or at least qualifying or some build-up or whatever. But I remember seeing the
qualifying because it was a Saturday.
Well, there you go. But I genuinely remember thinking that he was dead after that crash. I couldn't believe that he survived that incident. Like, I know he went to the hospital for some precautionary checks, but he was genuinely absolutely fine after that. And this is the thing I don't like, because a lot of Formula One fans will sit there and go, Eau Rouge is too safe. Eau Rouge isn't a corner there anymore. But it still is for GT3 cars, hypercars.
If you say that, I'm going to be honest. You're just being blatantly stupid. At the end of the day, the corner is still the same. The corner didn't change. It's so just hard. That if you do go off,
it's a big one.
You have more room to go off now.
But it's always a big crash. Because you had the Aitken crash. We had the Sebastian Bourdais crash back in 2023, I think that was. It must have been. Of the cursed yellow Cadillac. And God, I think in qualifying for that race as well, there were 3 separate Porsche GTEs that binned it in the wall on the right-hand side. Like, there was a red flag in qualifying for GTE 3 times because 3 Porsches died.
Yeah, and that's I mean, it's Spa at its best. It's a track that, to be one of the only tracks really in the modern day where drivers still quite often in these cars die, and that's not a good thing in my opinion. And that's why I was all for the changes they were making. My last touch on that Aitken crash was I was standing at the bottom of the hill, and the only thing I could see from the crash was a fireball, a short fireball of just the fuel tank of whatever was left of it. There wasn't much, luckily, just going up into flames, and then there was obviously the luckily the safety systems that did their job. The extinguisher went off and it immediately put out the fire, but that's all I saw. And I'm completely with you on this one. What I thought is, oh my god, I've just witnessed the driver die.
I think the scary part for me is, as grim as it is to say, I feel like sometimes Spa has this thought and goes, you know what? People aren't scared of me anymore. And then we have incidents like that happen that sort of remind everyone that this track can and will bite if you disrespect it. And it's one of those times where you sort of sit there and think, racetracks are alive, aren't they? They're not just some sort of ribbon of tarmac. in
No,
a
no, no.
countryside. They are genuinely living beings, and it's just scary to think about.
It's not often it gets quiet at a racing track, but let me tell you, that was one of the few times it did. Anyway, let's touch on some more positive notes. It's the Jean-Paul Seaman-driven DRL car or DLR car, excuse me, into pit lane. It's Aaron Full who's behind that. I'm still looking at when Jean-Paul is going to get out of that car. It looks like, for me, he's going to stay in. He's been in that car for quite a while now. Is this going to be his 4th stint in a row?
Oh, for Jean-Paul Seaman, I can have a gander if you want, if you just fill for a second.
Yeah, because it feels like he's been in since almost the start of my commentary stint here in the booth, and he's still in that car. He has just left pit lane with a pretty sizable gap though of the Ryder Engineering Esports car, about 10 seconds as of now.
This is his second consecutive stint. He actually, hold on, this might be a bit of netcode damage, but it does look like he's running with a knock to the front right corner of the car. But what you're forgetting is that Matthias Whiting did 2 stints. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So it is 4 stints for Jean-Paul.
Yeah, okay, so it was him in first, then Matthias for 3, and now it's his second stint again. Okay, yeah, I see. I definitely did not forget last year's champion. I do apologize. Matthias, we do live in the same country. Angry letters can be sent to my address. I will not return them.
He's going to come and find you and slap you in the face for forgetting about him.
We're not that big, so that's quite a big possibility that he can.
So yeah, Jean-Paul Seaman then looking like he's running around with a bit of damage on the front right corner of that car. Ryder Engineering running around with damage on the front left corner. I'm wondering, Carmen, if we can get a couple of rear chase looks at both of those cars, because I did get a message from Jan Kurbs who was like, never mind, we're done, we've got damage. And now DLR SimLab have the exact reflection of their damage on the opposite corner of the car. So a bit of spice thrown into it to separate these cars, and then a bit more spice thrown into it to almost bring them back together. So now it's going to be a question of which of these drivers can go faster with the same amount of damage but reflected.
I think for the minute, the answer to that question would be Jean-Paul Seaman. However, in the last couple of laps, especially before that pit stop, could be, of course, down to traffic, but it was Aaron who was pulling back half a second every lap. So it seems like the balance has switched between those two cars. 7.5 seconds is the gap. It's the DLR car that has just started its new stint. That must be a pretty sizable gap in terms of, stint length too. So that Ryder Engineering car is going to be a sizable amount lighter than the DLR car is. Plus, the DLR car is going to have a shorter pit stop at the end of this one.
And I think the thing that's going to make it a lot more interesting as well is I think it looks like Full is managing this damage a little bit better. You can see the damage on the front left corner of that car. It seems to be managing the damage a little bit better. That pace on the slightly lighter car, slightly more bedded in tires, is really helping him out as well. And he's going to be pitting about 11 laps earlier than Jean-Paul Seaman to put Jan Kurbs in, at which point that car is going to get fixed again, and they're going to run 14 laps in probably relatively clean air with a fixed car, which should theoretically be faster than Jean-Paul Seaman on board the DLR by SimLab car that is also running with damage, and they will fix their damage 14 laps later. So keep an eye out for that one, because this is one of those gaps that could very much get into a bit of an ebb and flow after the next round of driver changes.
I'm going to call this now, and this might be quite a bold call, because we don't know if it's going to stay like this. But for the moment, I feel like the fight we saw earlier, it was actually quite justified that the Ryder Engineering car tried to be ahead of the DLR car. Why so, you might ask? Well, at the minute, if it stays as it is and we go to the last stint of the race, well, the Ryder Engineering car would need a gap of at least 12 seconds, if I look at the pit stop times, to overcome that fuel deficit and that amount of time that they need to be in their stall for longer than the DLR car at the minute. So Ryder Engineering need a 12-second gap if they want any bit of a chance come the end of the last pit stop phase to be at least in a fight with DLR.
And I think that's all going to come down to, can they take advantage of how fast curbs can be in a fully repaired car against Jean-Paul Seaman? Like, as we're going to keep saying for the rest of the stint, both cars are now running with damage. So I'm expecting relatively similar lap times from both of them. And it's going to be a matter of traffic management as to who comes out on top of this one. But with those 14 laps, with arrested curbs, fresh tires, and a repaired car, that could be all the difference that Reiter Engineering need to overhaul that drive-through, that penalty that they took that put them so far down. Gap currently sitting at about 8 seconds as both cars trying to thread their way through the traffic as best they can. And yeah, this is what endurance racing is all about. It throws up question marks, and then the winner is the person who can answer those questions the best. And like I say, I genuinely think Reiter are in the best position at the moment, because that 14 lap offset I think is really, really going to help them in the next stint alone.
This is the battle between the 169 Maurizio Scotti, the Italian driver, and Raz Harper in the Ford Mustang up ahead that we are looking at. This battle is for 7th overall in the GT3s. I did get it right, Taylor, this time round.
You did it. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, it's my timing confusing me a little. I'm used to it counted down instead of counted up, but I got the hang of it now. I know where to look and I know how to look at it. However, does Maurizio Scotti know how to look at an overtake on the Ford Mustang here? He's going to try and set him up into the bus stop chicane. Looks like the McLaren a little bit better on the brake. Acceleration, though, better for the Mustang. The Mustang, of course, having that American power. So that'll pull it through onto the straight. GTP coming through. It'll be the McLaren that will be severely hampered on its exit and its entry to Le Source for that. And well, that's just about playing into the hands of the Ford Mustang. And it looks like it's going to stay ahead for another lap.
Yeah, I think it was a really good bit of maneuvering from Raz Harper there into turn one, being very decisive on the turn in for La Source to make sure that Acura that just threaded its way through on the exit of turn one knew that he wasn't going to be able to get both of them. So yeah, good bit of heads-up driving from Harper to make sure he maximized his run and his exit through La Source to protect himself from any sort of overtaking attempts from the IS Corsa McLaren behind, who still only sits about half a second back. And I think a little bit backwards to what logic might assume for these two cars. It's probably the Ford Mustang that is going to be the better of the two around the corners. It's just the way that the BOP sort of shakes its way out in these sorts of races. And for the most part will come down to the drivers. The McLaren 720S has excellent straight line speed, especially here at Spa, for it to take advantage of. So you're really going to be keeping your eye out for what Maurizio Scotti can do in that first and final sector. Like I say, that Acura squeezing its way through protected Raz Harper from any sort of move into Lake Coombe, but with no such protections coming into the final sector and then coming onto the Kemmel Straight yet again, maybe that Mustang is going to come under pressure when they come into Lake Coombe next time.
Well, that's certainly what us race fans are hoping for. This battle is a bit of a snap though on the exit of Paul Frere. That was Maurizio Scotti just about able to hold it. Looks like that McLaren has got quite some top end grind to it through Blanchimont. Slipstream working in these cars. Mustangs are going to defend the inside. Maurizio goes to the outside for the bus stop. Hard on the brakes. These two both on the edge of their braking grip. But Mustang pulls out ahead once again. McLaren, though, seeming to have a bit more straight line speed. However, got traffic behind them to deal with now too.
It is American naturally aspirated V8 grunt versus British twin-turbo V8 slippery supercar versus the brick of a muscle car. Ferrari 499P trying to thread its way between both of them, as this time the Mustang had absolutely no help to keep that gap big into the first corner, and it's all going to come down to straight line speed and top end grunt. It looks like the McLaren is going to have a run on the way down into Lake Coombe. Squeezes its way to the inside. The Ford, we know, is good in the corners, but can that mid-engine balance help it get its position? IS Corsa hard on the brakes and does make that move stick, and they move up to 7th place sixth place in class, 7th place in GT3 overall. A solid move from Maurizio Scotti Diuccio. And Harper is going to have to wait another lap before he can go.
Yeah, although I have a feeling that Raz Harper is going to struggle a lot more to get to the back of that McLaren than he would like to. That McLaren was rapid in a straight line. And if we look at the speed, yeah, there you go. At the end of that straight, although helped by slipstream, the McLaren 8 kilometers an hour quicker than the Ford Mustang. So I have a feeling that might also be down to maybe the Ford Mustang carrying a little bit of front end damage, not being completely optimized aerodynamically. It's 8 kph is a lot.
Yeah, and you'd only really expect 5 or 6 when it comes to the advantage in slipstream here. So there you go. There's your demonstrable example of how much extra grip the McLaren has at the top end, and shows that it doesn't necessarily have all to do with the size of the engine, because that McLaren is very slippery in a straight line, and as I keep saying, the Mustang is just an absolute brick. Has to completely reinforce, battering ram all of the air out of the way, and sometimes that just isn't the way to get it done.
No, I was expecting the Mustang. No, the Mustang indeed does go deep. That will definitely open up the gap to Maurizio. Allows the McLaren to have a look at the inside to that traffic coming through. I have a feeling that is in 23rd place in class. Lewis Kenyon. He's trying to come through. And he has done so. He has landed himself. That's a car that these two drivers have landed, so they don't need to worry about anything for position. But going a little deep there is just not a spanner in the works, not only for the Mustang to close the gap back up to the McLaren, but there's now also traffic ahead of him.
Speaking of traffic, just to turn eyes to the front of the field yet again, the gap between Engineering and DLR SimLab Road has opened up to about 9.2 seconds. So we asked the question, who's going to deal with it a little bit better? Well, the answer right now is Jean Paul, who is just eking that gap out and edging that gap out to Aaron fall behind, who, again, looks like he's really struggling with the lack of front aero on that Acura. There was an update to these cars a few seasons back now that sort of changed how the damage affected the cars, and in this case it didn't necessarily increase drag as much as it used to back in the day, but it becomes more of a cornering grip penalty, and it's one of those things that you're not only going to be feeling into the corners, but it's one of those things that the tyres are going to start to feel as well, because if you've got less downforce on the car, still putting the same amount of steering in, it just means you're getting more and more and more tyre scrub as you try to force the car into the corner, which means it's going to push a problem even further down the road. By the end of the stint, your tyres are going to be so fast that there's just no way you can get any sort of pace out of them, as it looks like Fuller's very stuck behind the number 7 Focus Racing Acura and one of the the DLR SimLab white car, so maybe a touch of assistance for DLR SimLab red there, as they have one of their sister cars, the Cadillac, not blocking, but certainly in the way of the Writer Engineering Acura trying to come down.
Well, I am a bit confused about the side panel on the Focus Acura, because that is showing as people looking for a move, and while it worked out, the caddy ahead went a bit wide. However, he's not giving that up without a fight. Now, we do know how we are about blue flags here. We've seen some penalties earlier on in the race for blocking under blue flag, although that was with different classes. I do have a feeling Aaron Volt might be getting a bit fed up with the guy ahead of him. Back to what I was saying, the Acura, Focus Acura, has a 6 on the side of it. While on my timing screen, it's clearly showing up as 15th in class. Neither can I see it anywhere on the timing tower.
I'm trying to keep an eye on that one as well. Where is the 7? Is down in 15th, and I'm trying to figure out if they've stopped. No, they're 18 deep into a stint. Aaron Full then trundles down pit lane after what was only 20 laps stint there. So, Writer Engineering better of things are better of staying out. They take the opportunity to get that damage repaired and get back out there on track with a driver who is going to have a repaired car and go absolute sicko mode to the end of the race.
I would say this might be a little early to put your hot shot in, but I have a feeling with the gap that they need to make up, the damage they've had on the car, the extra time they're going to spend in pit lane, I have a feeling we might see an extremely quick German enter this car sooner rather than later. So he would have to take 2 hours and about 20 minutes. Very doable in these cars, as we see Marvin Papenhagen go wide, coming out of Stavelot, going into Curveball Frere. It's an easy place to do it, especially since they've adjusted it to gravel on the outside there. As soon as you touch just any part of that gravel with the slightest amount of one of your tires, you're being dragged into it.
Yeah, so with about just over 40-minute stints in these cars, it's going to be a quad stint to the end of this one for Jan Kurbs, who was going to roll out of pit lane off the pit lane speed limiter with fresh tires, a full tank of fuel, and another nearly 20 laps for the DLR SimLab Red team to do with that front end damage. 4 full stints for Jan Kurbs to try and pull back the win of this race. The absolute anchor for Reiter Engineering is now on board that number 76 Acura with a car that is absolutely ready to go. The gap on the timing screens as it stands to the race leader is 1 minute and 19 seconds. And when I say I'm going to be keeping an eye on that gap, I mean it. I'm going to be keeping an eye on that gap from here until the end of this race.
Save doesn't care about the race anymore. The only thing that at the minute you care about will be that gap. 1 minute and 19 seconds is the gap at the start before Jan Kurbs got in. We'll see the pit stop time, which looked actually quite fine to me. It was quite a short pit stop time, 35 seconds only on my timing screen. So that's quite short. So are we sure that they've got all that damage fixed? Or is he maybe just taking a fuel stop? They got all that optional repairs fixed during the fuel and he just hasn't taken a new set of tires.
I know he's absolutely taken a fresh set of tires, especially with that being done at the same time as refueling. You'll get a little bit of damage repaired very slowly as the car's gone up on the jacks. And then it's only when all 4 tires have been changed and the car's been dropped off the air jacks that the virtual mechanics then move towards getting all that bendy carbon fiber straightened back out. So, actually, Kurbs had to come down pit lane yet again. I'm not quite sure why. Maybe picking up the amount of incidents for a drive-through. I'm trying to see if they've got a black flag on the entry list at all. And yes, they do. So I think then maybe picking up an automatic penalty from iRacing for exceeding the incident limit. So that is going to be absolutely devastating for the 76 crew, who were in a position to really make a run at the towards the end of this race at taking this win. And it looks like DLR by SimLab, not the same team that won the championship last year, are going to have a very, very good chance at opening up their bank account this season with a race win.
Yeah, I was looking into the penalty sheet as soon as you said they were coming down pit road again.
Speeding on pit lane, it must have been.
Yeah, that is what I was thinking too, because they're stopping in their box, and speeding on pit lane will be a stop and hold. And that might just be the easiest case of exiting the server, coming back on the server. Your pit limiter will be reset, so it won't be on. He probably will have forgotten to turn it on as soon as he pulled away, and then he'll have noticed it as soon as he was like 10 kph too quick. And iRacing isn't light with those penalties. That's a slam dunk stop and hold.
And that's one of those things that even after the amount of years that Kurbs has done on the service, it is a mistake that literally anyone can make, and he will be absolutely kicking himself over that one. I said I'd be keeping an eye on that gap between him and DLR SimLab Red. It is now over a lap. It is going to be a heck of a recovery drive for Reiter Engineering now if they want to get anything out of this race. But if there's any sort of solace that they're going to be able to take out of this first event, knock on wood, as long as they don't end up in a barrier, they will already have done a better job this season than they did in Season 6 or in the debut of the Platinum Pilot Series.
And it looks like their attempt at going for the championship already severely hampered here in the first stages of this championship. First round, obviously, but being in that Acura, and well, with us expecting that the Acura will get hit quite hard with the BOP changes made later on in March this year, well, we're expecting that they need to take the points when they can, and this was a golden opportunity. However, there's one positive thing, and that's that they've got their fastest driver in the car. So if there's one man who can overturn this bad luck that they've had, because I have a feeling that it's just bad luck. This is not something that he will have overlooked. It's something that he would have just forgotten. And this happens to the best drivers if it happens to young Cubs. They have the best driver in the car to overturn. What's happened to him?
Well, here's the interval that you're going to want to keep an eye on. Instead of that gap to the leader being a lap, the gap to the next car is 37 seconds. Fury Simsport, Max Delayden on board, still owes a pit stop. So after a cycle, that is going to put Jan Kurbs up into third place, at which point he's got 1 minute and 14 seconds to overhaul to catch the back of Old Firm Racing, which again, they owe us a pit stop. Everyone owing us a pit stop compared to Writer Engineering right now. So it's only going to really be after the next round that we figure out exactly where they sit for the end of this race. But again, it's the last thing that this team wanted was to get bopped with any sort of penalty in the last 3 hours of this event, because it makes it so difficult to overhaul the time deficit that you've then been given, or more accurately given yourself, to the rest of the field. So like you said, if there's one person who can overhaul and drag any sort of result out of this, it's going to be Jan Kurbs. And Writer Engineering, we know, are an organization that can get the absolute best out of their team, out of their drivers, out of their car, and snatch almost victory from the jaws of defeat.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how quickly that gap is going to close. Next up, though, for DLR, is the Old Firm Racing Acura 2. It's that car has been at about 17 seconds back on Jean-Paul Seaman for quite a while. They've got quite a fast Frenchman in that car. Randy Martin is in, and he seems to have got the bit between his teeth. He's hammering down some amazing lap times. Last lap around 2.5 seconds faster than the DLR SimLab car. So yeah, he's hammering down quick lap times. Traffic coming into play there too, but definitely a dark horse in this race still.
Yeah, but that's the thing, isn't it? That DLR SimLab car is still running around with that damage to the I think the front right corner, because they haven't come down pit lane yet. Yeah, that front right corner is still bent in a little bit, so they're struggling not only with top end speed but with cornering speed as well. So it's gonna give Old Firm Racing that chance to really reel that gap in. But as much as they were faster on the last lap, they're not really faster enough to really start to close the gap to the 18 car. They're roughly the same on strategy. The 18 crew, sorry, the 97 crew are going to be stopped for a lot longer in that final pit stop, but they just don't have the speed to overhaul that 16-second gap as it stands. And even if they were a second a lot quicker, they just don't have the time to get there before that car gets repaired.
No, and also, like you said, with the deficit they have in terms of pit stop times, it's going to be a difficult task. However, if DLR thought that now that Young Cops got that speeding penalty, or which we assume was a speeding penalty, that the pressure was released, well, you're wrong. You still have the Old Firm Racing team to take into account. They cannot, in any way whatsoever, relax. They still have to push, and they have to keep that car running with respectable lap times, because 17.5 seconds isn't a lot. If you make a mistake, they're there to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, exactly. Any sort of incident at this point that could result in a drive-through is going to be exactly what they want to avoid. But with all the marbles that have cropped up on track as well, it's going to make things a little bit more difficult to keep that car under control. Jean-Paul Seaman's done a great job of keeping it between the white lines so far, and is still setting relatively decent lap times, 2 minute and 4 sorry, 2 minutes 0.4 last time around. It's always tricky when we've got solid 0-0 lap times. And that's exactly what he needs to keep doing for now. At this rate, Old Firm aren't going to catch, but Old Firm are also doing what they need to do of just setting consistent fast lap times that they know that the DLR by SimLab team are going to be watching for the entire time, because they're going to want to stay updated. Maybe not the driver, but the team are going to want to keep an eye on the gap between the two cars, and that could apply some undue pressure to the team itself. And then that's when the cracks start to form and when the mistakes start to creep in. Thankfully for DLR by SimLab, they've been relatively clean for the entire race so far, and realistically I don't foresee many, if any, mistakes actually starting to creep in, because their execution has been nigh on perfect all race long, bar a couple of incidents. So it's more of a mind games between these two cars at the moment, because Old Firm just need to do enough to make sure that the 18 crew are thinking about them, are planning around that other Acura, that second place car, that if the 18 set a foot wrong, could take the lead of this race with less than 2 hours to go. It's gonna get really, really tricky until they get that damage repaired and perhaps get their last driver on board.
I think if that does happen, there'll be a little party going on at the Old Firm Racing team. Fury Sim Sport is 1 minute and 18 seconds back, so they've not got any real pressure behind, because I think that Fury Sim Sport car also still owes us a pit stop. Interestingly enough, the Ryder Engineering Esports car is not really gaining on the Fury Sim Sport. That might be down though, however, to the fact that the Fury Sim Sport car is quite a lot lighter.
Yeah, that car a lot deeper into its stint compared to Jan Kurbs at the moment. His job is to just keep the car clean now. They're not really going to be concerned about lap times. They just want to get the car to the end of the race. They've been through so much in this race already that even if he starts pushing at his absolute maximum, I don't think they're going to get any more out of this race than they've already got right now. It's just been such a tricky event for Ryder Engineering, but
not their race.
It's also still been the best race they've had in 2 seasons in PEC. So you can't really fault them that much. Like, they had a nice sparkle during the wet weather at Fuji last season, but the rest of the championship was just mistake after mistake and error after error. The big one that comes to mind is turn 1 at Watkins Glen, when Jan got all over the curbs on the exit of turn 1, trying to avoid an off track, and it ended up sending the car into a spin in the wet and pinging him into a barrier. And it's just the little bits like that crept in over the course of season 6 that put them in the position that they were. I don't know if it's a curse, but it certainly felt like it. And with the way that the defending champions race has gone today as well, it's very difficult to not believe in curses, because the one crew are literally out of this race. They've completed 83 laps and retired that car. Fortunately for them, they still have a horse in this race that is still 17 seconds ahead of Old Firm Racing right now. But Randy Martin and Mateus is doing everything he can to try and keep that pressure on the 18 crew. And again, 2 hours and 10 minutes to go. Anything can happen between now and the checkered flag.
There's still so much racing to be done. Imagine how many, or just think about how many crashes you're seeing in an IMSA official or something like that. And, well, we've got about 3 of them to go here still, and a bit more. So much racing still to be done here. And I can't wait to see how it all unfolds. I'm getting to the end of my commentary stint, sadly. I wasn't looking forward to this time. I'd love to do another 2 hours in the booth, but yeah, with that battle heating up at the front of the field and the gap now mostly staying consistent at about 17.5 seconds, I think this might be a good time to look down at P11 in the GT3s. They're about 4/10, I think, behind their competitors, yes. Now, please, if you might help me here with these names, I'm gonna give it a go. Ventislav Rachinov is how I would.
I think it's more of a Ventislav. There's an extra little S in there.
Yeah, there you go. Well,
you shouldn't ask me though. I'm British, and we are classically full of British ignorance and cannot pronounce names of people from other countries and in other languages. I remember I got absolutely roasted during PPS by Dutch people for being awful at pronouncing Dutch names. But the best part is they sat there and laughed at me for it and never actually told me how to pronounce the name.
Well, what can I say?
It's
Dutch
just
doing
mean.
Dutch things, I guess.
It's just really mean, and I feel really bad whenever I mispronounce the name. As Daniel Maestro going for a bit of a spin at the first apex of the bus stop there, a corner where we've seen so many little slip and slides. Again, it's a corner that has always been really tricky to navigate in any sort of car. I can remember going for very many spins down there in the LMP1 days and getting very frustrated with it. You know what? I never figured out why. It felt like the rear end just completely gave up at the apex of that corner, and I feel like it had something to do with the fact that the car was set up for high-speed corners, because we know how loose a car needs to be to carry any sort of speed through a high-speed corner. So it means that when you get down to the low-speed stuff and the aero is peeled off, you've got a really stiff rear end that just does not want to grip up at all, and you just always had to tiptoe through the bus stop, and it was just so, I don't know, it just felt so clumsy and uncomfortable, and it's just so frustrating to try and get right.
Done so many laps at this track during a 24 in any car. I've never really felt the bus stop as a corner where I was like, or as a corner where I came out of and I would be like, oh boy, I really nailed that this time. Usually you have corners on tracks where you're like, you nail it once every 40, 50 laps and you're like, oh damn, that was good. Let's do that again next lap, and then you completely miss the apex because you're getting a bit overconfident. But the bus stop has never been a corner for me where I have that. It's always a corner that I get out of and I think, oh jeez, that was sluggish and slow again. And it happens every time, but apparently sometimes when I feel that way, it was quick. It's a really inconsistent corner for me, so I could agree and I have feeling through there. And especially, I know back in the day, this was, I think, the first season of PEC that we ever ran. I was back in the day part of the Platinum Racing team, and I can still remember this was the first race at Spa we did, second round of the championship, and the closest we ever got as Platinum Racing team to a victory. We never got one. In the LMP2s it was back then. And it was Winston Eckel who went into the chicane. Back then, you could still fuel save by clutching in, which would just reduce the drag a little bit or reduce the engine braking. So you could clutch in like 10 meters earlier and keep coasting for 10 meters longer. It wouldn't save you any extra fuel if you used the clutch. You could just coast for a bit longer and therefore save a little more fuel. But he clutched in and shift down and then let the clutch come up. Now...
Had he braked by that point?
Yes, Fuel Saving 101 will tell you that if you are clutching, please just let that clutch come up before you start shifting down, because you're taking just such big of a risk for just no real apparent reason. He let the clutch come up and he span round. Yeah. And well, there the victory went. Ever since the first season, the racing has been so close and so fierce and so competitive that you can't even afford to have one single spin in a 6-hour race or you'll lose the win. I think that's a testament of the quality of drivers we've had over the years here in PEC. And like I said earlier on, I'm excited to see where it's going to bring us. But that's a little fun story about clutching in and the bus stop.
I think in terms of the quality of drivers, a lot's got to be said about how the championship is run, because you only get the elite drivers by having an elite team of staff running the championship. And apparently the championship is ran well enough that you have all these pretty big names in officials. You know, none of the drivers in this championship are esports drivers, because the amount of money on offer isn't anything that would even remotely interest those sorts of people. But I think it's exactly the right amount of people and exactly the quality of people that we need to keep a race over the course of 10 hours really interesting, because they're quick, they're competent, they can fight, but they're not perfect, and they still have errors creeping in every now and again. We've seen it with every single car in this race. making some sort of mistake at some point in this race. And I think there's just something extraordinarily human about that, and makes the race feel a lot more alive and a lot more believable and a lot more closer to races that happen in real life, because in real life they don't get infinite practice and infinite testing like the esports sim racers do. So they're gonna have these little mistakes that creep in, because you can't have all the spins and make all the mistakes that you might make in the very short amount of practice that you might have. Like, we can do hundreds and hundreds of laps at a track, and we can make all those little mistakes into and out of corners and then go, right, okay, can't do that again, as there's some very off the grass passing for one of the writer engineering cars there. But we can figure out exactly what makes all these mistakes happen and then iron them out before they become a problem in the race, because we know exactly how the car is going to handle in these conditions at this particular point in the race. But even then, the drivers in this field aren't at the level where they want to do all that testing. They don't want to make sure everything is perfect. They just want to make sure everything's good and is good enough to go out there and win the races. And again, that's why I think these races, this championship, feels a lot better to participate in, to commentate on, than an actual esports event, because I think it's a lot more interesting when the drivers aren't perfect.
It adds an extra element to the race, I think, and I think I also speak for everyone in the Platinum Endurance Championship if we say that we appreciate every single one of the team that's behind this championship and the work that they do. I know the owner of the championship, whose name I won't mention because I don't know if he wants to, but I also know his wife quite well, and I know that he always tells her, it's only 4 hours a week that I'll put into it. And then he'll be sitting there one evening, 4 hours. The next day, 4 hours again. And then by the end of the week, he spent about 10 or 12 hours just organizing PEC. And I think that also shows the love he has for the championship and how badly he wants this championship to succeed. So I think, once again, I speak for all of us if I say that we greatly appreciate all the work that's being done behind the scenes. And let's hope we can enjoy it for many more seasons.
Well, on that note, as we tick towards the end of the 8th hour of this 10-hour event and move into the final 2 hours of the race, we are going to take another short break, but we will not be returning with Dan Pepels in the booth. Olivia Hayward will be back with us to help take us through the remainder of this race. So all that's left to be said is thank you for joining us in the booth, Dan. It has been an absolute pleasure, and we very much look forward to having you back.
Thank you for having me, guys, and I'm going to keep a keen eye on how the last 2 hours of this race is going to unfold.
And it's going to be a good one. You are watching ABN's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship 10 Hours of Spa season opener. DLR by SimLab still lead the way with 12 seconds over Old Firm Racing.
Welcome back to ABN's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship 10 Hours of Spa. On your screens right now is the battle for P4 overall between Writer Engineering Esports 2, Jack James currently on board, and the Fury Sim Sport car of William Foyle back on board that car for the final run to the checkered flag. It is a little bit of a pit stop out of sequence sort of battle that we've been seeing quite often in GTP. So we are expecting that Writer Engineering Esports car down pit lane this time by, but for now it's something to watch as they're going to battle their way down through the middle sector of this circuit behind a little bit of GT3 traffic. However, I should mention that I have now been rejoined by VCO IndyCar top 16 finisher Olivia Hayward, who is back from a nap and a food break.
Yes, I had a good old pie, which is always what you need to feel yourself back for another few hours of commentary.
How disappointed were you when you found out it was a chicken pie and not a beef pie?
It was fine. I didn't mind. It was just, I was just surprised more than anything.
Surprised. Go on.
I was just going to say that the one thing I keep an eye on right now is I keep an eye on this battle, actually, because this might be off cycle, but there's still a lot of climbers that could fall. Actually, the 77 pulls into pit lane with 1 hour and 50 minutes left, and what I'm trying to work out is which drivers can make it another 10 minutes before their pit stop, because that would leave it with only one more stop after that left in the race.
I can answer that
Writer will
question for
need
you
the
if
splash
you'd
and
like.
dash.
I
Go for it.
can, Old Firm Racing, Writer Engineering, the 76, Fury Sim Sport, and HWT should all, and XBD Racing and Connection Lost should all make it another 10 minutes before they do have to pit again.
Fair enough. I had spotted that Old Firm and DLR were off cycle from each other.
Yeah, Old Firm are well
That's going to be close.
Yeah, DLR are going to have to take an extra splash and dash.
I mean, I think it's more that Old Firm were under the 5 minutes unsafe and have taken the pit stop already.
Mm-hmm. It is mildly concerning, but we are expecting DLR SimLab down pit lane this time by. They have been consistently on those 24 laps since the entire way, as Jonas Weber is going to get on board that Writer Engineering Esports number 2 car as they pop up on the jacks to take another set of tyres. I'm not sure where they are in terms of tyre count at this point. It's been one of those things that's really difficult to track, and I really wish iRacing had some sort of counter for it, or any of our overlays, to be fair. But all RaceLab does is tell me how long a stint has been.
I'd imagine they probably have one set after this. I can't imagine you'd want to try and go 2 and change on one set of tyres. That just seems a bit too aggressive. Mm-hmm. But also there'd be no reason to have 2 spare sets at this point in the race, because when you didn't to use them, you're not going to get anything out of them.
This stop and the next stop.
Well, yeah, I mean, after this stop, they've now taken, I think, their penultimate set.
Sorry, next stop and the stop after it.
Yeah, but that stop after is going to be for like a 10-minute sim. I don't think that's worth it. You wouldn't even have time to take the tyres, to be honest.
Well, you would lose a little bit of time in doing it, but you know, it's one of those options. Jean-Paul Seaman up on the jacks then will stay on board that DLR SimLab red car, and again, we'll take another fresh set of tyres. And one of the questions was how much time can Writer Engineering close down? It doesn't look like it's going to be much, especially with that extra drive-through penalty that they did manage to pick up. And I think the biggest question and the biggest goal that they could actually achieve now was if they can catch Old Firm Racing before the end of this one. But the gap of 38 seconds hasn't really changed much over the course of the last 15 laps or so for Jan Kurbs. And it's one of those, I'm not sure if he's going to be disappointed in that or perfectly okay with that, because it's pretty much the most that they can get out of this race. And they've already come up a cropper in so many incidents so far in this one. Is it really worth pushing all the way to the end of the race to try and get on the podium? I mean, probably yes, but also that is a lot of effort for nothing that's guaranteed.
Yeah, I think at this stage of the race, you are a little bit at the whims of the rest of the field. They have to gain a second a lap consistently over the cars ahead to to get towards that win, and this field isn't consistent enough to let you do that. Then they'd have to make a couple of mistakes, even if it's small ones, to start to open that door for you. And I don't think it's helpful to be having that mindset of chasing that, given the chances of it actually paying off. I think just consolidate. It's still a pretty strong start to the season for Active Engineering, taking to a podium. So I wouldn't be too. I'd just be trying to do what I can to, keep the car in one piece and get it to flag, really.
Yeah, and again, that's always been the story of races with this many cars in it. Like, we started with, what was it, 52 cars that we counted?
56, I think.
56 cars, there you go. And the majority of that was GT3. So the story is to make sure you keep it clean, keep it between the white lines, don't pick up penalties. Like, it's the keys to the race. Stay off pit lane. It is the last place you want to be. And that's the thing. None of the cars in the top three have really done a great job of staying off pit lane. They've all made their mistakes, made their errors that's put them in some pretty shoddy positions over the course of the last 8 hours and 15 minutes. And it's been DLR Simlab Red that have made the most of everyone else's screw-ups and put themselves in a position to lead very, very comfortable. Well, saying that, lead by 10 seconds as both Old Firm Racing and DLR Simlab have made another stop in this race. Old Firm about 5 laps deeper into that stint, and it is Harmond versus Seaman. Harmond has been a touch faster than Seaman for the majority of this stint, and they're still looking at over 20 laps to go in this run. So yeah, that 10-second gap, it's going to be something to keep an eye on in the closing phases of this race, because maybe we will have a fight for the lead in the last hour or so.
Yeah, I mean, I think DLR have done a decent enough job staying off pit lane. They're just a few laps sort of short of on cycle, really. There's only 2 cars in GTP that are still running and have only made 9 trips down pit lane. They are HWT Motorsport, who, again, fantastic debut for them in the GTP class. Maybe not with the ultimate pace, but doing what they need to do to get settled in, to sort of keep gathering that data and to give themselves a good springboard. And then SBD Racing, who always love that fuel-safe strategy. So they've really been the champion of that so far, and we think they can actually save the pit stop with this strategy. But DLR Simlab, of course, are only a lap after their 10th stop, so have kept it relatively clean, just not quite with the fuel save of those cars behind, but they've had the pace to overcome that ultimately.
Yeah, XPD have been really interesting to stick to that fuel save strategy for most of the way. They are, as you say, a team that often commits to that strategy. But I think it's been a really tricky race for them, because we saw early on how they kept coming a cropper to quite a few, not necessarily mistakes of their own, but mistakes of everyone else around them, just getting forced into situations they didn't need to be in, making contact with cars that they didn't want to, and picking up so much damage that it's really limited where they're going to be able to finish in this race. Like, just looking at the timing screen right now, they're a lap down on the race leader and 17 seconds off the next closest car, with a margin of 1 minute and 14 to the car behind them. So they've done well to keep everyone behind them, but haven't been able to make that forward progress, because every time they've taken a step forward, they've been forced back 2 steps. And it's just one of those that's such a shame to see, because I love a team when they go for something a little bit different in terms of strategy, because I think that's what keeps this style of racing really interesting, especially when the only form of alternate strategy is the fuel save. Like, we know we've had the tile limits introduced for this season, but it's been something that's been really difficult to track. And I can't say I've been certain when a car is double stinted or when a car is not. I'm pretty certain everyone's got their double stinting out of the way by now with the 10 sets of tires that the GTPs had. But I also didn't really notice if cars were even slower with those double stinted tires than cars that weren't.
Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately it was just maybe a few seconds over the course of a stint. And a sim date for this race being March 1st, it's still very early in the racing season for Spa-Francorchamps, and the track temps have stayed nice and cool throughout to not cause too much headache with those double stints. I think if we were here in the middle of the summer, it would be very different. And I don't know if we'd be able to get the double stints realistically. Teams would be forced to really back down maybe a second or two a lap to make it happen.
I love that. That'd be so much fun to see, though. Proper little bit of iRacing, IndyCar style racing.
It'd be very fun from this seat. I don't know how fun it'd be from the cockpit.
I mean, maybe we'll get to see that as we get later on into the championship, where cars are going to hopefully start racing in those warmer conditions, and it'll make the fuel save a little bit trickier. As Jean-Paul Seaman is getting into a little bit of a battle on track. I'm not sure who that's with. Okay, it's HWT Motorsport.
They're trying to unlap themselves.
I think they are. I saw a bright blue car and I was like, oh no, what's Alex doing? But no, thank goodness I don't have to.
There's good reason for them to not want to be held up here, because remember, they're also a pit stop earlier than the field, and essentially this is going to be a battle for position because they have managed to save that pit stop. They see Fury Simpson 20 seconds up the road. They think that's a very real possibility to go and get after them, and they don't want to get held up by Jean-Paul, no matter what position's on the side of that car.
I think it's going to be really tricky for HWT to close in on Fury Simsport though, because Fury have really had the pace over, realistically, everyone fifth and below for the entire event so far. Another team that have been hampered by early mistakes, errors, incidents that sort of limited the sort of result they were going to get today. I don't think they qualified too well at the start of this one either. I'm sure
they started 12th. Yeah.
So there you go. They've very slowly made their way through the field.
HWT qualified 18th in this race.
Yeah. No, of course. That's again some credit for them for taking a lot of care, being really, really cautious throughout this one. And clearly, it's an intelligent choice to do that, because you can point at Writer Engineering 2, XPD Racing, DLR by Simlab, Connection Loss, well, maybe not Connection Loss Racing, they've had a really strong race to be fair. But TMR, Driven, Project Valorous, MRSS, Enosis Focus, Go Esports, Vulcan, and NGC by Rubus Gas. And you can really point to incidents that have happened on track because they've been so aggressive and been trying to maximize everything they can, but not necessarily in the right way. Whereas Alex Pilbeam, HWT Motorsport and Co. have just gone, we're going to drive this race really carefully. We're going to take care around traffic and we're just going to survive. And it's, to be fair, that's exactly what I told the team before they came into this race. And apparently they haven't listened to me, because they certainly didn't heed those words. But HWT Motorsport have followed that to a T, and it's what's put them in 5th place in the race at the moment. And as it stands, if they can keep that up for the rest of the season, they're going to earn themselves some prize money first time of asking.
Yeah, as you said that, they did have a light little nudge with a GT car through Brussels there, but all good, no harm, no foul. And I think the thing to really bear in mind is that by making that decision to commit to the fuel save strategy, it's something they did all last season as well. They love to play these more long-term strategies on the race. That gives you the room to be more cautious. You can see a car in an awkward position, and instead of going, oh, they're going to hold me up like a second and a half through this corner, I want to try and force the move, you can say, that's a tenth or two of a litre of fuel that I don't have to burn. I can just lift in, coast it through the corner, and then get them on the exit. But I'll make up that time later on in the pit lane, or sort of pushing later on the tyres. It puts you in a position where you have that freedom to not worry about every individual pass. And as they do come down pit lane, we are within that window, those final 100 minutes. We are gonna just see just one more stop after this from Alex Pilbeam.
I think that'll be a little bit tight for one more stop. I think they've got to do 25 laps they do have to do 25 laps to make that one happen. It's a 2-minute lap around here.
Yeah, but they've got, when they come out of pit lane, it'll be 96 minutes short.
Yeah, it's gonna.
So that'll be 48 laps.
Keep an eye on that. But speaking about fuel saving, seeing a GT up the road, and instead of going, oh, I need to get there right now, lifting off really early and just maximizing the corner exit speed. That's something that we can both talk about and talk about our experience with, because we both ran the 24 Hours of Daytona in a prototype. And how slow were those GT3s through the bus stop?
Well, I was in a P2, so I didn't worry about it too much.
Did you not have the same issue with them? Were they not
I mean, a
like...
little bit, but it wasn't as big of a... And also, I wasn't saving. I was finding
Okay,
a lot
fair.
of pace by pushing that car, and so that was my job. It was everyone else's job to save the fuel for.
Understandable. But that's the thing that I was really playing around with during that race, was lifting off at like the imaginary 6 board when there was a GT3 2 seconds in front of me.
Yeah.
Because there's absolutely no reason to push through the first 2 corners, especially when you can't get the exit speed. You're going to check yourself up on exit, and it's actually going to end up burning you more fuel. So your best bet is to just do a really, really, really big lift off, thread your way through the first 2 apexes, then the second apex, pick up the throttle as normal, and then you just sort of drive around the GT as if it wasn't really there. And that's, again, something that HWT have been doing the entire way, and really focusing on getting out of corners as quickly as possible and maximizing those corner exits, whilst trying not to worry about sort of what they're doing on corner entry and just taking advantage of the extra fuel save they've been able to do.
Yeah, and the one scenario where I've really used that to great effect was back in 2023, so I was busy last year, I actually soloed the Road America 500 in the Nissan GTP from the 80s.
You did?
And the speed differential between that car and the Audi GTO is massive in the corners. You really have to slow down, and especially like through the kink of Road America, you can lose multiple seconds just by catching them at the wrong time. However, it was a 23 lap full push stint, and the race was 124 laps. And so if you can stretch those stints to 25, which was possible with the amount of lift and coast you could do in that car, you cut a stop completely out, and it's, again, a fairly long pit lane at Road America. That was what I ended up doing. And it just took so much pressure off that trying to run 4 hours in a car that tiring, I think otherwise would have forced me into a mistake. I was able to just bring it home nice and clean, and I think it was P10 in the end, but it was a really strong split, so I was thrilled about it.
I think that's one of the things that we haven't touched on when it comes to fuel saving at any point in this race, is that it does change your mindset, because you don't go into it thinking brake aggressive, drive aggressive, throttle aggressive, turn aggressive. You're like, I need to save fuel, and it slows everything down and gets you a lot more chill, a lot more relaxed, so that you aren't pushing as much, because the aim isn't go fast, the aim is hit a number whilst going fast, and hitting that number helps you drive these cars in a way that they like to be driven to go fast, because they don't necessarily enjoy absolute pushing, being ragged around all over the place. It's not the sort of thing that the car likes. It wants to be driven a little bit more gentle. That's at least how I've found to get more pace out of it. Not necessarily on the brakes. I still can't do that weird lifting on corner entry and braking lightly, controlling the speed better into corner in the same way that Neil and Alex Gerber can. I still prefer that big heavy braking, but I can still fuel save. It just means I can brake later and brake harder.
Yeah, I will say that there's definitely a level of fuel saving where it starts to become a lot more taxing and starts to force more mistakes out of you. But in a race of this length, that level of save will always cost you more time than the pit stop you saved. So it's not really a factor for these drivers unless they've done a miscalculation, like we saw in one last season, have to pivot very late in the going to try and make a number out of nothing.
Mm-hmm. I think that's something we can sort of relate to a little bit in the IndyCar. There is a big fuel save you have to do this week. What have you spotted?
Yeah, I mean, that one, I think that's still just about in the window where it's a little bit easier, but that's just because of how difficult the tyres would be full push. I don't know. It's one of these where normally in an official race, the strategy is very set in stone. And even for somebody at multiple compounds, it's either you take the fast compound first, you take it last. This week I felt that it's such a fine margin that it's kept evolving in terms of what people think the best way to run the race is as we've gone through the week, which has been really interesting. And it's a little bit dependent on what cars you have and what your sort of acts look like as well. And I think coming back to the sort of multi-class sprint racing that we have in iRacing, that's something that I do find really interesting about the strategy in those of you want to try and pit to avoid traffic as much as possible in that situation, and the traffic's never quite in the same place every time. You might have a stronger LMP2, you might have a LMP2 that's got about 6 cars in it, so you have to worry about where they're going to be in your cycle as much. And maybe there's an incident in GT3 that slows them down so you catch them a lap earlier, and maybe you have to make a different call in your race than you did the last time you ran it a few days ago. And I think that's always weird to me. Obviously, for an enduro, you're more about getting the mileage out of it, so you take whatever traffic comes. But early on in the races, you can find a lot of time if you are willing to pull the undercut. And there's Fury Simsport going for quite a few undercuts in this race, but more for tyre life. And it's interesting to see how they've ended up playing that. They're currently in P3. We're expecting them to fall back to 4th or 5th as they get back on cycle. But
yeah, I'm trying to figure out
they've not
if
had
they
a
need
bad
an
race by
extra
any
stop or
means.
not. No, not at all. They've done really well to get that car up to where it is, and they should be really, really proud of themselves. But Jan Kurb's off pit lane for what should be the second to last time. And I actually want to point out that I made a prediction about the last 3 stints for Jan, and said that the first 2 would be a double stint on the tyres, and I was absolutely correct about that. So I just want to give myself a little bit of credit there, because you got to support the little wins in life, haven't you? So he's going to be a little bit, assumedly, a little bit suffering for the next stint or so. He's 22 seconds off the back of Fury Simsport now, which is a lot closer than he's been all race so far, and he will jump them and get back onto the podium in 7 laps or so when that car does eventually to decide to come down pit lane for the second to last time. So these guys are going to be relatively close on strategy, but with the way that Jan's going to have to manage the tyres now, I think that's going to make it really difficult for him to get that car back on the podium, and is going to require something really, really special in the final 2 stints, as he's picked up a little bit slipstream from Jean-Paul Simon, because he's now a lap down on the race leader.
The gap's only 22 seconds. I think he will inherit the podium pretty nicely. He just wanted any chance of getting higher than 3rd, really. We were talking about sort of pushing a second a lap, or
oh yeah, because both of
cars behind.
Because Furio 2 more stops, whereas
Yeah,
Ryder
2 more
only
stops.
1 more stop. Okay, yeah, no,
Yeah.
we're fine. No, they're 3rd. Congratulations, Jan, you've done it. Really
Oh,
proud of you,
don't say
mate.
that. We've seen things happen in this series before.
Oh, they're both going to split that GT3 on different sides of the track. And interestingly, this is a fight that we've seen on track before between DLR Simlab and Racer Engineering, but this time it isn't for position, which is really sad to think about, because the battle they've had on track over the last few hours has been the absolute highlight of the race, and is 100% why I think anyone should go back and watch every single hour of this race, because it was all building up to these 2 being on track together in the final 4 hours. But a late drive-through for Reiter really took them out of any sort of contention. We think it was a speeding penalty on pit lane due to the fact it did end up being a stop and hold. But now these 2 cars that already have a lot of history from this race are back on track together, nose to tail, a lap apart, and I'm sure Jan Kurbs is going to have at least 1 go at trying to get past Jean-Paul Simon, because these 2 were fighting each other on track as far back as lap 132 as they went into hour 5 of this race.
Yeah, I think ultimately if I'm John Paul here, I am moving aside the moment that Jan pokes the nose out. I don't want to get involved in any of this. I trust my own pace compared to Old Firm Racing, and honestly, the draft, I'll take the draft. Why not? It helps out that little bit, and battling with a car you don't need to battle with is just going to slow you down and cause additional risk to your race. And we know how smart DLR have been all throughout the time of the championship. I don't think they are interested in too much of a fight here.
No.
And this might be where the move gets done. Actually, Jan Kurbs is going to pull to the inside, and DLR does go for the late break to try and force a mistake out of Jan, but it doesn't come, and they slot in. They've got 9 seconds. They've now got slipstream. I think this is exactly where they want to be right now.
Yeah, Seaman not really doing too much to defend that position into Lecum, and again, almost disappointing that these two aren't actually fighting for position right now. But Old Firm Racing 8.5 seconds back as it stands. Julian Harmond doing a great job to try and close that gap down, and I'm sure DLR are feeling some of that pressure, but Old Firm very deep into what should be, I'm trying to figure that one out. It's not going to be their second to last stint. I think they're still going to want to stop, but
I think DLR and Old Firm are both still 2 stops to the end here.
yeah, whereas Writer Engineering
Not by
obviously
much, but
aren't. Fury Simsport in a similar spot as well. All 3 of those cars owe 2 stops in the race, which could shake things up later on. I don't know how much pace Curbs has got in him. 22 seconds back on Fury Simsport, but a minute and 45 back on Old Firm Racing, which is a trip down pit lane. But it's not going to be enough to, I don't think, put Curbs in any sort of position to challenge for second. I mean, stranger things have happened in these races, but he's got 90 minutes to basically close in 40 seconds to put himself in that sort of position.
Yeah, I wouldn't be, I mean, I say this, I wouldn't be the sort of driver who's worried too much about these positions anyway. I'm just trying to get my stints in. But I think even Jan is going to see the bigger picture right now and go, let's consolidate what we've got. We'll run fast laps, maybe put some purple laps to try and put some pressure on us. Ooh, had to check up big through Radion there. And DLR Simlab got right tucked up underneath, but I think they're going to sit in behind.
Oh, they are.
It has cost them another second to Old Firm, but it's nothing really much that Writer could do there. And they're going to continue to use that slipstream. And a little bit of fuel save because it would shorten their stop at the end of the race as well. But Jan Paul really wants to see some aggression out of Jan Curbs here to try and cut through this traffic as smoothly as possible. Because any sort of slowdown, any cautiousness from Jan Curbs is gonna hurt DLR in their battle for the race lead.
Well, realistically, Writer Engineering are probably technically the faster car than Jean-Paul Seaman on board that DLR Simlab red car as it stands, but Seaman really needs Curbs to get a shift on here because that gap has already come down by 2 and a bit seconds since we realistically last acknowledged it, and that's not going to be something that DLR Simlab are really going to want to be seeing. It's going to be great for Old Firm Racing, who once again are trying to improve on what was their 3rd place in the championship last season and would love to open the bank in season 7 with a race win. And right now, everything sort of seems to be falling in their favor, with both cars needing an extra stop compared to the Writer Engineering car, and now the Writer car just essentially playing blocker against the 18 and really starting to slow them down, as it's not going to be too long-lived at this rate before that gap's going to drop under 6 seconds because Curbs just isn't really going anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it was just that was a really unfortunate pocket of traffic there. But they are going to need to, I think Curbs needs more pace, and there's going to be another really awkward bit of traffic here again. I don't know if Jan Paul has the patience anymore. I think he might look to the inside and say, I trust myself to lead us through these cars more. And Jan Curbs is going to concede that. He's going to slot back in and see what the 18 can do. But as we say that, that was decisive. That was risky, but that's the mindset Jan Paul's in right now, of just getting to it as quickly as possible. And I think the decision to make that move back and start to cut through the traffic again. Gap is 5.7, as I just think Old Firm got a bit luckier with where the traffic fell, but an awkward run there through No Name as well, and open it back up just a little bit again.
Yeah, you can see 2 Acura headlights in the background of shot pretty much every time they exit a corner. The ones in the far background are the headlights of Old Firm Racing with Julien Harmond on board that car. He is kind of driving like he's got the bit between his teeth right now and trying to make up that position. He wants this win right on the tail end of Focus Racing at the moment. Is going to try and get past them. They are a good couple of laps down at this point after I think, a very late race incident. Hugo Presso currently on board, a driver that we know is really, really quick, pulling to the inside of Kevin Porfrat as he's going to be clear way by time they get down towards Blanchimont, as Curbs just seems to have backed off from the DLR SimLab red car just a little bit, as Harmond has just entered the bus stop chicane, is now exiting. There he is in the background there, that bright red Acura. That is your gap to the lead. It is only, I want to say 7 seconds or so. And at the moment, DLR SimLab Red are in a really strong position because they have a very fast car between them and the guy that's hunting them down for position. I don't foresee Curbs making it too difficult for Old Firm Racing to get by, but I'm sure that John Paul Seaman is going to be hoping that Curbs makes it a little bit difficult.
Yeah, I mean, you can stand on the pit wall and see both of them as they slot through that fire sector at the same time, and it's not a one-start finish straight here. So that really is pressure at that point, especially if they're within 3 cars of you cutting through the traffic. You can see that name on the relative. You know exactly how far behind they are in, tenths of a second, and anytime a car checks you up through a corner, you see that number fall down, and that's pressure ultimately. You've got to try and tune that out and focus on what you're doing, but it could be so difficult because you need that relative up for awareness of what's going on for like the traffic situation, but it ends up also telling you that you're under a lot of stress right now.
Just whilst this battle is starting to develop, let's have a quick gander down the rest of the field to find out exactly where everyone's at class by class. The battle we are, of course, having a big focus on at the moment is your race for the overall victory between DLR SimLab Red and Old Firm Racing, who are separated by about 7 seconds. Fury Sim Sport are bringing up, not the rear, but are down there in third, 1 minute and 24 off that lead fight, with Writer Engineering up in fourth, a lap down on that race lead. They are joined at the back end of the top 5 by their sister car of Writer Engineering Esports 2 with Jonas Weber currently on board that car. In GT3 Pro, we have NGC by Rubis Gas, who have ran a perfect race so far, even avoiding all of the commentators' curse, with Miguel Almeida on board that one to lead that class by 43 seconds from Kevin Chartier for Valkyrie X-Light Green. Falcon Motorsport by SimLab Gold are in third in that class right now, with RPM Racing PEC sat there in fourth. That top 4 hasn't really changed at all in the last 6 hours or so, to be fair. SRP Racing Team are up there in 5th in GT3 Pro. And to take a peek at GT3 Am, it's a similar story there, with Orca Performance Racing Blue leading that class by a lap. They are a lap ahead of SPH E-Motorsport, a car that we did see in the wall a little bit earlier on when the 77 Writer Engineering car tried to get up the inside of the second part of the Fania chicane. Didn't quite make that one work. DLR by SimLab Green are up in third place in that class, 23 seconds removed from second place. At Locals Autosport, fourth in Am, and Octopus Racing Team Black up there in fifth. The gap between those two cars, only 2 seconds or so, so it's certainly a fight that could develop later on in this race. So something to keep an eye on, Liv, as we do enter the closing hour and 20 minutes of this race.
Yeah, I mean, one car I do want to shout out, and I circled them pre-race, and after qualify, I was maybe doubting a little bit, but DLR SimLab Green and that Ford Mustang up 8 positions in class. Again, just showing that consistency. I know we had a mention from the Auto Performance Black crew saying that actually no, the blue car, the Am car, that's all their own work. They put like 100 hours of practice into this race. But I do think those big team environments can be helpful to sort of share that mindset of how to approach the race. And DLR SimLab Green have done a great job just slowly coming up through the field, keeping themselves out of trouble in the Am class, and currently have a podium that they're looking at right now with about 50 seconds ahead of the car behind. Could be a tight battle in terms of pit cycle by the end of the race, but for now, a really strong showing from them.
Yeah, podium's a really good way to open your bank account at the start of the season, because it's going to give you a lot of opportunity to maybe leapfrog some teams later on in the season. It gives you that little bit of an advantage over everyone else that finishes behind you, because if you score more points, you're going to be higher in the championship. Don't know if you know that one, but it sort of gives you a buffer so that if you maybe have not so good a race and slip back a couple of positions, it's not really easy for everyone else who finished behind you to overhaul that bit of a points deficit, especially if you still finish every race in the season, which is why in a 5-race championship, it is so important to finish every single race, because you need to be taking home points at every single event to try and put yourself in a position to be somewhere where the end of the championship rolls round. We saw how close the battles can be for the championship after 5 races, especially with how inconsistent a lot of these teams are. Like, just to talk about TMR and the sort of season they had last season, it wasn't great, and they ended up down the order quite a few times in quite a few races, but they had that second place finish in Algarve really early on in the championship, and even when they did have incidents, still cracked on and finished the races because they knew that they were going to score points over everyone else, and it nearly netted them a prize money paying position in that final race in the championship. If they'd have turned up, they likely would have actually earned a bit of money, but again, because they couldn't find the drivers for that one, it just meant that they dropped out of that top five place in the final race of the season.
And especially for the GT3 AM category, that is the shortest field we have. 13 starters for this race. 12 of them still run. I think it's because with that shorter field, the minimum points for finishing are still pretty reasonable, and it could end up playing a huge factor in that prize payout. And currently everyone still running is in range of completing the 85% of laps needed to be classified. Because you do also have to take the checkered flag on the track without assistance, similar to WEC rules. And so you got to keep going to the very end. But Fury SimSport in number 31, P4 in GTP, just exited pit lane for their penultimate stop. This was a car that had been quite aggressive with their tyre strategies of taking shorter stints specifically for the sake of double stint in tyres. They come out of pit lane with about an hour 15 left. I wonder if they've now taken their final set and are going to take a shorter stop to once again walk a used set of tyres through the final sort of 25 minutes to the end of the race.
I'm going to have a quick gander to see if they did take a set of tyres in that stop. They did, so it is a fresh set of rubber, possibly, as you say, for the final hour and 15 minutes of this event. Which is a nice, easy little split, 45 minutes, half an hour, if you drain the tank. Not quite sure what sort of amount of fuel they fueled up to in this stop, but you've got to assume it's a full tank.
They stayed for 42 seconds.
Yeah, there you go. That's full tyres, full tank. So no worries about that one at all. DLR by SimLab Red, still up there at the front of the field, have brought that gap back up to about 7.5, almost 8 seconds, which is what I'm sure it'll show when the interval cycles back around. Because apparently everyone's overlay is just having a little bit of a disagreement on what the gaps are out there on track, but they are slowly walking towards their second to last stop of the race. Only 7 laps or so before they get there. Old Firm Racing are going to get there a lot sooner, though. They are on lap 22 of what we assume is a 24-lap stint. Writer Engineering being a lot more aggressive about how fast they're going. 23-lap stints as it stands. Fury SimSport also committing to those 24-lap stints. And HWT Motorsports still up there in 6th place at the moment on those 24-lap stints. So still a lot of credit to give to those guys as they are bringing that car home in a very comfortable position. A little bit further down the field, though, in 14th overall in GT3. Just having a look at, 14th in GT3 Pro. There you go. It'll be 20th overall in GT3. Virtual drivers by Thrustmaster, 1.3 seconds off the back of the Orca Performance Racing Black team. A returning name there, Marcel Beck, back in the field for Season 7, just slowly getting chased down by a BMW M4 GT3 that has been in the wars a little bit in this race. We saw them have an incident with one of the Ford Mustangs and an Acura GT3 up at Brussels, going for a little bit of a spin and then getting clobbered by the Mustang GT3, which lost its front end, whereas the BMW stayed completely intact. I think maybe a little bit of bumped in damage, but apart from that, it was still going pretty quick. But a couple more incidents have knocked their progress down a bit, as they are pretty deep in the GT3 AM field, but still something to fight for here as the gaps at Orca Performance Racing Black does begin to close. These two relatively matching each other in terms of last lap times, but there's still a long way to go in this race, and anything can happen, especially in terms of traffic patterns. Like, what sort of GTP traffic are these two going to have to deal with? How is one going to get checked up over the other? It's a little bit of BMW versus McLaren, though, and we know the McLaren is a very, very strong car, so it's going to be very tricky for Mikel Costa to try and pull anything over what is theoretically the better GT3 car in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, we know they had the outback pace because of that really strong qualifying performance on the second row of GT3 Pro, but it's about what you can then get over the course of the race. And I think for the BMW, it might be a matter of the front tire wear just being a little bit higher because of the weight that's on those tires under braking and through the cornering, having to support that big engine block. So I think maybe the long run pace is maybe a little bit nicer for the McLaren, with it being that sort of more balanced mid-engine design that I think a lot of GT3 teams are now sort of going towards. I was quite surprised when Ford brought in the US and put it as an aggressively front-engine car, because it seems to be the opposite direction to what a lot of manufacturers are trying lately. But it's cool to see the different strategy to watch. Of course, there are a couple of Porsches that are still running rear engine, which I have never quite been able to get a handle on, but both of our Porsches are still running a bit further down the order as well. And then you've got that battle between front and mid.
Technically speaking, the Ford is technically a mid-engine car, because the engine is behind the front axle. It's still going to behave like a front-engine car, because the engine is still in the
forward the front
of the
axle
car
on this car.
It's not even that. It's just, I think the engine is a little bit smaller than you might expect.
Okay.
It's still big, but it's 5.8 liters, is it? I swear we have this discussion every time we bring up the Ford Mustang and go, how big's the engine? And neither of us have managed to commit the size of the engine to memory yet, which is very annoying, because we bring it up on every broadcast and we bring it up every time we watch a race that the Mustang's in.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's a 5.4 litre.
You looked it up, didn't you?
Of course I looked it up.
Yeah, you looked it up whilst I was rambling. See, I gave you the space to do that. You are welcome. Bit of progress being made in the fight for fourth in this one. Writer Engineering and Fury Simsport have been a little bit back and forth through the pit stop cycles, but Jonas Weber not able to do what his teammates have been able to do and be right on the tail end of that other Acura when they come out for their pit stop cycle. 5 seconds the gap between those two as it stands, with Jonas Weber driving a much lighter car right now, but still not really able to get that gap closed in to really start to apply any pressure to Fury Simsport. We know both of these cars owing us another stop before the end of the race. Writer's stop is going to be a lot shorter, actually, than Fury Simsport. I don't know if that means they're going to be able to do anything towards the end of this one. It's something we're going to have to hold our breath and wait and see. They still have 5 laps to go, including this one as All Firm Racing come down pit lane for their second to last stop of the race. 5 laps, 10 minutes puts you just under an hour to go, so it will be 2 more stops for Writer Engineering as well, whereas it's 1 more stop for Fury Simsport. So that battle that's sort of been teasing us for the last couple of hours will actually fizzle out and die in the next pit stop cycle. But the one that we're really keeping an eye on now is that Old Firm Racing pit stop. Julien Armand is down pit lane, is in the classic pits as he rolls towards his pit box. So what is it going to be? Do we have a fresh set of tires for Julien Harmond, or does he keep this set of rubber on and have a nice fresh sticker set for the final stint of this race? That car pulls into the pit lane. Up on the jacks he goes. It is going to be a fresh set of tires for Harmond, who does stay on board the Old Firm racing car. And now he's going to have a chance to try and eat into the gap that they currently had to Jean-Paul Seaman. It was about 7 seconds when they came into the pit lane. And again, that's a battle on track that has been teasing us, getting closer and closer over the last hour or so. And it is going to be a slightly longer final stop for Old Firm Racing. This is going to be their chance to really start to close in the gap, to make that deficit after the final round of pit stops for those two just a little bit more comfortable, Liv.
Yeah, I think any team that we see come down pit lane this time, I think they're going to be taking the final set. And remember, without the final chance to really make a driver change, if you've got a driver that you want to maybe use to see out this race, maybe DLR by SimLab could decide that they want to bring Matthias Weitjen back in for the end of the race. This is the last chance. I mean, Jean-Paul Seaman has run, I think, 3 stints at this point, so I'm expecting actually this will be a driver swap for the number 18 crew to the end of the race. One final set of tyres, we assume, for that car, and it'll be in the hands of Matthias Weitjen to bring it home, I would expect. So that's going to be one last little battle. Julien Harmond will be able to take on Matthias Weitjen, and we've seen that many times before last season. I'm excited to see it one more time.
I mean, it depends if they do decide to keep Harmond on for the last 2 stints of this car. They do have Randy Martin and Mateos in that team as well, who has been uproariously fast throughout this race.
I don't think they have time to do the driver change in what the final stop would be. I think it'd cost them time.
Good point. It's going to be interesting to see them. Both of these drivers have done a lot of laps in this car, so I've got to be feeling the fatigue right now. It's one of those races I don't think I'd be comfortable only running as a 2-stack. 6 hours is easy. You get 3 hours each-ish, depending on how you split it. Don't ask me about Nürburgring. But a 10-hour race where you've both got to do 5 hours of driving, that's really close to the amount that you'd be doing over the course of a 24-hour race with 4 drivers. And there's plenty of time gaps between all of those 6 hours of driving, but you're kind of doing it all pretty much back to back to back in a 10-hour race. And I feel like that would be just a little bit too fatiguing for me, or maybe that's just a sign that I'm getting a little bit older now.
Yeah, I think the 8-hour races we have, like the one next time out, that's the sort of race where a 2-stack is pretty comfortable, I think. Once you get to 10, you could maybe use that 3rd driver, and I think you want to have them on the roster regardless, because for the 12-hour, I think you really didn't want to have that 3rd driver in reserve. But it could be that maybe they plan to have 3 regularly and they just don't have them available for this round. Everyone has other schedules going on. They can't guarantee they can book every 4th Saturday off for the next 4 months. But I mean, they're handling the pressure really well. And again, Jean-Paul Seaman, we've not seen him last season. I don't know whether he's made any appearances in the Pilot Series, but I'm really impressed by this debut from Jean-Paul, because it's just been picking up exactly where Matthias Weitjen leaves off every time. And if you've been following him, you know that is one hell of a compliment.
Yeah, I'm just trying to follow this fight between Jonas Weber and William Foyle, because it wasn't really a gap that was starting to close. It was 4 seconds between these two, and then suddenly Jonas Weber, took the lead in that battle. I'm trying to see if perhaps there was an off-track slowdown for William Foyle, because he gets really checked up at the top of Eau Rouge Radio, and then it sort of looks like he just completely runs out of steam. But the gap was huge when they came across the start-finish line. Foyle crosses the start-finish line, Weber just exiting the final chicane by that point. So Weber's done something to close that 4-second gap down to absolutely nothing, and now retakes, quote-unquote, the lead in that fight, but still has to make that second to last pit stop. even after I was basically saying he hasn't been fast enough to close the gap to Fury Simsport, he just seems to have magically been able to turn up the wick in these last couple of laps and really start to apply the pressure, because William Foyle is just starting to drop back a little bit. And I think partially because Jonas Weber is much, much lighter on fuel right now.
Yeah, that's always a factor in these cars. Obviously the tyre wear will also play a factor. Sometimes you can get slower at the end of a stint, but in these nighttime conditions, the tyre wear is going to be a lot lower. And I think that lighter fuel load is really going to help you out a lot. I think there's also that little bit of sort of aggression and confidence from Jonas Weber of just trying to pull as much of a gap as possible, because while a battle with Fury Simsport might not be very viable, HBC Motorsport are far enough back where Jonas might think he can try and put some pressure on them to hold on to that P5 on their opening race in GTP. And so I think he wants to add that sense of urgency as he comes through the chicane. I think he might end up getting towards pit lane this time by.
Well, we are expecting them and DLR Simlab Red to come down the pit lane the next time they come into it. Jonas Weber then enters the very slow, very long pit lane here at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps endurance layout. Whilst we enter the last 60 minutes of the race, we are going to take our last commentary break, and it will then be straight the way through to the end of the race, and hopefully a couple of driver interviews after this one, as well as a little bit of wrap up as we get to talk about how this race has gone. And it has been a great race. My name is Taylor Mills. Alongside me is Olivia Hayward. You are watching ABN's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship 10 Hours of Spa. We will see you shortly. Welcome back to the final 51 minutes of ABN's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship, 10 hours of Spa. The second to last pit stop for DLR by SimLab and Old Firm Racing have both been taken. And as per Olivia Hayward's brilliant prediction, Matthias Whiten has got on board that car for the final stint and a little bit. That is your heavy hitter for DLR SimLab Red, your previous season champion, a car that hasn't quite been hit by the champion's curse, because I don't quite think the series as a conscious entity has realized that Matthias Whiten is on board that car. Gap of 10 seconds to Old Firm Racing with Julien Harmond on board as it stands, with a shorter final pit stop to be made by Matthias Whiten. So that is your fight for the lead of this race. And
my God.
Whiten makes a little bit of what I hope was netcode contact with the rear end of a GT3 on the Camel Straight. I think I just made the series aware that that was your previous season champion, and they have been struck by a little bit of poor luck. That might be a paddling from the stewards, depending on how they look at it, Lev.
Yeah, so this is the IS Corsa 169 going too wide around that. I think that's netcode. I think they get away with that. I think that was the 169 pinching a little bit tight, and White just trying to find whatever gap was available as that very helpful tree that's in the way. That's marginal. But
It is very marginal.
at the same time, it seems like there was room for the 169 to leave there.
They
Maybe not
would've-
so easy for Matthias White to slot between those two cars so precisely.
I think it would have been a little bit of side-to-side contact. I don't think it should have been as aggressive a spin as that one. I'd be interested to know how many netcode warnings DLR by SimLab Red are on, because that's what really bit Writer Engineering in the rear end earlier on in this race. That last drive-through they had was because they hit their 2 warning limit for netcode incidents. So yeah, Liv, I don't know if that's something you want to look into to see exactly where they're at in terms of warnings, but it might be worth it just to see if you can get a story of the rest of this race.
I don't see any right now. So even if that is considered to be at fault, minor incident at fault of DLR, that might just be a warning for next for the next hour or so. Of course, it is going to be forced to enter pit lane here, and we're just going to have to wait and see whether they decide to send that one up to the stewards room and what they end up deciding, because
You've got to give it a go.
that would decide the race. I mean, maybe not. If I of course think that was netcode, then it's not that they have any reason to get the 18 a penalty. They're in a different class.
Well, it depends how vindictive they are about what's happened to them, because if you can get that car a netcode warning, it's going to put them one off getting a penalty in the final 50 minutes of the race, which is going to be extremely tricky to try and keep clean, because they have to go with some sort of haste, because Julien Harmond is only 8-9 seconds or so back on them, and they can't really be slow. They can't leave themselves at risk of being caught by Old Firm Racing. They have to go pretty much full push to the end of this race, even with that pit stop advantage we know that they currently have.
Speaking of pit stops, Alex Pilbeam in for HWT Motorsport for what we think is going to be their final stop of the race. With 47 minutes to go, I think they should be able to make the save happen once again. And again, a great showing from them as they get rolling, taking a full tank of fuel, ready for their final stint. I don't know if they took tyres there. I didn't see the car go up and down, but I might have just been... No, they did. They did take tyres there, so HWT Motorsport ready to go to the end of the race, and we'll see what they get out of this.
I think it's going to be really marginal for them to get to the end of the race, especially when we're doing faster than 2-minute lap times here. It's going to require them to do a 26-minute stint, I think, to get there. Sorry, a 26-lap stint to get there. It might be a splash and dash right at the end of the race on the final couple of laps. Fortunately for them, they're not really under... I'm trying to check, are they under any sort of threat from anyone else? XPD Racing have to pit again. And then if they pit again, yeah, no, they're pretty safe to take another stop even if they need to. It just means that the second Writer Engineering Esports car will finish 5th instead of them.
I believe in them. I'm going to say I think they're going to pull us off. I think it should only be 25 at the worst, and we've seen them do that plenty in this race. We've seen Magic from Pilgrim before. I think this is going to be a top 5 for them if they keep the hard point in the right.
No, you're right. My maths is bad. It's been a very long day. Yeah, no, 100% you're right. I'm sorry. Ignore me. Yeah, it's 25 laps to the end of the race. They've got to hit that 25 lap number and they'll be fine. I'm sorry, I doubted you. In fact, they don't even need to. They can do 24 laps and they'll still make it.
They might be able to trade, but it depends.
Yeah, they're fine.
Where the leader is, I guess, in their cycle at the end of the race.
So if they go 25 laps, they're going to be absolutely fine to the end of this one. Just trying to see how many more battles there are going on out there on track at the moment. Hugo Pareto has 7 seconds in front of him to a Gnosis Esports Simultimate. And the GT3 battles that we were looking at really seem to have died down in the last 20 minutes or so. So really the main fight that we're keeping an eye on right now is that one at the front of the field that is still hovering around that 9-second mark. Matthias Whiten doing absolutely everything he needs to do right now to make sure that DLR SimLab can back up their championship win with a win in the first round of Season 7. All the pressure is on the driver of the Acura ARX 06 right now, as Julien Harmond is also giving it his absolute all to try and close that gap, but it's almost all effort for nothing considering how much longer they're going to have to be stopped for. They've only got 14 laps or so left in their stint before they have to come down pit lane for the final time, whereas DLR by SimLab are still going another 18, maybe 17 laps or so, which means their additional fuel at the end of the race is just going to be so much less, and it means even if the 10-second gap stays stable when they come down pit lane, they're going to have an extra 5 or so that are absolutely free. If Harmond and Old Firm Racing want a chance at this win, they need to get a shift on now and get that gap down to absolutely nothing.
Can I interrupt real quick?
Well, I'd stop speaking anyway.
The instant came through on the spreadsheet, and it was the initial decision's been made by the stewards. They've chosen to award DLR a stop and hold for 10 seconds for that instant at the top of the Temple Straight. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of protesting going on from the DLR garage of trying to argue that one back with the steward, but for the time being, that's the decision that's been made.
Wow, that is absolutely devastating for DLR SimLab Red. If that is going to be the case, it's going to be a very long trip down pit lane. Plus that, would you say 10-second stop and hold as well?
Yeah, I think they're going to lose second place even to Writer Engineering if that's
I was going to say, yeah. So that'll be a great little bit of recovery for Writer Engineering Esports, but this is what I said. I reminded the series that Matthias Whiten was the previous season champion, and it's reintroduced the PEC Champions curse to the DLR SimLab Red team. It's all my fault, Liv.
I do think that's a very harsh call for the stewards to make. I understand that obviously it was pretty devastating for the 169 car, but I just don't know how much real contact there was going to be there from the 18. I think that was really a very gentle tap, if anything, and ultimately Netcode doing most of the work there, but a race tour wanting to come down hardly on that one, and it's going to drop them well down the order.
I think realistically, if that contact
Writer Engineering have actually made their final stop now. They're now a lap down, but of course DLR still not pending their final stop and this penalty as well,
and Fury SimSport as well, of course. But looking at it, I do think if the contact had actually happened in real life, it would have basically been a scrape down the door of the McLaren 720S GT3, which of course would have caused damage to both cars. But again, like you said, the netcode taking over on that one made the incident a lot worse than realistically it should have been. And if that's what they're punishing, then it looks like the stewards are punishing the outcome of an incident, which isn't how you can look at these things, because you have to focus on what happened up to the moment of collision and not what happened afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, it's the decision that's been made ultimately. You've got to say that Matthias could have trapped the throttle there to try and slot that move through a little bit cleaner. But that's ended up being what costs them. So it's something that I think is going to have to be one on the chin for DLR, and they'll have to sort of come back into the next round, trying to use that as fuel, really, to try and come back through for the rest of the season. But it seems like you're going to hand over the provisional net race lead to Old Firm Racing, who have had a fantastic race, you've got to say.
Yeah. Even though they dropped a little bit down the order off the start of the race, they are currently only one place down on where they started. They will get moved up one place back to where they started, and it will be not a grand slam, but certainly a very strong result for them to take home the position that they started in. So you say qualifying doesn't matter, but in this case, it looks like it almost did. They're just threading their way through Lake Coombe right now. We are still following Chase Whiten for DLR SimLab Red as they are pending the application of the penalty. Again, they will be given the chance to appeal that one, but it's going to be a difficult one, because if it's one of those ones where the stewards have made up their mind on that, then there's not going to be much they can do about it, because they also have the same live pictures that we do. They have the same live pictures that we do, and they're going to have rewound and had a look at that in exactly the same way that we did. But this might be one of those things where perhaps different clients are getting a different view of things. Like, I'm not sure what's going on there.
I doubt. I think that they did get the same view that we did, and I'm obviously I have full faith that they put a lot of time into making that call. They're not going to make that sort of decision lightly, and that's how they have decided to call that one. And there could have been, they could have taken that little bit more care to give up that time at the top of the hill.
Yeah, we are going to get to see just a quick replay of it here, thanks to our producer, as we're sort of waiting for that penalty to be applied. You can see the IS Corsa car just on the, well, can't quite see it, just on the left here. Here's the better shot of it.
Such a glancing blow. It's so unfortunate for the ones who starting to have that as the outcome from it ultimately.
Yeah, we said it at the time. It's
if I may interject on this.
Not sure about that one at all. It was very much exacerbated by netcode, but we've still got the rest of the race to try and get through, as it does look like Old Firm Racing are going to inherit the lead of this race. Fury Simsport will move up to second place before their final, very late in this race. Sorry, no, they're one of the first to stop out of these three. Through their relatively early pit stop compared to the other two cars currently sat on the podium. Ricer Engineering, we know, have made their final stop of the race and should jump Fury Simsport when they make their last stop, which puts Ricer on the podium and then theoretically moves them up to P2 in this race after DLR SimLab Red get that 10-second stop and hold applied. I'm sure the crew are going to be very disappointed with that one. Matthias Whiten, of course, had a very strong race himself so far today and a very strong end to the season, winning season 6. So to come into round 1 and for it to end this way isn't going to be something that DLR are going to be too happy about at all.
If I can interject for a second, kind of just filling in here, sort of why that ended up being the case.
Still just having those glances a little bit further down the field, as I think Olivia's still dealing with a bout of the hiccups. Drink some water, girly pop.
I have.
And GC by Rubis Gas is still leading the GT3 Pro class by a
My
whole...
mic was live, but okay.
I was going to say lap, but that's the other class. A whole minute as it stands. Julian Morn now on board the Valkyrie X-Type green car and just not able to do the same sort of lap times as his teammate Kevin Chartier was able to do. Currently just well, even actually saying that, he is doing the same lap times as Kevin Chartier was. But it seems like Miguel Almeida has sort of found another gear and is just keeping on extending that gap in the low 2-minute 18s, whereas Julian Moore just lumbering around in the high 218s, mid to low 219s. So yeah, not really the sort of pace to close that gap up at all, but I think that's going to be your closest fight on track. But just trying to see what we can find. Negative delta by Simgear, 10 seconds behind Locals Autosport, but that isn't going to be a fight for position. Neil DeBacker back on board, the 41, 2.5 seconds behind Connection Lost Racing after Alex Salmon on pit lane entry got an illegal pit entry and picked up a 40-second hold for the 41 crew. So it's given DeBacker a lot more work to do, as the penalty has been handed down to DLR SimLab Red, and they will have to come down pit lane and serve that 10-second stop hold.
Yeah, Stewart's holding very firm on that one. They've made their thoughts clear. That was very much a something that they wanted to say. You've got to be more careful in that. You have to be the car to make that decision when you see them side by side ahead to keep up that time. And it is Matthias Weichen down pit lane for probably a minute total time loss that will come through as we get towards the final sort of half hour of this race. It's a brutal moment for them.
Yeah, All Firm Racing then will move up into first place, and like we've been saying so far, they want to really take that step forward from finishing third in the championship last time out and really try to challenge at the start of this season. And they have done. They've ran a really, really strong race, all race, like you said, Liv, and are really reaping the benefits of that. We always say that luck is a big part of motorsport, and that's a little bit of that has come their way today. And all they've had to do is just keep hitting their marks lap after lap, keep out of pit lane. We've said from the start that that is the key to a 10-hour race, to any sort of endurance race.
I've just had a thought, sorry. Are they going to take their service with this stop? They're going to take that splash and dash, because I think the addition of the penalty for taking a pit stop is going to end up being less than the second trip down pit lane. So making the best out of a tough situation here for DLR SimLab, I think they might end up being able to hold on to P2 over Right Engineer because of this call. So smart word there to pivot into this strategy, and they are doing their final pit stop of the race with this penalty here.
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on them as the broadcast follows William Foyle, who's moved up to P2 in this race, still owing at a pit stop, as Matthias Weichen is going to get rolling off the pit lane speed limiter, and up the hill he goes for what is going to be the final time as he rejoins this race. There is a fight for P9 in class going on though. Neil DeBacker, as I say, back on board the number 41, as he's just managed to get ahead through Leicum and Malmedy. I'm wondering if we can get a replay of that one, because it looks like he's gone around the outside of Leicum on the Cadillac. It might have been a little bit of, no, there wasn't even any argy-bargy at the second apex. It looks like the Cadillac just drove off the road. In fact, it wasn't Leicum Malmedy, it was in fact the Fania chicane. I got my corners mixed up a little bit there, I think. So yeah, P9 for TMR. Neil DeBacker doing really well to try and get some sort of recovery going on for that squad after a very messy second hour of that race.
And a tricky traffic there through the chicane that they've managed to navigate in one piece. There's going to be more down the hill though. They're going to catch these cars at a really awkward time, coming all up through Radion. Are they going to be able to back this up just enough to slot through cleanly? Ooh, they didn't have to take the off track there, I think, but leaving enough room to not have any issues there with the GT3 cars. And Connection Lost is going to get a bit hounded actually by Go Esports a bit further down. We were expecting Go Esports to have a shorter stop at the end of the race, and so it's now up to DeBacker to really try and pull that gap to cover for what's going to be a disadvantage on pit lane now.
Yeah, it will be pretty much a splash and dash for both of these cars right at the end of this one, but you'd think for De Backer, a driver that was challenging for second in the early phases of this race, staying in front of Connection Loss Racing should pretty much be a done deal without any sort of late race incident for the Ferrari driver. But that is your closest fight on track at the moment, as we're still waiting for the final round of pit stops to cycle out at the front of the field. 8/10 so is the gap between Roth and De Backer as it stands. That Cadillac staying well within the slipstream of the Ferrari just in front of it as they both try to thread their way through traffic. De Backer getting very held up at Stavelot 1, but Roth is going to get even more held up as they come through the second part of that section. I think it's going to pretty much drop him out of slipstream range by the time they get to the middle of the straight, but it might just be enough in that 9/10 window to keep him in there. It's a matter of getting back there under braking for Roth as he's just dropped outside 1 second. Backer needs a nice run through the bus stop chicane to open up that gap a little bit more as it closes just under a second yet again. But the exit from that corner for the four-wheel drive Ferrari 499P should be enough to keep De Backer from being vulnerable down into the Lake Hume chicane. He's got a little bit of traffic to contend with as he comes out of La Source, but it's going to be marginal as to whether or not Roth is going to get there down into Eau Rouge. He pulls to the inside. It should be a relatively done move then for Roth to get past that GT3. Yes, it is. 1.08 seconds is the gap. So big question, can Roth stay there now?
I think Neil's been on a charge here. I think he's really confident that he can pull that gap out. And we've seen how strong they've been all day long. And it'll be maybe 10 seconds in pit lane at the end of the day. But that gap's already stretching out. Actually, hang on. He'd need about half a second a lap, wouldn't he, to be able to pull that 10 seconds in the time we've got left. That's going to be really close, actually. That could be a battle that we see in the final few laps once again. Current lead at the front of the field is 1 minute and 16 seconds. We know Old Firm Racing still has a pit stop to make. This isn't as cut and dry as we maybe thought it would be. There's going to be maybe a fighting chance for Matthias White, and if he can really lock in and put in some really good laps here, Old Firm Racing might still have that pressure at their heels to try and have to hold on for this race win after that penalty. We're going to see them come down pit lane in the next 5 laps, and we'll see how long their stop ends up being from that. But I think White might be within maybe 10, 15 seconds by the time they make that pit stop.
No, I think you're right. It was really close between these two. Oh, sorry, it wasn't really close between these two. Whiten was starting to just eke out a little bit of a gap. I don't think he was pushing as hard as he could do, and was just doing exactly what he needed to do to stay in the lead. Again, they knew they had that pit stop advantage coming at the end of that second to last stint. So maybe it is now time for Whiten to open up the taps a little bit, really start to push to see if they can still take this win. They will, of course, have a point of no return where they've got to decide, no, you know what, we need to consolidate this one. But at the moment, they're not there yet. I'm trying to keep an eye on how fast both of these cars are going. Old Firm currently a couple of seconds a lap, 1.3 seconds a lap faster than DLR SimLab Red, with Matthias Whiten on board because he is on a full load of fuel and dealing with a little bit of traffic. Very out of sequence for both of these drivers. So again, keep your eyes on that one. 1 minute and 17 seconds, traversal down pit lane and a stop.
I will say I am very impressed by the 18's decision making there in terms of the strategy call. As much as we were litigating that incident on stream to the end of the year, I don't know if DLR actually hopped into the steward's room to argue that. I think they might have just decided, you know what, we're going to try and get to it anyway, making that call to combine the penalty with pit service. And I think that is really what's going to keep them in contention. So I do kind of love that energy from them of trying to pivot things back into their direction as Fury Simsport comes down pit lane for the final time. We are expecting Old Firm to be the next one Daan in this lead group to make that call. Show Sim Sport probably just a splash and dash now, as William Foyle likely to stay on board the car for the rest of this stint. We're in about 2 hours at this point to go to the end. We'll see what their pit lane time is, because this is going to give us a hint as to what sort of margin Old Firm Racing might have coming out of their box at the end of the race. They're still stationary for 20 seconds, a little bit more fuel required, and then more like 27 seconds stationary, and their pit lane time, 1:19.
It's not that well. 10 seconds shorter than normal. So, how is that going to be for Old Firm Racing? We're going to have to wait and see when they do come down pit lane. But just to touch on what you were saying about DLR SimLab Red there, Liv. I know it was said in a completely different context, and it's really important to be able to adapt to whatever situation you find yourselves in these cars. As much as normally we're talking about weather in that one, being smart enough to make that stop at the same time as serving your penalty, because the time loss isn't that much more severe than, or is less severe than coming down pit lane again, is the sort of adaptiveness that an endurance racing team needs to have. So credit where it's due is really, really quick thinking from DLR SimLab to maybe give themselves a shot at this race win still, and it'll certainly be a dramatic way to end this race if they can make that happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely given them the buffer to right engineering in P3 that I think would have been a very close fight indeed had they had to make 2 trips down at the end of the race. Old Firm Racing, again, we're expecting a stop of maybe 1:17 pit lane time, but you've got to remember that DLR also has to travel from the final corner to the bottom of the hill in that time. It's not just going to be free for them. I think they're probably about 10 seconds back. And is Whiteton capable of closing that down if the traffic luck falls their way? Yeah, I think so, but it's gonna be difficult, and I think just put yourself in that conversation is going to be enough.
And again, it turns the tables on what was happening earlier in the race as well, and starts to apply the pressure to Old Firm Racing when DLR SimLab Red were the team that was feeling that pressure earlier on. Again, a little bit of weight off their shoulders in that they knew they'd have a little bit of an advantage in the pit stop, but it must have been something they were thinking about, because they needed to make sure they still had some sort of time gap over Old Firm Racing to just solidify and confirm and keep everything nice and tight at the end of this race to make sure they could still take that victory at the end of this one. But to reverse that and start to make Old Firm Racing be the ones that are worrying about the gap to the car behind, it might be a little bit of solace for Matthias Whiteton. We talked about earlier in the race who prefers being the chaser, who prefers being the chased. This might be one of the instances where Matthias Whiteton likes to be the car chasing down the gap in front. It might be that that's the thing that really motivates him to get everything he can out of the car, out of his driving, out of the tires at the end of this one. So that 10-second gap, as you say, could come down very, very quickly at this rate.
It's going to be one to watch out for sure, but again, we're still just waiting for that little bit longer. The 97 car not making the final pit stop, they've got maybe 2 laps of fuel left in the tank, and they're going to want to run on low fuel for as long as they can if they can cut through this traffic. And so far, they're trying to be very kind to them and giving them an opportunity to run these high-speed laps. We know they're capable of 57s if they have perfect conditions, and I'm sure Harlan is going to want to try and find one of those spots. He's got draft from the car ahead here. It's Paz in the Esports 74 all the way down the straight, and sure, now he'll be asking that car to get out of the way. They're gonna stay ahead just for the time being coming through Brussels, but at some point I think the 97 is gonna have the aggressiveness to go for that, or if not, just pit maybe end of this lap. And this draft sure can help them. The gap is up to 1:19 now as a slow run on this lap for Matthias Whiteton through traffic, I think. So that might be exactly what Julian Harbour needs. Because let's be clear, the 97 has run a fantastic race. They've run a fantastic race with Julian Harmon and Randy Bottas. They put the car on pole position. We know they are capable of fighting for this race win on the track now and really earning it. And Julian Harmon, that's exactly what he's looking to do. This has been a fantastic flyover lap. There's going to be a little bit of traffic coming up through Blanchimont, and they'd be able to clear both of them. Harmon's going to have to check up just now, but even so, a great lap to keep that pressure on and try and keep themselves far enough ahead as they're going to complete this lap. And I'm expecting the 58 here, even despite that little pocket of traffic.
I got to say, I am surprised that Julian Harmon didn't come down pit lane at that time by. I know they want to run the tank out and run on that, that lighter load of fuel, but you have to think that 1 minute and 20 odd second gap that they have right now, is that not the best gap they're going to have for the rest of the race? They clearly don't think so, because they've stayed out for one more time with that DLR by SimLab car being, where are they on track? I'm just trying to pick them out, just having come out of X. So actually, Old Firm have nearly-ish a lap on the car that is essentially hunting them down at this stage in the race.
And Harmon has actually gotten past that lapper as well. They got some draft down the straight once again. This is the perfect time for them to run tank dry, because the traffic is just falling in all the right places.
Yeah, he does have a GT3 in front of him here, but it is going to move out of the way. It will not move out of the way, but it should be relatively easy to deal with. That 700 horsepower versus 550. Harmon should be able to get to the inside way before Pouin. It's going to compromise his run a little bit, but not enough that it actually matters. It was a 2-minute lap time last time by for DLR SimLab Red. They are coming around to complete another lap as they thread their way through the bus stop chicane. Oh, a bit of a checkup for Julian Harmon there. It looked like that was the Paceworks car that's been involved in so many incidents so far this race. So what is the lap time going to be for DLR SimLab Red this time? It's 2:02 actually. It is a worse lap than even prior. So the 18 even really starting to struggle right now, as it seems like Harmon is absolutely flying. Both of these cars within a 57 for their absolute fastest lappers. This looks like it is going to be Harmon coming down pit lane. So it is all eyes on the number 18 to see what that gap is going to be by time Harmon comes out of pit lane. Do you want to take us through it, Liv?
Yeah, so again, DLR by SimLab is right now coming into Brussels. They have so much time left to go. Julian Harmon is just coming through the hairpin at the end of pit lane right now. Nice and clean, gonna navigate that safely. And it is surprisingly difficult to get the car around that tight of a radius, even at 45 mile an hour, 72 Ks. They're now gonna roll it down the hill. This is a situation where if you're really short on fuel, you can actually clutch in, but you are risking overspeeding slightly. They're going to roll down into their pit box, and I'm expecting a stationary time of maybe just 20 seconds or so. And this is where we really see what they've managed to do. Those last couple of laps from Julian Harmon were
Driver
absolute
change.
Dynamite. Oh, that's going to cost them time.
Stop. Yeah, that's going to extend
that
their
could
pit
cost
stop.
them the race.
Well, it depends how long the pit stop's going to be. We ran the numbers at some point.
Stationary is going to be 30 seconds. It can't be any less than that for the finals. They want Randy in that fight with T.S. Weichen, but by bringing him in, they might be engaging that fight to begin with.
Rolling. No, that's game over.
0.3, 121, and it is enough of a gap. Okay, about 20 seconds it looks like.
It would be a heck of a task for Matthias Weichen to close a 20-second gap in the final 17 minutes of this race. Randy Martin and Matthias has got on board the Old Firm racing car. He is fresh, he is rested, he is ready to go for the final 17 minutes of this race, whereas Matthias Weichen has been on board that car for a short while now, and he's going to start to feel that fatigue. They're already 8 laps into their stint. Both of these cars should be at a relatively close point in terms of fuel load. So it is just going to be a case of who is going to be the faster driver in these final counting the laps, it's not going to be many to go, Olivia, and Whiten is really running out of opportunities to retake the lead.
Yeah, I will say I don't like the call there, even if they have the buffer there, because they didn't have a tyre set to take. They are putting Randy on an old set, and sometimes that can be a little bit scary. I know it's just for less than 20 minutes here, but it seems like an unnecessary risk to me. They've got enough of a buffer to hopefully just walk this one home without too much pressure. Again, those laps from Julian Harmond at the end of that stint doing an incredible job to build that buffer and to keep Matthias Whiten well away coming out of pit lane. But I just worry that they are. I don't know.
It does, yeah.
It should work out. There shouldn't be any issues here, but there's been a lot of things that shouldn't have happened in this race that have. It's always the way of endurance racing. Anything can be that catalyst for a huge flipping of the script, and yeah, Randy's got to make sure he's up to temperature immediately to not make a mistake. He doesn't have to run particularly fast, but he does have to be very consistent for the rest of this and not have an incident at any point.
And that's it, really. That's the worrying bit. Is 18 seconds is well within what I'd call the incident window, where if Randy Martin and Mateus gets into any sort of medium to major incident with another car, it's gonna cost him probably those 18 seconds that he currently has over Matthias Whiten, who's actually starting to close in a little bit, as it looks like Jonas Weber might be ailing just a little bit. He was looking very slow coming out of Les Combes, and I'm not sure why. Maybe just trying to put himself a lap down. A big question mark over that one. But of course, the thing that we're really focused on right now is that gap between Old Firm Racing and DLR SimLab Red, currently down to 17 seconds. So they've closed in a little bit, but they're going to need 2 seconds a lap if they actually want to overhaul the gap, or Randy Martin and Mateus to make a mistake to get themselves back on the top step of that podium. But it is looking pretty safe, pretty comfortable for Old Firm Racing as it stands, who just need to bring the car home. The SimLab Red not quite able to set the lap times they were doing earlier on in this race, down in the 2 minute 1 second 0.8, whereas Jan Kurz behind a 1:57.8 on the last lap, 3 seconds closed in. He's still 24 seconds behind DLR SimLab Red. He's not going to be able to close that gap either, and I think this is going to be the way the rest of the race is going to fall. The 77 comes down pit lane for what looks like that almost looks like a scheduled stop for 22 laps. Yep. So it'll be just a splash of fuel. I don't expect a tire change here. Relatively easy to the end of the race for these guys, but they are of course still racing HWT Motorsport. Alex Pilbeam on board that car has just exited the final corner, actually, so it's going to be very tight between these two, as HWT Motorsport could move up to 5th in this race, depending on where Jonas Weber comes out. Through turn 1 comes Alex Pilbeam. Jonas Weber still not in the pit box yet, and I think just like that, from 18th on the grid with 13 minutes left in the race, Alex Pilbeam, the GT3 AM champion for last season with HWT Motorsport, will move up into 5th place, Olivia.
Yeah, I mean, again, I was saying it all last season. I've been saying it all race today, and I'm just going to keep saying it. It's really a fantastic, very mature drive from HWT, from Alex Pilbeam. And let's not forget Jill Abdullah either. They've just run such a clean race, running this alternate strategy to perfection. They are the lead car on this 11-stop strategy. SPG Racing behind, running the same, but running into a few more incidents throughout the race. And as an opening to your campaign, it's really a great way of doing it, especially after a week qualifying. As I think in general, I'd say the Acura is completely untouchable in qualifying right now, but in the race, it seems like these Ferraris do have a fighting chance to try and make something happen here. And it's a great showing from, of course, we saw TMR up near the front of the field earlier as well. They're in P8, sorry. and then the connection lost cars in 9th and 10th in the Cadillacs. Those manufacturers making great moves up through the field after those starting positions.
Yeah, remember, we are still expecting a stop for Neil de Backer at the end of this one. He's on lap 23 of his stint. I don't think he can stretch one lap of fuel for 12 minutes. He's good, but he's definitely not that good. But yeah, you've got to give a lot of credit to the HWT Motorsport crew who've stuck to their strategy the entire way through, and I think are really setting themselves on the right foot for the rest of the championship. Like we say, opening the bank strong is a really good way to make sure you finish your championship strong, and as long as they can keep finishing races and keep their car clean for the next, I want to do the maths on that, 42 hours of racing, they're going to be a shoe-in for a little bit of prize money.
And how about that? So a great way to set yourself up for the season. Of course, I'm sure. Do you reckon they've already spent what they made last season?
I don't.
Or do you reckon they are? How did you split that as a team? I guess for it was mostly just 2 drivers. I guess you split it in half, and then I guess that can cover some track perks if you don't own Aragon, for example. Yeah, that's exactly. That track covered for this season.
The way I did it is I told the team if they win any prize money, it's all theirs, and then just let them deal with splitting it between them, between all 5 drivers that drove for that team last season. They would get €2 each.
Hey, that's
It's not nothing. It's not nothing.
I was going to mention some fast food items you could buy for €2, but I'm not sure what you could at this point.
I think you could maybe get a coffee from the correct McDonald's. Other fast food chains are available, but I think that's about as far as it gets you.
Should we try and lock back in a little bit? So we are in the final 10 minutes of this race, and DLR by SimLab. Hang on, we do need to lock. DLR SimLab White have had an incident of some kind, and that's what's given Team R that 8th place. So they're now coming to pit lane. I don't know, hand that back over, but the number 39 car with an incident, I'm just looking to see where it was, that's kept them in pit lane for 5.5 minutes and counting right now. And
I will say quickly, I think I was perhaps a little bit optimistic as to how fast Neil was, because he's dropped very solidly behind Connection Lost Racing. Also, am I seeing Writer Engineering down pit lane for a very long time? That looks like a significant amount of damage on the front right corner, and I think if we go into, yep, that is going to be a meatball. So
yeah,
and this is more lost time. Are they going to lose another position to TMR? Is Neil going to get another freebie?
This is the same incident. This was a spin for DLR SimLab White coming through, just I think clipping that second curve a bit too hard at Lacombe, and then being stricken broadside across the right-hand side of the track. Writer Engineering trying to set up an overtake on the Ford Mustang of DLR SimLab Green, and completely unsighted. I think we might get a replay of this.
Jinx. Yeah, take us through it, Liv. You're already doing a great job.
So yeah, this is Writer Engineering, and they're going for the move around into the inside here.
Oh,
and you
goodness me.
Out of nowhere, that car had spun just a couple of seconds prior, not really much time to give that spotter call or that yellow flag. Ward would rejoin, but to try to get the car out of the way, obviously, and tow back to pit lane. And this is how the spin happens. You just see first curb, second curb, there's that edge that you can catch and get into those marbles on the other side. Throws the car around, just the right thing to hold the brakes and stay where he was, but Jonas Weber just a little bit unsighted in that moment, and a really unfortunate incident for both of those cars that were running really well at that point of the race.
Yeah, that's the really tricky bit about that second apex down there at Lacombe, is you can't half commit to the curb. You have to get your right-hand side tires also on the curb itself. Otherwise, it's just going to hook you into a spin. And that's what we've been seeing so many times in this race, is that part of the track has got slippier and slippier, and more drivers falling foul of it and ending races this late into the event with less than 10 minutes to go. Well, at that point, it was just under 15 minutes to go, and is a devastating way to end this one for Jonas Weber, Writer Engineering 2, and the DLR by SimLab crew.
more important question, because that DLR SimLab car is destroyed right now. There's got no front end on it. They need to hope that at least the required repairs are short enough to let them pull back out on track and take the checkered flag. Because remember, championship rules are that if you can't cross the line, you don't get classified for the race. Jonas Weber has just pulled off pit lane. There is still a significant amount of damage on that right front corner, but they're trying to get back out on track to make sure that they can at least complete laps and also to hold that position against number 47, who is just about 30 seconds behind right now. You can see that car is not looking particularly happy.
No, just looking on board, it isn't even straight. All of the suspension damage hasn't been repaired, so they're rolling around with aero damage and suspension damage for the final 5.5 minutes of this race. And fortunately for them, they will get classified as long as they can bring this car home. But yeah, that late race incident it goes without saying, far from how you want this race to end, as we're still looking at the front of the field. I think it looks like DLR by SimLab got involved in, had some sort of incident on their own, because that gap's opened up to 32 seconds and it was only 18. That is a 20-second time loss, and I'm trying to figure out exactly why it lived, but I can't see anything on. Oh, actually, no, I can see a 2-minute 12 lap time that definitely wasn't a pit stop. I'm just going to have a quick fast forward through and see if I can figure out exactly what happened. Might have been towards the end of the lap and quite a far ways through, and nothing's happened.
The car's also carrying damage as well.
It is, yeah.
From another potential scuffle with the 169. The stewards have ruled that one no further action.
Oh, that's the one you were talking about.
But they've had some other incident on lap 288 here.
Yeah, it's with the 169.
Oh, was it with the one? Was it that lap?
Yeah, Carmen, I'm wondering if you can get a replay up of this one, because that is, honestly, that looks like an intentional wreck to me. So you can get hopefully we can get a quick replay of that one, and so everyone can see exactly what's happened.
Oh,
to
this
the DLR SimLab red car.
No, this wasn't the one I was talking about. I was talking about something that had happened prior to that. You are looking
on lap 288, DLR SimLab and the IS Corsa McLaren. Maurizio Scotti Di Uccio on board that car at the moment, clearly feeling hard done by something earlier on in the race, and it. That car needs parking, to be honest with you.
I'm having to hold my tongue quite strongly on this one. I don't particularly understand it that much either, because ultimately they did get a penalty for the initial incident as well. Like that already took the 18 car out of the race win. Let's
see if we can get a replay of this one quickly, because there's less than 3 minutes left in this race now. I don't know if we perhaps consider going back to it after the race, but yeah, that's the only opinion I'm going to have on that one is the 169 needs parking after that one. That was egregious, to say the least.
Yeah, so I'll have it up on my feed if Carmen can pull this up quickly.
Yeah, more than an awkward incident coming into the final.
There was a previous incident coming through Malmedy, where the 169 had very much slowed up through the mid corner. There'd been a little bit of contact, and then they'd appealed to the stewards once again for an incident. But here we are. This is lap 288. Remember, just a couple of laps ago, we're following with the 18 now, and that is the 169 ahead. And you see, they hang to the left. The 18 can't quite get around. They then go to the left again. The 18 being patient, waiting for the exit of this corner. They go to the inside, they get there, and then they just turn across and cut across the line already. There's a lot I want to say about that incident, but I don't know how much can be broadcasted.
Yeah, park 'em. But anyway, let's focus on Old Firm Racing, who are, I think, approaching the white flag this time by. They've done an absolutely excellent job to get that car back to the front of the field after dropping a little bit down the order in the first hour or so. Randy Martin Mateus and Julien Hammond have been absolutely flawless as the clock just ticks under 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. So I do believe that will be the white flag in the air to start lap 293, as he's still got a little bit of traffic to deal with as he comes up through Eau Rouge Raidillon for the final time. These guys, again, just not setting a foot wrong in the last 6 hours of the race or so, and it looks like it's going to be not quite the clearest of run to the end of the laps. There's about 5 more GTs between Randy Martin Mateus and Julien Hammond before they get to the end of this 7-kilometer lap. These folks, of course, finishing 3rd in the championship last time out, looking for a way to finally take that extra step forward to get not only another race win, but really open their books and make their mark to show everyone in the field that they are a force to be reckoned with. And you know what? They have certainly done that one today. Exit of Pouin, filing through a final couple more GTs with probably only one more bit of traffic to deal with for them. Traffic they have dealt with fantastically all race long. Through Stavelot 1 for the final time. One more Mercedes-AMG GT3 to deal with. And now it's going to be a completely clear run to the end of the lap for Randy Martin Mateus and Julien Hammond watching from the spotter stand, from the pit wall up to the bus stop chicane for the final time. I'll say it again, they haven't set a foot wrong in the final 6 or so hours of this race. And to open the championship with a race
with that damage for P2 ahead of Right to Engineering.
Yeah, that is going to be the case. The gap on the line, 1.7 seconds is DLR by SimLab. After that late race penalty, will bring it home in second, 32 seconds off the lead. Jan Kurbs almost getting a chance to take home second place very, very late on after what was, again, a very messy race for Reiter Engineering, but this time not as disastrous for them as it was last season. But more drivers that need to be given their flowers. Orca Performance Racing Blue, who I think have crossed the start finish line.
No, they're still on their white flag. It will be
Miguel Almeida's coming through next. Yeah,
net across the line.
Well,
just
this is Miguel Almeida.
Having a little bit of chaos with the pictures.
As so often is the case, but this is going to be Miguel Almeida on board the NGC by Rubis Gas McLaren, who was absolutely dominant in the Platinum Pilot Series. And again, another team that has ran absolutely perfectly here today at Spa with a gap of what is going to end up being a lap. Miguel Almeida will win in GT3 Pro for NGC by Rubis Gas. And with one more car to come over the line to take a class win. It has been the story of not setting a foot wrong as best you can today, as Maximilian Fischer for Orca Performance Racing Blue from pole position in that team will bring it through the bus stop for the final time, and Orca Performance Racing Blue on board their McLaren will win GT3 AM in the 10 hours of Spa.
Fantastic drive from them. They had that buffer at the start of the race with all those GT3 Pro cars behind them. They used that to keep the pressure off early, give themselves the room to make that fuel safe strategy happen, and ultimately, with instance falling to the drivers further behind, they win by about 3 laps here. But it was hard fought for a good chunk of this race, and it was that fuel safe strategy that ultimately ended up pulling it off for them. Great showing from them, as all 3 of our class winners there. We have Old Firm Racing is just looping back through, but we saw NGCI Rubis Gas there also taking part in the celebrations at the top of Raidillon. Fantastic drive from them, from the GT3 class winner as well. And I believe, or who is that in the other? I think everyone's just having a bit of fun now. It's been a long race. It's obviously for these cars that have made it to the end, a good way to start the season off with a.
Everyone's celebrating. Goodness me.
And one thing that we kept a little bit quiet because it's information the drivers don't have. During that chase down that Jan Curbs had against the wounded Matthias Weichen at the end of the race, Curbs was 1 instant point from a drive-through, so had to drive perfectly, managed to keep the car within the lines and without any contact all the way through that final sort of half hour or so. And while it wasn't enough for P2 in the end, it was enough to secure that 3rd place ahead of Fury Sim Sport.
Yeah, but again, that's it. That's another little bit of doing exactly what they needed to do. As much as a lot of drivers and a lot of teams ended up being thrown into less than ideal situations, we saw the teams who were able to absolutely make the most of it. And again, Jan Curbs and Reiter Engineering finally having a decent opening to the season after a dismal start to season 6. However, big shout out to HWT Motorsport making that huge step up from GT3 AM to GTP to bring their Ferrari 499P home in 5th place overall. It's to see a team go from GT3 AM champions to racing in the top class, keeping that car as clean as they did for the entirety of the race. You can't do anything but give them a huge round of applause, Liv.
Yeah, starting back up exactly where they left off. Great show from now. I was excited to see what they could bring to the table, and they've slotted right in and shown that they belonged at the front of this field. Just 1 lap down in the end, in a race full of attrition, pulling off their signature fuel-safe strategies. And let's not forget, again, Autorace Performance Racing taking on that mantle and perfectly, and showing that sometimes taking it easy in the first half of the race is really going to pay off for you. But yeah, all of these class winners really put on a fantastic showing. NGC also did that fuel safe strategy, as did the entire GT3 Pro podium in those McLaren 720Ss. And then, of course, those battles between Old Firm Racing, DLR SimLab, Reiter Engineering throughout the entire race. It's really the heavy hitters of the championship showing up once again. And I am so excited for what the rest of the season can bring.
Honestly, if every single race is as good as that, it's going to be one heck of a season. The one thing that is really interesting across all 3 classes is the fact that one manufacturer appears on the podium at least twice in every class. It was a 1-2-3 for Acura, a 1-2-3 for McLaren, and a 2-3 for Mercedes-AMG GT3s. But anyway, let's take a turn and go through your results of this race, because they were certainly at least a little bit interesting. Old Firm Racing by Helvet Sim take the first win of the championship and open that bank with a very strong performance. DLR SimLab Red, after a late race penalty and then getting intentionally wrecked by the IS Corsa car, just about bring their Acura home in P2, with Jan Curbs for Reiter Engineering Esports hot on their heels through the final lap or so. Fury Sim Sport recover all the way up to 4th place after pulling off a really decent bit of driving to get themselves up there, only 1 minute and 42 off the lead. And HWT Motorsport, as we've already mentioned, finishing out in 5th place. XPD Racing GTP on that fuel safe strategy all the way, weren't quite able to make it work due to a lot of poor luck early on in this race. And Connection Lost Racing, who were another team that had a really, really anonymous race, bring their car home in P7. Taylor Mills Racing bring their car home in P8 after a lot of early race incidents took them out of contention early on. And then another late race incident for the number 77 Reiter Engineering Esports car. They do manage to bring the car home, but certainly not the way they would have hoped. 10th place goes to Driven Performance Esports, who were another car that was a little bit all over the place at the entire race, but still managed to salvage a really good result from that one. And Project Valorous number 50 having what would probably be a disappointing result for those guys. Another late race incident for SimLab White, who I don't think actually managed to cross the line either. And the MRSS Racing Sapphire Ferrari bringing it home 7 laps down. Anosis Esports Sim Ultimate could only manage a 14th place today. And Focus Racing had a very messy race to only bring it home in 15th. Go Esports, after lots of early race incidents, bring it home in 16th place. And Vulcan Motorsports by SimLab will cross the line in 17th. NGC by Rubis Gas had a huge shunt really early on in the race, which limited where they could finish today. And they finished 18th. DLR by SimLab Orange and JJC Racing, as well as I think one other car, will be your official retirements from today's race in GTP.
I do want to mention, we did actually get DLR by SimLab White back out on track. They did take the checkered flag, so their points will be awarded, no problem for them. Going on to our GT3 Pro field now, I think I actually will just run through our GT3s as a whole. We're going to have NGC by Rubers Gas winning again by a lap. I think it was maybe closer than that on track, but with where the lead caught them to be traded one lap ahead of Valtteri Edside Green and then Vulcan Motorsports by SimLab, all in those McLaren 720Ss. RPM Racing PEC with another strong result as we'd expect from them, and then SRP Racing Team number 33 and DK Racing Team G gonna be 5th and 6th in class. Then we've got our AM winner, Auto Performance Racing Blue, a fantastic showing from them. Again, on that fuel safe strategy, do a great job pulling it off, and a great way to start their campaign to try and take that vacant title. Native Delta by SimGear going to finish 7th in GT3 Pro, 8th overall, and then behind them the rest of your GT3 AM podium, SPHE Motorsport and Lotals Autosport. 8th, 9th and 10th overall in GT3, all running those Mercedes AMG cars. And then as we scroll further down, it's Fast Fair Motorsport GT3 in the Pro class, a Ford Mustang, so a big group of front-engined entries making a stand there, or maybe mid-engine, maybe technically, I'm not too sure.
Front mid.
Octopus Racing Team Black in the McLaren going to be 4th in GT3 AM, ahead of the pro car of Goey Sports. In the Acura, they will be 9th in their class, ahead of DLR by SimLab Green, a top 5, bringing home in the AM category. The rest of the field will be Gnosis Esports EMX, the 2 ELSP Academy cars S and G in their respective classes, the Auto Performance Black, the controversial finish for IS Corsa there, ahead of Project Valorous 151, Virtual Drivers by Thrustmaster in the sole BMW in the field, and then Top Tier Motorsport, Carbono Esports AM, Squadron of Lecce Alpha, Native Delta by Madness, DDK S, MRRS Amethyst, IS Corsa Red, Pacemakers, and the 2, I think that is our final finisher. And then further down we have, as our DNS from this race, the 291 Smurf Racing Team AM entry, and then a Gnosis Esports 174, the ESP Academy 185, the Octopus Racing Team 124, the Masked Devils 161, and unfortunately, the final car in our classification, the 121 Sonic Racing Team McLaren, will round out your 56 starters from today's race.
And what a brilliant race it was. We are going to have the winners of GT3 Pro to have a quick chat with, to try and get their insight on how that race went. Miguel Almeida, Maximilian Fischer, and Marvin Pappenhagen.
These are 2 different classes. These are both of our GT3 winners.
Hold on, hang on. I can fix this. I can fix this. Hi, Miguel. You're no stranger to this booth, are you?
Yeah, it's pretty good to be back, to be honest.
It must be 10 hours of racing, a new team as well, and you went out there and were completely dominant. It was a flawless drive from you and your teammate in that one. To, I think in the end, because of just how the GTP leader got between you and second place, you won the race by a lap.
Yeah, I wasn't actually sure of that, but my teammate let me know, like, oh, start flashing the lights, like, but I'm still in the middle of the lap, what are you talking about? But yeah, it was a pretty good race. It went better than expected with the GTPs, because, yeah, PPS didn't really give me a bit of PTSD, but it went better than expected. Yeah, some closer moments, but overall, I think, at least for us, it went well.
Well, I think the main thing is that you've managed to carry over your success from PPS straight into the Platinum Endurance Championship. Of course, one major difference between those 2 championships is the fact that you didn't have to do this one alone, and they're much, much longer races. I'm sure you've done endurance races before, but how was it doing a Platinum Endurance Championship race compared to a PPS race?
Yeah, so having less tires this time, it was a pretty good change. So instead of just flat out fuel saving, and that's the only strategy we have, having the tires in mind was also a pretty good twist, and also gave us a bit of worry on how to manage them. We tried to manage them in the beginning, doing double stints, but actually went way better than we were expecting. After at the middle of the race, more or less, we started trying to manage just fuel and trying to lift for GTPs, doing some sick moves. They are so much faster than us. In some places, it's scary.
Yeah, I think that was certainly something that surprised a lot of us. Talking about the tires, it's something that surprised a lot of us to make a big change like that so late so soon before the start of the championship. I think we were only told about that one on either Monday or Tuesday. So with that change, how did that affect your approach to the race? Did you have to mess with the setup, or was it just a case of choosing exactly when to make those double stints?
We actually were trying to go with the PPS setup into this race, but it had I think very much less swing than what we did now, and it wasn't really working out for us in the double stints. But I think it was necessary to kind of making the race a bit more interesting overall. So I think since we had to manage the tires in the beginning, so we couldn't just straight out go flat out and try to throw lap times after lap times, we actually had to be a bit smart about the race. It was really fun to do this one like this. I think it was a good change, even though it was like super late into the let's say championship, or then like 1 week before. I think it was a necessary change to be had, and I hope it stays like this for the rest of the championship with less tires.
Well, it certainly made for an interesting race and added that little bit of spikes and a brand new element to endurance racing that I'm sure a lot of people weren't quite used to running with. But it's going to be a case of now you've got 4 more races left in the championship. So how do you approach the rest of the season? Is it a race by race basis, or are you like, right, let's get out there and win it all?
So we're starting by crossing our fingers for no rain, at least for next race. But yeah, it's gonna be race by race. Let's see, because McLaren works better in some tracks than others, especially if there's rain. Let's see how it works. We'll try to not get ahead of ourselves and not get too cocky.
Well, as always, Miguel, congratulations on the win once again. We're getting used to this one. But if you have anyone you want to thank, shout out, now is your time to do so.
Yeah, the entire team for the support, and for my teammate to kind of calm me down during the race and hearing me complain about some GTPs and GT3s. But yeah, and thank you guys for being there for 10 hours, watching all the crashes and whatnot. I bet it's exhausting as well.
Oh no, it is absolutely our pleasure to do this. Congratulations once again on the win, Miguel. Hopefully, for your sake, I look forward to speaking to you again in a week's time. Are you doing PPS this season?
Yeah, let's see how it works in Le Mans. Not my best track, but I hope we'll talk again in Wednesday.
Yeah, we'll see you on Wednesday. Congratulations again.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So now we'll move on to the GT3 AM race winners. Liv, I think I'll let you take this one because I'm clearly confused by this point.
Absolutely. Hello, welcome to the booth. These are our class winners in GT3 AM, the Auto Performance Racing blue car. We'll welcome into the booth, if I can, Marvin and Maximilian. And congratulations on the win. And first of all, what a qualifying lap.
Yeah, Noxy, it's your turn.
Yeah, well, that qualifying lap probably just worked out because we also have that pro team in that series, and we've been kind of practicing loads with them. Just getting, little bits and turns on the setup line, when to brake, when to accelerate, and all that stuff. And at one point we just figured that if we actually get that qualifying lap like nailed, that we can actually grid like up front, at least looking AM team wise, would actually turn to be like in the middle of the pro teams. Kind of surprised, to be honest.
I think you surprised all of us with that one. And your pro teammates were very quick in the YouTube chat to say, we give all the credit to the Amboys. That was all hard work from them. All the hours of practice. But then once you take that race start, were you committed to going for that fuel save regardless of what your qualifying was? And how much did having that buffer help you in confidence for making that strategy work?
Yeah, quite a lot. I mean, at 5-hour rest time, we only need to manage a car safely. So at the end of the day, the race really, everything worked perfectly fine for us. So yeah, we are quite happy. Really happy.
And of course, that has to be a massive confidence boost for you going into the next round. We stay in Europe and go to the Nürburgring in a month's time. And I'm sure you're looking to try and continue on the way you've started. When does the preparation start? We know you put a lot of work in, so how much celebration before you start to get back on the grind for that one?
I think not that much. So practice is the half race.
Yeah, it is. I mean, most likely, maybe even starting tomorrow. Don't know.
I mean, both of us, we are, 20 hours on track together. So there was a lot of confidence before the race and after a couple of laps. So we could manage the GTPs a bit. I mean, in a 10-hour race, you never can completely don't fuck up anything. Sorry for my words, but there is some little things that can happen. But yeah, really good.
Super hard earned there. I will of course give you the floor to give any shout outs you want to give, but honestly, congratulations, you really impressed us today. I can't wait to see what you're able to do throughout the rest of the season.
Yeah, shout out to our whole team, including Team Black, and also our, yeah, of course, the whole team. We put so much time in the setup and practice together as a whole team, and yeah, thank you to the team, also to all the other drivers in our car, or at our car.
And if that'll do it for your word today, I just want to say thank you for joining us, and once again, congratulations on your class win here today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good one. Bye bye.
You too.
And see you soon.
So then, numbers are really impressing me. Like, they have come to make a statement here. But I will hand over to you, Taylor, because we have our overall winners in the channel here: Julian Harmon and Randy Martin Mateos, standing by with Taylor Mills.
Well, gentlemen, that was certainly an exciting end to the race, but to stick it on pole position, then fall back a little bit early on. It was a real fight back through the field to get back to the front, but that win's got to feel a little bit special.
Yeah. I mean, we were running a Watkins setup, so it was quite difficult for us, but it worked well. So yeah, I don't know.
Sorry, I'm back. My Discord crashed. What? Okay, sorry. Hello.
Hi, Randy. Julian, please continue.
Yeah. So we were working with a Watkins setup, so it worked pretty well, but we didn't expect that. Since the qualification, we managed to. Randy managed to take the pole. And
yeah, that was pretty hard, to be honest with you. I was very surprised to be P1. But yeah, it worked, and I think we were kinda surprised too to be that slow in the first stint. I mean, we got pretty unlucky on the traffic, on the first traffic, and it cost us a bit of time, but we managed to keep it clean, and yeah, that was a pretty good race.
Yeah, it certainly was, to say the least. You've already matched your race win count from last season. We've been talking about in the race how it feels like for you guys, it was really time to take that step forward and make your mark on the championship. So can we expect the same sort of form for the rest of the season?
I mean, we hope, because to be honest with you, we want to get our revenge from last season, because personally, I think we lost the championships because we got DNF at Watkins last season, and we miss a lot of points because of that. So I do think we can get the win. It's kind of early to say that, but I do think we have the pace, we have the possibilities to get a really good result everywhere on this schedule. So yeah, maybe gonna be hard to get some good points at Aragon, but let's see.
I think there's certainly a big question mark though over everything after round 2 of this championship, because we of course have the season 2 build of iRacing coming in that time. We've already seen iRacing are pretty convinced they want to bop the Acura quite hard. Of course, we don't have that minus 1.5% power deficit and 6 kilogram weight ballast in the Platinum Endurance Championship, but I think we're all pretty certain that there is something coming in the March build that I think a lot of people are speculating is going to quite harshly affect the Acura. So as much as it is speculation, is that something that you guys are thinking of coming into the rest of the season?
Yeah, kinda. I mean, we are prepared for that. We know we are driving the car for 1 year now, I think. So we know the car very, very well. So we are prepared, but I don't know. It's gonna be racing deciding. So we don't know. Let's see.
Did a linked question? Did knowing that changes might be coming in the build play a factor when you chose the Acura, or was it literally a case of, listen, we know this car, whatever they change on it, we're still going to be able to drive it fast? Or did maybe something like the Cadillac or Ferrari take your eye at some point?
Yeah, I mean, we decided to go on Acura because we know the car very well. So that was for sure a good idea to take that car. But we wanted to go on the Ferrari, but the Ferrari is, to be honest, the Ferrari is kind of hard to drive right now. We don't have a lot of the data, and yeah, to set up the car is very complicated for us. So we decided to stick to Acura and be sure to be good with the car.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think the other thing that I think a lot of us thought would potentially hamper the performance of the Acura was the introduction of the tire limits. So how did that affect your approach to the race, and how did that affect sort of the way the strategy unfolded over the course of 10 hours?
To be honest, kinda surprised. I was thinking that the tire limit was gonna hurt us a lot more. But yeah, that was for me. It's a really good adding to the championships, even if you have the Acura, you know. But I do think Acura is not that bad on tires, to be honest. So yeah, I mean, that was good. We did pretty well on the strategy with the tire limit, and we are happy with that.
I was taking every double stint with double tires, so
yeah, and I was pushing a lot, so I was with fresh tire every time, so I was happy.
No, I was going to say, I don't blame you. If one driver is pushing really hard and one driver can look after the tires, you make that driver that can look after the tires look after the tires, because that's going to keep you in the best position, and obviously worked out for you guys today, taking home that first victory of the season. So, of course, if you do have anyone you want to thank, shout out. Now is your time to do it. We'll start with Julien and then go to Randy.
I mean, shout out to Olivia. The team is going crazy right now, so I'm so happy with that. And shout out to my teammate, because Julien is very, very good driver, and I'm happy to be teammate with him.
Julien?
Yeah, I mean, Randy, of course. The reason was there, so it's pretty cool, and of course shout out to the team. We work a lot to be there, to be prepared, and here we come.
Well, congratulations once again on the win, and good luck for the rest of the season. Hopefully, for your sake, we'll see you here in the booth again in 4 weeks' time.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, guys.
Well, that was the winners of GTP overall, and that was a lovely interview, actually. Those two were properly sweet. Biggest takeaways from that race, though, Liv, it looks like a lot of the drivers, or at least the drivers that we spoke to, quite enjoyed having that extra element of strategy in there with the tire limit, as much as it was something that was, I'd say, quite difficult to track on our end. I'd say it's at least a positive that the actual racers got a lot of enjoyment out of it.
Yeah, just ultimately, that is what you need. The reason that we run these races isn't so we can go to race cars for 10 hours. We could just go on YouTube and watch some reruns if you want to do that. It's because all of these teams love the challenge and the competition, and the extra little wrinkle seems to be just the perfect amount to keep these drivers on their toes and to keep the strategy battles up in the air all throughout the race. I'm really glad that it's played out as well as it has in this opening round of the season, and I'm excited to see where it goes from here and how teams adapt to it as the campaign goes on.
And I think the best part about that is that the racing was absolutely stellar from end to end. A little bit messy in places, but that's one of those things we expect in an endurance race of this length. And I think for me, I'm really excited to see in how this field races and battles over the next 4 rounds, because we know how competent this field of drivers can be. We saw it all last season, and they kept that championship close from end to end. DLR Simlab Orange, of course, taking the race win in that final race after being a lap down. Not so much a positive result out there for them today, being marked as a DNF. So it's going to be really tricky for them to defend that crown. Again, big shout out to HWT, who took that massive step up from GT3M to GTP and managed to bring that home car clean and in 5th place. So it goes to show that if you put enough time and effort into anything, you can literally achieve anything. But round 2, we do move on to what I think is one of my favorite races in the entire world. I feel like I say this a lot at this point. Do I just love racetracks? I think I just love racetracks. As we go to the 8 hours of Nürburgring, a track that does offer a lot of opportunities for cars to go side by side. That first sector, one of those places, turn 1, big hairpin, but you can get the cars around the outside. And I think, as I say, it's one of those tracks that lends itself to fantastic lap-long, race-long battles, which I'm really looking forward to seeing. And Liv, it's a track that your favorite series likes to take a trip to every now and again. So what do you think about round 2 being at the Nürburgring?
I mean, Perseus tends to go to the big track, to the combined layout. We are just gonna have the GP, but we are gonna have that fast flick chicane that, of course, the World Endurance Championship used back when they did from the Nürburgring, and I think that just really completes the flow of the track. It's a track where there's a lot of chicane corner sequences ultimately. So it's all about compromising the battle of trying to set up and to get yourself clear maybe through the first apex so that you can't be fought back through the second one. We're going to see some really good wheel-to-wheel racing. We're going to see maybe a few multi-class incidents because of how the line switches so often. But I'm really excited to see how these drivers handle it. It's going to be maybe a race with a lot of fuel strategy, a lot of tyre strategy we now know for sure. And I think a lot of very, very exciting racing indeed.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say, I think besides Le Mans, this is probably the track that I'm looking forward to the most. It's one that I myself have had a lot of really good races at. You were there at the big endurance race a couple of weeks ago. And I think you from that, you know how important this circuit is to me. So I'm looking forward to commentating on another big endurance race and watching another awesome 8 hours of racing brought to us by the Platinum Endurance Championship. But I think we'll close out by saying congratulations to all of the class winners. I think well and truly deserved from top to bottom. Thank you to the organizers for putting this one on. Once again, it was a brilliant event, a really fun race, and really fun to just sit and watch. Thank you, Olivia, for joining me in the booth yet again. Thank you to Daan Pepels for joining us in the booth for 4 hours in the middle of that event. Thank you again to Carmen for, as always, for producing this event. The Platinum will be back, I think, next week for the first round of the Platinum Pilot Series, live from Le Mans. So Wednesday the 12th, tune in to ABN Studios, where I'll be taking you through that race again with Amity Pulsatrix alongside me once again. Very excited for that one. Very excited for the rest of the season. Very excited to watch some more race cars go zoom for very long periods of time. I've been Taylor Mills. This has been the Platinum Endurance Championship, 10 hours of Spa, and we will see you next time.